Chapter 351 Enthusiastic Elders. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai looked around the room and found that the only places to sit seemed to be the straw mats placed in front of the old man. They did not disdain it, and sat cross-legged in front of the old man. When the elder saw the guest sitting down, he called in, and, "You sit down too. Tell me what happened first. Didn't you take people to snipe the invaders? Why did you bring 2 guests back?" And scratched his head a little embarrassedly and replied, "That's what happened. But I didn't expect the invaders to be them. They were not angry when they were surrounded by us. And they didn't attack us. They also explained to us why they came to our tribe's territory. Because they planned to spend another night there. I was worried that they would encounter those prey that had become stronger. So I brought them back. I hope they can spend the night in our tribe tonight. This matter has not been told to the elders yet. So it is better to explain it now. In case the elders disagree. Then, he will be embarrassed in front of the guests. However, the reason why I dared to do this was because the elders liked him. The elders looked at this silly boy of his family with a little helplessness. He always brought people home, like this, and always believed what others said. Fortunately, he was lucky, and had not met those people with ulterior motives so far. After the elders carefully asked Jiang Zhuxiang and the others why they came, they agreed to let them stay here. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai expressed their gratitude. They were not ungrateful people. They knew that the old man would allow it because of N's recommendation. Jiang Zhuxiang flipped through his backpack, handed him some medicine, and explained, "This is my homemade medicine. You can find the doctor of your tribe to see it. You can use it in the future." After saying that, he placed it in front of the straw mat where N was sitting, and looked at the thing Jiang Zhuxiang put on the ground with a little curiosity. He had never seen such a delicate little bottle before. The girls in the tribe would definitely like it. However, it was filled with medicine, so he couldn't just give it to others. As for the tribe's doctor, the elder, and directly asked the elder to take a look. The elder was actually a little excited when Jiang Zhuxiang took it out. The faint smell of medicine in the bottle made him feel relaxed. It must be a good thing inside. But this thing was given to him by them, so he couldn't take it to see. Now N handed it to him. So he just took a closer look to see what was inside. Carefully tilting a small porcelain bottle, a round pill rolled out of it. The elder held it in his hand, carefully scraped off a little with his fingernail, smelled it first, and then tasted it, with a look of surprise on his face. He opened several other small porcelain bottles and checked them. Jiang Zhuxiang gave them all pill-shaped medicines this time, which made it convenient for the elder to check. After checking them all, the elder's attitude towards Jiang Zhuxiang changed. No matter whether these pills were obtained from others or made by himself, they were worthy of his respect. Of course, the elder heard what Jiang Zhuxiang said before, but Jiang Zhuxiang's face was really hard to believe. The elder said, "And you have to keep these things well, and don't give them to others casually. Take them to see where to rest at night. Clean up, and then take them to see the tribe." Although the elder liked these things very much, they were given to him by Jiang Zhuxiang, so the elder would not keep them for himself. If there was a real need, I believe N would be willing to give them out. What's more important is that N can't give them away casually. Those are life-saving medicines. When the people N gave them to didn't use them at all, they would just be wasted. As for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, they should be treated as guests of the entire tribe in the future. As long as they want to come in the future, he will welcome them on behalf of the tribe. After hearing the elder's rare and serious instructions, and did not dare to disobey, he first took the things and went to the place where he collected things with Jiang Zhuxiang and others. The things here were all kept by him, and would never be shown to others. It was just right for storing the gifts Jiang Zhuxiang gave him. He was not worried that Jiang Zhuxiang and others would see them. After all, they could give such precious things, and they definitely did not look down on their own little things. Jiang Zhuxiang and others naturally did not care about Anne's little thoughts. They just looked at Anne putting those small porcelain bottles in a box made of rosewood with a little amusement. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised that they actually had something like rosewood here. If time permits, Jiang Zhuxiang still plans to ask about it. If there is the whereabouts of other rosewood, it is also good to reserve some for himself. After all, this kind of thing is hard to come by. Jiang Zhuxiang wants to use rosewood to make a simple medicine box for himself, which can be used to store the medicine he made. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang had a medicine box in his own space, but it was given to him by his master, and he was reluctant to use it. After N put the things in place and covered the box, Jiang Zhuxiang asked directly, Who made this box for you? Do you have any materials to make a box like this? Led Jiang Zhuxiang and the others out, saying, I made this myself. There should be more of this kind. I remember that I piled the remaining things in the elder's yard. I don't know if the elder helped me put them away at that time. Let's go and see where you live at night. I'll ask the elder for you then. And could still hear the reason why Jiang Zhuxiang and the others asked this question. They probably wanted that kind of material. He received such a good gift. But they wanted the leftover scraps. And was still a little uneasy. He could ask the elders what else he could give as a return gift. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't ask to go find it immediately after hearing what he said. Anyway, the things were there, and couldn't run away. It would be the same when he went. He should look for a place to sleep at night first. After all, it was getting late. The place where the elders lived was the largest place here, and lived with the elders and occupied a room. There were 3 rooms left, originally, and planned to let them each have a room. But Tao Ai and Xiongqi were used to living together recently, so he suggested that they sleep in one room, and was a little surprised that 2 grown men would like to live together. Wouldn't they find it crowded? However, and was not good at rejecting other people's ideas, so he didn't try to let them sleep separately, and directly opened the larger room and let Tao Ai and Xiongqi go in and take a look. If they needed anything, they could tell him immediately. Chapter 352 and the Chief. Tao Ai and Xiongqi went in, and saw that there was a large grass mat on the floor of the room. The grass was covered with soft grass, and simply dyed cloth. Although it looked a bit rough, it was rare and natural. Tao Ai and Xiongqi were not picky. They said there was no problem, and asked him to take their young people to a room. They planned to sleep first. No wonder they were so relieved. This tribe seemed to still rely on brute force. With Jiang Zhuxiang's strength, he didn't need to worry about the entire tribe, and didn't know that 2 of the guests he brought thought of their tribe in this way. Now he just felt very honored. He didn't expect that the 2 elders would trust him to take Jiang Zhuxiang there. You know, even if the girls in the tribe are so strong, their male elders will not trust them to go out alone with young men. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Anne's excited face with a bit of amusement, and followed in silently. After arriving at the place, and pushed open a room that looked more delicate. This was prepared for the elder's daughter before, but she grew up and left, and the elder didn't clean it up. He always hoped that one day she would come back to take a look. Now it is just right for Jiang Zhuxiang to live here. I believe the elder won't mind. After all, they have given up the idea that the elder's daughter will come back. After all, she has been gone for almost 20 years, and was sent to the elder after the elder's daughter left. When he grows up, he will take care of the elder. This is also the tribe's care for the elder. Jiang Zhuxiang looked carefully. The decoration of this place was quite exquisite. There were all kinds of hand-woven things. The bed was also made of the finest straw mat. The most important thing was that it was not covered with grass, but a cotton mat. Although it was still made of that kind of rough cloth, it was still possible to see that a father valued his daughter. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't quite understand the thoughts of the person who had been away for 20 years. Now the outside world was so chaotic. If she had stayed here obediently, she would definitely still be living this kind of stable life. However, Jiang Zhuxiang also had a guess that the daughter who had gone out might have met with an accident. After all, the zombies 20 years ago had not been uniformly controlled by the fierce beasts such as Tao Tai and Xiongqi. It was normal for her to be bitten by a zombie at any time, not to mention the unpredictable human hearts outside. And looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and asked nervously, "Are you satisfied with this place?" If she was not satisfied, she really couldn't find a better place, unless she went to see the chief. But was still not very willing to see the chief. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally saw the uneasiness on Anne's face, and quickly comforted her. "It's fine. You should go back to sleep, and we will go out with you tomorrow morning. Remember to ask the elder about the wood for me." And was relieved and said directly, "Then I will go to the elder now, and I will call you tomorrow morning. By then, I should be able to let you see that kind of material." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, watched him leave, then closed the door, and began to sit on the bed steadily and began to practice. The spiritual energy here is still good, although it is not isolated from pollution. Perhaps because it is primitive enough. The pollution is not that serious. The plants are still normal plants, and it seems that only animals have mutated. After leaving Jiang Zhuxiang's room, and went directly to find the elder. The elder should be praying at this time. He just happened to go over and wait for a while, and he could still say a few words to the elder. After sitting outside the prayer room for a while, and really saw the elder come out, and went up to the elder and helped him to sit in the living room together, pretending to drink and chat with the elder. The elder had something to say to him, so he didn't refuse. However, the elder still listened to him first. After all, it was rare for him to come so late, and maybe there was something important. The elder sat down on the straw mat and waited for him to speak, and directly asked his question. Do you remember where I put the remaining materials for my storage box? The elder didn't expect him to ask such a question, and was a little surprised. In the utility room? I put all your remaining things there for you. Can you tell me why you want that thing? After so many years of getting along, the elder had long regarded him as his own grandson, and was about 20 years older than his daughter. If his daughter didn't leave at that time, his grandson would be about the same age as him. Therefore, the elder treated any questions from him carefully, fearing that it would leave him like his daughter if he didn't pay attention, and said directly, I plan to give the material to the guest just now. The guest just now likes the material I used to make a storage box. She just asked about it. You go to sleep first. I will go find it first, and I can give it to her tomorrow morning. The word she revealed who wanted the thing. The elder didn't think it was strange when he knew it was Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, the material was really good for making a storage box. Maybe she wanted to use it to make a storage box for potions. Then the tribe could exchange some with her. I believe she would not refuse. However, the elder didn't plan to let him go just like that. After all, he still had something to say. He patted Anne's knee and stopped him from standing up, and was a little curious. What do you want? The elder said directly, remember to take them to see the chief tomorrow. After all, the chief could not hide their coming here, and there was nothing to hide. The elder did this just to let Ando contact the chief to ease the relationship between him and the chief. I don't know what he misunderstood. For so many years, no matter what the chief did, he just didn't want to see the chief more, and is such an old man. If something happens and he leaves, if he still has this attitude, then it will be sad in the tribe. Sure enough, as soon as the elder finished speaking, Anne's face drooped, and he asked pitifully, can't someone else take them? Although he knew it was a bit rude to do so, and really didn't want to see the chief, the elder said in a rare serious tone, no, you must take them. If you don't do this well, don't expect me to teach you anything in the future. Although the elder existed as a wise man of the tribe, he still had deep attainments in martial arts. But he never showed it, so as not to be suspected by the chief. After all, the chief only wanted a wise man without martial arts. So the elder never used his martial arts, and at most used it to instruct him. Chapter 353, The Ignored Guest, and thought about the choices given by the elder with a headache. But in the end, his desire for martial arts surpassed his disgust for the chieftain. So he nodded reluctantly, indicating that he accepted it. The elder said nothing more, and waved his hand to let him go out, and told him, go to bed early after finding the things, and still nodded, and naturally went back to sleep after finding the things, and watched the elder return to his room, and then went to the utility room to find things. There were quite a few things piled up in the utility room, and it took some time to find that material from the corner of the utility room. He smelled it, and it smelled good. He didn't notice it when he was making the storage box at that time, but now he knows why Jiang Zhuxiang likes this material. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang likes red sandalwood partly because of its smell, but ultimately because red sandalwood is not easy to talk and easy to preserve, and dragged the materials to his room, intending to drag them to find Jiang Zhuxiang tomorrow morning. There was no conversation overnight, and dragged the materials to call Tao Tai and Qiongqi early in the morning, and was very strong and courageous. He dared to shake Tao Tai and Qiongqi directly, and when they woke up, he put them down without hesitation and left, making Tao Tai and Qiongqi really unable to get angry. After and walked away, Tao Tai and Qiongqi had to wash themselves and then go to find the elders. After and woke up his younger generation, he would definitely bring her to the elders, so they didn't have to worry, and dragged the materials to Jiang Zhuxiang's door and knocked on the door first. After hearing the voice from inside asking him to come in, he pushed the door open and dragged the things in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at him with a bit of amusement, took it with his hand, and after careful confirmation, it was indeed the red sandalwood he wanted. Jiang Zhuxiang thanked him, but he would not take his things for nothing. Jiang Zhuxiang flipped through his backpack and handed in a bunch of medicines again, asking him to take them and put them away, and said a little at a loss, You don't need so many. What you gave me before is enough. These leftover scraps are not worth such precious medicines. Jiang Zhuxiang said without much concern. It's okay. My potion is the same as your materials. It's not a very precious thing to me. Don't worry. And accepted it and said directly, Are you ready? If you are ready, I will take you to the elders now. And someone will deliver the morning food later. The tribe still uses the primitive distribution method based on demand. And everyone's food is distributed by the chief's wife. So the elders insisted that and build a good relationship with the chief. Not just because of their original father-son relationship. Jiang Zhuxiang said, You can go back and put the things first and then come to take me. I will need a while. Don't worry. Wen came in. Jiang Zhuxiang had just woken up from her training state and hadn't washed up yet. So there was really no need to rush. And also knew how long it would take for a girl to go out. So she went out with her things without hesitation. Jiang Zhuxiang also started to wash up and completed her daily exercise in this small room. Wen came over again. Jiang Zhuxiang put on his backpack and followed into the elder's residence. After arriving at the place, he saw Tao Tai and Qiongqi waiting there. Jiang Zhuxiang greeted them. Are you here so early too? After that, Jiang Zhuxiang threw a piece of bread to each of them to fill their stomachs. After all, the little food last night was definitely not enough to fill their stomachs. In this case, their morning grumpiness would be even worse. I just don't know who was so bold to wake them up this morning. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were originally planning to vent their anger on him, accusing him of waking them up so early. But after receiving Jiang Zhuxiang's bread, they just remembered to start eating. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved when he saw them start eating, and began to ask him, When will the elder come? And comforted, Don't worry. The elder will come after finishing the morning prayer. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai waited for a while again, and the elder really showed up. It seems that An still knows the elder very well. When the elder saw Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, he still greeted them directly, and then took them to his door to welcome the arrival of food. The person sent by the chief's wife was very smart this time. She first gave the things to the elder, and then said, The chief's wife prepared food for the elder to entertain guests. And she also wanted to meet the elder's guests. I wonder if it can take people to meet the chief and the chief's wife. The visitor also knew the relationship between An and the chief, and could not talk to An directly about this matter. So he talked to the elder about it in a roundabout way. The elder said, Okay. No problem. They should have been allowed to meet the chief yesterday. But it was late at night, so they were not allowed to disturb the chief's rest. The visitor naturally knew what the real situation was. I'm afraid An was unwilling. But he naturally would not expose the elder's words, and directly said, Then I will go back and talk to the chief first. And you must remember to come later. After saying that, he stared at An. Without his nod, he didn't dare to leave directly, seeing the elder's stern eyes, and had to nod reluctantly. And the man left with peace of mind. The elder was still unwilling to embarrass his own children, and said, If you really don't want to, say hello to the chief and wait outside, so that Jiang Zhuxiang and the others can have a good talk with the chief, and avoid any misunderstandings. After hearing this from the elder, An was relieved and began to help the elder distribute food. After a simple breakfast, An took Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai to the chief's residence. The chief and his wife had been waiting for a long time, so An had no chance to follow the elder's advice. As soon as they saw An, they directed the remaining children to pull An in, but temporarily ignored Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, and was pulled into the house by his elders, and then pressed on a chair. He wanted to stand up, but couldn't resist the hands on his shoulders. He said a little dissatisfiedly, What are you doing? Be careful, or I will tell the elders that you bullied me. The owner of the hands on An's shoulders said directly, You heartless brat. How long have you not come to see us? No matter what you say, you should accompany your grandfather to have breakfast now. I believe the elders have also told you. Chapter 354 An's good-natured brother. That's right. The chief's family is An's relatives. But his parents died, and the tribe was not peaceful at the time. So the chief had to send him to the elders to be raised. Unexpectedly, this stinky boy really didn't come back a few times. Every time, the chief and the elders had to pass on the message and let the elders force him to come back once. So that person said that. The person who said this was An's uncle, who had the highest martial arts value among the chief's sons. So he was entrusted with an important task before An came, and asked him to make sure not to let him leave. When An heard the word elder, he calmed down and stopped struggling. He just said unhappily, I came here after breakfast. The hand on the shoulder was about to leave. But after hearing this, the owner of the hand pinched Anne's shoulder again. You should eat more with your small body. It doesn't matter if you have 2 breakfasts. And naturally felt the difference in the martial arts between the two. So he had to stop talking. However, thinking of the guests he brought, and spoke again, I brought people to see you. Otherwise, he would never come. After the chief's family dealt with him, they naturally noticed the other people standing in the room. The chief's wife went over and took Jiang Zhuxiang's hand. Are you our little Anne's guest? You are really a beautiful child. Have breakfast with us. After that, he pulled Jiang Zhuxiang towards the dining table without any refusal. These 3 were important props to keep in, and the chief's family would not let them go after they realized it. Others also went to greet Tao Ai and Qiongqi, and finally sat down to have breakfast in a lively atmosphere. Jiang Zhuxiang was just eating with them, and An and Tao Ai ate a lot again. It is true that the saying that the dinner table can bring people closer is true. After breakfast, the chief's family also understood the character of the guests brought by An. Such people are still good for their little An. They are all very straightforward people, and hope to make their little An's awkward personality change a little. The chief's wife took Jiang Zhuxiang to one side, intending to watch the men's conversation together. As for the chief, he tied up An and Tao Tai to entertain them, while asking his son to entertain Tao Tai. He took the time to communicate with An, hoping that he would come to their home more often in the future. Of course, they didn't want him to ignore the elders, but they didn't want him to be rejected every time they invited him, and was still a little dissatisfied after being surrounded by them. It was agreed that they would only have one meal. There didn't seem to be anything to talk about between them. As a child who was sent away before, could he still expect him to get along with them again without resentment when he grew up? Therefore, the chief's family, who did not understand An's true thoughts, still had a long way to go to win back An's heart. Jiang Zhuxiang had a pleasant chat with the chief's wife. The chief's wife was a very wise person. Jiang Zhuxiang found out after communicating with her. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang did not believe that she did not know where An's heart not was. Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, you should know why An is like this. Why don't you remind them to save them from doing useless work? The chief's wife smiled gently. Some things still need to be slowly polished to be polished out. Even if I tell them the reason directly, at most I can get An's forgiveness, and he will still not get close to us. Maybe after forgiveness, their relationship will not be as good as it is now. It is better to let them give their all first. When they know the reason themselves, they can better get An's forgiveness. At the same time, they have already laid a deep emotional foundation within, and can then be truly relieved. Even if he can't return home, he will still miss us with the elders. They never meant to snatch the child from the elders. They just wanted to make amends, so they would not disturb the child's life. Jiang Zhuxiang felt the wisdom of the old man here, so he didn't say much. He watched quietly again, watching and eagerly and awkwardly responding to the care of the male relatives of the family, which was quite interesting. When the chief and his friends finished their emotional exchange, half of the morning had passed. After they let him go, and hurriedly said, I still have to take them to visit the tribe. Let's talk about it later. As he said that, he was about to go out. The chief directly asked his eldest grandson Wu to go out with him, and didn't often walk around the tribe, and he might not know where some places were. Moreover, some children in the tribe liked to bully him, so they felt relieved to have Wu with them, and knew that Wu was the key to his leaving the house. So he didn't refuse, but said, I will take them to the elders at noon, and it will be okay for you to go back by yourself. Wu is younger than An, and An's parents are the eldest sons of the chief. If it is still in the chief's house, the title of the eldest grandson will not fall on Wu. However, An doesn't care much about this title, seeing Wu's educated look of a good old man, and wants to shiver. As the descendant of the chief, he can't be willful, so it's freer to follow the elders. Wu has no other reaction to An's words. Grandpa asked me to follow you all day. The implication is that they will also go to the elders at noon, and had no objection to others following him back to his home. So he said directly, it's up to you. Didn't the chief say you are familiar with this place? Then you can lead the way for us. Wu achieved his goal, so he obediently took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others around, explaining to them that every house, as well as some houses shared by everyone, were made of wood. There were 1 or 2 animal skins hanging at the door of each household, which should have been hunted by themselves. This was also a manifestation of the male owner's strength. He had just seen that kind of thing at the door of the chief's house. Wu took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to stop beside an area where people in the tribe used to exchange things, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "Do you want to go there for a stroll?" Along the way, Wu also saw clearly who among these people really made the decision. Wu only looked like a good guy on the surface, but in fact, he knew it very well in his heart. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely saw this kind of exchange method of bartering. This should be a scene that can only be seen in very primitive times, and when the end of the world has just arrived. It is not bad to experience it now. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, and Wu led them into that area. There is still a lot of traffic in this area. After all, every household needs different things and is good at different things. So exchange is necessary. Chapter 355, A Novel Species. After Jiang Zhuxiang and the others followed Wu in, people kept coming to greet him along the way. After all, they knew the children of the chief. However, many people came to greet in. After all, the elders were of similar status to the chiefs, and there was only an as a child around the elders. So they valued An more. Ordinary people even valued An's feelings more. After all, the elders had the ability to cure diseases and save lives, and taking things was more important to ordinary people. As a seemingly good person, Wu would say a few words to anyone who came up to say hello, which also led to their slow progress. However, this was exactly what Jiang Zhuxiang thought, and it was convenient for her to take a closer look at the things on the stalls. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Wu along the way and saw simple cotton cloth, dried animal meat, simple tools, and some medicinal herbs, because they were all exchanges within the tribe. No one would cheat. Jiang Zhuxiang took the opportunity to collect some things. Of course, he also exchanged them with his own things, so that he would not be unable to find them in the future, and only replied to the people who came to greet him along the way, and then continued to follow Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. The only things he exchanged were those medicinal herbs. After all, the elders still consumed a lot of medicinal herbs, and would help him collect some from time to time. Originally, today was the time for him to go out to collect herbs. Now he couldn't go out, so he had to exchange some medicinal herbs to take back. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to exchange herbs, but after seeing the reason An gave, he did not argue with him. He was just curious about his going to collect herbs. He wondered what herbs their tribe would use, and proposed that if An wanted to collect herbs, he would follow him, and looked at Tao Ai and Xiongqi. Is it really okay for a girl to be so wild? Even the girls in their tribe only do some collecting. Collecting herbs has always been done by men. After all, some herbs grow in dangerous places, which is not suitable for girls to do, unless the family has no other choice. Tao Ai and Xiongqi are not very interested in this tribe, so they just accompany them. At this time, no matter what Jiang Zhuxiang wants to do, they will not object. So they just look at An and say nothing. Jiang Zhuxiang was still waiting for An's answer, and didn't get a response, so he had to bite the bullet and agreed, hoping that his elders would not scold him when he returned. Although the elders had never scolded him before, this matter was still too outrageous. Wu stood next to the stall with medicinal herbs, listening to the conversation between An and Jiang Zhuxiang, and silently decided that he must go with An when he went to collect herbs. After all, his grandfather cared about this eldest brother who was sent out. If something unexpected happened, he couldn't explain it. In fact, the most convenient way was to let him go another way, so that the old grandfather would not be worried, and could never thought that he would have to add another burden when he went out next time. After getting the medicinal herbs, he planned to go back. Jiang Zhuxiang also felt that he had seen enough, so he agreed to go back. Wu really followed An back to the elders as planned. The elders were not too worried when they saw An coming back with people, and they were not surprised by Wu's arrival. After all, he could guess what the chief was thinking. People of the younger generation were easier to get along with. If Wu took over the position of chief, he would definitely be able to take good care of An, because they spent a long time wandering around that area. It was already noon when they returned to the elders. The elders took the herbs from An and put them on a bamboo flat to dry first, and then processed them later, and then asked, "Have you had lunch?" and returned to the elders and felt that he had become younger all of a sudden. He ran directly to the elders and said, "No. I'm hungry. Can we have barbecue at noon? It will be faster this way." As an old man, the elder actually doesn't like greasy food. However, he rarely refuses An's request, so he decides to prepare another portion. The elder took out the food that had been sent before, which already included Wu's portion. It seems that the chief's family planned to let Wu have dinner here from the beginning. They prepared a fire in front of the house, and let him grill it himself. He prepared what he wanted to eat, which young people would never accept. When An started grilling meat, Wu took his own portion and started grilling it. Tao Tai and Qiongqi also gathered around the fire, and took out enough meat from their backpacks to grill. As for the meat distributed by the tribe, they did not touch it. After all, it was not convenient for them to hunt, so they would just return it to the elders when the time came. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, he had already moved to the elder. Jiang Zhuxiang was very interested in what the elder was roasting, because he had never seen such a thing in the previous world. It was round, and had a thin layer of skin. It smelled good as it was slowly getting cooked. Jiang Zhuxiang looked there eagerly, hoping that the elder would be soft-hearted and give him one. The elder noticed Jiang Zhuxiang when he came over. He originally thought that he had something to say to him, but the child stared at the thing in his hand, making the elder think that he was roasting some mountain and sea delicacies. When one bunch was ripe, the elder put it on a pottery pot to cool, and said, "If you want to eat it, you can take it yourself. This thing is called potato. Just some plant tubers. Not precious. But not now. It's still very hot." Jiang Zhuxiang moved from the fire to the pottery jar, waiting for the potato to cool down. When he felt that he could hold it with his hands, he couldn't wait to take one. Peeled it, and dipped it in the fine salt prepared by the elder. It tasted better than roasted meat, and was very suitable for people like Jiang Zhuxiang, and saw that the elder was roasting potatoes again. So he took a bunch of meat he had roasted and said, "Elder, you should eat some meat. Otherwise you will have no strength." Then he took a potato, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to roast meat with them. Potatoes are not enough to fill you up. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he still preferred a combination of meat and vegetables. So he asked the elder if he could roast the potatoes himself. The elder rarely saw a youngster who liked this kind of thing as much as he did. So of course he would not refuse, and gave Jiang Zhuxiang a small basket. Jiang Zhuxiang took the small basket of potatoes, and returned to the team of young people. After lunch, Jiang Zhuxiang asked the elder how to plant this kind of potato, and whether there were seeds. The elder briefly introduced the planting technology of potatoes. As for seeds, potatoes are directly propagated by tubers. Jiang Zhuxiang harvested another small basket of potatoes as seeds. Chapter 356. Different Treatment of Wu. In fact, potatoes have long existed in the fragment where Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were. But Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know it before, and no one thought of popularizing the knowledge of alien species to her. However, fortunately, the elders didn't find it strange that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know about potatoes, because the elders had never been to the fragment where Jiang Zhuxiang was. Otherwise, they would probably doubt Jiang Zhuxiang's origins. Jiang Zhuxiang was very happy that he harvested something he had never seen before at lunch. After lunch, and was going to collect herbs. The elders wrote the amount of herbs needed on a rough cloth with an unknown material, and put on the backpack and prepared to set off. Jiang Zhuxiang followed him consciously, intending to follow him and see if he could help. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang knew more about medicinal materials. The elder did not refuse Jiang Zhuxiang's following, but instead told him to seize the opportunity to learn, and nodded and continued to walk out. However, after walking for a while, he found that there seemed to be a lot of people following him. He knew it was not just one person by listening to the footsteps. When An looked back, he found Wu following him, and was a little puzzled. "Why are you following me?" Wu smiled a little honestly, and found a good reason directly. "I followed the guests out, and I have to protect the guests' safety." Wu knew that An's awkward personality would make him jump if he was told to protect him. If he was told to protect a guest, he would be a little unhappy that his ability was doubted. But he could still accept it. However, in this case, it seemed like he was taking advantage of Jiang Zhuxiang. Wu looked at Jiang Zhuxiang apologetically. Jiang Zhuxiang was unwilling to pay attention to their brother's lawsuit. He didn't care about this kind of small exploitation at all. As long as it didn't affect his trip, it would be fine. However, he could just say that he didn't want him to use him as an excuse next time. He believed that even if An was a little upset, he would still accept it if he felt his concern. Jiang Zhuxiang still felt that the chief's family was not good at expressing their feelings. This roundabout way of expressing it. An was slow, and he didn't know when he would know that there was such a family that cared about him so much, and did accept Wu's reason. The place where he collected herbs was indeed not safe. At that time, he would pay more attention to the herbs. He might not pay much attention to Jiang Zhuxiang's safety. With Wu following him, he could be more assured. Arriving at the place where An usually collected herbs. It was a steep slope. If you want to go up, you need to climb. However, there are ropes hanging down the steep slope, so safety can still be guaranteed to a certain extent. This is not only because of the terrain, but also because of mutant animals. Mutant animals also like to eat some herbs, so sometimes they will be attacked by mutant animals. And explained the specific situation to let Jiang Zhuxiang be mentally prepared. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood, and then followed An's example to tie the rope around his waist. Wu, who was following behind the two of them, also found a rope to tie around his waist, and asked a little speechlessly, "You don't know how to pick herbs. What are you doing up there? If you need protection, just stay below. Help us pay attention to the attacks of the mutant birds. I can handle the rest." That's right. And still had a plan to allow Wu to follow, which was to let him help him pay attention to the threats from the sky. Wu thought it made sense. His bow and arrow needed a certain distance to be effective, and he really didn't need to follow up. Moreover, following too closely would easily cause An's disgust. Wu had to give up following and stood quietly at the bottom of the steep slope to be on guard. Jiang Zhuxiang followed in and climbed up slowly, carefully paying attention to the situation on the steep slope, and went to the place where he had seen herbs before without hesitation. Every time he collected herbs, and would follow the elder's instructions, and not collect all of them, he would leave some there to let them grow on their own, so that he would not need to go to other places to find the herbs he needed next time. After climbing to a familiar height, and really found the herbs he needed, and pointed them out to Jiang Zhuxiang first, and then started to collect them. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took a picture of the herbs with the communicator, intending to look for the medicinal properties of the herbs after returning. After all, he had never found this kind of herbs before, and their methods of use were definitely different from his own. Jiang Zhuxiang also found a difference. That is, when An collected herbs, he did not collect the whole plant, but only the part above the root. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious. Wouldn't this method cause the medicinal properties of the herbs to be lost? I still have to ask the elders about this question when I go back, but I'd better watch quietly for now. When it arrived at the next location, he reminded Jiang Zhuxiang, "The mutant bird may appear later, but you don't have to worry. We will definitely be able to deal with it below. If you don't keep steady, it will be easy to fall down." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded silently, a little surprised that An and the others knew the name of the mutant bird. Aren't they isolated from the world? Jiang Zhuxiang is still a curious baby to some extent, and he asks directly whatever he thinks of, and said disapprovingly, "Because I have invited other people to the tribe before, and they seem to have some strange abilities like you. This name is what they told the people in our tribe." Jiang Zhuxiang was very upset. It turned out that he was not the first person to enter their tribe. No one of the elders did not refuse. An's crow mouth is still very sharp. He said that a mutant bird would appear later, and a mutant bird really appeared. Looking at the sharp claws and beaks of the mutant bird, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little scared. Fortunately, he remembered An's words and did not move randomly. Otherwise, he might really fall down. However, when the mutant bird approached Jiang Zhuxiang about 1 meter away, and Jiang Zhuxiang was about to start attacking, the arrows from below interrupted the tense atmosphere, and Jiang Zhuxiang saw blood splashing in the air. Jiang Zhuxiang still noticed that the mutant bird on An's side would be solved 2 meters away. It seems that Wu's attention is really on. Unfortunately, he still has something to rely on. Otherwise, Wu's behavior will definitely be criticized by Jiang Zhuxiang. Without the interference of the mutant bird, and quickly collected the herbs in this area, and then asked Jiang Zhuxiang to leave here. The mutant birds would only attack people in this area, because the herbs here are also useful to them. So as long as they leave on their own initiative, they will not continue to attack. Chapter 357, The Thrilling Medicine Cliff. Jiang Zhuxiang left this area a little tired. Although he had no idea about Wu, he was not very happy to be put in the second place so openly. If he had known this, he should have called Tao Thai and the others. With Qiongqi here, those mutant birds would definitely not even be able to get close. However, Jiang Zhuxiang did not dwell on it for a long time. After all, this environment was not a place where people could have wild thoughts. Although there were no mutant birds in the next area, there were many mutant snakes in this area, and movements became cautious. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took out a small porcelain bottle from the backpack behind him, poured out a pill, crushed it and sprinkled it on his body, and then asked him, "Do you want it?" and asked cautiously, "What medicine is it?" As someone who follows the elder, and still knows that medicine cannot be used casually, Jiang Zhuxiang explained lightly, "It is the snake repellent medicine I made myself," and still knew the effect of Jiang Zhuxiang's homemade medicine. So he stretched out his open palm in front of Jiang Zhuxiang and motioned her to pour one for him. Jiang Zhuxiang tilted the bottle mouth slightly, and a pill rolled out of the bottle, and then collected the remaining pills and put them back in the backpack, and applied the snake repellent medicine to himself according to Jiang Zhuxiang's previous practice. And the two began to move around in this area with confidence. Although those mutant snakes still appeared around them, they all stayed 2 meters away from them. Jiang Zhuxiang continued to follow and to collect medicinal materials. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang only took one of each as a specimen for his future research. At this time, Anne's backpack was already full of herbs. Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, "Do we still need to go up?" and looked at the coarse cloth with words written on it given by the elder. He still had one herb that he hadn't collected yet and couldn't go back yet. So he shook his head. "There's one more. Let's go to another place." After that, he pressed the herbs in the backpack, and there was immediately space in the backpack. Jiang Zhuxiang's eyebrows twitched. If his master saw this contemptuous attitude, he would definitely be beaten. However, in Anne's tribe, this practice should be a normal practice. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't comment too much, so he just nodded to show that he knew. After climbing up for a while, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the rock wall that was closer to a right angle. Jiang Zhuxiang silently used the light body technique. The mutant animals in such dangerous places would definitely be more ferocious, so it was better to be careful. Anne's performance also showed that he almost had to confirm again and again before taking the next step. And the sound was really very small. However, no matter how careful he was, when collecting medicinal materials, some small noises could not be avoided. Jiang Zhuxiang saw a long creature appear not far away, and it made a sound like iron friction while swimming. Jiang Zhuxiang looked closely, silently tightened the safety rope, and waited for Anne's order. In the current situation, they had no need to fight with this kind of thing. After all, the disadvantage was too obvious, and also found the mutant centipede that appeared not far away. He picked a few herbs quickly, then held the safety rope loosely with both hands and called Jiang Zhuxiang, "Let's go." After that, he began to slide down. Jiang Zhuxiang followed the order silently, and the speed of his fall was faster than in. When the two were about 2 meters away from the ground, the rope suddenly broke. Jiang Zhuxiang used the light body technique and landed safely on the ground, and curled up and touched the ground with his hands and feet at the same time, and stood on the ground unscathed. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at him silently, hoping that he would give an explanation, and received Jiang Zhuxiang's gaze and smiled helplessly. "This is what happens every time I come here to pick herbs. The place occupied by the mutant centipede is the most dangerous place. This time it's not bad. The rope broke so close to the ground. Before, the rope broke again in the place occupied by the mutant bird. I almost died in this place. Fortunately, the elder appeared in time." Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "What broke the rope?" "I remember that the mutant centipede didn't mutate into a clamp." And Momo pulled the broken end of the broken rope to show Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the burnt color and the sour smell on it, and asked in disbelief, "This is caused by its venom." And Momo nodded. This is why he ran so fast every time he saw a mutant centipede. If these things fell on people, there would be no way to survive. Jiang Zhuxiang had never clamped a mutant centipede with such a strong toxicity. If this kind of thing was extracted, it should be able to be used as a self-defense thing in the future. But it was a bit difficult to obtain this kind of thing. And looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's burning eyes with a little confusion and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Jiang asked directly, "You should have other ways to get to the top of the cliff, right?" And nodded. They did have other ways to get to the top of the cliff, but they were mainly used to install ropes. No one else tried to go to the top of the cliff because there was nothing to see there. Only a bare area. Could it be that Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to go up and take a look? And asked directly, "Do you want to go up and take a look?" "It's too late today. I'll take you here tomorrow. The most important thing is that it has to deliver the medicinal materials to the elders in time. After all, the elders are waiting to use them." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think about going up now. After all, he couldn't handle those big guys by himself. Next time he came, he would definitely bring Taotai with him. So Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in agreement. and then cut off the section with the poison with a stone knife, and then put the rope away in his hand, planning to accompany Jiang Zhuxiang tomorrow and install the rope by the way. Because of the mutant centipedes, these safety ropes are specially lengthened to prevent them from breaking and replacing them every time to avoid waste. After putting away the rope, and called Wu and Jiang Zhuxiang to go back, Jiang Zhuxiang put the section of rope cut by in a wooden box, stood up, and was done by himself. Wu followed behind and with a rare serious look. I don't know what he is thinking now. After all, today is the first time he has come into contact with the life of his big brother, and it is not certain that he is scared. The elder was obviously relieved to see the three people return safely in the past, and always came back with some injuries when he went to collect herbs, which made the elder worried. It seems that he was lucky this time, and was also very happy. He didn't have to take the strange medicine made by the elder, because he was not injured. Chapter 358 Jiang Zhuxiang's Burden. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, although he was a little surprised to see so many new medicinal herbs, he was in a good mood overall. Only Wu said goodbye to the elder with a serious face. The elder was a little confused and asked him, "Did you make Wu angry today?" And was also a little confused, "No," and touched his head, and carefully considered his attitude towards Wu today, and finally determined, no, he must be this kind of person. As a person who is born to be incompatible with the chief's family, and subconsciously wants to blacken them. The elder just smiled, and said nothing more after hearing An's words. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little aware of the reason why Wu was unhappy. He probably thought that his elder brother was enjoying himself. But the fact turned out not to be so. He felt guilty. This should be Wu's most real feeling now. I just don't know if we will make any bad decisions with this feeling. However, with the chief there shouldn't be any trouble. Jiang Zhuxiang was lucky, and didn't mention this to the elder. He watched the elder deal with the medicinal materials he had just brought back, wanting to understand how this tribe used medicinal materials. Maybe there was something he could learn from. When it was almost dark, the elders had no intention of preparing dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his hungry stomach and wanted to find Tao Tai to make dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang directly mentioned it to the elders. You continue to be busy. I will go to my two elders for dinner. The elders must have been in a hurry to deal with the herbs and had no time to prepare dinner. But Jiang Zhuxiang was still a person who was used to eating dinner on time, so he directly mentioned it without holding back. The elder put down the herbs in his hand and asked a little strangely, "Didn't I mention it to you today? There will be a big gathering of the tribe tonight. Someone will come to notify us when they are ready. Don't worry. Your two elders are also helping, and really didn't mention this matter today. It seems that I still need to wait." While An was waiting, Wu also returned to his home, and first went to see the chief's wife. After all, the chief's wife must want to change An's situation more after knowing this. And the chief will definitely say that men in the tribe grow up like this. As a person who is trained as a future chief, Wu still understands the thoughts of his chief grandfather. The chief's wife is preparing things for the big party in the evening. There are many women in the tribe where she is staying, but they all have fixed partners. Wu doesn't need to be taboo. He goes directly to greet the chief's wife. "Grandma, can you come out for a while?" What Wu is going to say next must not be heard by others. So after Wu greeted, he directly put forward his needs. The chief's wife knew Wu well, because An was sent away. This child had been strictly required by them. He would definitely not come to her for nothing. The chief's wife explained the matter to others, and followed Wu out. Wu took the chief's wife to sit under a tree, and told her about his experience today seriously. He did not add any comments of his own. He believed that the chief's wife could understand what he meant. The chief's wife frowned after listening to Wu's description. She really didn't expect the elders to treat their own children like this. But they really had no position to blame anything for this matter. After all, they were the ones who sent the person there in the first place. And all they could do now was to compensate. The chief's wife said, "I will talk to the chief when I have time. I will try to let it inherit the position of elders in the future. After all, we can't waste his efforts." "Okay. We can't do anything else. You go and prepare for the evening," the chief's wife said immediately. Wu nodded to show that he understood and went back to his place. After Wu left, the chief's wife thought about it carefully and decided that she could still do something at night, such as arranging An's position closer to them. Other people in the tribe should be able to understand what she meant and take care of it in the future. However, whether An's matter is the same as Wu said, the chief's wife still needs to find the elders to confirm it. This matter will be done later. After all, We can't just listen to one-sided words. The chief's wife stayed under the tree for a while, and after thinking it over, she returned to where she was supposed to be. It was time for the big party soon, and the elders were notified to bring in and Jiang Zhuxiang to the place of the big party, the most central location of the tribe. The fire pit here is always burning all year round. It is the fire of the tribe. Every big party of the tribe will be held in this place. The elder was going to take in and Jiang Zhuxiang to sit together, but as soon as the elder appeared, the chief's wife sent someone to tell him that she had something to ask him. The elder had to hand it over to Jiang Zhuxiang, after all, and didn't get along well with the men in the tribe, mainly because he was too good at pleasing the women in the tribe. If there was any conflict, they would not make it too difficult for him, because he was Jiang Zhuxiang's guest. The elders did not intend to use Jiang Zhuxiang. Instead, they made it clear to Jiang Zhuxiang and asked him to take care of him. The elders' intentions for him were also very obvious. Jiang Zhuxiang could not refuse such a clear entrustment, and there was no one in the tribe that would make him particularly worried. Jiang Zhuxiang accepted him as a burden and took him to find Tao Tai and Qiongqi. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were doing well in the tribe. In one afternoon, perhaps through fighting, the men in the tribe looked at them with admiration. Even when Jiang Zhuxiang brought it over, they did not look at them more. Tao Tai and Qiongqi's positions were not bad either. At the front of the tribe's male positions, and above them were the positions of the elders and chiefs. Jiang Zhuxiang silently patted Tao Tai and Qiongqi's shoulders to let them notice that he was here. Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked back and noticed Jiang Zhuxiang in, and asked curiously, "Where are the elders?" They thought they were taken away by the elders, so they sat here. Jiang Zhuxiang silently glanced at him and replied, "The chief's wife is looking for him, so I brought him here. Can I sit with you tonight? There is no problem sitting together, but it is not easy to have seats around them. They need to find a place where they can sit with two people." Tao Tai and Qiongqi stood up and asked the people next to them about this. The people next to them glanced at Jiang Zhuxiang and suggested that they do not need to change their positions, but can arrange Jiang Zhuxiang and others to sit behind them, so that the two will not be counted in the ranking. Chapter 359, The Chief's Wife's Surprise. This arrangement was quite suitable for Jiang Zhuxiang, but it was considered discrimination for him. After all, this position was never assigned to people in the tribe, unless they were married out of the tribe and returned to the tribe. These people were waiting for Anne's reaction with ill intentions. After all, no man in the tribe could accept such contempt. However, after Jiang Zhuxiang sat down, and actually sat down as well, others widened their eyes. Anne was not normal today. In fact, Anne was very normal. He just didn't want to face the coldness of other men in the tribe. Sitting in this place was considered a contempt for a person in the tribe by ordinary people. And for Anne, it was also to avoid the embarrassment that no man of the same age was willing to say a word to him during the whole party. While Anne was staying behind the Tao Tai, the chief's wife, who had called the elders over, had already prepared everything needed for the gathering. She handed the scene over to her grandson Wu to control, and found a place to sit down with the elders, intending to have a good chat about it. The elders didn't expect that the chief's wife would actually talk to him about it at this time. Didn't they just let things go before? Although the chief's wife was a woman, she was also a straightforward person. She directly said, "How is it doing with you?" The chief's wife still believed that the elders would not deceive themselves, so she asked so directly. The elders were a little confused. "What do you mean?" "It seems that someone said something to the chief's wife, so she came to find me. I just don't know what this person's purpose is, and has been in my house for nearly 20 years, and nothing like this has happened before. Is it because I am old?" The chief's wife frowned a little dissatisfied. "It's just about daily life. For example, why did you ask him to help you collect herbs?" The chief's wife also knew that the elder was not young anymore, and might not be able to deal with the mutant beasts on the medicine cliff. It was understandable to ask young people to help, but the young man was replaced by him, and the chief's wife was a little bit unacceptable. The elder looked at the distressed expression on the chief's wife's face with a bit of amusement. If she was really distressed, why didn't she say it before? However, the elder also had something to say about this matter. "The child is filial. When he was 15 years old and saw me coming back with injuries, he said that he would go to collect herbs on his behalf. I did try to stop him, but the child was very sensitive and thought that I was unwilling to treat him as my grandson. He was awkward with me for several days. I had no choice but to let him try. The first time, I followed him all the time. Otherwise, Do you think and could come back safely from the medicine cliff? The chief's wife didn't expect the truth to be like this. The elder's words made her feel more distressed for him. However, she couldn't vent her anger on the elder. She lowered her head and said, I misunderstood you. Thank you for taking care of it all these years. The elder raised his eyebrows and said, This is what I should do. I still hope that it will inherit my legacy. Although the child only knows some herbs now, and has not taught him the things that are truly related to his duties. Those things require a certain age to comprehend, and is still a little young now. After 2 years, I will slowly teach him what I have mastered. Hearing the elder's words, the chief's wife felt even more ashamed. She had thought of forcing the elder to give up her position to him before. However, seeing the elder's understanding eyes, the chief's wife didn't know what to say. She said directly, You should go and do your work first. It should be almost time for you to perform. Don't delay your work. The chief's wife then realized that the elder was also responsible for the blessing ceremony tonight, and it would take some time to prepare. The elder smiled and said goodbye to the chief's wife. No one had mentioned this matter for so long, but it was brought up today. Apart from the 3 outsiders in his house today, only Wu, who was doing activities with him for the first time today, had this motive. As for the purpose, it was probably to create a gap between himself and so as to eliminate the threat of him to his position. As an elder of the tribe, he was definitely not a fool. He guessed the boy's thoughts at once, especially when he met Wu after coming out, and Wu's eyes were a little evasive. However, this time the elder really thought too much. Wu's eyes were evasive because he heard the conversation between the elder and the chief's wife, and was a little embarrassed to face the elder. But there was no such thing as what the elder imagined. The elder snorted and ignored Wu and walked to the gathering place. It would be better to let Shao contact this boy in the future, so as not to lead his own simple and astray. Wu didn't say much in the face of the elder's neglect. After all, he was wrong this time. He made trouble with the chief's wife based on what he saw. After the elders left, the chief's wife also came out. Seeing Wu waiting outside, she didn't blame him for anything. After all, he had good intentions and cared about his brother. He was just a little reckless. He would have to practice hard in the future. The chief's wife said, Let's go over there too. The party should start soon. When the chief's wife arrived at that place, she found that the time was almost up. The chief was already waiting at his seat. The chief's wife quickly sat down next to the chief and glanced around to see where N was sitting. But she found that N was actually sitting behind Tao Tai and the others. The chief's wife was a little unhappy. Who arranged the seats? It was too inconsiderate. The chief's wife looked at the elder, who was already preparing in the middle fire pit, swallowed the words she wanted to say about changing positions, and planned to figure out this matter after returning. It was really rare that someone dared to go against her so directly. Jiang Zhuxiang and N were completely unaware of the turbulent waves in the chief's wife's eyes at this time. They were all paying attention to the elder's actions, and their purpose was the same, wanting to know how the elder performed the blessing ceremony. The elder took out a box that they were very familiar with. This box was used to store dried herbs before. Now it was opened. The elder threw the dried herbs into the fire pit one by one according to a certain pattern, muttering something in his mouth. The ash and smoke formed by the burning herbs gradually changed into different shapes in the words spoken by the elder and his gestures. In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, it really looked like a street performer. But the people around him were serious-looking people, not the noise of watching the excitement. Chapter 360: The techniques that the elders should master. After all the herbs in the box were thrown into the fire, they waited for a while, and no new smoke appeared in the fire. The pattern above the fire became clear and stable. Then, the elders seemed to be dividing it into small smoke balls. And then those smoke balls began to scatter and fall on everyone's head. After circling for a while, they sank into the top of people's heads. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to avoid it at first, but seeing that no one else did so, he had to calm down and let the smoke ball enter his body, and then carefully guarded his body's reaction. After the small puff of smoke entered the body, it began to flow through the tendons and veins, and then directly entered the dantian. The plant spirits in the dantian were also alarmed. After all, this seemed to be a familiar energy, plant essence, which was something they would only produce through cultivation. They didn't expect that one day they could actually obtain it from the outside world. The old pine tree stretched lazily and said to Jiang Zhuxiang's consciousness extending to the dantian, Don't worry. This is a good thing. Then he began to be curious. Just how did you get it? I didn't expect that there would be such a capable person outside. Jiang Zhuxiang used his consciousness to return. It was an elder of a tribe. His method was a bit magical. I don't know how he did it. And this method should be the secret of their tribe. It should be difficult to get. The old pine tree didn't expect so much. He was just simply surprised. And his tone was calm at this time. Then this tribe is lucky. This kind of thing is still very beneficial to people. Then, he didn't say anything more. Jiang Zhuxiang came out of the dantian and looked at the reactions of the people around him. They were all still closing their eyes. It seemed that his behavior was not strange. Tao Ai and Qiongqi then opened their eyes. This kind of plant essence also had certain benefits for them, although it was very subtle, and also woke up after 2 minutes. He was the first person in the tribe to wake up. It seemed that he had been with the elders for a long time and had developed resistance. Of course, the elders were the only ones who stayed awake throughout the whole process. Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that the elder's large-scale blessing should consume a lot of energy, but he didn't expect that his face was very rosy. It seems that he also got benefits that he didn't know about. Jiang Zhuxiang silently poked him. Do you know what this is about? And thought that Jiang Zhuxiang was asking about blessing. So he didn't hide it, and said directly, this is our tribe's annual blessing activity. The little smoke balls made by the elders with secret techniques can ensure that we will not be invaded by ordinary evil spirits for a year. It is our favorite gathering program. Even the chief is the same. I really hope that one day it will be my turn to do this, so that others will not dare to look down on me. And almost held the last sentence in his mouth. And Jiang Zhuxiang didn't hear it clearly. Jiang Zhuxiang patted and shoulder in understanding. Even if he didn't hear it clearly, Jiang Zhuxiang could still understand An's thoughts. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't make any random comments about the people in his tribe. So he had to enlighten them. As long as you are stronger than others one day, they won't dare to do this to you in the future. And nodded to accept Jiang Zhuxiang's comfort, and continued to look forward to other events of the big party. The elder retreated from the fire, and sat down below the chief, just next to the Tao Ai and others, so he could take care of him. He expressed his gratitude for Jiang Zhuxiang's care during this period, and then asked him to take Jiang Zhuxiang to have fun next time. The next process is eating, drinking and reveling around the fire. This is the world of young people. They just sit on the side and watch. Of course, someone will bring food to them, so the elders will say this. After all, there is no young person who doesn't go out to play, this time, with Jiang Zhuxiang, and should be able to enjoy the fun of the party. And very happily asked Jiang Zhuxiang for his opinion. Let's go eat something first. Jiang Zhuxiang had no opinion, but stood up to express his agreement. When the chief's wife saw An and Jiang Zhuxiang leave the stage, she quickly signaled Wu to go down and follow them to prevent any situation. Wu didn't think it was shameful to do such a tracking thing, so he followed silently, and took Jiang Zhuxiang and walked directly to the place where the food was placed. This place was also a friendly place for An, and had spent the gatherings in previous years here. When the ants saw An bringing Jiang Zhuxiang here, they greeted An one after another. After receiving the elder's blessing, they treated An with more respect. This was also the reason why An was able to stay here until the end of the gathering. If other people came, they would definitely be driven away by them, and found a plate of the same wood on a wooden table on the side, and motioned Jiang Zhuxiang to take one as well. They would eat something to fill their stomachs first, and then they would go out to play. Soon, Jiang Zhuxiang and An's plates were filled by the ants, and they pointed out an empty place for An and Jiang Zhuxiang to sit and eat. Jiang Zhuxiang and An had just sat down when Wu, who was following behind, came over with a plate of food. However, Jiang Zhuxiang could still see that the quality of the food was not as good as Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends. Jiang Zhuxiang ate silently without saying a word. Wu was not in a hurry to eat, but looked at An for a while, which made An almost angry. Wu said, "You should improve your strength in the future. Otherwise you won't be able to help others well even if you help them." Wu already knew why An would rather get hurt than go to Yaoya to collect herbs. It was also because his family had let him down. He should urge him to practice martial arts more often in the future. And was fine at first. But after hearing what was said, he became a little unhappy. His strength was a little low. But he didn't need to say anything about himself. He was younger and stronger than him, which was great. He could just poke someone's lungs like this. However, seeing the food in front of him, and decided not to get angry. It was said that when you are angry, the food you eat will taste bad. After thinking this, and started eating directly, which made Jiang Zhuxiang, who was worried that he would overturn the table. A little bit amused and helpless. It seemed that he had found another foodie. At this time, other people came over to the dining table one after another. When they saw Jiang Zhuxiang and the others sitting there, some of them muttered a few words. However, out of consideration for the presence of the elders and Jiang Zhuxiang, no one went forward to disturb them. It was rare for him to not hear any cold words in a gathering. You know, in the past, what they liked most was to come over and scold him while he was eating. Chapter 361 Jiang Zhuxiang as a shield. When Jiang Zhuxiang seemed to be about 80% full, he stood up from the table and looked at An and Wu. They seemed not to be full yet, so he should stand and wait for them for a while. And Wu saw An's actions, and they didn't want to let a girl wait for them. Their hands and mouths moved faster, because they didn't want to let a girl wait too long. After An and Wu finished their respective food, they stood up, gave up this place, and walked to the place where the food was originally placed. The two looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, wondering why Jiang Zhuxiang finished the food so quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang used his eyes to signal the venue. Some people who were faster than Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends had already started to revel in the venue. It was the first time that Jiang Zhuxiang had seen such a party and celebration. He was a little curious, so he finished his dinner so quickly, and looked at the venue, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he had never participated in such activities in the venue before, and he really didn't know how to do it. He had to look at Wu, who also rarely participated in such activities in the venue. In the usual gatherings, he was responsible for following the chief and doing his bidding. This year, perhaps because of his age, the chief let Wu out and told Wu to participate in the activities in the venue. It would be better if he could find someone he liked, and it would be best if he could lead him to participate in activities with him. That's right. Every big gathering is a time for the men and women of the tribe to get to know each other, which can be regarded as a disguised blind date. I don't know why the men and women of the tribe have not been very interested in their lifelong events recently. So the chief has paid more attention to this function of the big gathering recently, requiring every young person of a certain age to go out. Wu seemed to have felt the chief's eyes on him, so he had to grit his teeth and take Jiang Zhuxiang and An out of the field. Because Jiang Zhuxiang was a guest, no one would be blind enough to provoke her. And because Wu was participating in this kind of activity for the first time, there were still very few people who dared to come and try. However, as soon as he got out of the field, there were women who had been friends with him before, surrounding him, and successfully harvested the hostile eyes of the men present. So, the next step was for Wu and Jiang Zhuxiang to help and resist the revenge of the men present. Jiang Zhuxiang and Wu, who blocked another wave, looked at each other a little tired. It turned out that An had been treated like this before. No wonder he didn't want to play before, and looked at Wu and Jiang Zhuxiang a little cautiously and suggested, "Otherwise, I'll leave the field, so that you can have a good time," and was still very clear about his hatred value. As long as he was still in the field, Wu and Jiang Zhuxiang would not have their own time, and if they helped him block for a long time, the favorability of the men in the tribe would also decrease. Wu Shun looked at him helplessly. The chief was watching from above. Even if he and Jiang Zhuxiang left the field, he would not allow him to leave. After all, An was older than him, and it was time for him to find a woman. Wu shook his head and rejected An's proposal, and was finally fed up with such frequent interruptions. So he decided to go with Wu and Jiang Zhuxiang to the women's side to see if those who wanted to please women would dare to follow. The men in the tribe secretly cursed Sinister. They really didn't dare to follow. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare to do anything. After all, the men in the tribe were still very willing to get married. But the women didn't know what was going on recently. They didn't want to get married too early. The men in the tribe didn't dare to offend the unmarried women in the tribe. Maybe they would offend their future wives. The women were originally active in their designated areas. Seeing him coming, they gathered around and asked him why he came. Jiang Zhuxiang and Wu Zhe were completely forgotten. They found a place to sit together. After all, the previous actions consumed a certain amount of their energy. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that the food he had eaten at night was digested. Jiang Zhuxiang and Wu sat at a small round table, which was a semi-enclosed place surrounded by trees. If the two wanted to say something secret, they could. However, the two came purely to rest, so there was nothing to say. Jiang Zhuxiang also turned on the communicator to see if anyone had contacted him recently. After entering the tribe, Jiang Zhuxiang had already adjusted the communicator to silent mode. without even vibration. So he needed to check it out in his spare time. The first thing that can be seen is Lei Zhen's persistent greetings every day, and the questions about when he will go back in the past 2 days. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think there was anything to answer. He had explained it clearly when he left. Jiang Zhuxiang just replied good night and closed Lei Zhen's page. It was the dean who rarely sent a communication to ask about the time of return. It should be what the dean's wife wanted to ask. Jiang Zhuxiang explained his plan in detail, hoping that the dean and his wife would not be too anxious, and let them have a bottom line. After processing these 2 messages, Jiang Zhuxiang found that Wu's eyes were staring at his wrist. It seemed that the scene just now still surprised Wu a little. However, he didn't bring a communicator this time, so he had to turn off the communicator first, and then simply explain the use of this thing in his hand. It was mainly used to convey information. There should be a set of ways to convey information in the tribe. Jiang Zhuxiang did not intend to popularize this thing in the tribe. Wu lost interest after hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said. As Jiang Zhuxiang thought, this kind of thing could only play a limited role in the tribe. While they were doing these things, and finally got rid of the women's siege, found Wu and Jiang Zhuxiang sat down on the remaining chair, and fanned himself a little breathlessly. These women were really scary. He almost couldn't get out. It's not that those women teased him, but his face and temperament seemed a bit childish to the women, so the women still teased him. However, is it okay for the 3 of them to hide here? After Jiang Zhuxiang raised this question, and said directly, no problem. I have been on the stage for so long today, and I have received so much damage. If anyone dares to say there is a problem, I will go to the elders to complain, and said childishly. Jiang Zhuxiang listened and said no more. So Jiang Zhuxiang and his men hid away for the rest of the time. Even if the chief asked his grandson to come and remind them, it was useless, and he was directly sent back by Wu. When the big party was coming to an end, Jiang Zhuxiang and went to find the elders. Chapter 362, The Unpredictable Bottom of the Cliff. The elder was still surrounded by other people in the tribe. It was rare to see the elders at a gathering, and people didn't want to miss the opportunity. Almost everyone wanted to let the elders see them. When the elders dealt with the last person, everyone else had already dispersed, and only the people who were cleaning the central fire were still there. The elder saw An and Jiang Zhuxiang waiting for him, and hurriedly packed up his things, motioning Tao Ai and Qiongqi to come and help him. Tao Ai and Qiongqi had not left because of Jiang Zhuxiang. Tao Ai and Qiongqi raised their eyebrows. It was rare for someone to dare to order them around. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at him, and Jiang Zhuxiang said with his eyes, "You are welcome." Tao Ai and Qiongqi still considered that Jiang Zhuxiang would stay here for a while, so they went over to help the elder up. If the elder didn't want to use An and Jiang Zhuxiang, he wouldn't have asked them to help. The elder knew that these 2 people were not easy to mess with. After standing firmly, the elder held Tao Tai and Qiongqi's shoulders and moved his hands and feet. He had been surrounded by people just now, and it was difficult for him to move. So his legs and feet were numb as expected, which was why the elder asked someone to help him. When he was able to walk, the elder immediately left Tao Tai and Qiongqi and called An and Jiang Zhuxiang. "We have to go back too." And Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and followed their elders. After returning to the house where the elder lived, perhaps because of the aftermath of the big party just now, the elder couldn't sleep for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang and An just had something to mention to the elder, so the 3 of them went to the living room to sit for a while with Tao Tai and Qiongqi. The elder's living room was still simple as always, with the most medicinal materials, sitting on the straw mat, smelling the fragrance of the medicine, and spoke about their plans for tomorrow. Jiang Zhuxiang also invited Tao Tai and Qiongqi to go with him. The elders who had intended to stop them could not speak. After all, the force value this time was definitely enough, and their worries were unnecessary. The elders had no choice but to nod. Even if they were called by the chief's people to talk later, the wishes of their own children were more important. However, since the chief's family paid more attention to him, the elders still had to inform the chief of some things, such as An and Jiang Zhuxiang's itinerary for tomorrow. So on the next morning, when An and Jiang Zhuxiang took Tao Ai and Qiongqi out, they saw Wu standing outside, as if he was going to follow them. And Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't refuse, so they had to follow him, and walk firmly along the route they had set before. That road was a road that An had walked countless times, so the dangers on the road had long been dealt with by An. The 2 walked very fast, and even Wu was a little surprised, climbing up the cliff along the path. and first went to get the rope. Untie the short rope that was originally tied to the stone pillar. Tie the longer broken rope brought in the hole of the stone pillar. And then carefully put the remaining part down the cliff. A little worried about whether it would be attacked by the mutant animals under the cliff. Fortunately, and had good luck this time, and did not encounter any twists and turns. He successfully got the rope, and then asked Jiang Zhuxiang what his plan was. Jiang Zhuxiang was about to block him from leaving. After all, the next thing was still a bit difficult for him. Now that An asked, he could explain it clearly, and did not intend to accept Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion to let him go back first, saying, "I will wait for you at the top of the cliff. If you have any problems, I can go back to ask for help. Besides, Wu is with me, in order to stay," and also tried his best, even ignoring the original discord between him and Wu. Of course, this was all N's unilateral idea. As for Wu, he came here mainly to accompany him this time. He did not explore Jiang Zhuxiang's secrets. After all, there were some situations in the tribe that even they did not know. They would not shake the foundation of the tribe. He nodded in agreement with N's words. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing else to say, and he took Tao Tai and Qiongqi down directly. Of course, they still relied on the ropes, but the three of them used their own methods to try to prevent the ropes from being discovered by the mutant centipede again. Otherwise, N's hard work today would be in vain. Wu watched Jiang Zhuxiang and the others go down for a while before he began to ask him, "What are they doing? Are they helping you collect herbs? It doesn't seem right to let guests collect herbs." Wu has always been inclined to protect his family, and there is naturally no accusation in his tone, but more curiosity. Although he had not explored it before, it did not prevent him from being curious about his brother's affairs, and thought about it. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted the venom of the mutant centipede. The other parts of the mutant centipede had been reserved by him. It was also a kind of medicinal material. It could be said that they were helping him collect medicinal materials, and unconsciously protected the secret of Jiang Zhuxiang and his family. After all, and did not mean to favor the chief's family, they are helping me get a medicine. We probably need to wait. Wu found a stone pillar to lean against, and waited for the people below to come up. About 10 minutes later, there were sounds of stones rolling and fighting below. And Wu knew that Jiang Zhuxiang and his family had encountered something. Wu asked cautiously, "Do I need to go back and find someone now?" And still has some confidence in Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. "Not for now. They should have encountered mutant centipedes. We just need to wait. Anyway, I have given them the distress signal. If it is really dangerous, they will definitely launch it." Wu is still a little worried about An's full confidence. After all, the mutant centipede's attack power is first class. Wu has not seen the ability of Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, and it is not certain whether they can withstand it. If something goes wrong, he and it will be involved. However, because of this, Wu can't report the news secretly. After all, doing so will definitely offend him, and An's personality doesn't seem to be able to accept such things. In the following time, they heard the sound of rolling stones, and the sound of something hitting the mountain from time to time. But they didn't hear any human voices, nor did they see any signals being lit. Even An began to feel a little uneasy. They wouldn't really be unable to defeat the mutant centipede, right? Thinking of this, and planned to go down and take a look. After all, the source of the mutant centipede incident was still on him. If they really got into trouble, he would definitely die of guilt. Although his martial arts value was not strong, sometimes he might need this little bit of support, and expressed his thoughts. And Wu directly expressed his opposition. "Don't go. I'll go. If I haven't come up in half an hour, you go back to the tribe to find someone to save us. I just don't know if they can be rescued by then." Chapter 363, The Nest of Mutant Centipedes. And wanted to refute, but Wu directly mentioned the elders. "Do you want the elders to be left without anyone to take care of him in the future?" Knowing that An cared most about the elders who raised him, Wu directly gave up the idea of using his family members to persuade him. Although it was a bit sad, the effect was still obvious. And thought about it and agreed, but only asked, "Then you must rescue them," and knew that Wu's martial arts value was stronger than his, and he had reasons for not agreeing to it. But he was just worried that he would not give his all. Wu was a little sad. He didn't expect him to have such low trust in him. But thinking about the time they spent together, it was normal for him to do so. Wu had to express his determination a little helplessly. "I will definitely do my best." After saying that, Wu tied the rope and started to climb down. This piece of medicine cliff may be because there are many people who come here. The stones on the cliff are relatively smooth and suitable for people to step on. Wu was relatively smooth when he started to climb down. But when he got close to the mutant centipede's territory, the protrusions that were suitable for stepping on were destroyed. It seems that a fierce battle did take place here. But I don't know where the people are now. Wu carefully held a rope and slid down directly. When he stepped on the ground, he still accidentally fell. The ground here has become uneven, with traces of burnt black everywhere. And the smell is also very terrible. It should be caused by the venom of the mutant centipede that instead. Originally, the vegetation in the area where the mutant centipede was located was quite good. But now, the grass on the ground has been leaning here and there, and several trees have fallen down. However, perhaps because few people have set foot here, and even if there are, they only stay for a short time. So there are few traces of people here. Now the traces of Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai can be regarded as traces of human activities here. Wu plans to find them according to their traces. The traces of their human activities are actually traces of fighting with the mutant centipede. Wu carefully follows the traces of the battle to find it. Along the way, he must be careful of the mutant centipede's attack. This area is not just one mutant centipede. Wu followed the traces and arrived at a small cave entrance. There were almost no plants growing around it. Wu couldn't even see any signs of activity. In the end, he could only preliminarily determine that they followed the mutant centipede and based on the shallow footprints on the ground. However, if he wanted to go in and look for it, it would definitely exceed the time agreed with, and Wu found a stone tablet and engraved the information he found on it, asking him to wait for a while and not to rush back to look for people. After all, they were able to chase into the mutant centipede's cave, which meant that Jiang Zhuxiang and his team had the upper hand in this contest. Wu was not worried that it would not listen. After all, and was still a person who didn't like to trouble others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bad among the men in the tribe. After Wu finished writing, he tied the stone to the rope he had come down from, and then gently pulled it. Wu had reason to believe that it would always pay attention to the movements of these ropes. Sure enough, the rope was quickly pulled up. Seeing the stone, and also understood Wu's implication. Although he was still a little worried, it was no longer necessary to ask the elders for help, and sat directly on the edge of the cliff, and waited so that he could see the situation below at any time. He let the rope down again, to show that he had received the message, and that he would stay where he was. Wu saw the rope again, and then he walked into the small cave with confidence. It was called a small cave, but in fact, a man could still walk inside with his back bent. The walls of the cave were all hard rocks, so we needed to be careful not to bump into them. Otherwise it would definitely hurt. There were no signs of fighting in the cave, just some footprints and some charred marks. Even such hard stones could not resist the poison of the mutant centipede's venom. Wu quickened his pace and trotted, hoping to see a human figure as soon as possible. When Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai came down, the mutant centipedes here were suppressed by the blood pressure of Tao Tai and Qiongqi. But Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to try to fight the mutant centipedes himself. So he let Tao Tai and Qiongqi watch on the side, and went forward to fight. The ferocity of the mutant centipede is still difficult to suppress. If Tao Tai and Qiongqi want to fight them, they may not resist. But if it is a human, especially a very weak human like Jiang Zhuxiang in the eyes of the mutant centipede, the mutant centipede is not willing to surrender. So Jiang Zhuxiang used a wood ability, and the mutant centipede used venom to mess up the place where they originally landed. Jiang Zhuxiang used the wood power only to test the strength of the mutant centipede. After roughly figuring it out, he began to attack with the energy he had truly cultivated. Even if it was simply wrapped around his fist, it could still cause considerable damage. The reason for using such a simple and crude method was that Jiang Zhuxiang had never had the opportunity to learn to use the real energy in his body. However, even with such a simple method, the mutant centipede could not bear it in the end. Seeing that the other two did not make a move, he fled while he could. The mutant centipede gave Jiang Zhuxiang a tail, and began to flee while Jiang Zhuxiang dodged. Tao Tai and Qiongqi did not step forward to stop it. After all, its opponent was Jiang Zhuxiang now, and they would still respect the dignity of both parties. All changes were left to their own young people to deal with. That's why Jiang Zhuxiang took Tao Tai and Qiongqi to follow the mutant centipede back to the cave, which delayed their return to the upper cave. When Wu came in, Jiang Zhuxiang remembered this incident and asked worriedly, "Isn't okay?" Wu said directly, "Nothing happened. I'm still waiting for you to go up there. How are you doing now? Where is the mutant centipede now?" Wu looked around and didn't find any trace of the mutant centipede. So he asked this question, worried that they were doing a useless job. Jiang Zhuxiang was also a little annoyed. I clearly saw it get into this small hole. I don't know why I can't find the specific location. Wu had no other solution to this problem. He could only follow Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, planning to find the mutant centipedes as soon as possible, kill them, and bring them up. In the end, Jiang Zhuxiang found a very discordant area, a pile of stones of the same color as the mutant centipedes. The mutant centipede's hole didn't need stones. It was very likely that the mutant centipede made this hole, or the mutant centipede hid with this thing. After all, the colors were similar, so it was normal that people couldn't see it. Chapter 364 The Suffering Day of the Mutant Centipede. Jiang Zhuxiang whispered to others to be careful, and then threw a fireball talisman directly, trying to blow the mutant centipede out. The mutant centipede could no longer hide, and appeared rolling with flames on its body. It turned out that this pile of strange stones was its disguise. It was originally used to lure prey to approach itself. This was the first time it was used to save its life. Unexpectedly, it was discovered the first time it was used. It seems that I am destined to not escape today. The mutant centipede rolled around and screamed, hissing. Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to study its venom, and he didn't plan to let it die for the time being. So he drew out another water-gathering talisman and threw it on top of it. The fire he had lit could only be extinguished by himself. The water-gathering talisman gathered all the water in this area, forming a large water ball, which instantly extinguished the fire on the mutant centipede. Jiang Zhuxiang held a small wooden stick and poked the mutant centipede's body to confirm whether it was still alive. The mutant centipede no longer wanted to pay attention to this human at this time, and let her small stick move around on its body without making any reaction. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't believe that the mutant centipede died so easily. But if it wanted to play dead, it would let it. Find a box and cover it. This box is made of straw. Even if it is covered tightly, it can still provide air to the things living inside. So it doesn't matter whether the mutant centipede is dead or alive. Throw the box into the backpack he brought. This time, Jiang Zhuxiang and the elders borrowed the backpack for use. In exchange, they had to bring him a portion of any good medicinal herbs. After all, they were almost used up again after the blessing ceremony. If An hadn't followed them out today, he would have to go out to collect herbs again. Just one mutant centipede was not enough for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang greeted Wu, who was still in a daze for some reason, and said, "You can go out. Do you still want to stay here?" Wu didn't want to stay in this mutant centipede's nest at all. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and the others going out, he hurriedly followed. Just now, he was just shocked by Jiang Zhuxiang's strength. According to her strength, she didn't need him to come down to help. It seemed that An and himself were completely worried for nothing this time. But even so, Wu still felt that it was worth it to come down this time. After knowing Jiang Zhuxiang's powerful strength, Wu felt that he could ask his grandfather to invite them to become honorary elders of the tribe. When the time comes, he can ask them for help. Usually, he will try his best to provide their needs. Although Wu doesn't think there is anything in his tribe that is worthy of their attention. It is always their sincerity to bring out the best things. Following Jiang Zhuxiang again, they saw Jiang Zhuxiang's unhesitating actions, and Wu's idea became stronger and stronger. When they climbed to the top of the cliff through the rope and saw An who was waiting for them, and was about to fall asleep, Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and pushed him to wake him up, and opened his eyes and saw Jiang Zhuxiang. He asked a little confusedly, "Are you guys coming up?" Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and asked, "Are you hungry? If not, let's go back first. If you are hungry, let's prepare lunch here now." And touched his stomach and felt nothing. Maybe he ate too much breakfast. Every time he went out, and would eat a lot in the morning so that he could just eat a little outside. And said, "Let's go back." Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection and said directly, "Then let's go." Tao Thai and Qiongqi followed consciously, while Wu pulled in, who was still a little confused, to follow. After returning to the tribe, and took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others back to the elder's residence, and asked, "Wu, do you want to go with us?" Wu had more important things to do to the chief, and rarely refused An's invitation. "I won't go. I'll go next time if I have a chance. You go back first." And nodded and left with his people. When Jiang Zhuxiang returned the backpack, he took the herbs he had collected and left them to the elders. He didn't leave anything behind. He only took the box he made of straw. because it contained the mutant centipede he had been thinking about, which Jiang Zhuxiang would not let out. The elder looked at the half basket of herbs, and was a little surprised at Jiang Zhuxiang's actions in the past, and would go out to ask for them. And the results of half a day were similar to hers. And she was still a novice. If she was not an outsider, the elder almost wanted to accept her as a disciple. Of course. And was definitely the eldest disciple. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about the elder's thoughts. He took his treasure box back to his room and started to think of ways to make these mutant centipedes spit out venom. Yes, Jiang Zhuxiang caught these mutant centipedes alive. So it took some trouble. Only in this way could he get their venom for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the box of the mutant centipede he caught at the beginning. The crawling sound that could be heard disappeared immediately. Jiang Zhuxiang saw another mutant centipede pretending to be dead. The wounds on its body had almost recovered when Jiang Zhuxiang used the water-gathering talisman before. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to watch its performance of pretending to be dead. So he asked the Taotai to help him suppress it. Of course, it was only mentally. The pressure from Taotai and Qiongqi appeared, and the mutant centipede trembled a little, hissing as if begging for mercy. Jiang Zhuxiang directly put forward his request. And this time it cooperated very well, spitting the venom it needed into a shallow basin. The material of this shallow basin was not afraid of this kind of venom. Jiang Zhuxiang released each mutant centipede for a while, and after getting enough venom, he fed them something and continued to close the box. Taotai and Qiongqi felt that they had stayed here for almost the time. So they suggested, we can find a time to leave. There are other places to see. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and felt that it was the same. So he decided to mention this matter to the elder tomorrow. But it seemed that lunch would be missed because he had stayed in the room for too long. Jiang Zhuxiang took Taotai and the others out, hoping that the elders would keep them. The elders had asked him to go find them before, but and saw that they were busy. So he didn't disturb them. He came back and talked to the elders. And the elders postponed the lunchtime until they were done. Now seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and the others come out, the elders said, you can start preparing lunch now. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were a little surprised and moved, and hurried forward to help. Speaking of it, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little reluctant to leave such a group of simple people. Chapter 365. The Gate of Herbal Medicine Exchange. After the meal, Jiang Zhuxiang first told the elder about the matter he had planned to mention to him tomorrow, in order to prevent the elder from being caught off guard. The elder was not surprised to hear that Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were planning to leave. According to his understanding of Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends in the past few days, they must have their own families and friends. Being able to stay with them for a few days is already a great favor to their tribe. The elder did not stop them, although he wanted to ask them about their medicine-making methods. This kind of thing was obviously not something that could be completed in the short term. However, the elder still directly mentioned his ideas to Jiang Zhuxiang, hoping to get some advice. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little embarrassed. His knowledge level was not enough to be a teacher. However, since others asked, Jiang Zhuxiang would not refuse. He said, I will sort out and see if there are any books suitable for you. I will leave them for you. You can find someone who learns things quickly. I will teach him the characters there. After I leave, you can read books and learn by yourself. However, the medicine I make still needs to be used according to the different conditions of specific patients. I will leave instructions at that time. And you should also pay attention when making medicine yourself. Although it was still a long way from them being able to make their own medicine, and they might not even be able to gather all the herbs needed for a prescription in their lifetime. Jiang Zhuxiang still explained the things to pay attention to, so that they would not go astray. However, if they wanted to teach this kind of thing, Jiang Zhuxiang and his team would have to stay for a few more days. Jiang Zhuxiang talked to Taotai about the matter and asked for their opinions. After all, they were the ones who were most eager to leave. Although Taotai and Qiongqi were a little anxious to leave, they would not disturb Jiang Zhuxiang when he was doing something. They nodded to show that they knew. At most, they would learn about the information of the place they were going to next in the next few days, which would save the necessary distance and time. Seeing that Taotai and the others had no objection, Jiang Zhuxiang said to the elder, I hope it can be done faster. After all, we have other things to do next. The elder was also a sensible person, and immediately said, I will go and tell the chief now. You can teach this brat of mine to play first. The elder would not give up this opportunity. As for whether his brat had talent, the elder had not considered so much for the time being. The elder's ultimate goal was just to give his brat more experience. The main force of learning still had to be chosen by the chief. The chief had just finished lunch and was listening to Wu mentioning Jiang Zhuxiang and the other's performance. He was considering Wu's suggestion when the elder came. Wu stood up to greet the elder. The chief put aside what happened just now and planned to listen to what the elders wanted to see him about. After all, under An's influence, the elders would not come to the chief's house unless necessary. The elder directly told his own story, and then looked at the chief with expectant eyes. It was rare for the chief to hear different people mention the same person in one day. Since his grandson and his wise men were so optimistic about Jiang Zhuxiang and others, the chief didn't mind supporting them and immediately ordered Wu, "You go find people according to their requirements." Recently, Wu has been arranged by the chief to be familiar with the abilities of everyone in the tribe. This is also one of the courses for future leaders of a tribe. Today is a good time to test his learning results. When Wu heard the elders mention Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were willing to teach them their own writing and lead books, he said directly, "I'll do it right away." The hard work during this period was not in vain. It was quite easy to find someone who met Jiang Zhuxiang's requirements. Wu integrated the information he had learned during this period and directly selected a list of 3 people. He found his friends and asked them to help him find them. He waited for them at the door of the chief's house. In terms of commanding others to do things, Wu already had the basic qualities of a chief's successor. He didn't have to wait too long. The 3 people on the list appeared in front of Wu. Wu didn't say much and took them to see the chief. I believe that the person who brought them here must have explained the purpose of asking them to come. The 3 people knew why they came to see the chief, and they were very happy. They had the opportunity to learn other things, which was a good opportunity for the people of this tribe. However, the people of this tribe were relatively simple. Otherwise, the atmosphere between the 3 people would never be so harmonious. When the chief saw the person standing in front of him, he knew that his grandson was still somewhat talented. But according to his understanding of his grandson, he did not include himself. I don't know what his plan was. However, the chief did not have time to think about this matter for the time being, but asked Wu first, "You brought 3 people here. Do you plan to let them all go?" After all, the elder's request was for only one person. If Wu ignored his condition, the chief would doubt the hearing of his grandson. Wu naturally heard the elder's request when he found 3 people, 4 now. Let them all go back with the elder. After all, they have not been exposed to other languages. No one knows which of the 3 of them has a higher talent. I believe Jiang Zhuxiang and the others can understand. Of course, Wu also planned to include himself. At that time, he would be able to enter and leave An's house openly. At that time, the relationship between the 2 of them would definitely be more relaxed. Of course, Wu did not consider the possibility of being rejected. After listening to Wu's explanation, the chief didn't say much and looked directly at the elder. The elder looked at the 3 people below, all of whom were young people, and he had never seen them before. He really couldn't pick out which one had a stronger learning ability. The elder had to agree to bring all 3 of them over to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to have a look. Of course, he also brought Wu along. The chief saw Wu's approach and didn't stop him. Being willing to work hard for the harmony of family relationships is also one of the indicators of a qualified successor to the chief. Jiang Zhuxiang saw the elders coming with 4 people, and looked at him a little speechlessly. "Is your elder not good at counting? He obviously only wants 1 person. And this number is already seriously exceeded." And received Jiang Zhuxiang's gaze, and saw Wu following behind the 3 people. He felt the same as Jiang Zhuxiang at this moment. Why did the elder bring Wu back? Although their relationship had eased a little at Yaya before, it was still not so harmonious, especially when it came to competing for other people's attention. Chapter 366, Language Talent Testing. The elder received the 2 people's unhappy eyes, smiled a little funny, and explained, "You can test them first. If they don't meet your wishes, you can return them directly." The elder naturally had to explain clearly. Otherwise, what if she didn't want to teach? Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved. But it was not enough today, and he had to wait for himself to get a copy of the test materials. Jiang Zhuxiang asked them to go back first and come back tomorrow to participate in the test. The 3 people didn't want to look at it, and found that Wu didn't say anything to help them, so they went back obediently. At most, they could come early tomorrow. They must work hard for the test at that time. It would be great if all 3 of them could stay. Wu was left standing there. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at him strangely. "Why didn't you leave?" Wu said directly, "When you teach, can you let me listen beside you? I promise I won't disturb you. Wu still felt that he had the ability to learn. And as the heir of the future chieftain, the more skills he mastered, the better. If he could learn this language in writing, he would be able to communicate with intruders like Jiang Zhuxiang again. Of course, the most important thing was that this kind of thing could give him an excuse to visit openly, and even had no reason to drive him away. After such a period of time, Wu still knew what kind of person Jiang Zhuxiang was. She should not expose him, even if she knew that he used her. However, if he really stayed, his life would definitely not be easy. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say much about Wu's scheme. He didn't expect that there was a black sesame bun among such a group of simple people. However, this matter was not very serious. After Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed with Wu's statement, he directly asked him, "Do you want to learn when the time comes?" And is definitely a weapon to deal with Wu. Let Wu suffer when the time comes. And didn't react for a while when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words. It wasn't until Jiang Zhuxiang asked the second time that he reacted and agreed happily. Originally, and thought that this matter had nothing to do with him. Seeing Wu put it forward so directly, and almost said it himself just now. However, fortunately, and was a step late. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang might not agree. After deciding what to do tomorrow, Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, "I will go to write the test materials first. You guys take a good rest first." Jiang Zhuxiang said this to Tao Ai and Xiongqi. As for the others, they had to go back and do their own things. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little distressed about the test materials. After all, she had never done such a thing before, and she had always been the one to be tested. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely used the information on the communicator again. Sometimes the information was insufficient, and Jiang Zhuxiang went directly to the dean. As the head of a hospital, he was very familiar with this kind of test papers and directly said that he would send a template for Jiang Zhuxiang to refer to. After spending a lot of time, Jiang Zhuxiang finally got it done. "I just don't know if anyone will pass tomorrow. After all, if you haven't learned your language at all, it won't be very effective to use the test right away. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still has to go through this process. Otherwise he won't have any reason to refuse directly." In the evening, and secretly asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "If I don't pass the test, can I still come to your class?" And didn't understand why Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to take the test before. The elders gave him some advice during dinner, so he was a little worried about his own situation. So he came to test Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude in the evening. This is not considered cheating. Jiang Zhuxiang asked back with a bit of amusement, "I will teach them here. Will you not come in when the time comes?" As the child of the host family, even if he doesn't want to see the monk's face, he still has to see the Buddha's face. Jiang Zhuxiang is not so stupid, and seemed to relax and asked again, "What about Wu? That expression is too gloating." Jiang Zhuxiang silently mourned for Wu for having such a brother who didn't wish him well. However, now they all lived in the elder's house. Jiang was still willing to take care of An's emotions and said directly, "If Wu doesn't pass the test, he can't come to class like everyone else." However, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think Wu would fail even such a small language test. After An got a satisfactory answer, he went back to sleep to prepare for tomorrow's work. Even though he got Jiang Zhuxiang's guarantee, and still wanted to perform well in tomorrow's test, at least not lose to the other 3 men in the tribe. The night passed quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang got up and did what he should have done last night. Then he started waiting for others to come. He thought he would have to wait for a long time. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Lao's door opened, Jiang Zhuxiang saw the 3 men from yesterday waiting outside the door. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised. He didn't expect them to come so early. He didn't know what their abilities were, but they still had to be praised for their attitude. Jiang Zhuxiang's way of praising them was to ask them, "Have you had breakfast?" Chatting with them first can help them relax. Maybe they can perform exceptionally well and stay. After all, and we are still a little immature, and there are too many uncertainties. If they really want to teach language, it will be a long course. Jiang Zhuxiang is not optimistic about An and Wu. The 3 people were a little flattered and said they had eaten. Their families knew that they were going to take the test today, and even the chief's wife gave them an extra portion of food. They are now very full. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little dissatisfied with their polite attitude, but after talking slowly, they finally relaxed a little. At this time, and Wu slowly came over. Jiang Zhuxiang conducted the test in the living room of the elders. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at An, who had just come here, with a little surprise. He didn't know why this person, who was so close, came so late, and touched his head a little embarrassedly. He was too excited last night and overslept this morning, so he came in with Wu. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at An's embarrassed face and didn't plan to care about anything. Anyway, he had already come. Jiang Zhuxiang handed over the test materials in his hand and used the simplest method to test. That is, he read a paragraph written in the language of his own fragment. And then the people who got the test paper had to mark the pronunciation they heard in their language on the paper, and write a few words for them to imitate, and simply read some words to see how many they could repeat. Chapter 367 Textbooks and Teaching Aids. Because the description of the test materials themselves was still in the language of their tribe, there was no problem in understanding them. But even if they understood, they still couldn't figure out what the questions were about. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to continue explaining, so he asked them to sit down, and then provided each of them with a carbon bar, asked them to sit down at the temporary rattan table, and then started the test directly. As the projects went on, Jiang Zhuxiang heard the admiration of these people for their fragmented language and the hardships of their future learning. Almost no one knew Jiang Zhuxiang's fragmented language, and even with repeated practice, few people were gifted enough to call it right at once. Because of these reasons, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any thoughts when she collected the test paper. She just felt that she might be very busy in the next few days. Jiang Zhuxiang sent away the examinee, who also looked like she had no hope in life, and then pulled the others to review the text on the fragments with her. Of course, the only ones who came to help were Tao Tai and Xiongqi. To be precise, only Tao Tai. Xiongqi didn't understand the text on Jiang Zhuxiang's fragments. Now it was good enough that he could understand what Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai said. Of course, Tao Tai didn't know the text on their fragments very well, but just had a simple understanding. So most of the work was done by Jiang Zhuxiang himself. After marking the papers, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the three identical scores, and An and Wu's scores were obviously higher, and was a little speechless. Was this considered to be stealing the show? Jiang Zhuxiang would still abide by what he said. Since the three people had the same scores, he would let all three stay. As for An and Wu, according to their scores, they naturally obtained the qualification to audit the class without any objection. After marking, Jiang Zhuxiang immediately told the elder the result and asked him to find someone to notify them. It would be best if they could study today, so that he could leave early. The elder naturally knew what Jiang Zhuxiang was thinking. He did not refuse anything and directly asked him to notify the others and bring them over. While waiting, Jiang Zhuxiang was thinking about the textbooks. The only thing he could think of was the Tang Tu song, which was his enlightenment textbook when he was a child. Jiang Zhuxiang silently wrote it on the whiteboard he had just made with a carbon stick, so that it would be convenient for them to read it later, because there was no such thing as paper in the tribe, and Jiang Zhuxiang had no time to popularize paper for them. And his friends' learning tools were all some painted whiteboards and carbon sticks instead of paper and pens, which were easy to wipe and could be reused. The place for learning was placed in the living room of the elders, and it took people directly to the living room. Jiang Zhuxiang had never been a teacher before. Now that he wanted to teach people to read, he could only copy the method his master taught him, teaching them word by word, and letting them memorize it by rote. After a long time, they might understand the true meaning. The three people were very serious in the process of learning, even if they were not as quick as An and Wu. They all followed Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions. After this period of study, they also mastered the common words of Jiang Zhuxiang's fragments, not to mention An and Wu. They have tried to communicate with their teacher in the language they just learned, hoping that she would go back a few days later. Jiang Zhuxiang really couldn't stay any longer, so he took out the basic books on ancient medical skills that his master had given him from his personal space and told the elders to keep them well. After all, the paper was still very fragile. Even if the three people and An and Wu wanted to read it, they had to apply to the elders. After explaining everything that needed to be explained, Jiang Zhuxiang proposed to the elders about leaving. After the elders tried to persuade him to stay, they could only let An and Wu prepare farewell gifts. Recently, because An and Wu have been working together, the elders have become accustomed to ordering them around. And Wu knew that Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were about to leave, and their reactions were different, and was still a little reluctant to part with his rare good friend. And now that he was leaving, he was still sad and had more thoughts. While preparing things, he almost wiped away tears, which made Jiang Zhuxiang a little bit amused. Wu directly mentioned the honorary elder to Jiang Zhuxiang, which was a while ago, and hoped that Jiang Zhuxiang would agree. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think he needed to tie himself to this tribe, and the words and knowledge he taught were enough to express his meaning. So Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, "No need. Even if I'm not your honorary elder, I will still recognize you if you come to me for anything." Wu listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's words and didn't force it. He felt a little regretful, but he still prepared his gifts seriously. At night, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai received the farewell gifts prepared by the people in the tribe. Even if it was just some simple food, it was a rare thing in this tribe, and it saved Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends from preparing food on the way back, because they didn't want too many people to see them off. Jiang Zhuxiang and his group decided to leave very early, but this didn't stop Wu and the three people who studied together from wanting to say goodbye. They were waiting in front of the elder's door early. Jiang Zhuxiang dragged his luggage and looked at them helplessly. It was hard to dissuade them, so he had to let them see them off together. These people still sent Jiang Zhuxiang and his group out of the tribe with determination, and explained to them that as long as they stepped into the edge, they would notify the people in the tribe, and someone would definitely come to pick them up. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai didn't think they would come back again, and this time, they had been together enough. So Jiang Zhuxiang urged them to go back first. These people insisted on watching Jiang Zhuxiang and his team leave. So Jiang Zhuxiang and his team had no choice but to walk out of their sight. After Jiang Zhuxiang did not feel the hot wooden pipe behind him, he immediately switched to the light body mode to facilitate his walking. It has been a while since he left the shelter of Einold, and the situation of this fragment has been almost figured out. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai discussed whether to go back first before going out. After all, he still had to report to the dean about going to other fragments to find people. Tao Tai and others still understood that Jiang Zhuxiang had to take care of his relatives in this life. So they took Jiang Zhuxiang to the shelter of Einold and his team. Before dark, they finally appeared in front of Einold. During the time when Jiang Zhuxiang and others were away, the shelter was safely rebuilt halfway. Some people had already moved into the house again. This time, Einold was in the house to welcome the return of Jiang Zhuxiang and others, and at the same time notified others to come and see them. Chapter 368, Reunion after a long separation. Lei Jin and others who received the news were a little bit unconvinced at first, but they still went. When they really saw Jiang Zhuxiang, Lei Jin almost rushed up, but Lei Kong grabbed the corner of Lei Jin's clothes tightly. There were other people here at this time, and his captain had better not do anything weird. Otherwise he would never help him deal with things that he should have dealt with in the future. Lei Jin was reminded by the ferocious expression on Lei Kong's face, and he was not so impulsive. Instead, he calmed down. He rarely got a response from her when he sent messages, so he should not go up and make trouble for himself at this time. However, after all, he hadn't seen anyone for a long time. Lei Jin still stared at Jiang Zhuxiang intently, and the person who was originally talking to Ionerda frowned. Jiang Zhuxiang and Ionerda naturally mentioned the tribe where he had stayed for a while. I don't know if he has heard of it. If possible, they can contact each other. After all, they are on the same fragment. Ionerda heard Jiang Zhuxiang's description and realized who Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were talking about. It's just that the tribe has always resisted outsiders from contacting them. They have tried before, and the people who went there were directly thrown out of the periphery of the tribe. Although there was no injury, those people would still change color when mentioning that tribe. I don't know if Jiang Zhuxiang and the others are lucky enough to encounter such a tribe. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't understand Ionold's horrified expression. He wasn't talking about anything horrifying. Jiang Zhuxiang asked directly, "Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Ionold hadn't answered yet, and the person who came in directly explained, "That tribe has a tradition of cannibalism. You are lucky to be able to come back safely. It's better not to have too much contact in the future. Otherwise, if something happens, we don't know where to find you." The people who came were Ron and Alice. They were more concerned about Jiang Zhuxiang's safety, so they spoke to Jiang Zhuxiang in a warning tone, hoping that she would remember it firmly in her heart. Jiang Zhuxiang turned around and saw Alice. He was not happy with the person who said this, but now that he found out that it was someone he knew, he couldn't help but ask for clarification. Alice's brother was one of the people who had contact with the tribe before, so Alice knew that the people of the tribe had the tradition of cannibalism. After all, her brother was frightened by that scene and had a nightmare for a year. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Alice's words carefully, but according to his understanding of the tribe, He still didn't think that the tribe would really eat people. At that time, it was probably just to scare them. After all, the elders would have a blessing ceremony, and it was not difficult to create some illusions to scare outsiders. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still wouldn't say this to Alice and the others. After all, he didn't want others to disturb the tranquility of the tribe. After listening to Alice's experience from her brother, Jiang Zhuxiang began to take out things from his suitcase. They were all things he had collected along the way, which could be used as gifts. Most of them were food, and a small part were medicines. They were spread on the table and let them choose. If they didn't know them, Jiang Zhuxiang would explain them to them. When they were happily distributing the gifts, Lei Kong loosened Lei Zhen's clothes and took him to greet Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang responded, and when he saw Lei Zhen beside him, Jiang Zhuxiang greeted him without changing his expression, and then said that he had prepared their gifts, and they could go up and choose them themselves. Lei Zhen was in a trance again when Jiang Zhuxiang greeted him, until he was pulled to the front of the table by Lei Kong. After choosing their favorite things, Einard said directly, "Let's all come here for a meal. And you can notify each other." Lei Zhen had mentioned to Einard before that when Jiang Zhuxiang and the others came back, they would return to the original fragments. So Einard wanted to treat them to a farewell dinner. Lei Kong and Luoan went to do this separately, and even Jiang Zhuxiang was no exception. Lei Kong directly let her notify some people related to her, in order to save his energy. Jiang Zhuxiang was still satisfied with this task. After all, he hadn't seen them for a while, and it was not bad to see them on the screen first. Everyone who received Jiang Zhuxiang's communication was very happy. So although Jiang Zhuxiang had the least number of people to notify, the time he spent was almost the same as Lei Kong and Ron. The next step was waiting time, and Idol could let Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends visit his new home again. This time, Idol's new home was not as ventilated as before, and the materials used were very heat-resistant materials, just to prevent the next volcanic eruption from having no blocking ability at all. After the visit, Jiang Zhuxiang asked Lei Kong, "Where are you living now?" Jiang Zhuxiang still attaches great importance to the place where he lives at night. Lei Kong said directly, "It's still in the original place. We haven't moved your tent. You can go back to rest after dinner. We will return to our fragments in 2 days. We have been out for long enough." Lei Zhen stood beside Lei Kong without saying anything, but his eyes were a little fiery. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't pay much attention to Lei Zhen's performance. He was quite satisfied with the information revealed in Lei Kong's words. But he was a little confused. Their reconstruction has not been completed yet. Is it okay for us to leave like this? The best way is to help them complete the reconstruction. But Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't say it directly. Lei Kong gave a positive answer to Jiang Zhuxiang's doubts. Reconstruction is a private matter after all. Although we outsiders can help, it's still not good to intervene too much. Helping to this extent is enough. And we have also spent a lot of time originally used for exploration. This trip did not achieve the expected results. If time does not allow, we will still go out. Jiang Zhuxiang said speechlessly that he still couldn't understand the twists and turns between them. But if he didn't understand, he would remember it first and think about it when he got back. After a while, their respective team members arrived, and Jiang Zhuxiang no longer occupied Lei Kong's attention. He went directly to find Brother Wen and Wu Jing. I wonder how they have been here during this period of time. Shui Wen and Wu Jing were in good spirits. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang, they were in a mood to tease. Finally, "You are willing to return to the team." Jiang Zhuxiang smiled a little embarrassedly and handed over the 2 things in his backpack. They were all seeds, 1 for each person. Jiang Zhuxiang got them from the elders of that tribe. The elders of that tribe didn't pay much attention to these seeds, so they just happened to be cheap for Jiang Zhuxiang. Chapter 369, The Talisman Appearing in Public. Joking aside, Shui Wen and Wu Jing were very happy that Jiang Zhuxiang could think of bringing them gifts when he went out. Especially Wu Jing, because he had been working in the farm of the Academy of Sciences before, and his love for these seeds was almost the same as Jiang Zhuxiang's. Jiang Zhuxiang watched Wu Jing flipping through the packet of seeds with great interest. It was rare to meet a person who shared the same interests, because Wu Jing was mostly silent when he met him in the Academy of Sciences in the past. Now seeing him so emotional was one of the gains of this trip. After the other team members arrived, Ian directly announced that today's dinner party was a barbecue party, and the location was behind his house. The ingredients were the prey they brought back today, which had been processed and placed behind the house. Now everyone just had to go over and help get the grill. and they could start. After hearing what Ionard said, everyone started to move. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Shuiwen and Wu Jing directly, and Tao Tai and Qiongqi followed later. Their small group of 5 people could use a grill later, which prevented other people from coming over later. After arriving at the house, Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the place where they used to camp was now covered by a piece of volcanic rock, which was very uneven. The original grass had completely disappeared. This was convenient for them. They didn't have to cut the grass. After all, it was difficult to make a fire on fresh grass. Firewood was also prepared by Ionard for the team members. He always knew that Jiang Zhuxiang and his team would leave sooner or later, so these things were prepared in advance. Now they just had to take them. Jack was in charge of distributing the firewood, because all the firewood was collected by Jack when he was outside. So how to use it, and how much to use were all up to Jack. Ionard was not a person who would interfere with his subordinate supplies. So Ionard was directly responsible for distributing the firewood, which was also to reduce waste. Jiang Zhuxiang was instructed by the 4 adults in his small team to collect firewood, under the pretext that it was cleaner. Jiang Zhuxiang watched them scramble for the next task of collecting materials, and was very speechless in his heart. However, although these elders were not very tuned, Jiang Zhuxiang still had to do his own thing. So he stood in front of Jack. Jack had just seen off a group of people, and wanted to sit down to take a breath when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang standing in front of him. Jack immediately perked up and asked how much he needed. Jiang Zhuxiang told Jack how much he needed, and Jack was a little shocked. This amount was a bit large. Although Jack could give it, he still had to ask why he needed so much. Jack looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and asked, "Who are the people in your group?" Jiang Zhuxiang directly reported the names of Shuiwen and others. Of course, Tao Tai and Qiongqi were also renamed Tao Tai and Qiongqi by Jiang Zhuxiang. These were also their names to the outside world during this period. Jack would understand who they were after hearing them. After listening to the composition of Jiang Zhuxiang's team, Jack had no objection to the amount of firewood they needed. He directly packed it for Jiang Zhuxiang, and then looked at the pile of firewood with a little distress. "How are you going to take it back? I can't leave now." In Jack's mind, Jiang Zhuxiang is still the little girl who is good at medicine, and her strength is naturally considered to be small. Jiang Zhuxiang said speechlessly, "I can take it back by myself. Why is it so troublesome?" After that, she planned to carry the packed firewood on her back. Jack watched Jiang Zhuxiang make this attempt with fear. But when Jiang Zhuxiang easily carried the firewood and said goodbye to him, he still didn't believe that a girl could move so much firewood. Even Alice had never tried it. Jiang Zhuxiang brought the firewood back to the grill where they were, and then easily put down the large bundle of firewood. The others had already brought the materials back. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's actions, Shuiwen and Wu Jing were still very surprised. But Tao Tai and Hydrogen were not surprised. Shuiwen went forward to help sort it out, and said with a little distress, "If I had known, I would have gone with you. Why did you carry it back by yourself, and didn't know to ask for help?" Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and listened to Brother Win's nagging, saying indifferently, "It's okay. Let me do what I can do myself." Jiang Zhuxiang sorted out the firewood and said directly, "Let's light the fire first. Otherwise, they will always worry about the firewood they carry. So it is better to use food to divert their attention." Others also saw that other barbecue teams around them had already started the fire, and those who were quick had already started grilling. Shuiwen also realized what they needed to do most now, and quickly took a handful of firewood and put it on the grill. However, they did not have a fire-type superpower user here, so how could they start a fire? Jiang Zhuxiang directly took out a small fireball talisman from his backpack, ignited it with his own energy, and threw it into the firewood placed directly under the grill. This kind of thing consumes much less energy than the fire-type superpower user, and it lasts longer. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't plan to take this thing out at first. After all, in her impression, no matter which era, things like fire sticks should be available. It was only when Shuiwen and the others began to worry about which fire-type superpowers to find that Jiang Zhuxiang took it out. In this era, over-reliance on superpowers is not a good thing. Shuiwen saw that Jiang Zhuxiang just threw a yellow paper on the firewood, and the firewood began to burn. She was still a little curious. After all, she had never seen such a thing before. Could it be a new invention of her own young generation? Shuiwen was always very curious about things she had never seen before, so she asked directly. After all, everyone around her was her own people, and there was nothing she couldn't hear. Xiaoxiang. What is this in your hand? Is it a new product? Did you make it when you were out? After all, I have never seen such a thing before. Jiang Zhuxiang said, this is a talisman. I learned it from reading a book. This is not a lie. If people in Shenong Valley want to learn something other than the main course, they have to figure it out by themselves. Thinking about it from a book is also to prevent them from being distracted. Shuiwen asked, a little puzzled. Is it the talisman sold by Taoist priests in the past? Isn't that a scam? As a researcher, Shuiwen is an atheist, so he will not trust Taoist priests or anything like that. Chapter 370. Jiang Zhuxiang's weight. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't expect that his elder brother would have paid attention to things like talismans. Although he raised a questionable idea, it also saved him from explaining the source. Right. As for the Taoist talismans, to a certain extent, they can be regarded as things passed down from the previous sections. It's just that their abilities are limited, which makes things like talismans become something deceptive in the eyes of the world. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say much about this, but just pointed to the fire in the brazier and said, do you think this is a lie? After all, seeing is believing, and it is more convincing. Shuiwen leaned into the fire a little bit, felt the heat, and even wanted to reach out and touch it to confirm it. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little amused. You'd better not feel the heat of the fire with your hands, but use the mutant meat. Anyway, the fire has been lit, and we can start roasting. Shuiwen smiled a little embarrassedly. Jiang Zhuxiang must be very hungry now after coming back from outside. He really shouldn't have delayed for so long. Although he didn't mean to do it, he still felt a little sorry. He quickly opened the basket of meat and picked some easy-to-cook ones and put them on the grill first. Seeing Shuiwen start, the other three were not polite either. They each took a large plate of raw meat and started roasting. Jiang Zhuxiang still sat with Shuiwen, waiting for Shuiwen to believe that the fire was real. After seeing a piece of meat cooked, Jiang Zhuxiang said, now you believe it. Right? Shuiwen put the meat into his mouth and said, it seems that those Taoists are deceiving people. This talisman seems to be somewhat useful. Xiaoxiang, how long have you studied this thing? How much have you saved? If there is a lot, it can be regarded as a product of our Academy of Sciences. There must be many people who are not fire-type superpowers, but like to be active in the wild who like it. Shuiwen saw the market for this thing. After all, fire-type superpowers are just one of many superpowers. Jiang Zhuxiang put the raw meat on the grill and said, the quantity is not much. It is enough for my own use. As for selling, I still need to wait for a while. As for the time to learn this thing, Jiang Zhuxiang still avoided the question. After all, if he said it out loud, Shuiwen would easily find something wrong. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't like to lie, but just chose not to say it. When Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen were talking about these things, Tao Thai and Qiongqi had already eaten a lot of meat. Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen stopped talking and hurried to eat. The grill next to them was Ron and Alice, plus Ionard. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were always chatting, he didn't disturb them. After they finished, he started to greet them. Jiang, come over here and try my barbecue. I just learned a new sauce recently. Alice was the one who spoke up. After Jiang Zhuxiang heard this, he asked Shuiwen to help him look at his barbecue for a while, and he went to the side. The new sauce Alice learned was black pepper sauce, which tasted good with barbecue. Jiang Zhuxiang ate half full at Alice's place before returning to his grill again. Because he had eaten a lot of meat, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to change his taste. So he picked a few seeds, made some vegetables, and slowly grilled them himself, and sent some to Alice and the others. The dinner ended harmoniously. Everyone had a full stomach, and they cleaned up together to digest the food. Considering that Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends had just returned, Lei Jin and his friends planned to discuss their return the next day. So Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his tent quietly, taking out the bedding in his personal space. Although Jiang Zhuxiang did not intend to use sleep as a rest, it seemed that a more comfortable environment could make people feel more pleasant. After packing up, Jiang Zhuxiang started practicing directly. If he wanted to make prisoners, Jiang Zhuxiang still had to improve his energy storage, and it would be best if he could practice Shenong's secret technique to a higher level. However, this kind of thing can't be rushed, and Jiang Zhuxiang is not a person who is eager for success. He still chatted with the old pine tree in his dantian while practicing. Do you think the shirong I got before is useful to you? The old pine tree said, it's not very useful. If I hadn't awakened yet, it might have been very useful. But now the main body is not very meaningful to me. so Shirong is useless. You can use it to grow medicinal herbs and improve the medicinal properties. It's much more useful than using that strange energy to stimulate it. After all, Shirong has a lot of energy. Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to do so, but he was a little frustrated that he couldn't help them. I will go to other places in the future. I will always find something you can use. The old pine tree just smiled and said, "Don't be anxious. You continue to practice, which is the greatest benefit to us." Jiang Zhuxiang then concentrated on his cultivation. The next morning, the Lei family's superpower team, several special reserve members, and the people from the Academy of Sciences gathered in the open space in the middle of the tent and began to discuss how to go back. Because Ian Erda and the others were still busy with the reconstruction, it would be a pity for them to leave. It would be best to find a way to solve it by themselves. Even if they couldn't solve it by themselves, at most they would ask them to help find someone they knew to lead the way, which wouldn't be too troublesome. Jiang Zhuxiang and his team were representatives of the Academy of Sciences, and their main responsibility was to leave the fragment. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "When you get to where we came from, I will contact the dean and ask him to drive the aircraft over, which can also avoid trouble. After all, it is easy for an aircraft to come early to be regarded as an invasion, and it would be bad if there was any conflict at that time." Lei Kong was a little dissatisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion, but after listening to the explanation, he didn't say anything. After all, her consideration was reasonable. Then the next thing was to discuss how to get to their original landing point, because when they came, they were picked up by ENERD's men in a car, and they really didn't know the return route. Now the urgent problem was the route. ENERD knew that they were going to leave before, so he asked Alice to go and send the black box in the car to Jiang Zhuxiang. It was a little partial. He had become the same as the dean and his wife and Yan Lei, and he was always increasing the weight of Jiang Zhuxiang, so Lei Jin didn't dare to take it lightly. Seeing this situation, Lei Kong couldn't come forward. After all, this was given to Jiang Zhuxiang by someone else, so he could only let his captain come forward to negotiate. Chapter 371, Battle for Alice. Lei Kong and Lei Jin were a little uncomfortable when they mentioned this. When did their relationship with Jiang Zhuxiang become such that they needed to negotiate to get things? In the final analysis, it was because their captain was too overbearing. Now he had to swallow the bitter fruit himself. This was also a chance for him. Lei Jin also felt that this was a good opportunity. After all, he had not talked to Jiang Zhuxiang face to face since she came back. He hoped that this time they could ease the relationship. He had reflected on his past behavior and tried to control himself to find her. He had been honest recently. Xiaoxiang should be able to see his changes. Lei Jin went to see Jiang Zhuxiang with a bit of trepidation. Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen were just studying how to use the black box. When they saw Lei Jin coming in, they didn't say much and asked him to wait outside. They would give him the results after they figured it out. After all, they still had to rely on him to lead the way. Lei Jin was waiting outside a bit pitifully. His own Xiaoxiang had just not even looked at him, and even knowing the final result of the black box didn't make him happy. After all, they were researchers at the Academy of Sciences. Even if the technology on this fragment was different from that on their own fragments, the basic principles were the same. Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen spent a morning exporting the records in the black box and put them on the communicator. After carefully selecting them, they kept the records of their previous trip and sent the others back to Ian Erda and the others. As for the records in their hands, they deleted them all. This was also the professional ethics of Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. The records left behind were just the opposite of the route they were going back to. Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen used composition software to construct a relevant map based on the data. It was enough to be able to clearly see the route. Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen saved the map, gave a copy to Lei Jin, and then left it alone. Lei Jin still didn't talk to his own Xiaoxiang. The map was sent to him by Shuiwen. Lei Jin hesitated for a while, but still couldn't say anything to let him meet Jiang Zhuxiang. In the end, he left a little unhappy. After all, there were serious things to do. When Lei Kong got the map, he couldn't help but listen to Lei Jin's complaints. But they all focused on Shuiwen's strict defense, and he had no complaints about Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Kong rolled his eyes speechlessly while looking at the map. It was clear whose idea it was. Only his silly captain could not figure it out. However, he should not expose it. At present, the members of Lei Jin's team did not want to talk about their captain's love affair at all. They would not provide any suggestions. Anyway, Their captain would not listen to them. They just planned to watch quietly. After all, the current situation was a matter of life and death. After checking the map, Lei Kong found that it basically matched his previous memory. As a space ability user, his space memory was still very strong. The reason for this kind of map was to be on the safe side. It seemed that no matter how his captain behaved, Jiang Zhuxiang did not give up his professional ethics. After the route was determined, it was time to prepare the supplies needed on the way back. This kind of thing still needed the captain to coordinate. After all, supplies and the like still needed to be obtained in the wild. Lei Kong told Lei Jin about the matter, and Lei Jin nodded to show that he understood. He suggested that they could collect while walking. Anyway, the number of mutant animals on this fragment was much greater than that on their fragments. It seemed that because there were fewer people on this fragment, Lei Jin was not worried at all that there would be no enough mutant animals on the road. Lei Kong thought of the situation where he had encountered mutant animals on the road before, and he did not oppose Lei Jin's idea. It was just that in this case, he had to notify them to pack up immediately, and it would be best to set off after lunch. They had disturbed Einard for long enough. Lei Jin immediately edited the message and sent it to everyone who came out this time, asking them to pack up and prepare to leave. Jiang Zhuxiang and Shui Wen said goodbye after receiving the message, and returned to their tents to pack up. At the same time, they also notified Tao Tai and Qiongqi to come back as soon as possible, as they had gone out again in the morning, and no one knew where they were now. When Tao Tai and Qiongqi came back, they had almost cleaned up here, and even the tents had been put away by Lei Kong. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were not worried, and went to find their younger generation with the things in their hands. She must have packed their things, and they only needed to prepare food to feed them. It turned out that Tao Tai was right. Jiang Zhuxiang helped them pack up their things. However, Jiang Zhuxiang refused the things they brought back, and asked them to give them to Lei Jin and his group. After all, they needed food more now. Tao Tai and Qiongqi didn't care much about the ownership of these things. After all, they came here full, so they handed them over readily. Originally, they planned to have a simple lunch, but when they learned that Jiang Zhuxiang and his group were leaving today, Alice still brought Ron here and brought them food. Some of them were distributed to everyone as lunch, and some were kept by Jiang Zhuxiang for himself to eat on the way, although the others looked a little jealous. They were not envious of such a personal relationship, so they could only eat the food they brought to vent their anger. It seemed that because of their captain, Einard's men did not like Lei Jin's team members very much during this period. Alice pestered Jiang Zhuxiang and asked her to promise to contact her frequently in the future, and it would be best if she could come back to see her. If she really didn't have time, she could go to see her herself. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little amused and looked at Ron with a teasing look. "Don't you care about your girlfriend? Are you really not jealous that she is so concerned about others?" Ron really wasn't jealous. First, Alice wasn't a lesbian. Second, she was leaving soon. What was there for him to worry about? When Jiang Zhuxiang left, he would find all kinds of things to attract Alice's attention. It was hard to say whether she would still remember her at that time. A man must have a heart as big as the sea. Jiang Zhuxiang was speechless about Ron's confidence. She didn't think Alice would forget her at all. After all, Alice's friendship with her was not fake. There were some things that Ron couldn't do for Alice. Ron said a little unconvinced. "Then we'll see." Alice didn't notice the eye-to-eye dispute between Jiang Zhuxiang and Ron at all. She was still asking for Jiang Zhuxiang's promise. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally agreed. It was the first time for Jiang Zhuxiang to compete for other people's attention. Chapter 372, Mutated Army Ants. Of course, when Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang were entangled, Lei Jin was about to vomit blood. But even so, he had no position to stop them. The team members around him could only silently feel the cold aura of their captain, and then silently speeded up their eating speed, wanting to get away from this place of trouble as soon as possible. After Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang finally finished their love affair, it was already past noon. The others had been waiting on the side arranged by Lei Jin and Lei Kong. After Jiang Zhuxiang sent Alice away, he stood directly on the side of Shui Wen and Wu Jing. Tao Tai and Qiongqi took over Jiang Zhuxiang's bag. After Jiang Zhuxiang came over, he took the bag from Tao Tai and Qiongqi and put it on his back, and then heard Lei Jin's order to set off. Jiang Zhuxiang said nothing more, adjusted the straps of his backpack, and moved with the team. Einald had been waiting at the door with his men. When he saw Lei Jin and his men coming, he signaled to Jack to follow the team, and make sure that people from other forces would not disturb Jiang Zhuxiang and his men. Lei Jin and his men saw Einold and his men, but they just thought they were there to see him off. So they just said goodbye to them and continued to walk out. Einold didn't care about Lei Jin and his men's attitude. For him, Jiang Zhuxiang was more important. So there was no need to let them know about his arrangements. Watching Jack follow them, Einard thought silently, not knowing when they would come again. He heard that Alice and Jiang had an appointment, so it seemed that he had to keep an eye on her news. Lei Jin led the team members to move at the fastest speed. But even if they went all out, they could not reach the speed of the car. So until the evening, they only walked half of the way, and Lei Jin had to start thinking about the problem of accommodation at night. This area is also a place with dense mountains and forests. Mutant beasts may appear at any time. For safety reasons, Lei Jin decided to stay on the winding mountain road. After all, it is relatively flat here, and even if they encounter any mutant beasts, they can be transferred in time without any obstacles. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others had no objection to Lei Jin's decision. After packing up their own nests for the night, Jiang Zhuxiang took Tao Ai and Qiongqi to the forest. Shuiwen and Wu Jing were left behind to watch the house and prepare the things needed for dinner. Lei Jin didn't plan to say anything about Jiang Zhuxiang and the others' independent action. After all, although Jiang Zhuxiang was a reserve team member, she was also a member of the Academy of Sciences. It was not unreasonable for her to take the people of the Academy of Sciences with her. However, seeing that she started to act without telling him, Lei Jin was still a little unhappy. He began to think about how to make her a formal member of his team, so that he would have more confidence to ask her. However, if he did so, she would definitely say that he did not respect her personal space. And his own team members were also a problem. Thinking of this, Lei Jin frowned again. Lei Kong looked at Lei Jin, who didn't know where he was distracted, and used a space confinement to make him feel suffocated. There were so many people waiting for arrangements. Lei Jin was awakened by the feeling of suffocation, and destroyed the space energy with lightning. Looking at the people around waiting for his orders, he finally remembered his responsibilities and arranged the team members to prepare dinner, including Yin Yin, Jean Yin and Mu Mu, and asked his team members to take good care of people. However, after entering the forest, the situation is always changing. In the end, Jean Yin Yin and Mu Mu came together and hunted under the leadership of Mu Hu, while looking for the traces of Jiang Zhuxiang and others. After all, the three of them have good martial arts values. If they join forces, their safety will be more guaranteed. Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions didn't know that someone was expecting to see them. They just walked slowly in the mountains where they could stay. When they saw mutant beasts passing by, they would catch one or two. As for Tao Ai and Qiongqi, they didn't walk on the ground properly, but followed Jiang Zhuxiang on the tree to ensure that she would not encounter any accidents. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't move around in the mountains for too long. After getting enough food for the night and morning, he started to walk back. When he was about to reach the foot of the mountain, he met Jean Yin and his companions, who were running over in a panic. Mu Hu was even supported by Mu Mu and Yen Yen. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai were a little confused. There shouldn't be any mutant animals on this mountain that could threaten Mu Hu. What was going on with them? However, despite his doubts, Jiang Zhuxiang quickly went over and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Jean Yin still looked anxious and shouted, "Keep going. There's something following us." In Jean Yin's eyes, Jiang Zhuxiang's fighting power was about the same as Mu Mu's, so they should hurry up and run with him. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little puzzled. What's behind that requires you to run so fast? With Tao Ai and the others here, we don't need to run at all. Right? Jean Yin seemed to have just discovered Tao Ai and Qiongqi, but he was still a little anxious. What's following us are mutant army ants. Even Uncle Who can't handle it. Can they? Although the Tao Tai are very powerful, there is a saying that goes, ants can kill elephants if they are in large numbers. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't plan to explain anything, and went to help Uncle Who check his injuries. As for the strength of the Tao Tai, they just had to wait and see. Fortunately, Mu Hu only had some skin injuries, but the venom of the mutant army ants was a bit tricky. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have anything else to use, so he could only temporarily dilute it with water to minimize the damage. Mu Hu was still a little embarrassed to let a little girl help him with his injuries, and said he would do it himself. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't force him, but just gave a few bottles of water to Mu Mu and asked him to help. This time Mu Hu must have been injured because he had to protect them. So helping to treat the wound was completely what they should do. Jin Yin and Yin Yin also came over and worked with Mu Mu. As for the army ants that followed, they were better left to Tao Tai and the others. Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked down on army ants, which relied on numbers to win. They stopped in front of the mutated army ants, watched them move forward and backward, and directly activated the blood pressure to make these things retreat on their own. Although the mutated army ants had greater confidence in their abilities, and their appetites were much bigger than before, they still had no confidence against Tao Tai and Qiongqi. After hesitating for a while, they retreated with the ants in their family. Chapter 373 Jiang Zhuxiang's Chrome Mouth. After Tao Tai and Qiongqi came back from dealing with the mutant army ants, they saw Mu Hu who was being treated for his wounds. After looking at the three people who were busy, Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and said, "Should we go back first?" Of course. This was also said to the three people. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that he had no right to intervene, so he nodded to indicate his agreement. Anyway, he had done what he should do, and the rest was up to him. Tao Tai and Qiongqi took Jiang Zhuxiang and continued to walk down. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and the others leave, Mu Hu said, "Let's go down too. Master, you can help me go over to express my gratitude to Miss Jiang later." Mu Hu still trusts his young master and believes that he will not put himself in a situation where he knows how to repay his kindness. Jin Yin, Yin Yin and Mu Mu nodded in agreement. For Jin Yin and Yin Yin, Mu Hu was also their savior this time. As for Jiang Zhuxiang and others who saved Mu Hu, they were also half of their saviors. They would naturally listen to Mu Hu's words, and were very grateful to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jin Yin, Yin Yin and Mu Mu took turns to help Mu Hu walk down. Originally, they planned to carry him on their backs, but Mu Hu didn't want to, so they had to help him. After reaching the foot of the mountain, the people who stayed at the foot of the mountain saw that someone was injured, and they quickly surrounded him and asked if they needed help. Mu Hu directly signaled Mu Mu to go to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Mu Mu understood, "No need. Miss Jiang has already handled it for us. We still want to see Miss Jiang now. Please make way." When these people heard Mu Mu's words, they dispersed and watched them go to find Jiang Zhuxiang. At the same time, they felt a little sorry that their captain was not there. Otherwise, they might be able to see their captain get angry. Mu Hu sat down in front of Jiang Zhuxiang with difficulty, and put his hands together to express his gratitude to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly moved aside. "It's just a little help. I didn't help much." It was the first time for Jiang Zhuxiang to see the formic acid of the marching ants. His own treatment was also simple and rough, and he didn't know how useful it was. Mu Hu said, "Although it is just a small favor for you, it is a great favor for us. Miss Jiang, you are welcome." While Mu Hu and Jiang Zhuxiang were talking, Mu Mu and others did not stop, and they kept diluting the formic acid on Mu Hu's wound with water. After hearing what Mu Hu said, Jiang Zhuxiang did not say much. He just rummaged through his backpack and took out a bottle of skin-growing cream and handed it to Mu Hu. "When your wound does not feel the burning pain, apply this thing." This can be regarded as a remedy for him by Jiang Zhuxiang. Mu Hu expressed his gratitude again, and even Mu Mu and others expressed their gratitude in their eyes. Jiang Zhuxiang moved his sitting body uncomfortably and asked, "How did you get into trouble with the mutant army ants?" Mu Hu said helplessly, "We don't know either. Maybe we were just on their way. Besides, mutant army ants would not exist in this kind of forest before, and no one knew how they appeared." Jiang Zhuxiang saw that he could not get any useful information, so he stopped asking and just said jokingly, "I hope others are not on their way." The others here naturally refer to Lei Jin and his team. Speaking of the devil appears. Lei Jin and his team immediately appeared between the trees. They looked a little embarrassed. The rest of the Lei family superpower team immediately surrounded them and helped take over the things in their hands. Lei Kong hurriedly began to check their injuries. Lei Kong did not follow them this time. He did not expect the captain to be so embarrassed. Lei Kong asked anxiously, "What happened to you?" The wounds of the injured people kept getting bigger, and even Lei Kong's healing ability couldn't keep up with the speed of the wounds. Lei Jin said a little depressed, "They are just some mutated ants. Who knew they were so poisonous?" Thinking of the situation where he could only escape with his team members just now, Lei Jin's face became hot. Lei Kong's healing ability couldn't keep up, so he could only ask Lei Mu to call Jiang Zhuxiang over and ask her to see if there was any other way. This time, he was really unlucky to return. He just went to find something to eat at night. But he didn't expect that except for Jiang Zhuxiang. Everyone else had more or less encountered something. Lei Mu told Jiang Zhuxiang about the matter. And Jiang Zhuxiang inexplicably felt that he was really a bad mouth. It seemed that Lei Zhen and his friends had also encountered mutant army ants. So he should go over to take a look. When he saw the appearance of Lei Zhen and his friends, he felt that they seemed to be more embarrassed than Mu Mu and his friends. That was for sure. Mu Mu and his friends had Mu Hu, who was more experienced. They retreated immediately when they saw something was wrong. While Lei Zhen and his friends were young and energetic, they kept fighting with the army ants until they had no other choice but to retreat. Lei Kong said anxiously, "Don't just watch. Think of a solution quickly." Lei Kong was a little anxious when he saw that Jiang Zhuxiang could not just watch. And he did not dare to stop using the healing ability in his hand even if it was useless. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Your healing ability is not as effective as the water ability. Let Lei Shui come to help them wash the wounds. When the formic acid is almost diluted, it will be fine." After hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, Lei Kong had to let Lei Shui come. Seeing the wounded in the team become relieved under the continuous washing of Lei Shui, Lei Kong also began to care about what mutant beasts attacked them. The person who asked was naturally Jiang Zhuxiang, who thought of the treatment method. "Do you know what attacked the captain?" Jiang Zhuxiang said indifferently, "It should be mutant marching ants." Lei Kong was shocked. Really? There were no survivors in the places where the army ants passed. The captain and his men were lucky to escape from the mouths of the mutant army ants. Lei Kong knew about army ants, so he could only feel lucky. However, he was also puzzled. Shouldn't there be army ants here? Jiang Zhuxiang shrugged, saying that he didn't understand, but said, "It seems that this area has become a hunting ground for mutant army ants. We should leave as soon as possible tomorrow." Lei Kong had no objection to Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal. If it weren't for the inconvenience of moving at night, and the fact that there were so many wounded in the team, Lei Kong would have wanted to leave here immediately. After all, the threat of army ants is not ordinary. Jiang Zhuxiang took out several bottles of muscle-growing ointment as before and handed them to Lei Kong, asking him to distribute them to the wounded. The method of use was the same as that of Mu Hu. Lei Kong expressed his gratitude to Jiang Zhuxiang, but not as sincerely as Mu Hu. After all, they had received Jiang Zhuxiang's help many times and had become accustomed to it. Chapter 374, Survival of the Fittest. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much about Lei Kong's perfunctory thanks. Instead, Jin Yin and others who followed Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little sorry for him. Jiang Zhuxiang saved so many people, but they just said thank you verbally. This was too much of a disrespect for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jin Yin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, who didn't care much. It seemed that she had been treated like this for a long time and had become accustomed to it. Jin Yin planned to talk to Lei Kong later. After all, if he said it in front of Jiang Zhuxiang, these people might get angry. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that someone had already started to feel sorry for him. "I'll go back first. You can start preparing dinner soon." This was said to Lei Kong and Jin Yin. And Jiang Zhuxiang started to walk back after saying this. Jin Yin watched Jiang Zhuxiang walk away, and did not leave as Jiang Zhuxiang had instructed. Instead, he grabbed Lei Kong and went to talk to him. Of course, the central topic was still their attitude. Lei Kong agreed to a certain extent with Jin Yin, a friend recognized by his captain. So when Jin Yin mentioned their attitude towards Jiang Zhuxiang, Lei Kong did not leave directly, but listened carefully to their dissatisfaction. "Did Jiang Zhuxiang ask you to say this?" Lei Kong's tone was a little bad. Although he did not believe that Jiang Zhuxiang would do such a thing, he could not help but suspect that she was dissatisfied after falling out with the captain. Jin Yin was so angry about Lei Kong's reaction. "What are you talking about? I just don't like it. Jiang Zhuxiang has helped you many times. Your thanks are so perfunctory that I can't stand it anymore. That's why I came to you to tell you. Otherwise, I would not bother to talk about such things." The most important thing is that Jin Yin just saw Mu Hu and the others' thanks. The contrast is too obvious. Lei Kong said helplessly, "Don't be angry. You should be more specific. Otherwise, I don't understand what you mean." Their attitude towards Jiang Zhuxiang has always been like this. They have never felt that there is anything wrong. If Jin Yin hadn't mentioned it, Jin Yin directly restored the scene of Mu Hu and Lei Kong's gratitude just now, and let Lei Kong feel it for himself. Lei Kong looked at the two faces frozen on the screen, one full of sincere gratitude, and the other just a routine gratitude. Lei Kong finally understood the meaning of Jin Yin's words. Their attitude towards Jiang Zhuxiang was indeed not right. Even he had this attitude, so others would definitely not be much better. Lei Kong began to ponder. In fact, other people's attitude towards Jiang Zhuxiang was much better than Lei Kong's. After all, other people treated Jiang Zhuxiang as their friend, so naturally they would not have the face of Lei Kong. Lei Kong was because Lei Zhen was often absent because of Jiang Zhuxiang, so he would more or less vent his anger on Jiang Zhuxiang. And over time he became the current attitude. Jin Yin saw Lei Kong start to think. No matter what the result is, he has tried his best. So he began to return to his team. Lei Kong woke up from his reflection and knew the origin of his attitude. The final crux was still on his captain. If the captain had not lost control from time to time because of Jiang Zhuxiang, he would not have become like this to Jiang Zhuxiang because of his anger. Lei Kong still remembered that Jiang Zhuxiang was still willing to act with their team before. I don't know when she started to like acting with Tao Tai more and more. It seems that she felt their attitude. Although Lei Kong found the crux, it was still a bit difficult for him to correct it for a while. Unless his captain stopped losing control frequently in the future, this attitude would inevitably appear in the future. Lei Kong thought about it with some annoyance. But he should still thank others for their help, and try to avoid taking out his anger on others in the future. However, he should not thank others himself. Otherwise the effect would probably be the same. He should talk to the injured people, and let them express their gratitude. After making up his mind, Lei Kong returned to the middle of the team and began to prepare dinner with the uninjured people. At the table, Lei Kong mentioned this matter and reflected on his previous attitude, asking other team members not to make his own mistakes. Of course, Lei Kong was paying attention to the expression of his captain throughout the whole process, wanting to see something. However, Lei Zhen was much thicker-skinned than Lei Kong. Even though he knew that Lei Kong's words were somewhat meaningful, he pretended that he didn't understand. So Lei Kong was destined to be disappointed. Lei Kong said with a headache that he would go to rest first. Sure enough, he couldn't have too much hope for his captain. After dinner, the wounded of the Lei family went to Jiang Zhuxiang to express their gratitude. Especially Lei Zhen, who finally found a chance to talk to his Zhuxiang, and naturally would not give up. However, this time Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't like Lei Zhen very much. He was friendly to others, but just said him to Lei Zhen, leaving Lei Zhen to keep talking. Later, the other team members couldn't stand their captain talking to himself, and hurriedly pulled Lei Zhen away. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Zhen, who was walking out and looking back, a little speechless. Why hasn't this guy given up yet? Mu Hu and his friends had dinner with Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends this time. Their prey was lost in the process of being chased by the mutant army ants. Jiang Zhuxiang invited them to eat with them. Seeing the performance of the Lei family, Jin Yin also knew that what he had said to Lei Kong before had some effect. After dinner, he did not bother them much and went back to his place. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little agitated by Lei Zhen's performance. He did not practice at night. He kept watch with Tao Tai and the others, and talked about the mutant army ants that appeared here. Xiongqi has always been in this fragment, and knows more about the situation. Some smaller fragments have fallen on this fragment, carrying some animals and plants. Those mutant army ants should be from this. It is rare that they can adapt to the environment here, so I didn't let the zombies clean it up. After all, natural selection is the law of nature. Although it is the end of the world, we still can't interfere too much. The creatures that can survive the end of the world will be part of the future Earth. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have much to say. Although this would make human survival more difficult, it would also promote it. After all, humans without natural enemies are also one of the culprits of this end of the world. Chapter 375 Dean's Partiality. Tao Tai and Xiongqi still didn't let Jiang Zhuxiang guard all night, and drove Jiang Zhuxiang to sleep in the middle of the night. After chatting with Tao Tai and the others, Jiang Zhuxiang's mood became calm. After returning to his tent, he began to practice, intending to make up for the time wasted before. The next morning, before it was completely bright, the whole camp began to get busy, put away the tents, had a simple breakfast, dealt with the traces of the fire, and then continued to rush to the reserved location. However, because they encountered mutant marching ants last night, there were many wounded in the team, so the speed of advancement was much slower than yesterday. Fortunately, there were no dangerous guys on the rest of the journey, and those who were not injured were fully able to deal with it. It was also safe to arrive at the reserved location, but it was a little late. While Lei Zhen and others were preparing lunch, Jiang Zhuxiang started to send a message to the dean, asking him to pick them up by aircraft. At this time, the dean had already finished lunch and started working. When Jiang Zhuxiang sent the message, the dean picked up the phone fairly quickly, but his tone was a bit bad. Thinking that Jiang Zhuxiang had disturbed his work, Jiang Zhuxiang first expressed his apologies, and then stated his purpose. Can you send an aircraft to pick us up? Seeing that the dean was busy, Jiang Zhuxiang did not ask for the dean to come, as long as the aircraft came. When the dean heard that Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned this, his face looked a little better. Wait a minute. I'll come after I've finished the things I have on hand. Since he didn't ask anyone else to come, he probably planned to go there himself. Jiang Zhuxiang was naturally very happy to get this answer from the dean. The dean's driving skills and adaptability were first class, so their safety index could be greatly improved. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Take your time. We are not in a hurry." Then he hung up the communicator. After hanging up the communicator, Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned this matter to Shui Wen and Wu Jing. Shui Wen and Wu Jing were still very happy to see the dean soon. At the same time, they conveyed this matter, and other people who were a little uneasy began to feel relieved. For a moment, the atmosphere at the entire stop became better, and even preparing lunch became easier. After lunch, one person was left to pay attention to the situation in the air, and the others began to use rest to consume the time before the dean came. It didn't take long for everyone to wait. When everyone was just a little sleepy, the aircraft appeared above them. It was clearly marked on the aircraft as an aircraft of the Academy of Sciences. So everyone got up without complaint and waited for the aircraft to land. The dean still didn't land completely, and stayed 2 meters above the ground. Lower the ladder, and let the people below climb up by themselves. There was nothing to complain about. So the people of the Academy of Sciences went up first. The dean was very satisfied with the attitude of the crowd, but he still couldn't show too much partiality. So he instructed, Shui Wen and Wu Jing stay at the end. Jiang Zhuxiang will be the first to come up. Jiang Zhuxiang is a girl, and the others couldn't say anything when she came up first. After hearing this arrangement, the others felt more relieved. At least they didn't have to worry about being left behind in case of any situation. Although the dean was not such a person, sometimes it was hard to predict. Right? Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care what others thought. She climbed up by grabbing the ladder, and didn't immediately find a seat to sit down, but waited in front of the ladder for others to come up. The Lei family's superpower team was still a bit graceful, letting Jin Yin Yin and Mu Mu go up first. Jiang Zhuxiang arranged them to sit in a more comfortable place first. After all, they were injured. As for Lei Jin and others who came up later, Jiang Zhuxiang did not make any arrangements, letting them choose by themselves. Anyway, they knew the aircraft very well. Jiang Zhuxiang waited anxiously for the people behind to come up. After Shui Wen and Wu Jing came up, Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved. The things left at the back were Tao Tai and Xiongqi, which he did not need to worry about at all. After Tao Tai and Xiongqi came up, Jiang Zhuxiang put away the ladder, closed the door of the aircraft, and sat in the seats they reserved for themselves. The dean directly notified Sitwell, and then started to take off. After the dean took off, a plane came to check the situation from a distance, but only saw the exhaust gas left, and finally left in a daze. The people on the plane did not close their eyes, because the dean was still very fast. If they were still asleep when they arrived at the place, it would not be good for the dean to wake them up. 10 minutes later, the plane stopped on the roof of the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. After everyone got off the plane, the dean directly told Shui Wen, "You take care of the next thing. I'm leaving first." Seeing the dean leave in a hurry, the others had no opinion on the dean's instructions. After all, it was very good that he could come to pick them up in his busy schedule. If it was their own head of the family, he would definitely ask others to come to pick them up, and would not come by himself when he was busy. Shui Wen saw that everyone looked dissatisfied, but still said politely, "Sorry, I will be the one to settle you down. Please forgive me if there is anything wrong." Everyone responded quickly, "No. You have worked hard too." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at these people being polite to each other, and felt a little bored. He went down from the roof directly. The dean's house was below, and he planned to go back and take a look. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang go down, others hurriedly followed him. Shui Wen also contacted Yin Lei and asked him to come over to help. Everyone sat down in the living room of the dean's house and waited for Shui Wen's subsequent arrangements. After Shui Wen and Yin Lei arrived, They began to discuss where to let these people live. Of course, some people might be in a hurry to go back. So Yan Lei and Shui Wen asked before making arrangements. Because there are more or less 1 or 2 injured people in each team. Everyone wants to recover before leaving. So Yan Lei and Shui Wen can only arrange for people to stay and find someone to see them. After arranging the place, Shui Wen and Yan Lei took people away in batches. Lei Kong handed all the things to them before they left, so that they would not come to him for them later. After everyone was settled, Shui Wen and Yan Lei mentioned their injuries and asked if they needed someone to help them. The injured people said, Miss Jiang has treated us and left medicine. As long as she keeps taking medicine, it will be fine. After a day and a night, the injured still felt the effect of the medicine Jiang Zhuxiang gave them, and they had no intention of changing it. Shui Wen and Yan Lei said, we will help you convey it. You can rest first. Of course, you can contact your family first. And our signal here is very good. Chapter 376 Wu Jing's opportunity to change his situation. Yan Lei and Shui Wen left after saying this. After all, Shui Wen had been away for so long, and there were still many things to deal with. The others watched the two leave without any dissatisfaction, especially since the two of them remembered to remind them to contact their families at the end, which was considered to be the most righteous. Yan Lei was still very curious about Shui Wen's trip and wanted to know if there was anything new. Shui Wen looked at Yan Lei's curious eyes a little helplessly and said, I don't have anything new. But you can ask the junior sister. She has been alone before, and maybe there will be something new. You also know how lucky the junior sister is. Although Yan Lei didn't quite believe it, he couldn't ask anything for the time being. So he had to say, then you can go with me to find the junior sister, and we can chat when the time comes. For this, Shui Wen really couldn't refuse. So they went to find Jiang Zhuxiang together. Jiang Zhuxiang was packing up at this time, when Wu Jing, who was staying in the living room, informed him that Shui Wen and Yan Lei were coming. Jiang Zhuxiang had to put down his work temporarily and go to entertain the two. Shui Wen and Yan Lei were a little curious to see Wu Jing still staying at the dean's house. Shui Wen got along well with Wu Jing during this time outside, so he asked directly, why are you still here? Wu Jing was also a little confused. I don't know. The dean told me to wait for him before. Because of what the dean said, Wu Jing had no choice but to wait at the dean's house. After all, the dean didn't ask him to go to his workplace. Shui Wen and Yan Lei exchanged glances. It seemed that the dean was quite satisfied with Wu Jing's performance this time. However, the dean hadn't made it clear yet, so they couldn't say much. So they joked, maybe the dean wants to invite you to dinner. Thanks to you for taking care of me and Xiao Xiang this time. This possibility is not impossible. Wu Jing didn't think about it anymore. He began to sit quietly on the sofa, waiting for them to start talking. Shui Wen and Yan Lei must have something to find Jiang Zhuxiang. After Yan Lei sat down, he asked directly, Xiao Xiang, did you encounter any magical things outside? After saying that, he stared at Jiang Zhuxiang with an expression that said you can't lie. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his senior brother's behavior a little speechless. How could he think of asking him such a thing? Someone must have leaked the secret. Jiang Zhuxiang stared at Shui Wen directly. Shui Wen smiled flatteringly, clasped his hands together, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to forgive him. If Yan Lei knew what happened outside, he would definitely be laughed at to death by Yan Lei. So he had to use Jiang Zhuxiang as a shield. Jiang Zhuxiang turned back speechlessly and said directly, it's true that there are interesting things. I met their aboriginal tribe on that fragment. The people there live in a very primitive way of life. And there are also magical beliefs and methods of using medicine. But I promised them not to spread it. So I won't tell you the details. This information is the limit of what I can say. Otherwise, I don't have to think about going there next time. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang concealed the fact that he got Shirong. After all, this kind of thing is too precious. Although he doesn't think much of it, others certainly don't think so. So it's best that only he and Tao Tai know about it. I believe Tao Tai won't tell others. Yan Lei and Shui Wen heard the news revealed by Jiang Zhuxiang, and they really admired Jiang Zhuxiang's luck. Every time he went out, something magical would happen. As for the confidentiality mentioned by Jiang Zhuxiang, the two didn't mind it. Shui Wen just wanted to have something to divert attention. Yan Lei has always been considerate of Jiang Zhuxiang and would not ask any more questions. Wu Jing, who was standing aside, was a little envious of their way of getting along. It was just that he had not given Jiang Zhuxiang and the others a good impression at the beginning. And now it was good to have such a relaxed relationship. Time passed as they talked to each other. During this time, Xue Wen also tried to pull Wu Jing into the topic. For a while, the atmosphere in the living room of the dean's house was still very good. When the dean's wife returned home, she felt this pleasant atmosphere and walked in directly to ask, "What are you talking about so happily?" Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and hugged the dean's wife, and replied, "I'm talking to the eldest brother about what we are doing outside." The dean's wife helplessly tapped Jiang Zhuxiang's forehead. "You girl just remembered to run outside. Do you still look like a girl?" The tone of blame was doting. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the dean's wife pitifully. The world outside is more exciting. The dean's wife couldn't do anything with Jiang Zhuxiang, so she ruffled her hair and looked at the others. "You went out quite well this time. If there is such an opportunity in the future, you can also go out and take a look. After all, you are still young, and it is good to go out more." This was said to everyone. Then, the dean's wife stared at Wu Jing and said, "You performed well this time. You know how to take care of the people in the hospital. Your dean asked me to keep you for dinner tonight. You can continue to chat and I will go to cook." After that, the dean's wife dragged Jiang Zhuxiang away. Wu Jing recalled the tone of the dean's wife just now. He finally got affirmation. It seems that he will not be stopped from coming to see them in the future. After the dean's wife and Jiang Zhuxiang left, Yanlei looked at Xue Wen with suspicion. The care that the dean's wife mentioned was definitely not taking care of his own Xiaoxiang. With Tao Ai around, Wu Jing couldn't intervene at all. Then the only one who would be taken care of was Xue Wen. He actually lied just now. Xue Wen was helpless under Yanlei's stare. He originally wanted to hide it, but he didn't expect that the dean's wife would reveal the truth. Now he had to tell the truth. That was when the volcano erupted at Einel's base. As a water-based mutant, he was definitely more afraid of fire than others. Xue Wen was once so overwhelmed by the momentum of the eruption that he dared not move. He was only able to avoid injury because Wu Jing pulled him back. In fact, Wu Jing's abilities were of water and wood attributes, so he was doubly suppressed. It was just that he had become accustomed to all kinds of dodging while working on the farm. Otherwise, he would have no way to help Xue Wen dodge. In Wu Jing's view, it was just a piece of cake. He did not expect that the dean's wife would actually find out about it. After hearing Xue Wen's explanation, Yanlei also looked at Wu Jing with a new eye. He didn't expect that the experience on the farm didn't crush him, but instead tempered his will. It seems that sometimes suffering really helps people more than good fortune. After Xue Wen finished telling the things that she had rarely concealed, she also started to break the jar and said, "You'd better live with me in the future. The dean will definitely transfer you out of the farm in the future," Xue Wen said to Wu Jing. Chapter 377 Jiang Zhuxiang's Conspiracy. Wu Jing was a little flattered by Xue Wen's kindness. After all, what he had done before was not very big. Being able to ease the relationship was already a big surprise for Wu Jing. He still couldn't accept such a close relationship all of a sudden. However, Wu Jing was not an ungrateful person. He just had to be humble. "If the dean really transferred me out, I would go to bother you. But I still don't want to leave the people in the farm." Xue Wen was very satisfied with Wu Jing's words. After all, nostalgia is also a very cherished virtue. Xue Wen directly said, "Even if you are really transferred out, you can still go back and take a look. I can go back with you at that time. I haven't been to the farm for a long time. I don't know what it has become now." Wu Jing naturally agreed to Xue Wen's words. "Then we can go together when the time comes." Yanlei felt that he was being treated coldly by the two people who were chatting so oblivious to others. So he decided to go to the kitchen to see if there was anything he could do to help. Not wanting to be a light bulb here. In the kitchen, the dean's wife was also chatting with Jiang Zhuxiang about her affairs outside. When the dean's wife saw Yanlei coming, she temporarily stopped talking and asked jokingly, "Are you so hungry that you can't wait?" For Yanlei, the dean's wife also treated him as her own child, so she didn't have many scruples in her words. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and watched them joking. Yanlei had never expected that he was just watching Xue Wen and Wu Jing's jokes. But now his retribution would come to him. His junior sister would see him being teased by the dean's wife. In order not to lose face, Yanlei tried to control his expression and fought back. "I just came to see what delicacies you are making. Why haven't you finished them yet?" The dean's wife raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that this child had learned to fight back. However, she still said calmly, "Of course you haven't eaten it before. This is also the truth. The things prepared today were brought back by Jiang Zhuxiang and others from another fragment, mainly prepared by Tao Ai and Qiongqi. Yanlei couldn't stand the teasing of the dean's wife, and could only silently say, "Is there anything I can do?" Say this is already a sign of weakness. The dean's wife then restrained her unserious look and said directly, "You come to help watch the fire. Jiang Zhuxiang can help with other things. Yanlei can't play any role." Yanlei didn't care. He just came here to avoid idleness, and didn't care much about what he did. With the busy work of the three people, the meal was quickly prepared, and the dean was able to catch up when he returned home. Tao Ai and Qiongqi, who were wandering outside, also came back, and everyone sat at the table. The dean didn't say much, but just mentioned before the meal, "Wu Jing, you will share a lab with Shui Wen in the future, and you will only be responsible for the experiments related to the farm. When there is room, we will prepare a separate lab for you. Anyway, each of you has a separate studio. You can solve some experiments that require space in your own studio. Wu Jing, go to the logistics department to get the key to your studio yourself." Wu Jing also had his own residence in the shelter before, and it was renovated at the time, but the key was handed over to the logistics department. Now it can be considered as returning to its original owner. Wu Jing nodded, accepting the assignment. This was the most suitable job for him, and he would not be too far away from the farm. After all, farm-related experiments would inevitably involve contact with the farm. The dean saw that Wu Jing had no objection, so he did not say anything more. He and his wife asked everyone to eat more, and at the same time, they said a few words to Tao Ai and Wu Jing. After all, they were the only two people sitting there who were barely of the same generation as him, and they were Jiang Zhuxiang's elders. The dean also wanted to get some real information about Jiang Zhuxiang from them. The dinner ended happily for both the host and the guests. After Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room, he began to discuss the next trip with Tao Tai and the others on the communicator. Qiongqi also got a communicator after dinner, which was given to it by the dean himself. It also facilitated the communication between them and Jiang Zhuxiang. The only disadvantage was that the dean could also communicate with them, and sometimes he could even hide it from Jiang Zhuxiang. This was also the dean's implicit protection for Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, if there was something that the dean felt was inappropriate, it would be much more useful to talk to Tao Tai and the others than to Jiang Zhuxiang himself. After all, they had the ability to stop Jiang Zhuxiang. Tao Tai and Qiongqi didn't care about the dean's little trick. After all, they were more inclined to their own juniors. Whether they would listen to the dean's words or not was up to them. Just like now, they were discussing under the dean's nose when to go to other fragments with Jiang Zhuxiang to find their other old friends, which would also facilitate their subsequent actions. After all, there was strength in numbers. If their own juniors wanted to do something big, they would be able to do it without having to look at other people's faces. After deciding to rest for 2 days before setting off, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai ended this online meeting and began to practice. The gold and silver fish wheel in Jiang Zhuxiang's dantian had changed slightly under Jiang Zhuxiang's unremitting practice. It had a little breath of life and a little mysterious meaning, but it had not yet been clearly shown. It was estimated that Jiang Zhuxiang would continue to practice to see the details. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang practiced very seriously during this period, just to see what this vague thing was as soon as possible. After practicing for a night, Jiang Zhuxiang sighed a little disappointedly, looking at the obvious gold and silver fish wheel in his dantian and the vague layer of things on it. Although he had practiced Shenong's secret technique in his previous life, the energy and process of each practice were different. The previous experience didn't seem to work. It seemed that he still needed to figure it out. Jiang Zhuxiang had a rare breakfast and went directly to his studio after doing his daily exercise. But not to do experiments, but to find information. The virtual network authority of the studio is a little higher than that of the laboratory. This is the secret base of the researchers themselves. Many experiments that are not recognized by most people can be carried out in the studio until they have achieved results. Then they can apply for laboratory re-examination, and it can be regarded as the research results of the researchers. Therefore, the Academy of Sciences will give researchers greater authority in this regard to facilitate their search for information. Chapter 378 Wu Jing's Promotion. Jiang Zhuxiang spent the whole morning looking up information here, but didn't get much results. However, she did find something that interested her, which was that some of the methods used in ancient times on her fragment were somewhat similar to some of the methods used by the natives of that fragment. Jiang Zhuxiang had planned to drink some nutritional supplements to continue. But Yan Lei sent a message saying that he hadn't formally welcomed her after returning. Wu Jing also got a promotion. So it was a good opportunity for them to have a meal together. Their reasons were very strong. And Jiang Zhuxiang had no way to shirk them. She had to say that she would be there on time and asked where the specific location was. Before Yan Lei answered, Xue Wen squeezed over from the side of the camera and answered, "It's a newly opened store. Xiao Xiang, come to our laboratory first. We will go there together later. So you don't have to look for it yourself." Xue Wen showed an expression of caring for you. Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to nod to show that he understood, and hung up the call directly. Their laboratory actually refers to the laboratory shared by Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei, because Xue Wen and Yan Lei had a collaborative experiment before. They occupied Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei's laboratory for a period of time. So there is such a saying. After Jiang Zhuxiang arrived at the location, he found that they were not ready to leave yet, and said curiously, "Who are you waiting for?" Yan Lei finished his hand movements and explained, "We are waiting for Wu Jing. He was packing his things to move this morning. We were going to help him, but he wouldn't let us, so we had to wait here." After hearing what Yan Lei said, Jiang Zhuxiang had to greet Xue Wen and wait with them. Wu Jing said that he didn't need Xue Wen's help, mainly because there were too many people helping him. Even if Xue Wen and his friends went over, there would be nothing they could do to help, and it would be very embarrassing. Wu Jing sent off the people who came to help from the farm in front of the door of his house that he had just cleaned up, and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry to bother you today. I should treat everyone to dinner," because Xue Wen and the others had invited him at noon. Wu Jing had originally planned to treat them to a meal in the evening to express his gratitude. However, the farm staff were more considerate of Wu Jing and comforted him. "Don't waste so much. You just got promoted, and you need to spend money in many places. We eat much more food on the farm than in restaurants outside. We don't like the food in restaurants at all." Wu Jing still felt a little sorry. After all, the people on the farm have been together for such a long time, and have become like family to each other. He decided to go back more often when he has time in the future. Wu Jing waited until he could no longer see their backs before he started to look for Xue Wen and the others. Although he was a little depressed, he still couldn't break the appointment. Xue Wen and others naturally noticed Wu Jing's mood. Xue Wen asked directly, "Did anything happen?" Wu Jing has always been an honest and silent person. This time, he answered, "I am a little unhappy that I didn't thank those people on the farm." Xue Wen didn't expect Wu Jing to answer at all, so he had to say awkwardly, "Can you invite them to come with you at that time? Otherwise, you can send a message now. Anyway, we are not afraid of crowds at the place we are going today." Xue Wen still knew why Wu Jing didn't have time to thank the people who came to help the farm, and now he was trying to make up for it. Wu Jing was just sighing. After all, his friends and Xue Wen definitely didn't have any common topics. Even if they were forced to get together, they wouldn't be able to let go. So he refused. "Forget it. No need. They are not used to eating with strangers. I will find another time to get together with them. Let's go first. If we delay any longer, lunchtime will be over." Xue Wen stopped talking and led the way. He had only been to that place once, so he had a vague impression of the route. Following the signs on the road, Xue Wen finally found the place safely. This is the newest restaurant supported by the Academy of Sciences. Xue Wen's visit this time can be considered as public spending, and it also brings some popularity to the restaurant. All the mutant beasts here are placed in a very open garden. If the people who come to eat are interested, they can catch them themselves, and then they can be handed over to the kitchen staff for processing. These mutant beasts are the descendants of the first generation of mutant beasts raised by the Academy of Sciences. They are much less ferocious than their parents, and even if the researchers are killed, they will not be threatened. Wu Jing had never expected that Xue Wen would bring him to such a place. It was a familiar place. After all, he had taken care of these mutants before. So when Xue Wen and the others suggested going down to play, Wu Jing still refused. After all, he couldn't bring himself to take care of the mutants that he had raised like children. Xue Wen didn't have much of an opinion on Wu Jing's refusal. She asked him to find a place to sit down first. After they caught the mutants, they would come and sit with him. The seats here were quite popular. After all, the dean sent a message to all the researchers directly. No matter what, the researchers had to go and show their support, just like Xue Wen. Therefore, Wu Jing did not feel excluded. There were many people in the restaurant who were assigned the same task as Wu Jing. Wu Jing could chat with them, so waiting was not too boring. When Jiang Zhuxiang and the others came back after changing clothes, Wu Jing had become familiar with the people waiting in the restaurant, and even got a lot of contact numbers. When Wu Jing saw Jiang Zhuxiang and the others coming, he was still a little reluctant. But when the others saw Wu Jing's companions coming, they consciously let Wu Jing go back. After all, it was more important to eat with friends in a restaurant, and they were not blind. Xue Wen and the others did not think it was a big deal to see Wu Jing not stay in his seat blankly. After all, Wu Jing would also enter their circle in the future, and making friends in advance would also facilitate his future work. So they greeted the people who had a good chat with Wu Jing, and then followed Wu Jing to sit in the seat he found. Because it was a fresh mutant beast, it took time for the kitchen to process it. So Xue Wen and others had to wait for a long time to pick it up. Because this restaurant was supported by the Academy of Sciences, they could let customers play on the virtual network after a long waiting time, which was also considered as a kind of service. Wu Jing had never seen this kind of service before, so Xue Wen taught him how to play step by step. On the other hand, Yan Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang had already logged on to the virtual network early to find things they'd like to do. Chapter 379 Virtual Market. Because of the existence of Tao Tai, there are almost no threats that humans cannot deal with on this fragment. But there is still a little danger in the wild. The mutant beasts dare to attack humans without Tao Tai following them. So the people of the Academy of Sciences, who are not convenient to be active in the wild, have learned to have fun in the virtual network. The virtual network has basically achieved the level of allowing humans to feel 90% real. So it is still very popular among researchers. It's just that Wu Jing was sent to the farm before, and didn't catch up with the most popular time of the virtual network. Now it's just right for Xue Wen to lead him to experience it. Xue Wen asked Wu Jing to bring the virtual network terminal, and let him go up first, and told him to wait for him to come to him after he went up. After Wu Jing did it obediently, Xue Wen hurriedly climbed up. Xue Wen found Wu Jing at the place she had told him to go, and then went to find Jiang Zhuxiang and Xue Wen. Jiang Zhuxiang and Xue Wen were watching the virtual online at this time. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to find some hard-to-find plant seeds to plant on the soil. Xue Wen was not very interested in the virtual market, so after accompanying Wu Jing for a while, she said she would take Wu Jing to other places to have a look. Yan Lei stared at Xue Wen and said, "You go first. We will come to you if there is time later. If there is no wine, just order it directly." Xue Wen nodded to show that she understood, and went directly to her favorite place, the fighting arena. Perhaps because of her own lack of strength, Xue Wen's favorite virtual online is still the fighting arena, where she can surpass some people with strong strength in reality through conscious reaction. After all, superpowers cannot be used on the virtual internet. Here, it depends on pure hand and foot movements. This is also a place that Xue Wen wants to introduce to Wu Jing. In Xue Wen's opinion, Wu Jing should also like such a place where he can temporarily improve his strength. Although Wu Jing was somewhat interested in the fighting arena. In fact, the virtual market was more attractive to him than here. After all, after staying in the farm for a long time, he couldn't help wanting to know the value of the farm's output and whether it could be sold to people in need in time. Although the demand of the Academy of Sciences was still very large, there were still many things left in the farm. Before Wu Jing was promoted, he had been thinking about how to solve these problems. However, this was a place that Xue Wen liked very much after all. So Wu Jing didn't want to spoil the fun, so he had to accompany Xue Wen to try it out, which took a lot of time. When he went outside to remind them, he didn't see Jiang Zhuxiang and the others coming over. So Xue Wen went offline with Wu Jing directly, and just in time saw the two people on the opposite side open their eyes. Yan Lei glanced at Wu Jing, who obviously hadn't recovered from being disconnected from the virtual network yet, and motioned to Xue Wen to take good care of him. Xue Wen nodded in agreement, and was a little annoyed at her recklessness. Jiang Zhuxiang had also been on the virtual network before, but it was only for looking up information, and he had never really played it. However, his reaction was much better than Wu Jing's. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang's mental strength was much better than Wu Jing's. At this time, the table was already filled with all kinds of food made from the mutant beasts they had caught before. Fried, boiled, and stewed, which looked quite delicious. Xue Wen took care of Wu Jing, and at the same time asked Yan Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang to start eating. Wu Jing was a little embarrassed, as he seemed a little too weak. After Xue Wen picked up food for him twice, he directly said that he didn't need Xue Wen to take care of him. How could a grown man need others to take care of him even when eating? Shui Wen saw that Wu Jing's face had improved a little. So he didn't force him and let him do it himself, which made the atmosphere at the table a little better. After the meal, the four of them returned to their seats and started to do their own things. Wu Jing went back to the farm first and told him what he had seen on the virtual network before, and briefly said his idea. I plan to open a small store on the virtual network, so that everyone can have a place to sell their excess agricultural products. And there is no agricultural product for sale in that place now. So the demand will be quite large, and everyone can have some extra income. Although the salary provided by the Academy of Sciences is not bad, it is not a problem to maintain a normal life. If you encounter something that requires money, it will be a bit difficult. So Wu Jing thought of this method. The farm staff said with some concern, you have just been promoted, so don't focus on these things. There is no need to rush our affairs. Wait for 2 months. You will adapt to it, and then discuss doing this. The farm staff are worried that Wu Jing's doing this will divert his energy and cause him to have problems at work. Wu Jing hurriedly comforted, don't worry, everyone. There is another person working with me at my current workplace. He is a veteran and will remind himself if there is anything. And I will do this kind of thing outside of working hours. Moreover, I still need to inquire about the virtual online store. And it is not something that can be done just by saying so. The farm people were a little relieved. Wu Jing entertained the farm people once at the place where he used to live on the farm, as a thank you for their help in the morning. After Wu Jing came back in the evening, he sent a message to Shui Wen to ask about the virtual online store. At the end of the world, the originally prosperous online trade disappeared due to the lack of materials. Now it is just a sign of rising, and there are only a few people who have things to sell. Shui Wen did not expect Wu Jing to ask him about this. However, as a colleague and lifesaver, Shui Wen could not help but answer, and said directly, this matter is under the jurisdiction of the dean. Let me talk to Xiao Xiang tomorrow. She also talked about this matter this afternoon. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned this mainly to ask if he could sell the ointments he made on the virtual network. This matter required more caution than the materials Wu Jing wanted to sell. In the afternoon, Jiang Zhuxiang also said that he would mention it to the dean in the evening. It would take time to prepare. It would be okay to ask Xiaoxiang to help mention it to Wu Jing at that time. Wu Jing was a little hesitant when he heard that he needed to trouble Jiang Zhuxiang, a little girl. After all, there was nothing to be embarrassed about troublesome Shui Wen. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little girl, and she was his junior sister. Although he heard that she had a close relationship with the dean and his wife, he was still embarrassed to trouble her with such a thing, in case the dean and his wife were dissatisfied. Shui Wen listened to Wu Jing's hesitation in mentioning the reasons for his refusal, and said with a bit of amusement, don't worry. Even if Xiao Xiang wants the moon in the sky, the dean and his wife will not hesitate. For so long, the dean and his wife have already regarded her as their own daughter. I heard that they wanted her to inherit their estate before, but Xiao Xiang refused. Chapter 380 The Dean's Special Approval. When this matter was first reported, Shui Wen and the others were also shocked. They did not believe it was true at all. After all, the dean and his wife's inheritance was worth a lot even if only the credit value was counted. It was still a question whether Jiang Zhuxiang could keep such a large fortune. At that time, they all thought that someone was going to harm Zhuxiang, and they went to the dean to confirm. But they got a positive answer and Zhuxiang's refusal. Seeing the performance of both parties, they knew that they did not need to worry about this matter. After all, both parties were still relatively sober, but they had a new understanding of how favored their Xiaoxiang was. After hearing what Shui Wen said, Wu Jing was no longer worried and planned to go to the laboratory to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang about this matter tomorrow. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang was talking about this matter with the dean. It was just after dinner time, and Tao Ai and Qiongqi rarely stayed at the dean's house. So Jiang Zhuxiang told him about this matter and asked for his opinion. The dean had seen several of Jiang Zhuxiang's research results before, and he still believed in the effect of the ointment that Jiang Zhuxiang made himself. But it was not useful to believe it himself, and he still needed to use scientific data to explain it. The dean proposed, tomorrow you will give me a copy of the ointments you plan to sell, and I will ask someone to do a test for you, and give you a qualification certificate, which will also make it convenient for you to apply for a store. Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that he would need to polish his words for a long time. After all, he had not received professional medical education, and the ointment he made was not convincing enough. If it weren't for Jiang Zhuxiang's good self-control, the dean's performance would definitely have moved others to tears. Seeing the dean's performance, Tao Tai and Xiongqi secretly gritted their teeth. Don't think we don't know your sinister intentions. Don't you just want your young people to be tied to the Academy of Sciences for these small benefits? We won't let you succeed. The dean naturally felt the dissatisfaction of Tao Tai and Xiongqi. But he didn't care. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is wisdom. Brute force can't conquer the world in the end. If it weren't for the fact that they can still protect Xiaoxiang, he wouldn't tolerate them wanting to take his daughter away. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel the turbulent waves between the dean and Tao Tai at all. Now Jiang Zhuxiang was discussing with the dean's wife how to decorate his small medicine shop. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang went to the laboratory to prepare the sample of the ointment that the dean wanted. Xue Wen happened to bring Wu Jing over. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't spare the time to entertain them for a while, so he asked Yan Lei to help him entertain them first. After everything was ready and sent to the dean, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his laboratory again. And only then did he have time to ask Wu Jing if he had anything to ask him. Wu Jing and Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned the virtual store, saying that they wanted Jiang Zhuxiang to help talk to the dean. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little confusedly, "Can't you apply for a virtual online store yourself?" Yan Lei said with a bit of amusement, "Although you can apply for it yourself, you still have to reach a certain contribution value." Wu Jing has just returned to the laboratory, and his contribution value is definitely not enough to apply for a store. However, if there is a special approval from the dean, you can temporarily ignore the contribution value and make up for it within the specified time later. Jiang Zhuxiang also remembered this condition after hearing what Yan Lei said. If it was based on the contribution value he obtained, he would not have reached that standard. He also had to thank the inheritance of the original owner's parents. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang did not think much about Wu Jing's request and agreed to it. After the dean gave him the qualification certificate, he would mention this matter to him and let Wu Jing go back and wait. Wu Jing left with great gratitude, saying that he would send her the right seeds as soon as he found them. Jiang Zhuxiang's preferences were already an open secret in the academy. Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned this to the dean when he gave her the qualification certificate. The dean thought about it for a while, and thought that it would be good to have someone take care of Xiaoxiang on the virtual network. After all, the virtual network is no longer owned by the academy, and no one knows what will happen on it. So he gave special approval. If Wu Jing is tactful enough, he will definitely talk to Xiaoxiang about building a store together. This is also the time to check Wu Jing's character again. Wu Jing didn't know that the dean's special approval would involve such a test. He was very happy when he got the special approval. Jiang Zhuxiang was going to apply for a shop. In order to avoid more trouble, Wu Jing also went to apply. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to find a shop next to him. They applied together. It must be said that Wu Jing's character value is still good. After the shop application is approved, it needs to be built. This kind of thing usually takes half a month. The shop owner needs to provide drawings. Tasks will be posted on the virtual network. People who like to stay on the virtual network will accept the tasks. At that time, Jiang Zhuxiang and others will not need to watch them. The virtual network will automatically urge them to work hard. It is similar to the tasks in reality and requires contribution points. Fortunately, although Wu Jing's contribution value was not high enough, he still had enough contribution value to pay for this little bit of wages, which made Jiang Zhuxiang, who was originally planning to lend Wu Jing some contribution value, feel relieved. After all, borrowing money should be a very shameful thing for men, especially borrowing money from women. With half a month of free time, Jiang Zhuxiang, who had stayed at home for a long time, wanted to go out again. Tao Tai and Xiongqi had also stayed for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang reported to the dean and started to prepare again. Xue Wen and others were a little helpless after knowing this. It seemed that it was difficult to expect their little sister to stay in the Academy of Sciences peacefully. However, this time she seemed to have made up her mind to go out alone. And she didn't even intend to pay attention to the tasks of the Lei family superpower team that she had been getting along well with before. When Jiang Zhuxiang was in the Academy of Sciences, Lei Jin still tried to contact Jiang Zhuxiang through normal channels. The most common excuse was to invite people with tasks. The degree of frequent rejection was almost unbearable for even the dean's wife. And sometimes she would mention this matter to Jiang Zhuxiang. However, Jiang Zhuxiang always refused with his own things to do. The dean's wife finally saw that there must be some conflict between Lei Jin and her child. At this time, the dean's wife's position was still very firm. Even if her child was wrong, it would not be a big mistake. Later, she would no longer help Lei Jin convey his message. Chapter 381. Privately deciding to live together. After the dean's wife perfunctorily responded several times, Lei Jin also noticed the dean's wife's attitude and did not try to let the dean's wife convey his words again. Instead, he planned to go to Jiang Zhuxiang himself to confirm whether he still had hope. When Lei Jin came, it was the day before Jiang Zhuxiang prepared his things and planned to leave. Jiang Zhuxiang was still surprised when he saw Lei Jin. After all, his attitude towards him was not good before. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that he would never see his shadow again after returning. At the same time, he also had a certain appreciation for his perseverance. Of course, this appreciation did not reach the level of liking, but he could just talk to him openly. Lei Jin subtly noticed Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude and took the opportunity to say that he wanted to have a good talk with her. The dean's wife was originally sitting next to Jiang Zhuxiang and listening. After hearing this, she looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a teasing look in her eyes. "Do you need me to leave?" Jiang Zhuxiang was not embarrassed at all and said directly, "You don't need to move. We will find another place. The dean doesn't use the study today. Please lend it to us for the time being." The dean's wife also had the right to decide about the dean's study. She nodded and agreed to lend the study to Jiang Zhuxiang. In fact, the study was originally prepared for the dean and Jiang Zhuxiang. The dean's wife usually did not go into the study unless she needed to find some ancient recipes. Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Jin over, prepared a cup of tea for him and himself, and then slowly waited for Lei Jin to speak. Lei Jin drank a sip of tea a little nervously, and said with a strong sense of nervousness, "If, in the future, I don't aim to get married, but just maintain a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with you. And even the boyfriend-girlfriend relationship can be concealed from other people. Can you accept me as a person?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin a little surprised. How did he come up with such a condition? Obviously, the Lei family couple would not agree to it. After all, Lei Jin is their only son, and it will not only be himself who will be criticized. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little puzzled, "Will your parents accept you doing this?" When Lei Jin heard Jiang Zhuxiang ask such a question, he knew that Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude had softened. So he said happily, "I will take care of my parents. Xiaxiang, you just need to consider your own ideas." So what is your idea? Although his parents hope that he will have offspring, they are not the kind of people who will embarrass their children. Even if he does not get married at that time, his parents will definitely only blame him. After all, if this kind of thing is made public, Jiang Zhuxiang will still suffer. But the world does not know Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts. Jiang Zhuxiang really thought about it carefully. If there is only a person who is in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with him, he will have more confidence to face the dean and his wife. After all, although he is still young now, if he still insists on being single in a few years, the dean's wife will definitely start to worry about his future. This is the responsibility that every mother will not forget. However, although Lei Jin's conditions were excellent, there was one thing that Jiang Zhuxiang was most dissatisfied with. That was that he was too pressing. Jiang Zhuxiang directly proposed, "If you don't follow me all the time and ask about my schedule in the future, I will consider the relationship you mentioned." Lei Jin never thought that he had given up so much. But his own Xiaoxiang still had opinions, and directly hit his pain point. He couldn't avoid answering, so he had to reluctantly say, "I will try my best to restrain myself in the future. If I do it again, you can punish me in your own way, but you can't ignore me. Okay?" After all, the Cold War is still very hurtful. Lei Jin no longer wanted to feel his Xiaoxiang's coldness towards him from time to time. Even if she just didn't answer his communication, he couldn't accept it. Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't have any idea about the Cold War. At most, he just ignored Lei Jin. How could it escalate to the level of the Cold War? And the emergence of a war must be the joint efforts of both sides. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Then let's sign a contract, so that you won't break your promise when the time comes." His words were full of distrust of Lei Jin. But Lei Jin had too many previous records and couldn't refute it at all. He could only watch Jiang Zhuxiang write down the agreement one by one and handed it to him without modification. Lei Jin looked at the prohibitions, which almost blocked his way to approach her. Lei Jin said with a bit of laughter, "This contract is of no benefit to me at all. It is not in line with the spirit of the contract." Lei Jin tried to gain benefits for himself and spoke with the spirit of the contract. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a bit of amusement, Then what are you going to do? Jiang Zhuxiang had already calculated Lei Zhen's reaction when he wrote it out. He could still accept Lei Zhen's struggle to this extent. After all, he did not completely reject his plan. Lei Zhen said a little cautiously, I will also write a contract. When we sign it, it can be regarded as a restriction on each other. After all, sometimes Jiang Zhuxiang really doesn't look like a girl. Lei Zhen still wants to take care of her. Jiang Zhuxiang gave up the table and motioned him to write it. Lei Zhen was very careful to write his contract according to the highest level that Jiang Zhuxiang could accept. After all, it was for her to accept, and he might get a lot of benefits if he manipulated it a little. Jiang Zhuxiang took a look at Lei Zhen's contract and put it down with a smile. This is the news from which trader around me. Lei Zhen spent a lot of money to know these news about Jiang Zhuxiang. But it was not directly from the people around Jiang Zhuxiang, but the tasks issued in the task hall. Lei Zhen still knew Jiang Zhuxiang's taboos, so he naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. So he also had the confidence to refute at this time. This is not told to me by the people around you, but the result of my issuing the task. The task information is still in the task hall. Xiaxiang, you can check it yourself. Jiang Zhuxiang had no idea that this kind of thing could be solved through the mission hall. Lei Zhen was not afraid of embarrassment. However, since he did it, he was quite satisfied. Even if Lei Zhen planned to secretly cross the conditions he set, wouldn't he stop him? The final result might not be what Lei Zhen wanted. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Zhen's paper very readily, signed his name on it, and then waited for Lei Zhen to sign his own paper. Chapter 382 New Type of Flying Vehicle. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang sign his contract so readily, Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and took the one written by Jiang Zhuxiang and wrote his name on it. When drafting the contract, they had already written their names on their own. With the contract signed by both parties, they only needed to find someone to notarize it for it to be effective. However, the person should be discussed and must not be the parents of both parties. If the parents of both parties knew that they signed such a thing, they would definitely force them to get married. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen were a little worried. Where could they find someone they both trusted to notarize it for them? Finally, after much thought, Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen thought of Tao Tai and the others. In the end, among Jiang Zhuxiang's elders, Tao Tai was the only one who would not force Jiang Zhuxiang to get married. After all, in their era, the influence of matriarchal society was still very deep. There were many families where women held up half the sky, and no one would say anything. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang not getting married would not be as shocking news to Tao Tai and the others, but would be welcomed. After all, without the burden of family, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Therefore, when Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen came to the door, they readily agreed to give them justice, sign their own pseudonyms, and left their own claw marks. This was already the most sacred agreement of Tao Tai and the others. If they violated it at that time, Tao Tai would be punished together with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Tao Tai could still vaguely feel the heavenly way of this world. After all, it was not a coincidence that his own Xiaoxiang would appear in this era. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen each breathed a sigh of relief, put away their own contracts, and took them out to restrain each other after reading them once. Of course, after returning, they would definitely recite all the terms of the contract, and then put away the thin paper. Unless they planned to confront each other in the future, they would not take them out again to show them to others. Lei Zhen was recognized to a certain extent, and he had the confidence to ask Jiang Zhuxiang about his future plans. After all, if he just asked whether he planned to follow, it would not be considered a violation of the terms of the contract formulated by Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang still abides by a rule. That is, if your parents are alive, you should not travel far. And if you travel, you must have a plan. Therefore, when the dean and his wife knew about his future direction, Jiang Zhuxiang did not mind telling Lei Zhen about his future itinerary. Anyway, he would not take him with him, and the contract stipulated that he was not allowed to follow secretly, which was also a good constraint on Lei Zhen's actions. Jiang Zhuxiang did not want to go out by himself and avoid Lei Zhen, which was also very tiring. Lei Zhen was a little stunned when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's bold words. After he reacted, he had to fight for it. Then you are not allowed to ignore my messages and communications when you are outside. You must tell me if you encounter anything. You are not allowed to ignore my greetings every morning and evening. You must reply half of the words in my message. Otherwise, I will send you a communication. And you are not allowed to fancy other men outside. Jiang Zhuxiang also agreed to Lei Zhen's requests after Lei Zhen promised that he would not follow him secretly. After all, he had something important to do when he went out. And the things that Lei Zhen was worried about would never happen. However, if someone saw the scene of Lei Zhen and Jiang Zhuxiang getting along now, they would definitely think that their roles were reversed. After notarization, Tao Tai and Qiongqi followed Jiang Zhuxiang and his wife back to the house of the dean and his wife. However, they consciously left space for Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen. But this did not prevent them from hearing the conversation between Jiang Zhuxiang and his wife. After they finished a paragraph of the conversation, they came out, patted Lei Zhen on the shoulder, and said, "You kids should accumulate strength in this fragment. We will take Jiang Zhuxiang to see more things and bring back good things, which will also be beneficial to your further development in the future." Tao Tai and Qiongqi's theories have been very good under the training of the dean and his wife. Even Lei Zhen could not find anything wrong with them, so he had to nod silently. Lei Zhen told Lei Kong and others that this was his last effort. So Lei Kong and others let him out. After all, they didn't need a leader who was in a trance all day. So, after the matter was resolved, Lei Zhen contacted Lei Kong and others, saying that he would stay for a while. And the purpose was naturally to see his own Xiao Xiang off. After the contract was signed, Lei Zhen no longer concealed his good mood, and even directly stated his purpose. Lei Kong judged from Lei Zhen's good mood that his captain's efforts were successful. But Lei Kong had never expected it to be successful before. After all, the conditions that Lei Zhen had told him before were not something that a normal man would take the initiative to propose. However, as long as the matter is resolved, Lei Kong does not mind his captain taking some time off. There is nothing in the Lei family that needs him to come back to deal with. After Lei Kong's agreement, Lei Zhen temporarily put aside the affairs of the team and helped Jiang Zhuxiang wholeheartedly, checking the travel supplies she prepared and providing 2 good suggestions. When the departure time came, Lei Zhen remembered that he had not asked them how to get to other fragments. After all, aircraft are now considered luxury goods, and the Dean of the Academy of Sciences cannot always send the juniors there. Moreover, according to Jiang Zhuxiang's route, they did not plan to come back halfway, and the Dean was even less likely to send them. When Lei Zhen asked this question, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were already standing at the entrance of the Academy of Sciences. The Dean and his wife were also in the procession of people seeing off the visitors, so they naturally heard Lei Zhen's question. The Dean's wife waved her hand and took out a flying machine from her space. The Dean stepped forward and explained to Lei Zhen, "This is the latest flying machine developed by our Academy of Sciences that can fly automatically. This time we can give it to them to try, so you don't have to worry about their travel problems. This flying machine that can fly automatically is easy to operate. It was designed by the Dean, who had not conducted research for a long time. It was a conscientious work produced by Shui Wen and Yan Lei. As long as the user can understand the instructions, they will be able to use it. It is a travel gift given by the Dean and his wife to Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, they will not see each other for a while." Lei Zhen naturally had no objection to the Dean's product, but he still asked to accompany him. Jiang Zhuxiang could put him down before flying over the gap. He was just a little worried, and it was also to gain benefits for himself. Jiang Zhuxiang did not refuse Lei Zhen's request. After all, it was reasonable. In her previous era, it was also common to send someone off for 10 miles. Chapter 383 Lei Zhen's Envy. Lei Zhen was very happy to get permission to board the aircraft with Jiang Zhuxiang. However, he was still rational. He went with Jiang Zhuxiang first, letting Tao Tai and Qiongqi go up first, and then followed his own Xiuxiang to board the aircraft, and began to look at the interior of the aircraft. This is the aircraft that the Dean made according to Jiang Zhuxiang's preferences. Although the interior is not all ancient style, it still has this tendency. The partitions are all screens, so that Lei Zhen cannot see what is inside at once. There is a buffer, which naturally gives others a link to adapt. The seats are all made of wood and firmly fixed to the aircraft. Of course, some cushions are also prepared, considering that Tao Tai and Qiongqi may not be used to sitting on chairs. As for the cockpit, it may be the most modern place in this aircraft. There are various buttons everywhere. Of course, the instruction manual is already opened on the display screen in the middle. Lei Zhen accompanied Jiang Zhuxiang to go there, and took a look at the instruction manual to see how advanced it is. The instruction manual stated that the aircraft can fly automatically, which was something Lei Zhen knew when he was on the ground before. In addition, various new functions were introduced. For example, after the aircraft arrives at a location, it will automatically detect traces of human activities with a detector and generate a map for Jiang Zhuxiang to check. And it will also automatically generate a topographic map for Jiang Zhuxiang to choose the landing site himself. In addition to these detection functions, this aircraft will transform into a small land vehicle after landing on the ground. So Jiang Zhuxiang and others don't have to worry about how to put it away at that time. Lei Jin likes this point. After all, in Lei Jin's impression, although Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai may have space for one person, the size of the space is definitely not large. And a flying machine will definitely not be able to fit it. After turning into a land vehicle, it can not only be convenient to carry, but also can be used as a means of transportation, and can also protect them when they encounter danger. The Dean equipped the aircraft with thermal weapons. If necessary, Jiang Zhuxiang and others can also carry out long-range attacks. And the material of the aircraft is the best defense. Invisible and able to automatically rebound attacks. Lei Jin appreciated the aircraft even more after watching it like this. It was in line with Lei Jin's fantasy of a private aircraft. So Lei Jin couldn't help asking, Xiao Xiang, can you help me ask the Dean if he is willing to help me make such an aircraft? He can set the price. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Lei Jin and said, go ask for what you want yourself. I won't ask for you. After all, he also saw the energy that the Dean spent on making this aircraft for him. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want the Dean to spend more energy on talking to him. When Lei Jin was looked at by Jiang Zhuxiang again, he knew that his words were not appropriate. After all, his current position was not very stable. He actually wanted his own Xiao Xiang to help him ask for things. This behavior might give his own Xiao Xiang the impression that he was with her just for her relationship. Lei Jin was a little embarrassed at first, but fortunately his own Xiao Xiang directly refused. Lei Jin quickly said, wait until I send you to the border. I will go back to the Academy of Sciences to ask the Dean myself. Jiang Zhuxiang ignored Lei Jin's words and directly reached out to click the automatic flight option on the screen. Then walked behind Tao Tai and Qiongqi and chose a seat to sit down. As for Lei Jin, Jiang Zhuxiang said, you should also find a place to sit down. It may be a bit shaky when taking off. After that, Jiang Zhuxiang fastened his seat belt. Lei Jin followed the instructions. Although he did not dare to sit next to Jiang Zhuxiang blatantly, he still found a seat close to Jiang Zhuxiang, only 1 aisle away from her. After Lei Jin sat down, he also fastened his seat belt. After the intelligence center of the aircraft noticed that everyone was seated, it reminded, start taking off. Everyone get ready. Jiang Zhuxiang closed his eyes and began to rest. After all, he had nothing to say for the time being, and he also wanted to save energy for the next trip. After what happened just now, Lei Jin did not dare to open the topic easily, so he also remained silent, just looking at Jiang Zhuxiang with his eyes, silently paying attention. According to Jiang Zhuxiang's idea, the aircraft automatically flew to the boundary of their fragment, and then, according to Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions, landed to facilitate Lei Jin to go down, because there was still flying next. It did not turn into a land vehicle. Before leaving, Lei Jin took the time to say a few words to Jiang Zhuxiang, mainly reminding her to pay attention to safety, and to reply to his messages. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that Lei Jin was a bit like the Dean's wife. With such a nagging level, Jiang Zhuxiang directly urged, you go back first. He would naturally do what he promised. And Lei Jin didn't need to repeat it so many times. Lei Jin had no choice but to start walking back silently. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't return to the aircraft until he could no longer see Lei Jin's figure. Tao Tai was curious and said, the boy is gone. You know, they didn't say a word to Lei Jin on the aircraft before. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, then returned to the cockpit to set the next goal, and returned to his position to continue waiting. The temperature control system in the aircraft automatically turned on. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others saw the hot weather outside the window. Although the yellow sand was all over the ground, and the sun was scorching. However, can anyone really survive in such a place? Jiang Zhuxiang regretted her choice of destination. However, the aircraft faithfully carried out Jiang Zhuxiang's orders, and analyzed the collected information and transmitted it to Jiang Zhuxiang's communicator, allowing her to continue to choose the next target. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to see someone. The aircraft could only convey the information from the center, and there were still several oases. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go there first. After choosing, she conveyed her request to the aircraft. The aircraft received the new order and flew to the nearest oasis. As for Tao Tai and Qiongqi, this trip had been decided to let Jiang Zhuxiang make her own decision. This was also a good opportunity to exercise her ability. Even if there were any mistakes, as long as they were not big, they would not intervene unless her life was endangered. Jiang Zhuxiang already knew the attitudes of Tao Tai and Qiongqi before he came out, so he did not ask them before making a decision and relied on his own judgment. Of course, he would occasionally ask about their preferences, which did not count as violating the decisions of Tao Tai and the others. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang was also taking their preferences into consideration. Chapter 384. First Exploration of the Desert. The appearance of the oasis is inseparable from the water source in the desert. When he arrived at the first oasis, Jiang Zhuxiang saw a fairly large lake. Jiang Zhuxiang walked out of the aircraft that had turned into a land vehicle, arrived at the lake, filled some water with a bottle, tested it, and found that it was fresh water, so he took out more empty bottles. After all, water in the desert is very precious. Maybe they will encounter a shortage of water at that time. Although the water here cannot be drunk directly, it is still very precious. If it is really needed at that time, it can be boiled. Tao Tai and Qiongqi helped Jiang Zhuxiang fill water together, and at the same time began to observe the situation here. Generally, there are animals and plants in oasis, and this oasis is no exception. Although there are not many species of animals and plants, there are still many. There are many traces of mutant animals near the lake. They may be frightened by them. Tao Tai and Qiongqi even found traces of mutant lions. The force value of this mutant animal is not small. If Jiang Zhuxiang encounters it, she may not be able to resist it. Considering this situation, Tao Tai and Qiongqi did not hide it and told Jiang Zhuxiang directly, asking her to be careful. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little confused. Shouldn't mutant lions live on the grassland? There are obviously not enough animals for them to eat. Tao Tai and Qiongqi had just seen the traces and had made some judgments. It should be just a mutant lion. I don't know how it ended up in this oasis, since other mutant animals here can still exist. It means that the mutant lion is not very fierce. It may be a lioness. Just don't provoke it when the time comes. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in agreement. His purpose of coming here was just to find an identity source that could allow him to move openly on this fragment in the future. He was a traveler lost in the desert, so he would not go to the trouble of provoking those powerful animals. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai walked around the oasis for several times and found no signs of human activities. This was a good opportunity for them to rest. After all, if there were signs of human activities, they would have to be wary of harm from humans. It was time to prepare lunch. So Tao Tai and Qiongqi said that they would go hunting, and Jiang Zhuxiang would stay where he was and be careful. If he encountered a problem that he couldn't solve, he would just return to the aircraft. They could then follow the aircraft. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in agreement. But apart from the mutant lion they mentioned before, there shouldn't be any other threats. And even if there were, he could solve them. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were relatively confident in Jiang Zhuxiang, so they started to act separately. Jiang Zhuxiang began to prepare the firewood he would need later at the edge of the water source. There were many dry plants on the edge of the oasis, which died of lack of water due to lack of radiation from the water source. They were perfect for firewood. Jiang Zhuxiang chose a passage that he could see to the bottom at a glance, and walked back and forth several times, letting the firewood pile up by the lake. After the firewood was ready, Jiang Zhuxiang took out the things he needed from his personal space and prepared some vegetables by himself. After all, Tao Tai and Qiongqi would definitely bring back mutant beast meat. In a strange place, Jiang Zhuxiang still did not dare to overestimate his body. It would be bad if he couldn't adapt to the local climate. After Jiang Zhuxiang prepared these, he began to check the plants on the oasis. Plants that can live in the oasis are all relatively energetic. After all, the oasis may not have enough water, and the oasis may disappear at any time. If the water source is exhausted, Jiang Zhuxiang collected a little sample of each plant, intending to take it back for research. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished this matter, Tao Tai and Qiongqi also came back. They were obviously full, and the things they brought back were only for Jiang Zhuxiang alone. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about Tao Tai's appetite and decided to leave the oasis later. After all, the number of mutant animals here was not enough for Tao Tai to eat for a few meals, and it would be bad if they became extinct. Tao Tai didn't know what Jiang Zhuxiang was thinking. So he handed the things in his hand to Jiang Zhuxiang and let her decide how to deal with them. Jiang Zhuxiang had taken out the pot before, and Jiang Zhuxiang still planned to cook it. After washing the blood in the lake and then rinsing it with clean water, Jiang Zhuxiang pulled out the dagger he carried with him and used it as a knife. He sliced the meat into slices and put them in the pot to cook. After removing the blood foam, Jiang Zhuxiang put in various vegetables, including the potatoes he found in another fragment before, which was enough for Jiang Zhuxiang to fill his stomach. After Jiang Zhuxiang was full, he cleaned up the traces. After all, this was a strange place, and they had to be careful. If someone found the traces here, it would be difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to explain. After lunch, Jiang Zhuxiang directly suggested, "Let's go through the desert to other places. But there may not be many mutant animals in the desert, and we may need to use our reserves at that time." Tao Tai and Qiongqi had no objection. They had sufficient reserves, and could be replenished at any time when they arrived in other places. They were not too worried. Moreover, the desert was the best place to hone a person. Tao Tai and the others suggested, "Xiaoxiang, you should put away the aircraft first. We can just walk through it. It will save us from having to put on makeup when we meet people." Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to walk, so she put away the aircraft without any objection. However, it was the hottest time of the day at noon, which was obviously not the best time to enter the desert. They still had to stay in the oasis until dark. This kind of common sense was checked when Jiang Zhuxiang decided to come here, so she would not make such a common sense mistake. Tao Tai and Qiongqi originally planned to set off now, but after listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's explanation, they did not insist. After all, they just wanted to train their young generation, not torture her. When it got dark, Jiang Zhuxiang took out the food and stopped Tao Tai and Qiongqi from hunting. After a simple meal, they took their first step into the desert. The sand under their feet still had the temperature of the day. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and they had to be careful of quicksand. However, the desert around the oasis was relatively safe. Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions were careful and did not encounter any particularly dangerous situations that night, except for some mutant scorpions that came out to move. The appearance of mutant scorpions was actually within Jiang Zhuxiang's expectations. After all, scorpions are the most common animals in the desert, so it is not troublesome to deal with them. Jiang Zhuxiang can also use them as medicine. Chapter 385. Walking out of the desert. The night passed, and the temperature in the desert was the lowest in the early morning. Jiang Zhuxiang unconsciously quickened his pace and used the energy in his body to keep himself warm, so as not to be frozen and unable to walk. Tao Tai and Qiongqi, on the other hand, did not care about the temperature change at all, and directly relied on their strong resistance. Therefore, they traveled much more in the early morning than at night, until the stars appeared and the temperature began to rise. Jiang Zhuxiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Tao Tai and Qiongqi, "Let's find a place to spend the daytime first. This time is not suitable for traveling." Tao Tai and Qiongqi didn't really care about the high temperature, as beasts that had experienced the wild times. The high temperature in the desert was nothing compared to the temperature when the sun was high in the sky. However, since Jiang Zhuxiang had decided, they didn't mind obeying him. After all, although the physical fitness of their youngster was good, it had not completely surpassed the scope of humans. After Tao Tai and Qiongqi nodded in agreement, Jiang Zhuxiang began to look for a place to hide from the scorching sun at noon. The only place he could see was the sand dunes, so Jiang Zhuxiang could only find a place in the shade of a sand dune as a place to hide at noon. Jiang Zhuxiang took Tao Tai and Qiongqi for a while before reaching the foot of the sand dune he had chosen. The sand dune was very large, and the shadow area in the shade was also very large. When the sun was shining directly at noon, it should be able to block the sun for him. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was in the desert for the first time after all. Just in case, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to make more preparations. Jiang Zhuxiang's so-called preparation was to dig a sand pit. Although the surface of the desert would be very hot at noon, the temperature underground was still relatively suitable, as long as there were no accidents. This was also one of the common sense that Jiang Zhuxiang had found before setting off. Tao Tai and Qiongqi followed Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions slowly. Although Jiang Zhuxiang was a little anxious, he could only cheer himself up. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were not lazy. They just wanted to train Jiang Zhuxiang better. After all, high temperature is also one of the ways to temper people's will. So they were not very happy for Jiang Zhuxiang to adopt this tricky method. So they were so lazy, hoping that Jiang Zhuxiang could realize their attitude. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't realize the attitude of Tao Tai and Qiongqi at first, and even complained a little about their speed. Later, when he saw that Tao Tai and Qiongqi were almost motionless, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at their faces and silently reflected on his behavior. But he still dug the sand pit. After all, he wanted to rest during the day. He didn't rest at all last night. If he still couldn't rest during the day, he would definitely not have the energy to travel tonight. After the sand pit was completed, Jiang Zhuxiang quickly arranged a layer of grass on the top of the sand pit, and then called Tao Tai and Qiongqi. Do you want to go in and rest first? Tao Tai and Qiongqi had never thought that Jiang Zhuxiang made this sand pit for rest. It was hard to blame her for anything. Moreover, she gave them the opportunity to rest first, so they had no objection. They just asked Jiang Zhuxiang to rest first. After all, they didn't care much about not sleeping for a night. They could still withstand a few nights without sleep. It would be better to let their young people rest first. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything polite to Tao Tai. He was a little sleepy when digging the sand pit. Only after taking the time to rest could he better resist the high temperature at noon. The temperature of the sand pit covered by grass was still suitable for sleeping. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a mat from his personal space and spread it on the sand. After finding a pillow, Jiang Zhuxiang quickly fell asleep. Jiang Zhuxiang was still awakened by the heat. Although the temperature in the sand pit was not as high as outside, it was still enough to make people feel uncomfortable. Jiang Zhuxiang stepped on the stairs he made and saw Tao Tai and Qiongqi exposed to the sun without any care. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little envious. But if his skin was exposed directly to the sun, it would be sunburned. So Jiang Zhuxiang could only envy it. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang come out, Tao Tai and Qiongqi didn't say anything. The two people and the bees silently felt the high temperature of the desert at noon in their own way. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a water bottle and kept replenishing himself with water. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little envious of the water-based superpowers, who could replenish themselves with water at any time, without worrying about what to do if the water ran out while replenishing water like himself. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished another bottle of water, he suddenly thought of a way. He wondered if his water mist talisman would be of any use here. If it could produce a small range of water mist, it would be able to temporarily cool him down. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the water mist talismans he had drawn in practice from his personal space, and activated them one by one with his own energy. With the nourishment of the water mist, Jiang Zhuxiang barely passed the test of the high temperature at noon. When the sun disappeared, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the water mist talisman that had been used up with a little regret, and was a little worried about how he would spend the afternoon tomorrow. However, at night, as always, it was time to hurry. Jiang Zhuxiang refilled the sand pit he had dug to prevent others from falling in. Before setting off, Jiang Zhuxiang prepared a good dinner. At noon, because it was too hot, Jiang Zhuxiang ate the nutritional supplement directly. Tao Tai and Qiongqi seemed to go out to harm the mutant animals in the desert again. Dinner was still the food that had been stored before. After replenishing the energy, Jiang Zhuxiang continued to set off with Tao Tai. After repeating the experience of the first day several times, Jiang Zhuxiang's stored supplies were almost exhausted. Jiang Zhuxiang was ecstatic when he saw the thin grass. Seeing grass means there may be water sources. Water is the most consumed when walking in the desert. Jiang Zhuxiang has not drunk water for a whole day. This is the result of her careful calculation. She also uses her own talisman to gather water from time to time. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang will definitely be short of water for a longer time. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were also very happy to see the grass. They were tired of the mutant animals in the desert. Apart from mutant scorpions and mutant lizards, they were no match for the animal species in the vegetation-rich areas before. The two people and one beast walked quickly to the grassy area. Sure enough, not long after, bushes and some slightly taller trees began to appear. In order to save time searching, Jiang Zhuxiang said he wanted to go up the tree to have a look. Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked at the fragile branches and determined that they could not climb up. So they agreed to let Jiang Zhuxiang go up. Chapter 386: The Abandoned Lake. Jiang Zhuxiang, who had just left the desert, was particularly sensitive to the smell of water sources. He easily stood on the top of the tree with the light body technique. His eyes unconsciously followed the smell he smelled and saw the lake that was a little far away from here. The water vapor there was the most abundant. Jiang Zhuxiang ignored other things and only recognized that direction. After coming down from the tree, he directly told Tao Tai and Qiongqi about the location. Tao Tai and Qiongqi naturally heard the distance in Jiang Zhuxiang's words. Looking at Jiang Zhuxiang's face that was starting to peel, they wanted to persuade her to find a place nearby to replenish some water first. But seeing her eager expression, they shut up. She would definitely not listen to the persuasion at this time. So they decided to find a way to replenish her water on the way. Seeing that Tao Tai and Qiongqi had no objections, Jiang Zhuxiang took the lead and walked in front. Tao Tai and Qiongqi walked behind in tacit understanding, and began to look for something to replenish water. They found a fruit that looked very juicy. Many birds were pecking at it. It should be non-toxic. They took the opportunity to pick some and handed some to Jiang Zhuxiang, who was on the road with great interest, and asked her to try it. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't refuse their kindness, so she finished the fruit in 2 or 3 bites. Although it still tasted astringent, it was surprisingly juicy. The water in the fruit relieved Jiang Zhuxiang's anxiety, making her feel better on the way until she successfully arrived at the lake. The traces on the lakeside show that there were human activities here before, and there were quite a few humans here, because there are many farmlands around, as well as abandoned buildings. The remaining straw in the farmlands shows what people used to live on. There is also a slightly broken boat floating on the lake. It seems that people used to go fishing in the lake for a living. Logically, in such an environment, humans should not leave easily. Jiang Zhuxiang can only guess that something unexpected must have happened here before, causing humans to leave. Jiang Zhuxiang can still think so much thanks to the fruits on the road. After roughly checking the lakeside, Jiang Zhuxiang took out the empty bottle and started to fill it with water. After refilling all the empty bottles, Tao Tai and Qiongqi turned into their original forms and ran into the lake. After being in the desert for so long, too much sand had accumulated in their fur. They needed to be cleaned urgently, otherwise they would grow worms. This was Shenong's reminder. Jiang Zhuxiang watched the water begin to become turbid, so he had to quietly stay away from the place where Tao Tai and Qiongqi went into the water and look elsewhere. There are many rivers flowing into this lake. Jiang Zhuxiang walked up along the rivers and found that there were more or less dams above these rivers. Seeing these dams, Jiang Zhuxiang could think of what those people had done before. In order to grab water sources, it was not uncommon in the era before Jiang Zhuxiang. However, since these dams have not been used for a long time, the water that was originally blocked has returned to the lake, so the lake can return to the state that Jiang Zhuxiang just saw. If humans return here now, they will definitely be able to survive well. After all, the water source here is enough to support human survival. Moreover, since the end of the world, the human population has been reduced to a certain extent, and the shortage of water is no longer so tense. The situation here should not become as bad as before. However, it is also possible that the people who left are still afraid, so no one will come back, wasting such a piece of land and water in vain. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the lake along the river. Tao Tai and Qiongqi had returned to the lake clean and had started to make a fire. There were also many fish they caught beside them. It seemed that these were the staple food for this meal. However, seeing Tao Tai and Qiongqi clean, Jiang Zhuxiang suddenly felt uncomfortable. He talked to Tao Tai and them, left them far away, and found a place to start washing. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang had no way to go down to the lake to wash like Tao Tai and him. Instead, he made a tent from his space, prepared a bathtub inside, and then started to wash comfortably after heating water. This also avoided the danger of being attacked by fish in the lake. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang did not have the ability of Tao Tai and Qiongqi, the mutant animals, to retreat consciously. After Jiang Zhuxiang washed and dried his clothes, Tao Tai and Qiongqi had already grilled the fish, and Jiang Zhuxiang was just in time for dinner, which saved him from being busy. Tao Tai and Qiongqi put the portion that belonged to Jiang Zhuxiang in front of him, and they began to eat. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took out some water shield that he had obtained from the Shui family before, put some water in a small pot, boiled a pot of soup, and served himself a bowl before he began to drink the soup and eat the fish. The soup in the pot was left for Tao Tai and Qiongqi, and it was unknown whether these two would eat it all up. After eating a meal of fish, they had replenished their water intake. However, because they had walked through the desert, they would unconsciously collect any food they could see. Before leaving, Jiang Zhuxiang followed the Tao Tai into the water. However, Jiang Zhuxiang went down on a boat, which was the slightly shabby boat that they had seen before. Jiang Zhuxiang repaired it himself. And as long as there was no major collision, there would be no problem. There were ropes tied to both ends of Jiang Zhuxiang's boat, and the other ends of the ropes were in the hands of Tao Tai and Qiongqi. So Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have to worry about how to move the boat, and only focused on using a sharpened wooden stick to spear fish. After harvesting a few baskets of fish, Tao Tai and Qiongqi stopped in time and pulled Jiang Zhuxiang's boat, which was about to collapse, back to the shore. After Jiang Zhuxiang got off the boat, the original boat turned into a few wooden boards. Jiang Zhuxiang stood in the water on the shore, silently thanking Tao Tai and Qiongqi for their accurate judgment. Put the fish in a box with water, and then put it in Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space. Jiang Zhuxiang and others continued to walk south, because he had just consumed a lot of energy in fishing. Jiang Zhuxiang's movements unconsciously slowed down. Tao Tai and Qiongqi didn't urge him, and walked lazily in the middle of the half-human high grass. In the distance, animals could be seen moving in the shadows. But the distance was still too far, and it was not yet to the extent that they needed to be alert. However, they didn't know that many mutant animals around them had noticed them. But because of the aura of Tao Tai and Qiongqi, they didn't dare to get close. Jiang Zhuxiang occasionally turned around and could see the stripes in the grass. Jiang Zhuxiang silently fixed his head in a forward position, pretending that the mutant animals didn't exist. Chapter 387, Mutated Cheetahs That Changed Their Habits. Jiang Zhuxiang walked in such a stiff posture for a while, and then couldn't help but quietly glanced in the direction just now. He was a little surprised to find that the stripes in the grass not only did not decrease, but became more dense. Jiang Zhuxiang reminded Tao Tai and Qiongqi with a slightly stiff mouth. It seems that something is following us. Tao Tai turned his head to look at the direction pointed by his younger generation, and said with a little surprise, "I didn't expect that there would be a mutant beast that dared to get so close to us." This was naturally said to Qiongqi. Qiongqi glanced at the direction where Tao Tai was looking. The stripes seemed to be a mutant cheetah. But didn't this animal always act alone? When did they learn to fight collectively? However, Qiongqi was not surprised that they dared to approach them. There should be our companions on this fragment. They may have come into contact with it. After feeling similar pressure, our deterrence will be much less for them. And at most, they can only maintain the degree that they will not attack us. This is a judgment that is in line with common sense. Tao Tai has nothing to refute. But this situation obviously makes his young generation a little scared. Tao Tai can only comfort them. You don't have to be afraid. As long as we are here, they will not mess around. After all, we are not on their menu. As long as you don't attack them intentionally. Jiang Zhuxiang was just a little unaccustomed to this kind of animal traveling with him. He was not worried about attacks. After listening to Tao Tai's comfort, he nodded and observed the guys following them. In addition to the stripes, their agile postures were stronger than before the mutation. It was just that so many of them appeared at once, and their previous habits were a little different. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at their positions and Tao Tai's positions. They obviously regarded Tao Tai as their leader. It seemed that they were attracted by Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang made this somewhat unreliable guess. On the following journey, these mutant cheetahs kept this distance and position with them. Later, it was time to stop. Tao Tai and Qiongqi chose a place to stay for the night, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to stay there and wait, and prepare things by the way, while they went to hunt mutant beasts. When Tao Tai and Qiongqi left, most of the mutant cheetahs followed them, leaving only 2 younger mutant cheetahs at Jiang Zhuxiang's camp. It seemed that some guards were left behind, probably because they were afraid that Tao Tai and Qiongqi would leave, and they would not be able to keep up. Having information about their own kind would also facilitate their tracking. Jiang Zhuxiang silently looked at the young mutant cheetahs, and prepared a series of things under their gaze, including lighting a fire. Perhaps because they had not experienced the threat of humans, the young mutant cheetahs were not afraid of Jiang Zhuxiang at all. They directly messed with her when she was preparing things, and even planned to touch the fire. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless, and pulled them back with vines. He seemed to have become a breeder inexplicably, and had to worry about the comfort of the mutant cubs. Those adult mutant cheetahs were too unreliable. The young mutant cheetahs tied by Jiang Zhuxiang thought that Jiang Zhuxiang was playing with them, and they made coquettish sounds with their tender voices, as if asking Jiang Zhuxiang to let them go. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the 2 young mutant cheetahs lying on the ground with their bellies exposed, and had to touch their bellies silently, and then just tied their paws to prevent them from going to the fire. Feeling the restraint on their paws, the young mutant cheetahs began to play with the vines that tied them. Jiang Zhuxiang silently made a ball with the vines and threw it to them, wanting to see if they would play like kittens. As expected, they are cats. They are still as naughty as they were when they were young. The two of them started chasing the rattan ball and playing around the camp. When Tao Tai and Xiongqi came back, they saw such a scene. As for the mutant cheetahs that followed them back, they obviously knew about the naughtiness of their children. They didn't care about them making trouble in the camp at all. They even took the opportunity to get closer to the camp and lay down around the camp to form a wall so that the young mutant cheetahs could play in. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at this scene in amazement. Is this still a grassland killer cheetah? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a big domestic cat. Tao Tai and Xiongqi didn't care about this scene at all. After all, they had already felt a wave of abnormality when hunting mutant beasts. And the current situation was much better than before. Tao Tai and Xiongqi gave the mutant beast meat they brought back to Jiang Zhuxiang. They ate 8/10 of their fill outside this time, leaving some space for them to taste the roasted mutant beast meat on the grassland. Jiang Zhuxiang was indeed a little hungry, so he had to ignore the strange atmosphere around him and started roasting meat first. At the same time, he used a pot to cook soup for himself. The soup ingredients were still mutant water shield leaves. After the smell of cooked food came out, the young mutant cheetah that had been crawling around Tao Tai and Xiongqi began to approach Jiang Zhuxiang, carefully stretching out its claws to reach a piece to taste. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the cat balls around him helplessly. He took a piece from the volcano, cut it into small pieces with his dagger, and put it on a plate to cool. Cats must not eat hot food, so Jiang Zhuxiang held the plate to prevent the young mutant cheetah from reaching it. When he felt that it was almost done, Jiang Zhuxiang fed the little guys around him one by one. Each little guy could only get one piece. After all, they were mutant animals that had never eaten cooked food. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know if they could adapt, so he didn't dare to feed more. When Jiang Zhuxiang was serving these little guys, Tao Tai and Xiongqi took over Jiang Zhuxiang's work naturally. When Jiang Zhuxiang was done, he could have his own dinner. However, because those little guys tasted the deliciousness of cooked meat, they kept making trouble while Jiang Zhuxiang was eating, making Jiang Zhuxiang quite helpless to eat this meal. After dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang set up his tent and asked Tao Tai and Xiongqi if they needed one. He also brought 2 spare tents. Tao Tai and Xiongqi said no. They still preferred the wild environment. But when Jiang Zhuxiang was about to fall asleep, the door of the tent was opened again, and a furry face stretched out. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at this daring little guy helplessly, but he couldn't drive it away in the end, so he could only let it stay. Chapter 388, The Farewell of the Mutant Cheetah. The addition of the little guy made Jiang Zhuxiang, who had originally planned to rest, unable to sleep again, so he gave up sleeping and replaced it with cultivation again. The little guy who was playing with Jiang Zhuxiang actually calmed down when Jiang Zhuxiang was practicing, and lay on Jiang Zhuxiang's knees obediently. Drowsy? The energy overflowed from Jiang Zhuxiang's practice occasionally entered the little guy's body with his breathing, and it was unknown whether it would have any effect on him in the future. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang could not notice this situation. She only felt that her knees were a little too hot. But because she could not move during the practice, she had to endure it silently, and planned to teach the little guy a lesson during the day. When Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from her cultivation, the young mutant cheetah on her lap was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of Jiang Zhuxiang's sinister intentions. Jiang Zhuxiang quietly tied it up with vines, intending to tease it when it wakes up. Originally, I thought that after all this tossing, the little guy would definitely wake up quickly. But unexpectedly, after Jiang Zhuxiang finished the action, the little guy still showed no signs of waking up. Jiang Zhuxiang silently checked the little guy's physical condition. As a person who only knows how to heal people, Jiang Zhuxiang only felt that the little guy had strong blood and qi, and there was no reason for him to be unconscious. Jiang Zhuxiang silently untied the vines and planned to find Tao Tai and the others. Perhaps as beasts, they would know what was going on. Tao Tai and Xiongqi were still resting, but were woken up by Jiang Zhuxiang. They looked at Jiang Zhuxiang helplessly. She had better have something important to do. Otherwise, even if it was a junior who disturbed their sleep, they would teach her a lesson. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally saw the dark faces of Tao Tai and Xiongqi, and hurriedly explained the situation to them, and handed the young mutant cheetah over for them to check. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai and Xiongqi holding 2 legs each, and after checking them back and forth, he threw them back into Jiang Zhuxiang's arms, saying a little disapprovingly, "It's not a bad thing. Did you practice yesterday? It should have absorbed the energy overflowing from your practice." and is now transforming its body. Maybe it will be able to practice independently in the future. They saw the young mutant cheetah enter Jiang Zhuxiang's room yesterday, so it was easy to guess. The little guy had familiar energy in his body, so they basically knew what happened to him last night. However, they didn't expect that their young generation would overflow with energy during cultivation. This situation seemed to only occur when they were about to upgrade. Tao Dai and Qiongqi looked at each other. It seemed that they needed to pay attention to her in the next few days to prevent her from having any accidents. Jiang Zhuxiang finally felt relieved after hearing Tao Dai's answer and asked, "How long will this situation last?" Tao Dai said, "It may take a few hours or a few days. It depends on the potential of this little guy." They had also upgraded with Shenong's energy before. Otherwise, it would be a bit difficult for them to resist so many saints. I just don't know how the energy of this young man in my family compares with Shenong. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little worried when he heard this uncertain answer. He took out a bamboo basket from his personal space, which was woven by Jiang Zhuxiang himself. It was filled with straw and could be used as a nest for the little guy. If it didn't wake up when they set off, it would be convenient for him to carry it away. Put the little guy's body in the bamboo basket. Fortunately, this bamboo basket was woven by himself to hold large things. It was big enough. Jiang Zhuxiang temporarily put it by the fire while he exercised and prepared breakfast. Fortunately, when breakfast was almost finished, the little guy woke up and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a pair of round eyes. It seemed that he wanted to taste the cooked food. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Dai and Qiongqi. Could it eat it? Tao Dai and Qiongqi nodded silently, and Jiang Zhuxiang began to feed the little guy. Because Jiang Zhuxiang always prepared light breakfast. This was also the reason why Tao Dai and Qiongqi allowed Jiang Zhuxiang to feed him. The little guy's appetite was much bigger. He almost ate 2 cups of Jiang Zhuxiang's own breakfast. After touching his stomach, Jiang Zhuxiang resolutely took away the plate in front of the little guy. Even if there was more, he couldn't feed it anymore. Its stomach was already bulging. While Jiang Zhuxiang and others were having breakfast, the adult mutant cheetah went out to hunt. They had no idea about the situation of their cubs. When they came back, the little guy had returned to normal. So they were quite satisfied and approached Jiang Zhuxiang, licked the little guy's fur, and patted Jiang Zhuxiang's shoulders with their paw pads. Jiang Zhuxiang silently endured it. Are these guys spirits? I am a real human, but they are not afraid at all. Instead, they dare to get close to me. Will this mutation damage their brains? At the same time, Jiang Zhuxiang also sighed silently. The power of this mutant cheetah really dare not be underestimated. One of his shoulders almost collapsed. Jiang Zhuxiang silently rubbed his shoulder with his other hand, seeing Jiang Zhuxiang being thanked by the cheetah. Tao Dai and Qiongqi did not intend to intervene and let her handle it herself. After rubbing Jiang Zhuxiang's shoulders, he handed the full little guy to them and asked them to take it away. He still had to pack up. The adult mutant cheetah gently bit the back of the little guy's neck and dragged it to its companions. Although the human was good, it still had to live with its companions. It was better not to be too isolated. Last night was already considered their indulgence, and their mission was only to escort them on this section of the road. When the time came, they would inevitably separate. It was better not to be too close to the little guy, lest the little guy be sad. Jiang Zhuxiang cleaned up and planned to move forward. After all, the distance they walked yesterday was not too far. This time they planned to walk faster. After all, this grassland was very vast, so they planned to hurry up. After the mutant cheetahs followed Jiang Zhuxiang and his team for a while, they stood there and watched Jiang Zhuxiang and his team leave. The youngest mutant cheetah kept trying to keep up with Jiang Zhuxiang and his team, but its tail was bitten by its mother, so it had no choice but to struggle on the spot and make a tender sound to protest. However, no matter how it protested, its mother did not intend to let go. After all, this was already the boundary of the cheetah's territory. If it walked any further, it would cross the boundary. For mutant beasts that crossed the boundary, the owner of the territory had the right to bite and kill them. The young mutant cheetah was not enough for the guy in the next territory. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the reaction of the little guy and was a little reluctant, but he still let himself continue to move forward. Chapter 389. The Territory of the Mutant Lion. After entering this area, some umbrella-shaped trees gradually appeared, and some trees with things growing on them, which looked a bit strange. The types of mutant animals here also began to change. Wherever you look, you can see some light and agile mutant beasts. Jiang Zhuxiang thinks that the ability of predators to survive in this area must be stronger, because they left the mutant cheetah area in the morning. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai walked for a while, and it was almost noon, so they started looking for a place to eat lunch. In order to have a wide view, Jiang Zhuxiang suggested going to the trees with strange things to prepare lunch. After all, if necessary, you can go up the tree to check directly. There were some mutant beasts gathered under these trees. When they saw Jiang Zhuxiang and his group coming over, some of them tried to drive them away. However, Jiang Zhuxiang and his group didn't care and insisted on walking under the trees. Of course, they didn't drive the mutant beasts away, but just found an open space. Perhaps because Jiang Zhuxiang and his group didn't show any aggression, the mutant beasts continued to lazily eat grass and bask in the sun under the trees. Occasionally, when they came near Jiang Zhuxiang and his group, they just barked a few times without any other reaction. Jiang Zhuxiang was left here by Tao Ai and Qiongqi. He could have used these mutant beasts as lunch directly, but seeing their bold appearance, Tao Tai and his group decided to keep them for Jiang Zhuxiang to play with. They walked a few more steps to other places to have a look. Anyway, it didn't take much time for them. While Jiang Zhuxiang was preparing what he needed, he noticed that the mutant beasts around him seemed to be panicking. It seemed that they had noticed something. Jiang Zhuxiang's sensitive hearing also heard the rustling sound coming from the grass. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that the predators here had not appeared yet, and his luck would not be so bad. They appeared just after Tao Tai and the others left. However, whether it was or not, Jiang Zhuxiang had to be well prepared for defense. It was rare that Tao Ai and Qiongqi were no longer around, which was just convenient for him to meet these predators. Jiang Zhuxiang set up his own maze formation to facilitate himself to observe the predators later. At the same time, he slapped a Vidra talisman on himself and looked at the mutant antelopes that began to move their hooves to escape. Jiang Zhuxiang also included them in the maze formation, by the way, which was also considered to find some companions for himself. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little panicked when facing those predators alone. When Jiang Zhuxiang was ready, he saw the predators coming out of the bushes. Perhaps because Jiang Zhuxiang did not move, they thought the prey had given up resistance. So they approached slowly, intending to have a good meal. Seeing the appearance of these predators, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little glad that he had made preparations in advance. Looking at their number and strength, if he had not made preparations in advance, it would definitely take some effort to get rid of them. Seeing that they could not find him, Jiang Zhuxiang slowly began to take pictures of them, intending to tell Shuiwen and others about it after returning. The predators saw that the prey that had been staying in the same place disappeared, and they could not help but feel a little irritable. They began to run in a small area in the maze, and occasionally met with the same kind, and they would show their teeth and claws to each other. Jiang Zhuxiang quietly huddled in the formation, just as if he was watching a circus performance. At the same time, he touched the heads of the trembling mutant antelopes and comforted them to sit down. However, the meat of these predators is said to taste bad. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely find a way to hunt one to see, because there is no value. Jiang Zhuxiang was too lazy to think about it, just waiting for the Tao Tai to come back, so that they will leave automatically. Moreover, because of their size, Jiang Zhuxiang did not intend to use them to hone his abilities. In addition, it is obvious that these predators are mainly females, so Jiang Zhuxiang is even more embarrassed to take action. Fortunately, while Jiang Zhuxiang was daydreaming, Tao Tai and the others may have noticed something and turned on the deterrent mode from a distance, using their own blood to drive away the mutated predators. Under the combined pressure of Tao Ai and Qiongqi, the muted lion's legs became weak and they all lay on the ground, waiting for Tao Tai and Qiongqi to calm down. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at their skilled movements with a little curiosity. It was obvious that they had experienced it many times before they could react so quickly. It seemed that the owner of this fragment liked to walk around and tease these mutant beasts. Jiang Zhuxiang was already a little curious about the identity of that person. It seemed that the trip to the grassland needed to end faster. Tao Tai and Qiongqi came closer and saw Jiang Zhuxiang leaning against a group of trembling mutant antelopes. They thought she was frightened, and the pressure on her body could not help but increase a little. When Jiang Zhuxiang saw their figures appear, she removed the maze array. With them around, she didn't need to worry about her safety at all. Tao Tai and Qiongqi increased the pressure to make these mutant animals leave, but they didn't expect that the reaction they got was that they buried their heads between their forelimbs and remained motionless. Tao Tai and Qiongqi felt puzzled. When they did this in the past, The mutant beasts ran away. What happened to this reaction? Jiang Zhuxiang silently expressed his speculation, and then looked at the group of mutant lions with a smile. This posture seemed to be begging for mercy. Tao Tai and Qiongqi silently digested Jiang Zhuxiang's words, and then found the right way to deal with it. They put away their pressure, and stared at them to see if they would leave. After the mutant lions felt relieved, they began to shake their heads, raised their heads, looked at Tao Tai and Qiongqi, consciously walked a few steps away, and laid down around them. Tao Tai and Qiongqi originally planned to drive them away again, but thinking of the reaction of the mutant cheetahs before, they were too lazy to do such a thing. If they were to be blamed again, their young generation might not be able to deal with it. Among the lions lying far away, several mutant female lions left the group, as if they were going to find something. Jiang Zhuxiang dealt with the things brought back by Tao Tai and others while paying attention to the movement over there. Seeing that the mutant lionesses were bringing a group of young mutant lion cubs, it seemed that they were planning to take a nap here. Jiang Zhuxiang silently held down his eager hands. He had already provoked a little leopard before, so he must hold back now. Fortunately, the mutant lions were not as self-familiar as the mutant cheetahs, which prevented Jiang Zhuxiang from provoking the mutant lion cubs, although those little guys kept looking at him curiously. Chapter 390 Great Migration. Because the mutant lions had not gone far, the mutant antelope that Jiang Zhuxiang had left behind had been circling around the trees a little restlessly, occasionally bumping into them, causing some of the strange things growing on them to fall off, and one even rolled to the side of the fire that Jiang Zhuxiang had lit. Jiang Zhuxiang did not pay attention to these things at first, until they began to emit a faint fragrance, and Jiang Zhuxiang did not need to look at the things on the grill, so he wrapped a layer of energy on his hands, picked up the hot thing, and planned to see what was inside. Because the fire that Jiang Zhuxiang lit was quite strong, the thing was roasted and cracked, and the faint flesh inside could be seen through the crack, and the fragrance seemed to be emanating from it. Jiang Zhuxiang held both sides of the crack with his hands and broke it apart with force, just forming two semicircles. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a spoon, scooped a spoonful, and planned to taste it. Tao Tai and Qiongqi saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was so easy to eat the unknown object, and hurriedly stopped him. Don't mess around. Let us try first, and wait until we have no reaction. Then you can eat it. As the most vulnerable person in the team and mastering medical skills, Tao Tai and Qiongqi really didn't dare to let her get herself sick. After all, if she got sick, they would have to go back home. Jiang Zhuxiang intuitively felt that this thing was not poisonous, but he was still very happy about Tao Tai and Qiongqi's concern. So he took out the big spoons belonging to Tao Tai and Qiongqi, scooped a big spoonful for each of them, and handed them to them. They swallowed it directly in one gulp. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that they didn't taste it at all, just like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhuxiang laughed. Tao Tai and Qiongqi had become accustomed to the occasional convulsions of their young generation, and slowly waited for the reaction of the food in their stomachs. After an hour, Tao Tai and Qiongqi didn't feel anything wrong, and Jiang Zhuxiang had already prepared lunch. Tao Tai and Qiongqi said, "This thing can be eaten. It's not poisonous." Although Tao Tai and Qiongqi have strong anti-poison ability, poisonous things will still make them react. Since there is no reaction now, there is naturally no problem. Jiang Zhuxiang then stuffed a mouthful of the cool thing into his mouth. It felt powdery, similar to the taste of another piece of potato, but the taste itself seemed a little light. Jiang Zhuxiang ate the roasted meat with these things, eating the roasted meat with this thing, after letting this thing be contaminated with the taste. The taste is not bad. Moreover, Jiang Zhuxiang also found that this thing has a good sense of fullness. At least Jiang Zhuxiang ate much less roasted meat than before. Jiang Zhuxiang deeply felt that this was a good thing, and the fruit shell could also be used as a container. Jiang Zhuxiang used it to hold soup, and save the need to wash dishes. Jiang Zhuxiang told his discovery, and then asked Tao Tai and Qiongqi to help him get more. After all, the trunks of these trees were still a bit thick, and he didn't know how those mutant antelopes knocked them down. Jiang Zhuxiang's strength was definitely not enough. Tao Tai and Qiongqi's interest in collecting food had not faded, and they did not refuse Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion. They began to transform into their original forms and crashed into these trees. On the ground, they slowly saw many fruits of this tree rolling. Jiang Zhuxiang picked them up and put them away. After getting a full basket, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "That's enough. Let's leave some for future people. You should not be greedy when collecting anything." This is the principle that Jiang Yuxiang's master taught her. Tao Tai and Qiongqi turned into human form again, slowly sorted out their clothes, and began to help Jiang Yuxiang clean up the aftermath of the meal. Jiang Yuxiang took a photo of this tree with the communicator and planned to report to the dean after returning. After all, this is also a kind of food. Although I don't know if their fragments can be planted. I still have to try it first to know. Right? After being awakened, Jiang Yuxiang and his friends continued to move forward. The mutant lion group that was originally lying down followed them again. Jiang Yuxiang saw that they did not attack. So he no longer took them seriously and carefully observed this territory. This should be the territory of the mutant lion group. And there is food suitable for the mutant lion group. Jiang Yuxiang can see mutant antelopes running by from time to time, as if they are trying to avoid the mutant lion group behind them. It is a bit rare that these mutant lions did not hunt. Are they afraid that they will stop them? In fact, under the training of the owner of this fragment, the mutant lions have learned not to hunt prey first. So as long as Tao Tai and Qiongqi do not move, they will not go over them to hunt prey. As Tao Tai and Qiongqi do not know this, because they have eaten 2 meals in a row, they have no appetite for these mutant antelopes. So the mutant lion group can only follow them obediently with an empty stomach all the way. As Jiang Yuxiang walked, he found a large number of hoof prints on the ground, which seemed to be going to the same place. The ground nearby was also dusty, which seemed to indicate that some animals had just passed by. And there were quite a few of them. Jiang Yuxiang suggested, let's follow them and have a look. Jiang Yuxiang believed that Tao Tai and the others had also discovered these traces. Tao Tai and Qiongqi naturally agreed. They were just full, and moving would help them digest their food. After Jiang Yuxiang and Tao Tai sped up, the mutant lions following behind also started running. Although they were a little short of energy, they were still able to keep up. Jiang Yuxiang and the others hurried and finally caught up with the mutant beast team in front. They were a black mass, all with horns. Jiang Yuxiang recognized what this animal was. It was a wildebeest. After the mutation, its size and horns had increased to a certain extent, and it seemed more threatening. Fortunately, this was a herbivore. Otherwise Jiang Yuxiang and the others would never approach it. After getting closer, Jiang Yuxiang and his team discovered that there were other herbivores following these wildebeests. They seemed to be the mutant antelopes they had seen before, but they were different in size and seemed to be different species. They kept moving forward, and it seemed that they were going to migrate to other places. Jiang Yuxiang and his team had nothing to do, and they were also in time for such a grand event. So Jiang Yuxiang suggested, let's follow them and see where they are going. Tao Tai and Qiongqi always let Jiang Yuxiang make decisions, so they naturally agreed to her proposal. But they just needed to deal with the mutant lion group following behind them. Otherwise, what they could often see next was the hunting scene. Chapter 391, Accidental Separation. Jiang Yuxiang listened to Tao Tai and the others, and stood there waiting for them to deal with a group of mutant lions. After all, they were better at this kind of thing. If she were to do it, it would definitely take a long time and there would be no effect, without hurting the mutant lions. As a companion who had walked with them for a while, Jiang Yuxiang was reluctant to use animal repellent to deal with them. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were still very quick, warning them in their unique language among animals. To Jiang Yuxiang, it was just a series of roars. Although Jiang Yuxiang had a translator, it was useless for animal language and could only sense a little emotion. However, those mutant lions did not seem to completely listen to the warnings of Tao Tai and Qiongqi. After Jiang Yuxiang and his team followed the migration team for a while, Jiang Yuxiang found that the original mutant lion group behind the migration team had grown stronger. In addition to the original mutant lions, another group of mutant lions appeared. Seeing that Jiang Yuxiang had discovered them, they did not seem to be afraid and nodded slightly to her. Jiang Yuxiang also nodded in response, and turned back silently, pretending that she had not seen it. Otherwise, if the Tao Tai were alarmed, they would probably teach them a lesson. Tao Tai hated it most when something ignored their warnings. Occasionally, Jiang Yuxiang did not listen to them and wanted to do something he liked. When they knew about it, he would definitely be punished to a certain extent. Fortunately, now all the attention of the Tao Tai is on the large group of migrating animals. Looking at their eyes is like looking at food. Jiang Yuxiang feels a little helpless that he should not bring them to watch this great migration. Jiang Yuxiang suspects that when other predators start hunting, the Tao Tai will follow suit. Jiang Yuxiang's speculation is somewhat reasonable. especially for the Taotai. After the mutant lion group following the migrating team started to move, the Taotai almost caught up. Jiang Zhuxiang silently touched Qiongqi, signaling it to catch the Taotai, who was about to lose control of its actions. It had just eaten lunch not long ago. Is it going to experience being too full to walk again? Qiongqi was not as concerned about food as Taotai. After understanding Jiang Zhuxiang's hint, he pulled Taotai as instructed, and pointed at Jiang Zhuxiang behind him when he was about to get angry. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Taotai looking at him, and said directly, "You just had lunch not long ago. And you ate a lot." The implication was that you should not have a stomach for other things now. After getting along with Jiang Zhuxiang for a long time, Taotai could already hear the implication of Jiang Zhuxiang's words. So he had to retract his feet that had already stepped out, and continue to watch with an itch in his heart. Finally, he said something to Qiongqi and ran away to stay somewhere else, which also meant that out of sight, out of mind. Seeing but not being able to eat is the biggest torture for a foodie. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Qiongqi in silence, and continued to follow the large group. At night, after a day of running, the migrating mutant animals also began to stop and rest. The mutant wildebeest slowed down and looked for food in the original place. Every time the animals migrated, the places they passed by seemed to have been exploited once, and the grass was almost visible. Jiang Zhuxiang and Qiongqi stopped behind these animals. The mutant lion group was in front of Jiang Zhuxiang and his group. Obviously, the previous hunting was not enough to fill their stomachs, and they planned to do it again at night. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little glad that Taotai ran to another place by himself. Otherwise it would definitely not be able to control itself and move with the mutant lions during the dinner time. If so, this year's migration team would definitely shrink. Qiongqi consulted Jiang Zhuxiang and left to find food elsewhere. Anyway, Taotai was not here, and they did not need much food, so they should not harm the wildebeests. Before leaving, Qiongqi said that he would go find Taotai first and might come back later. So if Jiang Zhuxiang could not hold on, he could fill his stomach with the spare food. Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally not let his stomach go and let Qiongqi go without worry. However, Jiang Zhuxiang's exhortation was too reassuring. So Qiongqi did not tell Jiang Zhuxiang when he encountered something, and went to deal with the things in front of him directly, which led to Jiang Zhuxiang acting alone in the true sense for so long. Jiang Zhuxiang waited for Taotai, but they didn't come back. So she started to prepare her dinner. After dinner, Taotai still didn't come back. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little worried that Taotai might have encountered something. However, according to the strength of Taotai, even if they encountered something, it would not endanger their safety. She should worry more. If they didn't show up tomorrow morning, should she follow the team or stay where she is and wait for them? The communicator didn't seem to work well after arriving at this fragment. The information source of this fragment seemed very unstable. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely send a communication to them to ask. After cleaning up by himself, Jiang Zhuxiang prepared a place to sleep. There were too many mutant animals here, so Jiang Zhuxiang chose to rest on a tree to avoid any attacks at night. Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to release the aircraft to rest on it, but in order to leave more escape routes in the future, Jiang Zhuxiang controlled himself and gave up this tempting idea. After all, there would definitely be more dangers on the road without Taotai. He simply spread some leaves on the thickest part of the tree branches and laid down directly. Below him was a group of mutant lions, which could also help him avoid many dangers. After all, other predators would not come easily to the place where the mutant lions were. Of course, just in case, Jiang Zhuxiang prepared animal repellent for himself. If other predators approached, he would pinch the wax coat, and it would be effective immediately. Resting his head on his soft pillow, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the starry sky above his head a little bored. No matter what happened on the earth, they still shone as always. At night, it was the time for cats to move. The mutant cheetah appeared next to the migrating team, as if to ambush, because they sensed the presence of the mutant lion. They did not notice that there was a person like Jiang Zhuxiang hiding among the predators here. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the mutant cheetah and saw the mother of the little guy he had seen before. It seemed that the little guy should be nearby. Chapter 392: The End of the Great Migration. Fortunately, the little guy did not follow his mother. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang's hiding place would definitely be discovered. After all, after receiving Jiang Zhuxiang's favor, the little guy would be particularly sensitive to Jiang Zhuxiang's breath. After witnessing a battle of ambushers, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that these migrating guys were really tenacious. Even if there were so many predators waiting for them on the road, they could not stop their pace of movement. It seems that survival is more important. While thinking about this, Jiang Zhuxiang began to fall asleep. When Tao Tai and the others were not around, Jiang Zhuxiang would not use cultivation to replace sleep. After all, it is easier to be awakened when asleep. Once awakened in the state of cultivation, it is easy to enter the state of obsession. The morning light descended on this fragment, and the migrating group began to get busy. But none of the Tao Tai and Qiongqi came back. After considering it, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to continue to follow these animals forward. When they come back, they can follow the traces to find him. Jiang Zhuxiang is not worried that they will lose their traces, as long as they still remember that there is a junior like him. Jiang Zhuxiang had a simple breakfast without turning on the fire. He directly used the fire symbol to heat up the food prepared for Tao Tai last night, and caught up with the group again. However, this time Jiang Zhuxiang did not get too close. After all, he was alone. If he followed behind the group, he would easily be accidentally injured by the predators following. While Jiang Zhuxiang continued to follow the large army in a daze, Qiongqi, who had left Jiang Zhuxiang to deal with something, also received a signal for help from Tao Tai. Qiongqi didn't know what was going on with Tao Tai, so he didn't tell Jiang Zhuxiang the truth. It turned out that after leaving Jiang Zhuxiang, Tao Tai couldn't help but look for other prey to eat, and then found a cool place to sleep in human form. However, for some reason, he turned into his original form while sleeping, and the place Tao Tai chose before was a small and cool place. After turning into his original form, he got stuck. When Tao Tai woke up, he found that he couldn't move, so he used their unique means of communication to ask Qiongqi for help, and didn't let it tell Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, if Jiang Zhuxiang knew about this situation, it would definitely be ridiculed by her for a while in the future, and the majesty of being an elder would not be able to withstand it. Maybe she would restrict her food intake in the future. Qiongqi finally found the location of Tao Tai under Taoya's description, and looked at Tao Tai stuck in the cave a little speechlessly. So that's how it was. No wonder he didn't let himself and Jiang Zhuxiang tell him. But this cave is still a certain thickness, and it is still a little difficult to rescue Tao Tai. Qiongqi asked directly, "Can't you turn into a human form?" It's still easy to turn into a human form with the size of this cave. Tao Tai felt a little helplessly that his energy was a little turbulent. If he wanted to turn into a human form, his energy had to be stable. According to the current degree of turmoil in his body, it was still a little difficult to turn into a human form. He didn't know what the turbulent energy was. If he couldn't solve it, even if he got out, he couldn't follow Jiang Zhuxiang. Qiongqi felt helpless when he heard what Tao Tai said, but he decided to let it out first and deal with other things later. Qiongqi flew to the top of the cave and began to use his fists to make the cave bigger for Tao Tai. Fortunately, they all had strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rescue Tao Tai. With Qiongqi's efforts, Tao Tai finally came out of the cave. Because the prototype of Tao Tai was too big, Qiongqi felt too tired to stand and watch it. So he also turned into the prototype and began to discuss with Tao Tai. Otherwise, let's go find our old friend first. I don't know how the little guy is doing now, and we have no way to contact her. I hope she can remember to find our old friend in the end, so that we can save extra time. But if so, she will have to suffer a little along the way. Tao Tai was originally unwilling to appear in front of his old friend in such an embarrassed state. But after hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang would encounter in the future, Tao Tai immediately felt that he could not be willful, and obediently walked towards the center of the fragment with Qiongqi. After Jiang Zhuxiang followed the large group for a day, he still did not wait for Tao Tai to catch up. And then he was really sure that the next journey was indeed on his own, and his attitude became more vigilant, even though the road seemed to be calm. Gradually, the migrating large group approached a river. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely crossed the large group for the first time to check the river first, to ensure that there was no danger when he followed through. However, on the surface, there was nothing wrong with this river. Jiang Zhuxiang still thought so after he returned to the team. However, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that the atmosphere of the large group, which was not very tense along the way, became more serious, as if it was more tense than when they were chased by mutant lions or mutant cheetahs before. The speed of the wildebeests began to accelerate after seeing the river, which seemed to have a sense of moving forward. Jiang Zhuxiang was affected by this atmosphere and became more serious. It was not until the first wildebeest ran to the center of the river that the predators under the water began to show up. Open their bloody mouths. and bit the wildebeests mercilessly. Although the mutant wildebeests behind saw this situation, they did not retreat and continued to rush forward. It seemed that they also wanted to use numbers to ensure the survival of the race. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't intervene in such things. After all, this was the law of nature. He crossed the river by stepping on the crocodile's back with a light body technique, and stood on the shore, watching this life and death contest. After the mutant wildebeest paid a certain number of casualties to feed the predators under the water, the entire large team that came ashore almost shrank by a circle. The blood color remaining on the water's surface lingered for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't look at it much, and continued to move forward with the large team that survived the disaster. After arriving at a place with fertile water and soil, the large team finally decided to stop and survive here. Jiang Zhuxiang also planned to rest for a while before setting out to look for the traces of Tao Tai. After waiting for so long without any news from them, Jiang Zhuxiang no longer expected them to come, so he went to see what happened. After the migrating group arrived at this place, the originally gathered group began to move separately. The large group was originally composed of many ethnic groups, and each had different habits. It was also the experience left by their ancestors that they would move together. Now it was natural for them to go their separate ways. Jiang Zhuxiang did not follow them anymore. Instead, he found a place by himself, set up a tent, and rested himself. Chapter 393 New Ancient Ferocious Beasts. After resting enough, Jiang Zhuxiang began to prepare to go out to find Tao Tai and the others. Fortunately, Tao Tai and the others had helped her collect a lot of food before, so Jiang Zhuxiang did not need to worry about food for the time being, but went to prepare some water again. Fortunately, the current location of these migrating troops is relatively close to the place that she and Tao Tai and the others had mentioned before. So Jiang Zhuxiang decided to go there and wait for them to pass. It's just that she may need to face some dangers alone on the way. However, with the skill she has mastered, it shouldn't be a big disadvantage. After Jiang Zhuxiang made up her mind, she began to move forward according to the map she had prepared before. There was no signal on the communicator here, so Jiang Zhuxiang could only rely on her own judgment to grasp the direction, hoping that she would not get lost on the way. Although the location he was in was not far from the original location he was going to on the map, he found it was still very far away when he actually walked, especially when he was alone. He saw the infinitely extended front, especially the front without any real road. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little confused as he walked, and felt like he didn't know where he was. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was not someone who would be easily shaken. Since he had agreed on the place he was going to, he had to go there even if he was a little slower. Originally, Jiang Zhuxiang was going to release the aircraft, which could save a lot of time, but thinking that it was not very dangerous now, Jiang Zhuxiang did not plan to waste the aircraft's energy. As Jiang Zhuxiang walked, he reached out and pulled out a piece of grass to play with in his hand. Why didn't the mutant beasts that used to appear suddenly appear? Even if they came to attack him, it would bring him some fun. Perhaps it was because the crocodiles in the river separated the activity areas of carnivorous mutant beasts and herbivorous mutant beasts. So Jiang Zhuxiang was so quiet along the way. Some herbivorous mutant beasts were a little afraid of people. Although Jiang Zhuxiang was alone, they still avoided him from a distance. However, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the river he had crossed before from a distance, looked at the sky that was beginning to darken, and decided to take a rest first, and then find a way to cross the river tomorrow. After all, the mutant crocodiles and mutant hippos in the river were not easy to mess with, and even darkness would not reduce their power. Jiang Zhuxiang was alone, and he really had to think of a complete plan before he could cross the river. As usual, he found a tree as a resting place at night. Jiang Zhuxiang did not plan to go hunting, but took out the food he had prepared before and processed it, and had a quiet dinner. In order not to attract snakes and insects, Jiang Zhuxiang cleaned the traces and climbed up the tree to rest again. Although there were only herbivorous mutant beasts here, there would be accidents anywhere, so Jiang Zhuxiang did not dare to be careless. Jiang Zhuxiang closed his eyes a little dazedly, but he did not dare to completely relax and fall asleep. After starting to act alone, Jiang Zhuxiang spent the night in this state. However, after waking up in the morning, Jiang Zhuxiang set a reminder time, let himself practice for an hour with the rising sun, and then did daily exercises, which barely restored his physical strength, using the bread prepared by the dean's wife for breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang finished his preparations early this morning. He continued to travel for 2 hours before he finally reached the bank of the river. Perhaps because no animals had entered the water. The river was still calm. The blood had long been washed away by the river. But this did not confuse Jiang Zhuxiang's impression. Jiang Zhuxiang threw a stone into the river and successfully made a mutant crocodile appear. Jiang Zhuxiang did not expect that his act of venting his anger could actually draw them out. He immediately picked up a lot of stones on the shore and threw them to various locations on the river in front of him, making sure that all the crocodiles in front of him showed up, so that he could find a place to stay. The crocodiles in the river were enraged by Jiang Zhuxiang and floated on the surface of the river. However, they probably saw Jiang Zhuxiang's small size and felt that there was no threat at all. So they did not go ashore to attack, waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang to come to them. Jiang Zhuxiang was really going to come to them, but he would not give them a chance to attack him. Jiang Zhuxiang slapped a Vidra talisman on his feet, then used the light body technique, touched his toes on the shore, used the crocodile's back as a foothold, and moved smoothly on the river. The mutant crocodiles that Jiang Zhuxiang had borrowed power from realized that Jiang Zhuxiang was using them, and they were very angry. They swam in the direction of Jiang Zhuxiang, wanting to teach her a lesson. Jiang Zhuxiang noticed the movement behind him, quickened his speed, and stepped on the ground on the opposite side smoothly. Jiang Zhuxiang looked back at the mutant crocodiles in the river and made a face. Because the weather is a bit dry now, the mutant crocodiles are a little reluctant to leave the cool river water. So in the face of Jiang Zhuxiang's provocation, although they are angry, they still did not go ashore, which is why Jiang Zhuxiang dared to provoke them on the shore. After passing what was originally thought to be the most difficult level, Jiang Zhuxiang still needs to face the next danger. After all, the predator that came with a large group before should still be wandering not far from the river, and danger may appear at any time. Jiang Zhuxiang crushed a pill of animal repellent medicine and smeared it on himself, hoping that it would be of some use along the way. Besides, those predators had just had a full meal not long ago, so they should not be interested in his meat. While Jiang Zhuxiang was trudging, Xiongqi had dragged Tao Tai to find the landlord here, and let it see what was going on with Tao Tai. After walking for so long, the energy in its body was still very violent. Could it be that it ate something it shouldn't have eaten? The landlord of this fragment looked at the anxious Xiongqi with a bit of amusement. Didn't you dislike it before? What are you doing in such a hurry now? It's fine. It's just recovering its strength. Although it got rid of control before, the feeling of being suppressed psychologically is still there. Now it rarely lets go of its stomach and eats a meal, releasing its nature, and its original strength will be completely restored. The two of them were lucky enough to meet someone who could help them get rid of control. It was just a small sequelae, which was nothing compared to freedom. Xiongqi didn't expect that Tao Tai would have such a problem. He couldn't help but worry about his own situation and asked it to help him take a look. The landlord looked at Xiongqi speechlessly. Can't you feel your own true strength? You are completely fine. Okay. Xiongqi was only caught because of the attribute conflict before, and he didn't have much psychological shadow, so naturally, he wouldn't have the same problem as Tao Tai. Chapter 394. The Embarrassed Jiang Zhuxiang. Xiongqi touched his head a little embarrassedly and stopped talking. He was still a little scared of this person. After all, he was once a fairy beast and had the inheritance of Noah. He was voluntarily calculated by the heavenly saint before and stayed in the center of the earth to guard. Sometimes when they have some problems that Jiang Zhuxiang can't solve, they still need to ask for help. Tao Tai, as the saddest of the three beasts, is the calmest. The physical torture makes its mind clearer. It just wants to know when it can recover its original freedom to control its own power. Its young generation is still alone in the wild. It doesn't know if it will encounter something that it can't solve. Tao Tai is really worried. So he asked, when can I change into a human form again? I have something urgent to do. Tao Tai stared at it, hoping that it could give a precise time, which would also facilitate its subsequent planning. Being stared at by Tao Tai, it was a little surprised that Tao Tai was not worried about the recovery of its own strength, but was eager to do things. It seemed that the previous confinement had tempered them. At least Tao Tai only remembered to eat before. It directly asked Tao Tai, what is it that makes you so anxious? I have some power here. You can tell me and see if I can help you find someone to do it. As a totem worshipped by the people here, Tongue Snake still has the confidence to say this. On this fragment, almost every tribe will worship itself, which also allows Tongue Snake who is not strong enough to gain a lot of power of faith and successfully control this fragment. Tao Tai didn't shy away from telling it that he was in a hurry to protect someone who was very important to them. Now he was alone on this fragment. However, Tao Tai was still not very reassured about Tingsha's proposal. After all, he had never met his own juniors, and it would be bad if they misunderstood each other. So Tao Tai insisted, "Let me master my power as soon as possible. It doesn't recognize the things you sent out, and it would be bad if there was a conflict." Tingsha didn't care about Tao Tai's doubts, but just said, "Then I will let them find a specific location for you first, and then let them keep an eye on it. When you recover, you can pick her up by yourself. You can't be impatient about mastering the power. You can only let it calm down." Tingsha looked at Qiongqi, who came with Tao Tai. "Otherwise, after I find her, I can ask Qiongqi to pick her up. If you trust me, I will take care of you for a few days." Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked at each other about Tingsha's proposal. This was the idea they had discussed. After Tao Tai's problem was solved, they would let Tao Tai find a place to stay first, and then Qiongqi would go to find someone. Now this situation is naturally better. At least Qiongqi has no worries. Tao Tai accepted Tingsha's suggestion, and Tingsha began to notify the people and beasts who helped it, asking them to help pay attention to a person. A single girl. Tingsha also asked Tao Tai for photos, which was also a mark for them to identify. After Tingsha finished his business, he began to be a little curious about why Tao Tai and the others would bring a little girl with them. "Don't you like to travel alone in the past? Shanong wanted to go with you before, but you all disagreed. Why did you bring a little girl with you this time?" Tao Tai said lazily, "We didn't let Shanong go with us because he was too nagging. And this time it wasn't us who brought her out. She wanted to go out, and Qiongqi and I accompanied her out. After all, she was still a little girl. Moreover, this person had the ability to move freely." But Tao Tai didn't intend to tell Tingsha all at once. After all, Tingsha had been with those shameless saints before, and he wouldn't believe them if they told him so directly. Tao Tai and the others planned to let him find out by himself. Tingsha didn't really believe what Tao Tai said. It was incredible that Tao Tai and Qiongqi used their force just to protect a little girl. Tingsha looked at Qiongqi and wanted to hear what it said. As a result, Qiongqi just nodded in agreement, indicating that what Tao Tai said was true, and didn't say anything else. Tingsha became more interested in the little girl who made them behave like this. Tao Tai and Qiongqi's plan might really come true. However, no matter what they said, Jiang Zhuxiang was still facing the situation on the road. Now he gradually entered a forest. It was hard to see the sun here, but the rain here was too frequent. Jiang Zhuxiang had no way to sleep on the tree, and there were more snakes and insects here. Jiang Zhuxiang's forward speed had completely dropped, and sometimes he could not walk a few miles a day. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang still brought a rainproof tent, at least when this tent was completely isolated from the outside world. Jiang Zhuxiang could barely rest, but only at night. At other times, Jiang Zhuxiang tried to apply various insect repellents, snake repellents and animal repellents on himself, and tried to wear long sleeves to avoid being bitten by insects in the woods. After all, most of the insects here are poisonous. Under all these tossing, Tingsha's arrangements became a waste. Now Jiang Zhuxiang's embarrassed appearance is completely different from the photo Tingsha gave. Even if her parents stood in front of her, they might not be able to recognize her. The further Jiang Zhuxiang walked in, the darker the forest seemed. He was a little doubtful. Is this really the center of this fragment? Although Jiang Zhuxiang has not been really injured so far, he has suffered a lot of psychological blows and began to doubt his own judgment. Fortunately, before Jiang Zhuxiang was completely desperate, the sun appeared in the middle of the dark forest, as if the middle of the forest was vacated. It was just unknown whether it was artificial or natural. Although Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to rush over to feel the sun, he still did not dare to act rashly. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had suffered several losses along the way because of the occasional fluke mentality. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully moved to the edge of the sun, hid behind the tree, and looked at the open space in the middle. The tree stumps on the open space were uneven, not like those caused by human tools. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little nervous. When he saw the prototype of Tao Tai appear, Jiang Zhuxiang wiped his eyes a little unbelievably, pinched his thigh again, and felt the pain. Jiang Zhuxiang was sure that he had really seen Tao Tai and rushed out a little excitedly. Tao Tai looked at the humanoid creatures emitting strange smells rushing in front of him and felt a little strange. He thought they were looking for Tingsha. Tao Tai had seen a lot of them recently, so he stepped aside. Chapter 395 Tongue Snake's Residence. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that there was nothing in front of him, and his excitement calmed down a little. What happened to Tao Tai? Didn't it recognize him, or was it not Tao Tai itself? After Jiang Zhuxiang calmed down, he continued to walk in front of Tao Tai, stood in front of it and asked, "Are you Tao Tai?" Tao Tai was a little surprised that this person could recognize him, so he lowered his head and answered, "I am." What's wrong? Could it be that this person didn't come to find Tongue Snake, but came to find me instead? If so, I will definitely help him solve the problem. In this way, maybe I can also feel the power of faith. Although Tao Tai doesn't like this method, it's just a little bit of novelty. However, soon, Tao Tai's idea was broken, and he only heard the person in front of him say, "I am Jiang Zhuxiang." Then he stretched out his hand to catalyze a plant to show his identity. Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to use his own ability to prove his identity. After all, he didn't know whether the person in front of him was a real Tao Tai. Other things might not be known by others. He could only use this method that best showed the essence. Even if the beast in front of him was not a real Tao Tai, it would not have a bad impact on Jiang Zhuxiang. At most, he would continue to look for it. Fortunately, his luck was not bad. The Tao Tai in front of him was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he said a little excitedly, "How did you find it by yourself? It must have been hard on the way. I will take you to see the owner here, and then you go and wash it first." The smell on Jiang Zhuxiang's body began to affect his sense of smell, so that he didn't recognize her at the first time. If it wasn't a bit rude to let her take a shower without telling Tingsha, Tao Tai really wanted Jiang Zhuxiang to wash off the strange smell. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think there was anything wrong with her appearance at first, but after being reminded by Tao Tai, her keen sense of smell began to be a little unbearable. It turned out that she had consciously closed her olfactory system during this period. She agreed to Tao Tai's proposal, and said that they should go to see the owner of this place quickly, and then take a shower immediately. Originally, it was bearable when it wasn't discovered, but once it was discovered, it was unbearable. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang agreed, Tao Tai immediately turned around and led the way, bringing Jiang Zhuxiang to the only big tree left in the middle. The trunk of this big tree was very thick, and the middle part was hollowed out, and Tongue Snake lived in it. Jiang Zhuxiang had seen tree houses in the Mu family's shelter before, but he had never seen a tree house of this type, so he was still a little curious. If he was not too dirty, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely observe it carefully. But now, he could only move forward quickly and take a few glances. After hearing Tao Tai's footsteps, Tongue Snake had been waiting for it to appear in front of him. He didn't know what it came to see him for. After all, it had been committed to controlling its violent energy during this period of time. This was the first time it came to see him. It was Qiongqi, who came to him every 2 or 3 days to ask about the progress of things, and just left. When Tingsha saw Tao Tai leading a person with a strange smell in, Tingsha couldn't stand it, and closed his olfactory system. He asked in a muffled voice, "Tao Tai, who did you bring? What's the matter?" This question was similar to the one Tao Tai asked Jiang Zhuxiang before. Tao Tai smiled sympathetically and answered directly, "This is Jiang Zhuxiang, the junior I mentioned to you before. I mentioned to her that we might come to the center of this fragment. It's rare that she came here by herself. I brought her to show you, and I hope you can arrange a place for her to wash. This child has worked hard all the way." Tingsha heard Tao Tai's answer and said directly without any doubt, "Then take her to the room next to the room arranged for you so that you can take care of each other." Tingsha's room is still very urgent. From time to time, people who come to seek help stay here. It is also Tingsha's own kindness. He is also the only one among so many fierce beasts who is so close to humans. Tao Tai and Qiongqi never thought of contacting real humans before meeting Jiang Zhuxiang. They just controlled zombies. However, along the way, there were few zombie activities on this fragment. I don't know how Tingsha dealt with it. Although Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious, he still followed the arrangement and went to wash first. The things used for bathing in the bathroom here are all made of local plants. The towels are made of whole leaves, and the cleaning liquid seems to be the sap of a tree. Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that the smell was difficult to clean, but after mixing with this sap, it became another kind of refreshing smell, which opened up Jiang Zhuxiang's sense of smell that had been closed again before. He looked at the wooden jar in his hand with some interest. He must ask Tingsha what kind of plant this is later. It is necessary to plant one for his own use in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang wiped it with leaves and found a new set of clothes to put on. The clothes that were originally indistinguishable in color were directly destroyed by Jiang Zhuxiang with a crushing talisman. After all, this set of clothes was already very torn, and there was no point in cleaning and keeping it. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the powder left after the crushing with a bit of pity, and washed it away with a water pipe. After leaving the bathroom, Jiang Zhuxiang sat down directly on the wooden recliner, and fell asleep soon. Tao Tai had originally planned to come in and ask her to eat something and meet Xiongqi by the way. When he heard her slight snoring outside the door, he knew that she was exhausted. So he didn't go in directly, and went back to tell Xiongqi about it. Xiongqi didn't have to see Jiang Zhuxiang. It was enough to feel relieved to know that she was fine. Hearing Tao Tai say that Jiang Zhuxiang was exhausted, he could understand, but he felt a little guilty thinking that he shouldn't have left her before. No matter how strong her ability was, she was a girl after all, and it was too tiring to live alone in the wild. Fortunately, she found this place by herself. Otherwise she didn't know how much suffering she would have to endure. When Jiang Zhuxiang woke up, he felt that he was too hungry. Although he still needed to replenish food, he wanted to eat some liquid food. So he looked around the room to see if there was a place where he could do it himself. When this room was excavated, it was still considered that someone would live in it in the future. There was a very small kitchen, only enough for one person to stand in front of the platform with the pot. Moreover, it was rare to use paint to cover the color of the trees themselves. It seemed to be for fire prevention. Jiang Zhuxiang used it without any scruples. He took out a small can of rice from his backpack, washed 2 handfuls of rice, and started to cook porridge. When the porridge was almost cooked, Tao Tai and Xiongqi came again. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang should have slept almost enough. It would be bad for her health if she didn't eat something. Chapter 396 Tongue Snake's Warning. Jiang Zhuxiang moved the clay pot to the wooden table in the restaurant, and then heard a knock on the door. Such polite behavior did not seem to be the behavior of Tao Tai and Xiongqi. I wonder who came to see me. When he opened the door, he found that Tao Tai and Xiongqi were still outside the door. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't help but feel a little surprised. When did they become so particular? Could it be that they were trained by Tongue Snake? Jiang Zhuxiang still remembers the scene when they called him to the airbed directly outside his door. It was really thrilling. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the body of Tao Tai. It seemed that this prototype could not enter this door. After Jiang Zhuxiang came back, he had always seen the prototype of Tao Tai. At this time, he became a little worried and asked, "Is there something wrong with your body? Can't you change into human form?" If there was something wrong with Tao Tai's body, it was understandable that they left him and came directly to Tingsha. Tao Tai nodded awkwardly. He had come to ask Jiang Zhuxiang to come over for dinner, but he didn't know if she could still eat in front of her original form. Xiongqi rarely saw Tao Tai being so hesitant, so he said directly, "Have you eaten? If not, we will take you to Tingsha's place for a meal, and let you two get to know each other. You should have just met each other before." Thinking of the scene of their meeting that he had just learned from Tao Tai, Xiongqi felt that he needed to change the image of Jiang Zhuxiang in Tingsha's mind. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "I just cooked the porridge and was about to eat it. Do you want to come in and have some? As for you, I'll put the bowl outside for you. You can eat it yourself." Jiang Zhuxiang turned and entered the house, moved the dining table to the door, sat inside. Tao Tai sat outside, and Xiongqi sat across the door railing, and began this strange meal. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the porridge from the earthenware pot and put it away, brought out the porridge and dishes he had prepared from the kitchen, and also packed out a stack of butter buns that the dean's wife had prepared for him. Tao Tai and Xiongqi would definitely not be full if they only drank porridge. As for going to Tingsha's place for a meal, it was rare to see their own young cook, so Tao Tai and Xiongqi naturally wanted to show their support. After they divided up all the food, Jiang Zhuxiang simply cleaned up the kitchen, and they began to take Jiang Zhuxiang to see Tingsha again. Originally, Tingsha was curious about Tao Tai and Xiongqi not coming to eat. If he wanted to eat by himself, he would just make a simple meal. Tingsha always ate very slowly, so although it and Jiang Zhuxiang had the same meal time, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others had finished when Tingsha was halfway through. When Tingsha had only a little bit left, Tao Tai and Xiongqi took Jiang Zhuxiang over. Tingsha muttered silently, "I can't even eat in peace." But he still quickened his hands. "They came here at this time. They must have something to ask me and eat by the way." So I should finish eating quickly and prepare some food to send them away. Tingsha's own room has no door. A wall was removed directly. The removed wall just matched the location of the tree hole. If Tingsha wants to go out in his original form, he can swim out directly. So, Tao Tai and Xiongqi can also go in without hesitation. Seeing Tingsha, who was cleaning up the dishes, Xiongqi and Tao Tai hurried to help. Jiang Zhuxiang also looked at the side to see if there was anything he could do. Xiongqi had already told them the purpose of bringing Jiang Zhuxiang here on the way. Although Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think it was necessary, it was still difficult to refute their good intentions. So he tried his best to show it. Tingsha rarely saw them so hard working, and he suspected that they had caused some trouble and needed to be dealt with by himself. He looked at the person wandering around. Is this the person who exuded a strange smell before? After washing, he was unexpectedly young. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Tingsha looking at him and subconsciously smiled back. Tingsha was stunned. This child was unexpectedly not afraid of strangers. Tingsha's good impression of her when he saw her outside was raised for Jiang Zhuxiang's smile. Tao Tai and Xiongqi didn't know that Tingsha could change his mind about Jiang Zhuxiang so easily. At this time, they were still trying to explain to Tingsha the ability of their young generation. After all, what they valued as animals was the strength of the individual. If Jiang Zhuxiang had the strength, no matter what impression he had left before, it would definitely change. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Tao Tai and Xiongqi's words. Although they were not exaggerated, he was still a little embarrassed. It was really embarrassing for Jiang Zhuxiang to talk about his strength in front of Tingsha. After listening for a while, Jiang Zhuxiang began to interrupt them and directly asked Tingsha about Tao's problem. What's wrong with its body? After knowing the problem, Jiang Zhuxiang was able to think of ways to see if he could help. Tingsha was a little speechless when listening to Tao Tai and Xiongqi's words. At this time, she didn't think she was impolite when she was interrupted by Jiang Zhuxiang. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. She carefully explained the problem of Tao Tai to Jiang Zhuxiang and warned her not to interfere casually. Tingsha knew from Tao Tai that Jiang Zhuxiang had been trying to control its food intake before, which was not good for Tao Tai. As a senior, Tingsha still had to warn Jiang Zhuxiang. Tingsha had learned medicine from Shenong before, but because of his bloodline, he could not practice the skills of Shenong Valley. He was also Jiang Zhuxiang's senior master. It was necessary for him to avoid going astray for his own students, especially when facing these fierce beasts. When Shenong was there, he did not try to instruct Tao Tai or anything, but only healed them when they were injured. This was the way that would least affect them. He hoped that she could hear the implication of his words. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Tingsha's words and nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that what he thought was good for others was not necessarily good for others. It was also possible to do bad things with good intentions. Just like Tao Tai this time, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's head hanging down, Tingsha thought he was too harsh and comforted her. It's just that you don't understand the characteristics of the beast. You don't have to worry about humans in the future. If she loses confidence in practicing medicine because of what he said, then he will be guilty, and it will be difficult to explain when he sees Shenong in the future. After listening to Tingsha's comfort, Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little better and continued to care about Tao's problem. After this time, there should be no other problems. Chapter 397, The Underground World. Tongue Snake assured, as long as it doesn't mess around, there won't be any problems. Of course, it usually knows the severity of the situation. You don't have to worry too much. It has suffered losses before, so it will pay attention to itself. You don't need to worry about its situation at all. As such an old beast, how can it let such a young child worry about it? Tongue Snake said these words in front of Tao Tai without hesitation, and it also meant to warn them. Jiang Zhuxiang was completely relieved after hearing what Tongue Snake said. As for Tao Tai and Xiongqi, their tails shrank tightly. Looking at Tongue Snake's glance, they had to find a cave to hide. They didn't expect that after so long. Tongue Snake's gaze had become so powerful. You know, although no one in Beast dared to talk to it in the past, it was never so exaggerated. There was nothing to do for the time being. So Jiang Zhuxiang planned to ask Tingsha about the signal problem here. He wondered if there was any way to improve it. He had lost contact with his own fragment these days, and hoped to contact them after the problem was solved. Tingsha still knew about the signal problem. It was still it who organized people to eliminate it, mainly to prevent people from other fragments from noticing them. After all, ordinary people in this fragment were much stronger than those with superpowers. If someone wanted to invade, Although Tingsha could take action directly, it would still be a very troublesome thing. At this time, when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang ask, Tingsha told the truth directly, intending to see Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction. Jiang Zhuxiang ignored Tingsha's vague probing and asked directly, "Is there any way to solve it now? This kind of thing can't be solved by blaming, especially since Tingsha didn't have anything to blame for what he did." Jiang Zhuxiang only focused on whether there was a way to restore communication. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude, Tingsha was relieved and gave up his probing. He said directly, "No problem. I just hid the signal device underground before. If you go down, you can restore communication. You can go down directly from your room." Any room in this tree has taken this problem into consideration. The people who had stayed here before also had such a need. So Tingsha was not surprised at all. This fragment actually had an underground world. How was it formed? Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious. So he asked directly, "How did you open up the underground world without the ground world collapsing? This must have required a lot of effort. And it might also involve the type of Tingsha's ability." Jiang Zhuxiang had never expected Tingsha to come back, but just wanted to ask out of habit. Tingsha didn't know that Jiang Zhuxiang was such a cold and self-aware person. After she followed Tao Taiyan, Tingsha no longer regarded Jiang Zhuxiang as an outsider. For Jiang Zhuxiang's slightly out-of-line questions, Tingsha didn't mind explaining the reasons. It turns out that this fragment was not devoid of zombies at the beginning. Before Tongue Snake appeared, 90% of the people here turned into zombies, and the humans here could only survive by hiding carefully. After Tongue Snake appeared, these people came to it for help, and Tongue Snake could not ignore it, so it could only use the power of faith it had just collected. With its own ability, it opened up the second layer of space, led all the zombies to the second layer, and then closed the second layer. Only with Tongue Snake's permission can people enter the second layer, and the zombies will definitely not have a chance to escape. It was after this incident that Tongue Shi finally became the master of this fragment. The rich power of faith of all people made up for the excessive consumption of Tongue Shi's ability due to opening the second layer. Tongue Shi then began to use the power of faith to practice. After all, there was no other energy to practice here. His blood was not like Jiang Zhuxiang and others, which could adapt to any environment. The power of faith was also a good energy. In the previous era, the saints in the Western Buddhist world hoped to rely on the power of faith to practice, but they did not succeed because they were too eager for quick success. Tongue Shi also considered it carefully this time. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect Tingsha to explain it so clearly. He had a certain understanding of its efforts for this fragment. However, sealing the zombies in one place was still a bit risky. If a very strong person appeared among them through devouring, they would definitely try to return to the ground. After all, there was no flesh and blood of living things in the underground world. This was the obsession of the zombies, and it was difficult to dispel. An idea popped up in Jiang Zhuxiang's mind, but he couldn't decide on his own. He planned to wait until he had discussed it with the dean and others before mentioning it to Tingsha. He thought that if he could solve the hidden danger, Tingsha would not refuse. Jiang Zhuxiang asked directly, "Where should we go in?" Although Tingsha said that there is a place in each room to enter the second floor, it still did not make it clear where it is. So Jiang Zhuxiang asked this question. Tingsha directly pointed out, "Under the bed in each room. I will take you down once, so that the barrier can remember your breath. Then you don't need me to take you down, and you can freely choose whether to return to the ground at night." Tingsha still learned a lot about Jiang Zhuxiang's habits from Tao Tai, including that she likes to use the communicator, which now can be regarded as a small satisfaction of her desire. Tingsha went directly to the bed in his room and silently recited a few words. A burst of light enveloped them, as if they had penetrated a thin film and came to another dark world. This kind of place seems to be very suitable for the survival of zombies. Jiang Zhuxiang silently observed and wanted to see if there were any zombies with stronger strength now. However, the area here is still a bit too large, and Jiang Zhuxiang's spiritual sense cannot cover it completely. He can only check nearby. He can't find any abnormal situation, so he can only give up this matter temporarily and start to check the signal of the communicator. Originally, Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't see the signal at the beginning. He didn't know where Tongue Snake touched. Later, the signal was restored. Although Jiang Zhuxiang was curious, he couldn't let others tell such things to people who had just met, so he didn't ask more. Jiang Zhuxiang directly checked whether anyone had contacted him before. Because of the signal, the communicator would block other people's communication requests. but the records would still exist in the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang could see that the number of communication requests from Leijin and the dean's wife was evenly matched. Out of respect for his elders, Jiang Zhuxiang still called the dean's wife first, wanting to tell her about his recent affairs and find the dean by the way. Chapter 398 Unexpected Experimental Materials. As soon as Jiang Zhuxiang sent the communication, the dean's wife immediately picked up the phone. Her excited tone came out of the communicator, and Jiang Zhuxiang also smiled slightly. However, in order to maintain the image of the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang still looked around him and found that the Taotai followed Tongue Snake to find something to play with. It seemed that he was left with only a transparent barrier covering his whole body. It should be left by Tongue Snake before he left. Only it could create such a barrier. There were no other creatures. So Jiang Zhuxiang turned on the screen directly, looking at the happy face of the dean's wife on the screen. Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little guilty. He should have come to find Tongue Snake earlier, so that she would worry less for a few days. The dean's wife's question came from the other side of the screen. Xiao Xiang, what have you been doing these days? Why don't you answer our calls? Although her tone was a little anxious, the dean's wife was relieved when she saw Jiang Zhuxiang's face, and her tone was a little relaxed. Jiang Zhuxiang explained directly, the signal of this fragment is not good. Now it is not easy to find a place with signal. I will pay attention in the future. How are you, and the dean recently? The dean's wife heard Jiang Zhuxiang's concern and answered with a smile, except for being a little worried about you. I naturally have no problems. It's just that the kid from the Lei family has been sending communications every day to ask your dean if there is any special way to contact you. Your dean, my husband, is a little annoyed. Do you want to send a communication to the kid from the Lei family first, so that we can talk together? Her husband has been in a bad mood recently, and she doesn't dare to say anything. She should let her daughter Xiaoxiang solve the problem in principle. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the description of the dean's wife and rejected her proposal. After all, if they communicated together, the dean's wife would definitely be able to see that there was something wrong between her and Leijin. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to take the risk. The dean's wife thought Jiang Zhuxiang was shy, so she didn't force him. After seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang had no problem, she winked and said, then you guys chat. I'll hang up first. Then, she left the time to Leijin. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't hesitate and directly dialed Leijin's communicator. Leijin didn't know what he was doing, but he immediately answered Jiang Zhuxiang's call. This was the first time that Jiang Zhuxiang took the initiative to send him a call. Even though he hadn't received his call for a while, Leijin was still very happy. There was actually nothing much to say in the call between Jiang Zhuxiang and Leijin. After greeting each other, Jiang Zhuxiang began to ask about the superpower team, which eased the awkwardness between them. After all, their only common topic was the superpower team. Jiang Zhuxiang repeated what he had said to the dean's wife before. After greeting all the members of the superpower team, he directly said, I have something else to do now, so I won't say more to you. You should be able to contact me later. Let's communicate by message in the future. Leijin couldn't say much. After all, there were not many things they could say to each other. After hanging up the communicator, Leijin began to look for topics to talk about with Jiang Zhuxiang. He spent a long time in the library of the Lei family, intending to study the love manuals that had been preserved here, and copy down the useful things for future reference. The elders in the library were surprised that Leijin could stay in the library for so long and copy down the book seriously. When Leijin was about to leave, he was surrounded by the elders. They wanted to know what he was reading, especially the elder. Leijin was enlightened by him, so he knew his personality well. Although he was smart, he was definitely not a book lover, so he was more curious. However, Leijin refused to show them the things this time. After all, it was a private matter between him and Jiang Zhuxiang. He used his lightning ability to open up a path, which was considered a desperate escape. The elders followed Leijin directly. They were still a little angry that Leijin dared to attack them, but only a little. As long as Leijin showed them what he had copied before, it would be fine. Therefore, there was a rare scene of chaos in the Lei family shelter. In the end, Leijin escaped. The elders were still a little old. When Leijin was studying very tiredly, Jiang Zhuxiang began to contact the dean. The dean did not pick up the phone immediately like the two before, because the dean's work was still a bit busy. Jiang Zhuxiang could understand that he did not have any opinions about the dean because of this obvious difference, but just waited. A minute later, The Dean appeared on the screen, but Jiang Zhuxiang only saw the top of his head. While handling things, he asked Jiang Zhuxiang, if you have anything, just tell me directly that you have communicated with your wife. The Dean still pays attention to his wife, and he will bring his wife with him no matter what. Jiang Zhuxiang has never dared to be disrespectful to the Dean, and naturally answered his questions well. I have contacted him. I want to ask if we can express some of the drugs we developed before. I happen to have a suitable experimental site here. At that time, I can also see the effect of Mingxin, which can be regarded as clinical verification. At that time, you can also use it with confidence for others. When the Dean's wife heard what Jiang Zhuxiang said, she looked up and asked, which potion? Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, the one you asked senior brother and brother when to study together before. I just happen to have a bunch of zombies in a closed space now, so it's convenient to test it. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't directly say the name of the potion in the communication, which was also a kind of confidentiality. I believe the Dean can still understand what he meant. The Dean did understand what potion Jiang Zhuxiang was talking about. Originally, that potion needed to be tested with zombies, but their fragmented zombies were all controlled by Tao Tai, so it was difficult for them to start. Now if Jiang Zhuxiang really encountered such a good opportunity, the Dean would naturally not object. After all, this kind of thing is still very beneficial to humans. If it is really effective, it may be able to solve the problem of insufficient human population. At that time, they can also work together to restore the Earth to its original state. I believe that they who have suffered greatly will definitely have more work motivation than normal people now. However, the Dean still confirmed one thing first, which was Jiang Zhuxiang's question, are you not in danger in that place? If you are, forget it. You don't have to do it. At most, the Academy of Sciences will issue a mission to capture zombies. In response to the Dean's concerns, Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, there is no danger. Don't worry. I won't make you and your wife worry. Chapter 399 Contacting an Old Friend. This underground world should be completely controlled by Tingsha. Even if there is any danger, Tingsha can come quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang would not tell the Dean about this matter to avoid him stopping her from doing this. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's solemn promise, the Dean believed her promise and said, I will send an unmanned aerial vehicle to deliver the things. Send me your location address, and I will set a route for it. For the Dean, if he wants to verify the results, there is no need for any procedures. He just needs to talk to the researcher himself. Once Yanlei and others know that Jiang Zhuxiang wants to help them verify the experimental results, they will definitely not refuse. So the Dean can tell this matter in advance. Jiang Zhuxiang took advantage of the signal to send the location address, and said with some concern, will someone intercept the 5-person aircraft? It's not good to spread such unverified things. The Dean assured Jiang Zhuxiang that the drone he set out was naturally equipped with high defense and high concealment functions. Once discovered or attacked, it can also fight back. If it can't hold on at that time, the drone safety cabin will become a cargo rocket and fly directly to Jiang Zhuxiang's location. This is also its last layer of protection. However, ordinary people can't attack drones to this extent. The Dean is confident that the research level of the Academy of Sciences is at the forefront of all debris. Jiang Zhuxiang listened silently to the Dean's description of the functions of the drone, and felt that he was a little too worried. How could such a meticulous person, like the Dean, let the research results have any accidents? He said, then I will wait for you to deliver the things. After the Dean agreed, he hung up the communication. Tao Tai and the others had not come back yet. Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing else to do for the time being, so he continued to contact other people. The first one he contacted was senior brother Yanlei. But senior brother didn't have much time to chat with Jiang Zhuxiang for the time being, because he had taken on another job recently. He and Shui and Wu Jing were very busy. When he knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was free outside, he was still very envious. Jiang Zhuxiang told him about what he had discussed with the Dean before, and he didn't have any opinions. He just told Jiang Zhuxiang not to contact the other two when he hung up the communication. The two turned off the communicator when they entered the laboratory, so Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't contact them even if he wanted to. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't know that they would be so busy recently, so he didn't bother them anymore. He said goodbye to him and hung up the call. Now, Alice is the only one on the list of people he can contact and chat with. I hope that fragment of her is still awake. When Jiang Zhuxiang sent the call, Alice had just returned to her new home, which was next door to Ron. Ron originally invited Alice to live with him, but Alice still wanted some private space, so she didn't agree. Now it seems that she had foresight. Otherwise, if she was at Ron's house, now would definitely not be the time to receive a call from her best friend. Alice was also very happy that Jiang Zhuxiang remembered to contact her. After greeting Jiang Zhuxiang, Alice began to wonder where Jiang Zhuxiang was. Jiang Zhuxiang directly told her where he was. Alice was very surprised. She didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to be so adventurous. However, she still reminded him, there are a lot of germs in that place. Jiang, you should be careful. It is said that the zombie virus spread from there. Jiang Zhuxiang disagreed with Alice's speculation. There was no force willing to study this virus on this fragment. The most concerned here was food and weapons. After all, the current poverty here had not yet bred such evil. If we must say the origin of the zombie virus, Jiang Zhuxiang is still absolutely more likely to be made by Alice and the people in the fragment. After all, people there are more pursuing freedom and adventure. And there are still many crazy scientists and laboratories. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still wouldn't say this directly to Alice. In response to Alice's concerns, he just said, I'll pay attention. How are you doing there now? Jiang Zhuxiang could see the wall behind Alice, so she must be in the house. Alice was still happy to answer Jiang Zhuxiang's questions, and said excitedly, the houses in our shelter have been rebuilt. Do you want to come and see them at another time? In fact, if you stay for 10 more days, I can host you at my home. This is really a pity. I hope I can make up for it later. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that they were so quick. Jiang Zhuxiang was also very interested in Alice's proposal, but he probably didn't have much time recently, so he could only say, I will definitely bother you again when I have the chance. I hope you have no problem with food now. Alice said happily, the places you took Ron and the others to before have a rich variety of mutant beasts. There is no need to worry at all. I just feel that the growth of plants there seems to have slowed down a bit recently. However, this is in sync with other places. I just don't know if those mutant beasts will change places. However, even if there are such changes, Alice is not very worried. After all, their reconstruction has been completed, and there is no need to leave too many people in the base. It is also possible to go to other places to get food. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that it should be because he took the Shirong away. As for whether those mutant beasts will change places, Jiang Zhuxiang really couldn't answer, and could only comfort him. You have enough manpower now, and that place cannot be used as your permanent guarantee. If possible, you should try to plant and raise it yourself. Didn't Jackson leave a mutant rabbit before? Did you succeed in raising it? Alice couldn't help blushing when Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned this. They were not kind enough to do this at the time, but she didn't expect that she would care about their results. She said a little embarrassedly, no, because he didn't know the habits of animals. Jackson seemed to have found a place to keep it in a pen. The mutant rabbit could dig holes, and it escaped the next day. Jiang Zhuxiang was not surprised by this result, but just asked, then you didn't try the mutant rabbit again? It's better to keep it in an iron cage. Alice said a little helplessly, after that, we rarely caught live mutant animals. When Jackson went out once, he encountered a mutant rabbit, and was scratched on the face by the mutant rabbit. Now he doesn't go out with us anymore. Chapter 400 Tongue Snake's Awakening. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed sympathy for Jackson's tragic experience, and also expressed pity for Alice's bad luck. If he could not store it, he would be easily affected by the outside world, which was not a good thing. If animals didn't work, Jiang Zhuxiang began to suggest them, then you can find some milder mutant plants to plant. And you should always leave some retreat for yourself, so that people who stay in the shelter can have something to do in the future. Right? Compared with mutant animals, the only good thing about mutant plants is that they can't move by themselves. So this should be no problem for Alice and others. Alice said they would think about it, and come to tell her after they succeeded. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time and said, you should rest first. It should be late there now. I found a new plant here. I will express it to you in 2 days for you to try. After that, Jiang Zhuxiang was the first to hang up the communicator to prevent Alice from dragging her feet. Jiang Zhuxiang had also seen how clingy Alice was before. Alice looked at the black screen with a little helplessness. It seemed that she must have scared her last time. However, Alice was still looking forward to the new plant. She just didn't know how Jiang would express it. Obviously, there was no international express business for that fragment, and no one there should want to send it internationally. Alice didn't know why she was looking forward to it. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang could always come up with something new. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know Alice's feelings. But as for how to deliver the baobab fruit, Jiang Zhuxiang's current plan was to wait for the dean to deliver the medicine, and then use the medicine delivery unmanned aircraft to deliver it, which should be able to hold it. If the dean knew about Jiang Zhuxiang's plan, he would definitely teach Jiang Zhuxiang a lesson on how to use his high-end unmanned aircraft to deliver food. While Jiang Zhuxiang was thinking about these things, Cao Tai finally came back. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the three of them speechlessly, and they looked no different from before they left. He didn't know why they had been gone for so long. Jiang Zhuxiang was very happy to see that Cao Tai could transform into a human form. It should have fully mastered its power now. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tingsha directly, and Tingsha said, "There is no problem now. I didn't expect that those zombies could have such an effect. It seems that I shouldn't have sealed them all here before. At least I can let those people practice, so that they won't come to me when they encounter problems." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't agree with Tingsha's painstaking method. But since it has already done it, it is difficult to get rid of it. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any good suggestions, so he directly told his previous thoughts. Tingsha shouldn't object. After all, if this kind of thing is put up now, the humans who have not improved their strength on the ground will definitely not be able to withstand it. After all, the zombies left here have already devoured each other to increase their strength. If they are primary zombies, they can still let them practice. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished speaking, he began to wait for Tingsha to speak. Tingsha really had no objections. If the hidden dangers here could be solved, even if the humans on the ground did not improve their strength, there would not be much of a problem. Jiang Zhuxiang slightly refuted Tingsha's expectations. The effect of the potion has not been determined yet, so it is better not to expect so much. The situation may be worse, and it may increase the strength of the zombies. Tingsha said, "I just heard Cao Tai mention the strength of your Academy of Sciences. I believe that even if the things your dean asked people to do are a little bit off, the degree of deviation should not be so great." Jiang Zhuxiang felt relieved after hearing what Tingsha said. At least, he didn't have to be timid to try it. While waiting for the dean's unmanned aerial vehicle to come, Jiang Zhuxiang and Cao Tai returned to the ground again. Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to do for the time being, so he began to care about Tingsha's freedom. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang would not ask Tingsha this question directly, but asked Cao Tai first. Cao Tai was also a little curious about Jiang Zhuxiang's question. After all, Tingsha was a fairy beast before, and he didn't know whether his freedom was restricted. If the saints still had some compassion, they might not need to remind them. However, it was always a bit uneasy if they didn't ask clearly. So Cao Tai decided to talk to Tingsha. Tingsha had just solved a problem for a helper when he heard the footsteps of Cao Tai and the others. He thought Cao Tai was looking for him for something, and Tingsha unconsciously had a headache. He had been a problem solver for a long time, and he was getting a little tired of it, especially after seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and the others living so easily. After hearing the questions from Cao Tai and the others, Tingsha was a little stunned. He had never thought about whether he had been banned. After all, he had never thought about leaving this place before, so he would not pay attention to this problem. Cao Tai and Qiongqi had never thought that Tingsha would be so homely. Wouldn't he feel annoyed staying in one place for so long? Cao Tai and Qiongqi decided to take Tingsha out for a walk tomorrow. And by the way, see if he had any bans on him. If so, they would tell him how to eliminate them. They were also grateful that Tingsha had solved the problem for Cao Tai before, and now they wanted to let Tingsha relax. After all, the humans on this fragment were not his responsibility, and Tingsha had no obligation to solve problems for them all the time. Tingsha rarely heard such a statement. However, Cao Tai and the others did not need to care about the life and death of the humans on their fragments. What they did was just to control the activities of the zombies. The rest were solved by humans themselves, and humans did not even know their existence at the beginning. Cao Tai and the others always thought that Tingsha was so hardworking because his master made him stupid when he was a fairy beast. After making the decision, Cao Tai and the others returned to their rooms to rest, leaving Tingsha alone to think about whether he should continue to solve problems for humans. Tingsha actually does not need the power of faith now, and the things it has solved for humans during this period have far exceeded the benefits it has gained. However, if Tingsha decides not to help them all of a sudden, he still cannot make up his mind. Tingsha decides to ask Jiang Zhuxiang tomorrow. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang understands the thoughts of humans better. Only after knowing the thoughts of humans can he know how to solve the problem without causing riots. After all, Humans who are used to asking for help will definitely not be used to solving problems by themselves. Chapter 401. Tongue Snake exits the cave. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang was awakened by the sunlight shining into the tree hole. After getting up, he went to the kitchen to take a look. Cooked the porridge first, then walked out of his room, walked through a short corridor, and planned to go through the living room where Tongue Snake lived and exercise outside. However, when he walked to the center of the living room, Tongue Snake just came out of his room. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang coming, he called Jiang Zhuxiang. But he didn't ask the question he thought of last night at the beginning, but asked Jiang Zhuxiang if he was free. What are you going to do so early? Jiang Zhuxiang's waking time should be about the same as his own. Tongue Snake has never seen other humans, and he doesn't know if other humans get up so early. But among the fierce beasts, Tongue Snake himself is considered to get up early. This is what he was trained by his master when he was a fairy beast. After all, as a cultivator, he may need the help of the fairy beast at any time. It would be too unbecoming if the fairy beast was still sleeping when he needed help. As for native beasts like Tao Tai, most of them like to sleep more according to their instincts. Seeing that Tao Tai and Xiongqi have not gotten up yet, Tingsha is still very happy to see Jiang Zhuxiang get up so early. Even if she has something to do now, he is willing to wait for her. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that Tingsha would think so much about such a question, and just replied simply, I plan to go outside for some exercise. If there is nothing else, don't you plan to go out and take a look? Jiang Zhuxiang plans to determine Tingsha's range of activities first and invite him to take a look outside the tree house. Tingsha didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to invite him like this. Tingsha, who rarely said this to him, naturally agreed and followed Jiang Zhuxiang to the outside of the tree house. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang still planned to come little by little. Just let Tingsha walk out of the door of the tree house. Tongue Snake did not refuse. Tongue Snake, who had not seen much sunlight, was still a little sensitive to the stimulation of sunlight. There was shade outside the tree house, which was the right position for Tongue Snake. Tongue Snake was still very grateful for Jiang Zhuxiang's understanding. Jiang Zhuxiang arranged Tongue Snake's position and started to move. Tongue Snake watched Jiang Zhuxiang's movements, put his own affairs aside for the time being, and simply pointed out a few words to Jiang Zhuxiang, correcting some of Jiang Zhuxiang's small mistakes. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he had a meaningful morning. However, Tongue Snake's behavior naturally earned Jiang Zhuxiang's return. Jiang Zhuxiang invited Tongue Snake to have breakfast with him. The location was naturally in the living room, but he needed to wake up the Tao Tai first. Otherwise, they would definitely be unhappy if they didn't have food after waking up. Tingsha had never tried to wake up Tao Tai before. As a Tingsha who knew their nature, doing this was just asking for trouble. I wonder what Jiang Zhuxiang, the little guy, was going to do? Jiang Zhuxiang woke up Tao Tai according to his usual method. Even though they were a little angry when they opened their eyes, they immediately restrained themselves after feeling Jiang Zhuxiang's aura. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang's call meant that breakfast was ready. They hadn't eaten the breakfast prepared by Jiang Zhuxiang for a while, and now they really missed it. Tingsha looked at Tao Tai and Xiongqi, who walked out of the room. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Zhuxiang was like seeing a miracle. He felt that his problem could definitely be solved by Jiang Zhuxiang. He could even change the habits of Tao Tai. So what else was impossible? Gathering at the table in the living room, Jiang Zhuxiang began to distribute breakfast. Because Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know Tongue Snake would eat together at first, it was inevitable that some of the breakfast of Tao Tai and others would be given to Tongue Snake. Jiang Zhuxiang distributed the food directly. He believed that Tao Tai and others would go to hunt for food if they were not full. So Jiang Zhuxiang was not very worried. Tongue Snake also said that he didn't care much about eating the breakfast of Tao Tai and Xiongqi. Tao Tai had just controlled his violent energy yesterday, and now he needed to be more cautious about energy intake. Now this amount was just right. Tao Tai had been warned by Tongue Snake before, so he didn't say anything when he saw that the breakfast amount was smaller, which made Jiang Zhuxiang, who had been worried about them quarreling, feel relieved and began to enjoy his breakfast well. After the meal, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tingsha, who looked a little serious, and asked directly, "Is there anything difficult?" Tingsha had questions to ask Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang saw it before he went out for exercise. It was rare for it to endure until now. Tingsha heard Jiang Zhuxiang's question and spoke naturally. "You said that I should reduce or even stop helping humans here. What method should I use?" "Try to use a method that has no sequelae." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tingsha a little speechless. Is it really appropriate to ask yourself about this? It is you who decided to help. So how to stop helping should also be Tingsha's own way. After all, if you make a suggestion, it will be your fault if there is any problem later. Jiang Zhuxiang avoided the question a little and said directly, "This is not something I should get involved in." Tongue Snake frowned and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang. "Don't worry. I can guarantee that no matter what problems arise in the future, they will only know that I am the one who proposed this suggestion. If you don't believe it, I can swear an oath." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect Tongue Snake to say this. Since it said so, it would be difficult for him to refuse. Of course, Tongue Snake didn't need to swear an oath. After all, the reputation of the fierce beasts is still quite good. It's just that Jiang Zhuxiang has never dealt with such a thing before, so he needs to think about it first. Tongue Snake naturally gave Jiang Zhuxiang time to think. He let Jiang Zhuxiang think about it first. And then he began to talk to Tao Tai and the others about going out for a walk to test whether there were any restrictions. Tao Tai and the others naturally had no problem with it. Tongue Snake also told them that he had been out of the tree house in the morning. Tao Tai and the others were now 50-50 about whether there were any restrictions. And they were not surprised that Tongue Snake was able to walk out of the tree house. After all, Tao Tai and Qiongqi had a large range of activities before they ruled out the restrictions. They just reached the door of the tree house, which was nothing. Tingsha nodded and agreed with Tao Tai's judgment, set a step-by-step distance for the next test, and then began to look at Jiang Zhuxiang, who had a little idea, wondering what kind of method she would come up with. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Tingsha's somewhat expectant eyes and took the lead to remind him, "My method may not be very kind. If you can't accept it, you don't have to use it." After taking precautions, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to see if Tingsha would let him speak. Chapter 402 Tongue Snake and the Former Gods. Tongue Snake was stifled by Jiang Zhuxiang's words. It seems that only humans can talk about being kind. Beasts have never had such a thing. Even if Tongue Snake has been a fairy beast, it has never had such a thing. However, since Jiang Zhuxiang said it, Tongue Snake can't help but respond, imitating the words of his former master, as long as it is not something that harms the heaven and earth. It doesn't matter if it is not kind. It's not that harmful to the heaven and earth. Jiang Zhuxiang is relieved, and said directly, "That is, when they come to you for help, you put forward a condition that the help should be charged according to the size of the matter. In fact, Mr. Qiongqi has done this before. This is quite acceptable to its fragment, but I don't know how it will be here." After Jiang Zhuxiang finished speaking, he looked at Qiongqi a little embarrassedly, hoping that it would not be angry. Qiongqi did not care at all that Jiang Zhuxiang used himself as an example, and echoed, "Yes. You could also take the opportunity to collect a lot of shiny things to decorate your pale appearance." Qiongqi has been dissatisfied with Tongue Snake's color and aesthetics for a long time, but the color cannot be changed, so he will add more decorations to cover it up. Speaking of which, Tongue Snake's color is actually not bad. It is pure white all over, and there is no scale with mixed colors. Moreover, the decorations that Tongue Snake matches for itself are simple and pure, which matches its temperament very well. However, this simple color combination is obviously not in line with the preferences of the Dragon Clan, so it is so disliked by Tao Tai. This was not the first time that Tingsha heard Tao Tai say this to him, but he did not really care. He was seriously thinking about Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion. It was not that he was not kind, but he seemed a little greedy. He hoped that he would not be laughed at by other friends in the future. Having said that, Tingsha decided to adopt this suggestion. After breakfast, someone came to ask for help. People who came to Tingsha for help usually waited at the edge of the open space, put forward their requests, and then waited for Tingsha's reply. The visitor thought that he would soon hear Tingsha agree to his request in a cold voice, but he heard a sentence, "I can help you solve it. But what price can you pay in exchange?" The visitor thought he had misheard and said, "What did you say?" Tingsha repeated the words without any emotion, and then waited for the reply from the person outside. The man was a little overwhelmed by Tingsha's request. "So what do you need?" There was even a little excitement in his tone. Tingsha was a little speechless, wondering if he could ask for too much by saying this. But he still replied lightly, "Offer your most precious thing." The man said excitedly, "Yes. Please wait a moment." The man quickly left the edge of the open space. Tingsha said he couldn't understand his excitement, but for him, it was the gods they prayed to finally let them offer sacrifices. In fact, they were a little terrified to have always accepted the help of their gods. and they felt uneasy. Now the gods finally needed sacrifices. This was the god they knew from tradition. It was their honor to offer sacrifices, or even be sacrificed. Tingsha still behaved so poorly because he had not properly understood the legends of the gods in the past on this fragment. Otherwise, he would have been able to thrive. After all, the gods in the legend of this fragment all lived very well. It was not the fault of knowledge. After Tingsha finished communicating with that person, he told Jiang Zhuxiang about the matter. Jiang Zhuxiang knew where the crux of the matter was. Perhaps this was the norm on this fragment. At that time, Tingsha would be worshipped by them and become the real god in their minds. Even if Tingsha did not help them occasionally, they would not be dissatisfied. After all, gods were very busy. Now it seems that the suggestion proposed by Jiang Zhuxiang is really suitable for Tongue Snake to use. Even if Tongue Snake temporarily leaves this place in the future, there will be no problem. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that Tongue Snake was in a confused state now. Jiang Zhuxiang called up the preparations he had made before from his communicator. There was also a piece of information on it that specifically mentioned the legend on this fragment. Jiang Zhuxiang called it out to Tongue Snake to let it know what it is now. Considering that Tongue Snake may not have seen such a text with missing arms and legs, Jiang Zhuxiang also thoughtfully adjusted it to voice mode. Just as Tongue Snake listened to the story, after listening to a series of legends, Tongue Snake understood the situation that Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to describe before, and knew that he had found the right method. However, Tongue Snake still could not accept the use of living people as sacrifices. Although Tongue Snake had eaten people before becoming a fairy beast, it was severely changed by the master after becoming a fairy beast. Now it is a bit disgusting to see human flesh. In the evening, the person who had left came back again, and took some other people to put the offerings on the open ground, and then retreated to the edge again, waiting for his god to check whether the offerings were his most precious things. After all, although he had a clear conscience, he was still worried that his god would be dissatisfied. Tingsha looked at the clean things and didn't say anything. Just said, "You go back and wait." Although the man still wanted to see his god collect this kind of offering in person, he couldn't ignore the god's words, so he left reluctantly. However, he was still very happy that his offerings could satisfy the god. Tongue Snake swam out of the cave. In normal life, Tongue Snake still likes to walk with its tail. Jiang Zhuxiang and others followed behind, intending to see how it would deal with the pile of items. The items said by the man were basically the best crops in the family, and each of them had full grains. If Tongue Snake didn't want them, Jiang Zhuxiang would still want them. These things could just be used to keep seeds for himself, and he could grow them for his own use later. Tongue Snake really didn't care much about the pile of crops. It found that it could walk to the edge of the open space, which made it happy. Hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion, Tongue Snake said directly, "Then you can take them all. But I want a portion of the food you make in the future." After eating Jiang Zhuxiang's breakfast, Tongue Snake already liked Jiang Zhuxiang's cooking, so he proposed such an exchange method. Jiang Zhuxiang happily put the things into his personal space. As for the food, it was all prepared for Tao Tai anyway, so it was no problem to prepare some for Tongue Snake as well. It just needed more ingredients. However, with these crops, Jiang Zhuxiang could have several more kinds of food, so he didn't need to worry for the time being. Chapter 403 Jiang Zhuxiang's Reluctance. In the following time, Tao Tai and Xiongqi planned to take Tingsha to a farther place, while Jiang Zhuxiang stayed in Tingsha's tree house, waiting for the dean to express the medicine, just in time to help Tingsha look after the house. Before leaving, Tingsha told Jiang Zhuxiang how to enter the underground world. If Jiang Zhuxiang needed anything, he could go underground to find it himself. If the medicine arrived, he could also go underground to try it first. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his gratitude for Tingsha's trust, but asked a question: "If someone sends their so-called sacrifice when you are not here, what should I do?" "I don't have Tingsha's voice, so there's nothing I can do even if I refuse." Tingsha was hard-hearted for once, and said directly, "Let them come. It's time to show my attitude of rejection. Let them know that I won't agree to every request. But in this case, you have to be careful. If they are dissatisfied and break in, you don't have to be soft-hearted. As long as no one dies, everything else is up to you." Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised to listen to Tao Tai's instructions, and could only nod and agree. After all, this is its territory, and I hope those people won't be too excited. If there is really no other way, I will just hide in the underground world, and save myself from worrying about how to deal with it. Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts naturally could not be hidden from Tingsha's eyes. In its view, Jiang Zhuxiang still had a kind heart as a human being and could not bear to attack humans. It was not that this idea was bad, but at a time when other people would not hesitate, Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts would be very dangerous. I don't know why Tao Tai and the others did not correct her. This was also an opportunity for her to undergo some baptism, so that she could move forward better in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha each had their own ideas. As for whose ideas were right at that time, it would still take time to test. Now, Jiang Zhuxiang stood at the door and watched Tao Tai and the others take Tingsha to start the verification. After Jiang Zhuxiang sent the man away, he met the man who came to offer sacrifices again. Jiang Zhuxiang kept silent and waited for him to leave automatically because he felt bored. The man might have been in a hurry and seemed to have to get Tongue Snake's help, so he never left. Although Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't communicate with him, he still heard the man's request. Jiang Zhuxiang was originally planning to go out to help, but he thought about how it would be a big deal to ask for help, because the person was not asking for help. The man came with high expectations, but was ignored. Tongue Snake didn't even say a word, and his mood was understandably bad. However, out of respect for Tongue Snake, the man still left the sacrifice, hoping that it would help him for the sake of these sacrifices. Jiang Zhuxiang waited for the man to leave before walking out of the tree house. He touched his head with a headache. The man asked for a cure, and the symptoms were just described by the man. Jiang Zhuxiang could be sure that it was dysentery. There was no effective prescription for this disease in the world before Jiang Zhuxiang. But in this era, humans still came up with a solution, which was cinchona cream. Jiang Zhuxiang had only found out about it after looking up relevant information before, and he didn't know if he could make this thing. It was said that it needed to be refined, but the method was different. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that dysentery developed very quickly, so he quickly found a plant that produced this thing and started to try it. He did extract some things, but he didn't know if it was useful. If the man came back again, he would put this thing where he put the sacrifice. If he could see it at that time, it would be his luck. Of course, the effect was unknown without verification, and he didn't know whether the man's luck was good luck or bad luck. Maybe the illness was really serious. The man came again the next day, because he knew that Tongue Snake didn't like too many people disturbing him in one day. So he had set a rule that only one person could come in one day. Otherwise, the man would definitely bring more people with him. After all, they were not the only ones who were sick, and dysentery was bound to spread quickly in this unhygienic debris. Fortunately, the man had good eyesight and found a small porcelain bottle next to the pile of offerings she had made before. There were simple words written on the porcelain bottle that he could understand, explaining how to use the things in the porcelain bottle. And there was a booklet next to it, which wrote some things about how to prevent the recurrence of dysentery, including cleaning the environment, developing good hygiene habits, etc. Of course, the sentences were still the simplest, because Jiang Zhuxiang learned these words on impulse and naturally could not fully master them. However, most of those people did not recognize their own language, so they were still very surprised that Tongue Snake could know their own language. They gathered around the small porcelain bottle and booklet that the man brought back and chattered. Before the man came back, he still left the second sacrifice. If the things in the small porcelain bottle worked, he would need to prepare more things to thank him. Someone had already taken the things in the small porcelain bottle for testing. If it really worked, it would be considered saving their tribe. After all, they had encountered this disease before, and basically 9 out of 10 houses were empty. When someone came to report, someone had stopped pooping. The person who didn't pull was the one used for the experiment. With this result, the people who gathered in the house waiting for news were relieved. If the situation is good in 2 days, the person will go to Tingsha again. I hope Tingsha will pay attention to him this time. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that those people's help, which was not really help, would actually lead to follow-up things. Jiang Zhuxiang had just received the medicine sent to him by the dean. The things were still in the middle of the 5-person aircraft. Jiang Zhuxiang first checked whether there was any problem with the unmanned aircraft, except for some scratches on the surface. The others were pretty good. Jiang Zhuxiang then began to open the unmanned aircraft. His hands were frozen and shivered. The temperature inside was so low. Did the dean put the medicine in the refrigerator? Taking out the cabin, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the temperature displayed outside the cabin. It seemed that this was indeed a refrigerator, but it was very small. The dean was still very cautious about this kind of thing. If it went bad, the efficacy of the medicine would probably be very poor. They couldn't afford to take this risk. Seeing the dean's cautious attitude, Jiang Zhuxiang put the medicine in the refrigerator first. There was only one refrigerator in the tree house. Fortunately, Tingsha didn't usually put anything in it. The refrigerator was still empty, so there was no problem putting Jiang Zhuxiang's medicine box in it. Chapter 404. The Gratitude of the Help Seeker. As for the experiment, Jiang Zhuxiang still planned to wait for Tingsha and the others to come back before doing it himself. One reason was that the host was not there, and it was not good for the guest to make a big fuss in the host's house. Another reason was that he was worried that there would be no one to take care of him on the ground. If those who came for help occupied the tree house, he would have to stay underground. In the case that he could not conduct the experiment, Jiang Zhuxiang began to find things to do for himself. Of course, the most important thing was to tidy up the tree house. The trunk of this tree was still very large. He would tidy it up when Tingsha was not there, so that they would be happier living there. While Jiang Zhuxiang was busy, Tingsha had already tested the range of the restriction in his body. It was much easier than Tingsha. But those saints still didn't believe him, and this restriction must have been allowed by his original master. Otherwise, they couldn't do anything to him. So far, Tingsha has completely given up his previous friendship and plans to think about himself. When he returns, he will ask Tao Tai how to remove the restriction. Tao Tai and Qiongqi both feel that Tingsha's momentum seems to have become much stronger, and there is no longer the oppressive feeling as before. It feels more in line with their aura, as if it has become the way it was before it became a fairy beast. There is nothing wrong with this, at least without the control of others. Tongue Snake can live a happier life. In the past, they thought that Tongue Snake was not in a good mind to agree to become a fairy beast. Now it is the best. However, thinking of Jiang Zhuxiang staying alone in the tree house, Tao Tai and the others were a little anxious to go back. They had let her move around alone once before, and Jiang Zhuxiang turned into a ghost that they could not recognize. They hoped that she would be fine when they went back this time. Otherwise, they might really need to ask the dean for forgiveness. They told Tongue Snake about their thoughts, and Tongue Snake was a little funny that they were afraid of others. However, they were really worried that Jiang Zhuxiang was the only one in the tree house, and they didn't know how those who came to ask for help were doing. When they returned, they happened to meet the person who came to express his gratitude. That person probably brought the thank you gifts that everyone asked him to bring. He was covered with things, and Tingsha and the others could hardly recognize his appearance. However, although Tingsha and the others saw this person bringing things, they didn't know what was going on, so they didn't show up and went to find Jiang Zhuxiang to ask about the cause and effect. When they came back, Jiang Zhuxiang had just finished cleaning and was basking in the sun inside the door. He was very happy to see Tingsha and the others come back, and stood up to greet them. As for what Tingsha asked, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little embarrassed. Before Tingsha left, he didn't let himself care about them. Later, after doing something, he felt that it might not be effective. Now that someone came to his door, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's helpless expression, Tingsha was about to feel helpless. But it was not easy to say much now, so he could only deal with the outside affairs first. Speaking of which, it was the first time that Tingsha received thanks from those people, and he had no idea how to deal with it. It was like the person who had been sucking your blood suddenly fed you a mouthful of his blood. Tingsha could only say him after the person finished those long-winded words of thanks, and then said, "You can go back now." Tingsha still didn't want other humans to get too close to him. In the past, he had only one master, but now he only had Jiang Zhuxiang, the younger generation who ate them. When the man heard Tingsha's cold voice, he could only put down his things and go back obediently. He originally wanted some of the previous potions, but when he heard Tingsha's tone, he didn't dare to act rashly. After sending this annoying guy away, Tingsha looked at Tao Ai and the others, wanting to ask how to get rid of the restriction, but then looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, obviously not knowing whether he should let her hear it. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally noticed Tingsha's eyes, but he didn't care much. During the days when they were away, Jiang Zhuxiang had been nervous. Now it was just right to go away and take a rest, letting them talk. Anyway, Tao Tai and the others would tell him if there was anything he should know. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang leave on his own initiative, Tingsha was relieved. After all, this restriction was a secret between fierce beasts, and it was better not to let humans know. Tao Tai and Xiongqi thought there was something going on, but they didn't expect it to be such a thing. If they had known it earlier, Jiang Zhuxiang would not have needed to go out at all. After all, she played a big role in this matter. After listening to Tao Tai's explanation of how to eliminate the restriction, Tingsha asked suspiciously, "What is the identity of the little girl you brought? How could an ordinary person make their restrictions invalid? Could the person who looked like a little girl be an old monster in disguise?" Tao Tai was very speechless about Tingsha's imagination and told him the true identity of Jiang Zhuxiang directly. "You can tell from her bone age that she is a little girl. But her core has been changed. That core is the descendant of Shenong. I don't know how she came to this era. Maybe it's God's will. The little girl practiced Shenong's set of exercises. And maybe the set of exercises worked." Tingsha was stunned by Tao Tai's words. He had never expected that the girl would be the descendant of Shenong. They had never seen Shenong have a woman at that time. How did he give birth to a child? Tao Tai and Xiongqi were also very surprised about this. But the breath of a person's soul could not deceive others. Ignoring how Shenong gave birth to a child, Tingsha asked with a little annoyance, "Does the girl bear a grudge?" Tingsha still wanted to take good care of the descendants of his old friend, but he was afraid that Jiang Zhuxiang would bear a grudge and affect their relationship. In fact, Tingsha had not done anything before. Tao Tai said, "The child is very generous. You don't have to worry at all." Xiongqi was planning to catch her at that time. But now she is sitting here well. Xiongqi glared at Tao Tai. How could he expose his dark history? Tingsha was relieved. Compared with Xiongqi, his negligence was much less sinful. Seeing that the topic was a bit off, Tao Tai wanted to bring it back. Now let's talk about how to remove the restriction. After that, Tao Tai directly described a method and let Tingsha deal with it himself. After Tingsha removed it, he called Jiang Zhuxiang over and asked her to complete the last step and confirm the relationship between them. Tingsha had no other way for the time being, so he had to announce his retreat and let those who came to ask for help come back in a few days. Chapter 405 Awkward Coexistence. When those people heard the news from Tingsha, they didn't think anything was wrong. After all, even gods can be ineffective for a few days, and it's normal for Tingsha to rest for a few days after solving the widespread dysentery. They don't need Tingsha's help for the time being, and they can learn to solve the problems in life slowly by themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that Tingsha's announcement of retreat might cause some dissatisfaction, but he didn't expect that after a few days, the outside world was still calm, which made Jiang Zhuxiang, who originally planned to continue to help solve problems on behalf of Tingsha, feel a little lonely. Moreover, Tao Tai and others have also been with Tingsha in retreat recently. It's really a bit boring to go in and out of the tree house alone every day, because no one else was watching. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't even dare to take the potion he had obtained downstairs to try. Every day, he practiced and was in a daze. Finally, Tao Tai and the others came out. Looking at the relaxed expressions of Tao Tai and the others, it was known that Tongue Snake's retreat was relatively smooth this time. But I didn't know why Tongue Snake hadn't come out yet. Jiang Zhuxiang thought a little carelessly. Tao Tai and the others looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, who didn't know what she was thinking, and waved in front of her to attract her attention. Jiang Zhuxiang came back to her senses and asked, "Why doesn't Tongue Snake come out?" Tao Tai said, "You also know that we gave you an amber crystal before. That thing contains the restrictions in our bodies. Although we can expel it ourselves, it is not enough to make the restrictions invalid. Only after you have done it, they will really become invalid. Now Tongue Snake has been expelled. Do you want to go in and help it one last time?" Jiang Zhuxiang would figure out this kind of thing sooner or later, so Tao Tai and the others simply said it directly, also to make sure there was no gap between them. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that he had already accepted Tao Tai and the others before, and he didn't mind taking one more piece as a beautiful stone to play with, so he was very happy to agree. Tao Tai and Xiongqi immediately took Jiang Zhuxiang in, which made Jiang Zhuxiang a little helpless. Their purpose was too obvious. However, after entering, seeing Tingsha's somewhat uneasy eyes, Jiang Zhuxiang calmed down, stretched out his hand in front of it, and asked it to put the things on it. Tingsha saw Jiang Zhuxiang's expressionless face, put the crystal he had just discharged in his hand, and immediately felt that the original restraint that was there and not there was no longer. And the expression on his face also relaxed. Tingsha thanked Jiang Zhuxiang first, and then apologized immediately. "I didn't treat you well before. Please don't mind. You can ask me if you don't understand anything about medicine in the future. I don't think those two guys can help you in this regard. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded without saying anything. After all, it was just an elder, and it wouldn't change anything. Just said, I want to go down and try a potion now. I have been delayed for a while before. Since you are all fine, then I will go down first. After saying that, he said hello to Tao Tai and the others, and then started to walk to his room. Lock the door of the room. Set up the band by himself. If someone comes in, he will know. Then take out the potion from the refrigerator. Pass the band to reach the underground world. And also bring enough food. After all, it takes a long time to test the function of the potion. Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang leaving and asked Tao Tai in a daze, is she angry? She must be angry. As expected, sometimes mental damage is the hardest to be forgiven. Tingsha was a little depressed. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were also a little confused. They had never seen Jiang Zhuxiang's expression like this. No matter how they treated her before, she always looked happy and didn't care. Could it be that she was stingy this time? Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about Taotia's thoughts at all. She only wanted to verify the potion well and give the dean a definite answer, which would also make it easier for this potion to be used in other places. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully read the instructions that the dean had put in the box. It had suggestions on how to use it. Direct injection was naturally the best. But the zombie's meridians must have been stiff. And even the blood would not flow. Intravenous injection was actually not very effective. As a step back, he could use the oral method. But in this case, he would need to control the zombies and not let them move. However, he was alone. So this method was a bit difficult to implement. Just as Jiang Zhuxiang thought of this, the figures of Tao Tai and the others appeared not far away. The more Tao Tai and the others thought about it, the more confused they became. In the end, they decided to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang face to face. So they came down directly from Tingsha's room. Jiang Zhuxiang saw them. And just in time, he needed help. So he waved them over. Tao Tai and the others went over confused. Has Jiang Zhuxiang returned to her original state? Jiang Zhuxiang directly explained her request, asking them to help her catch zombies, so that she could feed them. Tao Tai and the others had something to do. So they did it first. They caught the zombies here one by one, and even helped to pry open their mouths. Jiang Zhuxiang just had to pour the potion directly into their mouths. And Tao Tai and the others were also responsible for helping the zombies swallow. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly used up all the potions he brought. And then said, separate these zombies from the original ones first. I will wait here for a few days for the effect. If you feel bored, you can go up first. After all, not many animals like the dark and damp underground. Even fierce animals don't like such an unpleasant environment. Tao Tai and Tingsha were worried that Jiang Zhuxiang would return to his previous state once they returned to the ground. So they decided to stay and accompany Jiang Zhuxiang. As for Qiongqi, he was driven to the ground to see if anyone came. If so, he would come down to inform Tingsha and let it go up to deal with it. Tingsha was standing not far from Jiang Zhuxiang at this time, and asked cautiously, where did you get this medicine? Will it really work? Tingsha was now talking to others. Otherwise it would be too disturbing to be silent all the time. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tingsha with a bit of amusement. I remember I told you about this before you went into seclusion. You said before that you didn't care about the effect. Why are you so concerned about it now? Tingsha thought about it, and it seemed that there was such a thing in his memory. Jiang Zhuxiang would not think that he was not smart, and would ignore him even more in the future. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little puzzled by the cautious attitude of Tao Tai. As an elder, Jiang Zhuxiang could only put on a cold face and get along with him. So, this was a misunderstanding between them. After Jiang Zhuxiang said that, he continued to pay attention to the changes of the zombies, not wanting to miss a single thing. Chapter 406 Zombies Awake. During the days when Jiang Zhuxiang was waiting for the result, she finally saw that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to be disturbed. Tao Tai and Tingsha returned to the ground again. Tingsha began to make up for the previous scenes when Tao Tai and Jiang Zhuxiang got along with each other, wanting to learn from them. Although Tao Tai and others were not very good at describing, Tingsha still knew from their mouths the way Jiang Zhuxiang liked to get along. That is, they were independent of each other. They didn't need to appear in front of her when there was nothing to do. And they just helped her when they needed it. And they didn't like too clingy performance. Tingsha cursed himself deeply in his heart for his previous performance. Jiang Zhuxiang's previous coldness was obviously because they delayed her own business. But they still chased and entangled. Now Jiang Zhuxiang must have a bad impression of him. I hope they can make up for it later. Although it may be a bit difficult. It's okay. At that time, they helped her a little. So it shouldn't be difficult to open the scene. Jiang Zhuxiang received a communication from Lei Jin while watching the zombies transform. It had been a while since he had contacted Lei Jin. The last time Jiang Zhuxiang contacted the people from the Academy of Sciences. He accidentally forgot about Lei Jin. Later, he remembered him when he returned to the ground. It was just that it was not easy to return to the underground to send a communication immediately. So their contact was delayed until now. Jiang Zhuxiang picked up the communicator. Lei Jin on the other side of the screen also looked a little tired. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely asked, "Are you tired recently? If you are tired, go and rest first. I should have a signal recently. You can contact me at any time." Lei Jin's tense nerves relaxed when he heard the comforting words from his own Xiaoxiang. Lei Jin was not relaxed recently. I didn't know what was going on. He suddenly remembered to take Mrs. Lei out for a walk. He said that he hadn't taken his wife out to relax for so long. So he went on a long trip without even telling his son in advance. Lei Jin didn't know until he contacted him because he couldn't find him for something. Since then, all the big and small things in the clan have been weighing on him. He couldn't even contact Jiang Zhuxiang. So he couldn't do anything else but wait. Now that he can contact his own Xiaoxiang, it can be regarded as a good thing among all the bad things recently. However, after this incident, Lei Jin also realized that the responsibility of the clan leader is heavy, which is completely different from his previous relaxed situation as a team leader. His ability and sense of responsibility have been greatly improved. Lei Jin doesn't have many complaints. But the only complaint is that he can't follow Jiang Zhuxiang all the time. Waiting in place seems to be the best way. And it would be better if he doesn't lose contact. Lei Jin replied, "It's okay. I'll talk to you, and then I'll go to rest. How are you doing recently? Where are you now?" Behind Jiang Zhuxiang's screen was a dark area. And Lei Jin really couldn't recognize where it was. Seeing Lei Jin's insistence, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say much. "I'm fine. I'm underground now. Verifying a drug from the Academy of Sciences. I may need to stay here for a long time." While talking, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't forget to record something. Lei Jin felt that Jiang Zhuxiang's current state was not bad. He could talk to her quietly without worrying about being discovered by anyone. Lei Jin told Jiang Zhuxiang about the mess in his family, which also let Jiang Zhuxiang know his current situation. They understood each other's situation. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Lei Jin's words and felt deeply that there would be troubles no matter where he went. He just hoped that he would not encounter such a thing in the future. The dean and his wife would not leave so irresponsibly. In fact, the dean was really uncertain. And the Academy of Sciences had so many technologies that it was possible that he would leave and not let Jiang Zhuxiang contact them. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little young now. When she reached Lei Jin's age, the dean and his wife might do the same. Jiang Zhuxiang comforted Lei Jin. "You will always take over that mess in the future. You can relax a little after getting familiar with it now. Chief Lei will always come back after playing outside for a while." Lei Jin was comforted by his little Xiang and felt that he could still hold on for a while. He just hoped that he could hear his little Xiang's voice every day in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang said that he would try his best. After Jiang Zhuxiang wrote down a string of data, he began to urge Lei Jin to rest. Lei Jin was indeed tired. So he said goodbye to Jiang Zhuxiang stickily before hanging up the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang turned off the communicator a little helplessly. Now he didn't want to hear other people's words anymore. So he hurried to record the remaining data. The effect of the medicine was generally good. The toxins in the zombies were decreasing. But they were not eliminated. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried. He didn't know where the viruses were transferred to. However, their skin seemed to be getting thicker and thicker during this period. Jiang Zhuxiang sometimes couldn't poke his fingers. A few days later, a zombie woke up and said in a hoarse voice, "Who am I? Where is this place?" Jiang Zhuxiang had no way to answer his question. So he could only say, "I don't know who you are either. This is underground." After answering, Jiang Zhuxiang recorded the result, clear mind. Amnesia. The man looked at the people around him and Jiang Zhuxiang, who had been observing them. They seemed unable to help him solve his doubts. So he could only find the answer himself. When Jiang Zhuxiang saw him, the man had already walked to the pile of zombies before. Jiang Zhuxiang said anxiously, "Come back soon. It's very dangerous there." The man looked at the zombie's pointed teeth and cloudy eyes in confusion, and walked without a soul. These looked different from himself, but it seemed dangerous. The man stretched out his hand and pinched the zombie's neck, breaking it easily. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the man was puzzled by the zombie's head, and knew that the man's current intelligence level would not be too high, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with his current behavior. It seemed that he needed to find someone to teach them well. Otherwise, according to the strength that the man showed now, he would become a humanoid weapon more terrifying than zombies after going out. However, the person who taught them needed strong strength. Jiang Zhuxiang thought of Tao Tai and Qiongqi, who had been trying to come down during this period, and sent a communication to them to let them come down. Tao Tai and Tingsha asked Jiang Zhuxiang directly, "Is there anything we can help you with?" During this period, Tao Tai and the others did not do anything extra, just waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang to summon them if he needed anything. Jiang Zhuxiang pointed to the man who was standing beside them. "You go and teach him some basic common sense. Don't let him become a person who only knows how to kill." The man was still holding the zombie's head in his hand, which was very recognizable. Even when he saw Tao Tai and the others walking over, he didn't put it down. Tao Tai and the others were very used to this situation. After all, they were also fierce beasts who only knew how to kill before, and they were slowly taught by Shinnong to know how to restrain themselves. Now they are still very happy to let them be teachers, especially since this person's strength is not bad. In the future, they will treat him as their younger brother. However, Tao Tai and Qiongqi both went over, but Tingsha stayed where he was, helping Jiang Zhuxiang to observe if there were other zombies awake, and he didn't pay any attention to the situation of Tao Tai and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. That person is also considered a person on your fragment. If you use him well, you can save a lot of effort in the future. Chapter 407, The Placement of New Humans. Tingsha said, "It's better to let Tao Tai do this kind of thing. I'm not very good at this, and I wasn't very nice to them before. I don't plan to use them to do things for me in the future, so there's no need to show favor." In Tingsha's opinion, after he got his freedom, he didn't care about the things on this fragment anymore. He just hoped that after dealing with it properly, he could go to other places with Jiang Zhuxiang and others. It was rare for Jiang Zhuxiang to hear Tingsha say such straightforward words, but since it thought so, he couldn't force it and let it follow him. After the first awakener, the zombies that were lying down began to wake up one after another. These zombies were handled by Tao Tai and trained well, although they may not follow their lead in the future. They will always have a kind of fledgling knot for these species that are the first to come into contact with them after they wake up. If they need anything, they will definitely be willing to help. In addition to paying attention to the zombies that have just begun to wake up and the training process of Tao Tai, Jiang Zhuxiang also paid attention to Tingsha's reaction. Does it really not care about these people at all? Tingsha's face only focused on the expression of the zombies that have not yet woken up on the ground. Jiang Zhuxiang really can't see other expressions, so Jiang Zhuxiang had to give up observing and do what he needed to do first, because he didn't expect these potions to be so useful. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to ask Tingsha, "Do you want to wake up the remaining zombies? If necessary, I will ask the dean to send the potion again later, because this potion is a primary version made by Yan Lei and Shuiwen before. It has not been verified, so there is no large-scale production. Therefore, if necessary, Jiang Zhuxiang needs to send the verification results, and then let them produce on a large scale. And then, they can send it here again. But I don't know if she will still be here by then." So Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tingsha this. Tingsha also saw the effect of the potion made by Jiang Zhuxiang and others for these zombies that he locked up underground. Tingsha still felt a little guilty. If he could make them normal, he would feel more at ease when he left in the future. So he nodded and agreed. After Jiang Zhuxiang got a positive answer, he continued to record the results and recorded the need for more medicine here, so that the dean could deliver it as soon as possible. It was several days later that all the zombies who had been fed with medicine woke up, as Jiang Zhuxiang had rarely stayed underground for such a long time. He also felt relieved. Jiang Zhuxiang said something to the Tao Tai who were still having fun, and then he and Tingsha came to the ground, intending to leave here and go to other places after the Tao Tai came up. Of course, before coming up, Jiang Zhuxiang contacted Lei Jin for the last time, explaining that he would have no signal in the next few days, and asked him not to send a communication to himself, because he would not be able to receive it. Lei Jin said a little aggrievedly, When can you go to a place where you can be happy at any time? Also, don't you really consider coming back recently? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang said, I will go back in a few days. After all, there are things I need to do at home. And I also have something to bring to the dean. The verified results need to be handed over to the dean in person. If this kind of written information is intercepted by someone in the middle, they will not know. So Jiang Zhuxiang will not use other methods, but will do it himself. Lei Jun felt comforted at this time, and finally hung up the call with peace of mind after sticking to each other for a while. After the Taotai had satisfied their teacher's cravings, they returned to the ground again and brought back the people who had been trained and awakened from zombies to humans. Before Jiang Zhuxiang left, he asked how to resettle these people. After all, although they have returned to normal, it is still difficult to get their relatives to recognize them. Their relatives will definitely be concerned about when they will turn into zombies again and cause harm to themselves. In addition, some people turned into zombies because they were pushed out by their families. Their relationship with their families must have become hostile, so they must not be allowed to recognize their family members. If they are not careful, it may lead to a tragedy on Earth. Tingsha listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's analysis and felt that it made sense. But he didn't know what they thought. Although Jiang Zhuxiang had considered everything for them, those who had come to their senses might not accept it. Tingsha asked Tao Tai to bring those people to him. Seeing that they were still a little confused, he didn't know if he could ask them. However, no matter what, he had to ask first to know. Tingsha asked directly, where do you want to live in the future? Back to your own home or go somewhere else? Tingsha first gave them a choice, and after they made their own choice, he explained the pros and cons to them. Jiang Zhuxiang was also watching their choices. She still hoped that they would not choose to go back. After all, going back would definitely not bring any good results. Although their own abilities could not cause them physical harm, there were many things that tortured people, and some cold violence could make people feel miserable. Although those people woke up, they seemed to have an instinctive premonition of good and bad. For the two choices given by Tingsha, none of them chose to go back, and all chose other places. This also made Tingsha and Jiang Zhuxiang feel relieved. Such a choice would make it easier for Tingsha and Jiang Zhuxiang to arrange the next step. At least, they would not be resented by them in the future. Tingsha said, then you can build some wooden houses on the open space outside and live there. We will let you move out after we choose a good place. Those people were very satisfied with the result. They were still reluctant to leave this place, especially Tao Tai and Qiongqi who trained them before. If they stayed here, they could see them more, because Tao Tai and Qiongqi were familiar with them. Tingsha gave them the task of building wooden houses. As for the specific method, Jiang Zhuxiang found several drawings from the database of the communicator and sent them to Tao Tai and Qiongqi's communicators for reference. While working hard in the open space outside, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha began to discuss their future settlement. This was a matter that needed careful consideration. So Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha began to exchange information with each other. Chapter 408, Tingsha's Field Investigation. Jiang Zhuxiang explained to Tingsha the terrain information and other information he had found before. It was because Tingsha didn't have a communicator that he had to go through so much trouble. However, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have a communicator with him. Otherwise he could have equipped one. Tingsha explained to Jiang Zhuxiang the information that the humans who had come to ask for help had revealed to him before. Jiang Zhuxiang combined the information from the two people and began to choose a place for them to settle down in the future with some distress. They couldn't be found by their future families, and they wouldn't be too isolated. After all, this group of new humans are still very capable. If their families knew about them and wanted to come to them, it would definitely be a very troublesome thing for them. So they needed to consider it in advance. Jiang Zhuxiang finally chose 3 places to show Tingsha. Tingsha also chose 3 places. Jiang Zhuxiang said after knowing that, then let's name the 3 places together to see if we agree. From far to near. Tingsha said yes. They reported 3 places one after another, which were completely consistent. It seems that the conditions they considered were still very consistent. But they just didn't know how to give up. One of the 3 places is very close to here. In the basin. There are some humans living there. But not many. There is no problem in arranging new humans to live there. Moreover, the humans who already live there have no blood relationship with the new humans. At that time, they can develop a new relationship. After all, sometimes distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. However, The disadvantage is that the information there flows very quickly. After all, there is a good environment there. Although there are not many people living there. It is the location of a very old market. If the relatives and friends of the new humans participate in the market, it is easy to find out about the new humans. That is why Jiang Zhuxiang did not decide on that place immediately. I believe Tingsha must have thought so too. Another place is along the Nile River. Although there are more humans living there, and the relatives and friends of the new humans also live there, there are still many vacant places along the river. As long as they don't look for it specifically, ordinary people will not find such a new tribe. Even if someone finds it, it will take some time for the news to reach the ears of the relatives and friends of the new humans. After all, the information between the tribes along the coast is relatively isolated. Moreover, since ancient times, there have been many wars between the tribes along the coast, and they have been enemies with each other. So some news is even more difficult to spread. However, that place naturally has a great impact on humans. Especially every time the Nile River floods. The new humans will be tested. I don't know if they will complain at that time. The last place is the farthest place. It is west of the originally chosen basin. A place close to the sea. It is the farthest place from the relatives and friends of the new humans. The information there is relatively isolated, which is a good thing for the new humans. However, after the end of the world, the original industry there has completely stopped operating. The new humans going there are just like reclaiming wasteland. I just don't know if they can persist. Faced with these options, Tingsha and Jiang Zhuxiang did not make a choice without authorization. After all, the new humans still need to wait for other companions, and they have to wait until Jiang Zhuxiang returns. Tingsha and Jiang Zhuxiang put this matter in the memorandum and bring it up when the time comes. After the discussion, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha also went out to help. After solving the problem of their temporary residence, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go out and see. This time the goal is clearer. That is, to go to the place they have chosen for the new humans to settle in the future to investigate again. And it is also convenient to make a decision in the future. As for those who originally came to Tingsha for help, Tingsha told the new humans, if you are willing, you can help. If you don't want to, you can ignore it. The new humans do not regard themselves as the masters here, but only as the subordinates of the masters here. Or to put it more precisely, as their servants. They naturally obey the master's orders. But of course, the premise is to keep themselves safe. After all, they were rescued by the masters, and their bodies no longer belong to them. After Jiang Zhuxiang and the others finished their instructions, they planned to go to the basin near the Nile River first. After all, that was where the relatives and friends of the new humans lived. If there was anything wrong, it was the place that was most likely to be abandoned. They needed to investigate more carefully, and not let go of any uncertainty. Tongue Snake also followed, because the Tongue Snake was originally located on a very special line. Jiang Zhuxiang and his team planned to go directly along this line to see the basin where the river was located. This was also the closest distance. However, even if it was the closest distance, it still took Jiang Zhuxiang and his team a lot of time. When Jiang Zhuxiang and his team were able to see the river, it was already sunset. This was because Jiang Zhuxiang used the light body technique to run with the Tao Tai. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to see the river in one day. This is the source of the river. The water flow is not very large, and not many humans live here. After all, it is still a bit desolate and not suitable for farming. After a day of running, Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions did not have the energy to continue looking for human settlements. So they decided to rest here first and set off tomorrow. There are many species in this place, so Jiang Zhuxiang does not need to worry about the ingredients for dinner. After a simple dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang rested directly. As a human, he still cannot match the physical strength of Tao Tai. After a day of light body skills, what Jiang Zhuxiang needs most now is to restore his consumed energy. So he even let Tao Tai do the cleaning of the dishes. Tao Tai can understand Jiang Zhuxiang. After cleaning up, they began to look around. After all, this is a new place. Even though Tingsha is the landlord, he has never been here in person. After walking around, he thinks that if possible, it is also a good choice for new humans to live here. There are no disadvantages except that the land is not convenient for farming, and it is also quiet. However, this choice still needs to be made by the new humans themselves. After Tao Tai and Cheongqi took note, they planned to give them a reference later, and then went back to rest. Seeing the tree occupied by Jiang Zhuxiang, Tao Tai and the others also chose a nearby tree to rest. Tongue Snake did not feel uncomfortable and turned into its original form to rest on the tree. Tao Tai and Xiongqi were relieved after seeing this. Chapter 409 Temple. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up to the sound of the flowing river. After a night of practice, Jiang Zhuxiang finally recovered his full vitality and could continue to walk downstream with Tao Tai. It was rare to come to the river, so Jiang Zhuxiang changed his morning exercise location to the river, smelling the air with moist water vapor. Jiang Zhuxiang's movements became smooth and flowing. The original mechanical movements rarely became very beautiful. After completing the fixed exercise, Jiang Zhuxiang prepared breakfast while waking up the three who were still sleeping. The first to wake up was Tingsha. After waking up, Tingsha turned into a human form. After washing himself by the river, he went to help Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled gratefully at Tingsha and continued to toss Tao Tai and Xiongqi, who were still sleeping. The two finally came over, unable to bear the annoyance. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Tongue Snake, who was already helping Jiang Zhuxiang, and the sun that had appeared in the sky. The two did not think there was anything wrong. After all, they had always gotten up so late before. But they were a little dissatisfied that Tongue Snake woke up earlier than them. If they were both so late, they would feel better. If one of them got up early, would their younger generation think that they were lazier than Tongue Snake over time? They decided to find a time when Jiang Zhuxiang was not paying attention and have a good talk with Tongue Snake. Seeing that they were awake, Jiang Zhuxiang started to serve the breakfast that had been prepared. Put it on the tablecloth on the ground. Asked them to sit on the ground. Distributed the tableware to them, and let them eat by themselves. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang cleaned up the things and followed Tao Tai to continue walking down. When they saw the crowd from a distance, they stopped again. In order to avoid trouble, Jiang Zhuxiang and his team did not actually plan to contact people. But if they wanted to know the news, they had to walk into the crowd. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it. Took out 4 invisibility talismans from his personal space. Handed 3 to Tao Tai and his team, and put 1 on himself. In this way, they could get the information they wanted without contacting the crowd. After Tao Tai and his team were ready, Jiang Zhuxiang and his team quietly integrated into the crowd, analyzed the news they wanted to know from their words, and did know a lot of news about the relatives and friends of the new humans. Some got married, some separated, and some children abused the elderly. The news they heard was more unfortunate. It seems that after sacrificing the people they didn't care about, they didn't get the life they imagined. However, while wandering with the crowd, Jiang Zhuxiang suddenly felt someone staring at him. Could someone see through the invisibility talisman and see him? In order to verify this, Jiang Zhuxiang took the Tao Tai and the others to a place where there were few people. When they got there, if someone really saw through us, they would definitely come out to expose us, saving Jiang Zhuxiang from having to look for them himself. Tingsha and the others asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Maybe someone saw through my invisibility talisman. Now I need to verify it. Don't make a move later. I'll take care of it." Tao Tai and the others agreed. When there was no one else around, the person suspected by Jiang Zhuxiang appeared around them with a group of people in white clothes, kneeling on the ground a little devoutly. The leader said, "Please go to the temple to live." When Jiang Zhuxiang heard this, he knew that this person did not see through him, but Tongue Snake. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Tao Tai and the others, signaling them to remove the invisibility talisman together and let Tongue Snake handle it himself. Tongue Snake showed up with a bit of distress and said, "You get up first. We'll talk about the temple later." The priest kneeling in the front did not insist, but stood up according to Tongue Snake's words, but still lowered his head and continued to invite. "The temple has prepared a place for you to stay. The chief priest's divination showed that the gods will walk on earth, so we must invite you to the temple. If you don't like it at that time, you can still leave, but please accept our kindness first." The words were neither humble nor arrogant, and Tingsha would not be disgusted. But Tingsha looked at the people around him and was still a little hesitant about going to the temple. The priest saw Tingsha's concerns and quickly added, "Your friends can also go with you." In his opinion, the origins of these friends of God were also quite extraordinary, and the chief priest would not blame them for inviting them to the temple. Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and saw that she had no intention of refusing, so he accepted the invitation of these priests and only went to the temple, but did not plan to stay there. After all, Living in a place with so many people was still a little inappropriate for Tingsha. Seeing that Tingsha agreed, the priests immediately led the way. The temple was built on the edge of the river, on top of all the residents, symbolizing the supremacy of the occupants. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the temple supported by stone pillars, which was similar to what he saw in the information. He was a little surprised at their protection. Although Tingsha had dealt with zombies in time before, the temple had been able to remain intact for so long, and it also took a lot of energy to maintain it. Walking in the temple, Jiang Zhuxiang's feeling became even deeper. The white walls and ground completely highlighted the mystery of the temple, and even the priests who came and went seemed particularly energetic. The priests who brought them here finally arrived at the room where the chief priest was. The chief priest had just finished his homework and was resting. It was a good opportunity for him to meet the gods and listen to the divine voice better. When he saw Tang Snake walk into the room, the chief priest immediately knelt down devoutly. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai who followed him immediately avoided him. They didn't want to accept this kind of worship. Tongue Snake still maintained his previous attitude and asked the chief priest to stand up. He actually didn't take care of these humans who were so far away. After all, they rarely came to him for help. But their power of faith was the purest. So Tongue Snake couldn't refuse the previous things. But he couldn't accept more. After the chief priest stood up, he immediately said, "Please allow me to take you to your residence. We will also take care of your friends." "Don't worry." Tingsha quickly refused. "No. The gods living in the temple have no way to understand their people. I just came to take a look. I still plan to walk outside. I hope I won't cause trouble to you. We still plan to sneak into the crowd. I hope you won't follow us next time. Of course, if you need anything, you can find someone to find me. I will be in this river where people live for the next 2 days." The chief priest still trusts Tingsha very much. Everything Tingsha says is right. It's our fault. You can walk outside without worry. I will also let our priests go into the crowd more often to understand people's ideas. If there is anything we need, we will definitely tell you. Although they said so, the priests still solve most of the problems themselves. There are not many times when they need gods, except for some occasions where they may need the cooperation of gods. Chapter 410 Temple Sacrifice. When the chief priest heard what Tingsha said, he did not force it, but planned to inform the temples below along the way. Pay attention to their needs at any time, and report their whereabouts. No matter what. They are all gods they believe in, and the temples still have to know where the miracles go. Tingsha spent some time meeting the priests in the temple, and then planned to find Tao Tai and leave. Tao Tai was taken to the place where they entertained guests by the priests before, and the priests talked to them about some myths and legends here. This period of time passed quite quickly. Seeing Tingsha coming over, they knew that it was almost done and the problem had been basically solved, so they could leave with peace of mind. As expected, Tongue Snake said directly, "Let's go." The chief priest behind it had no intention of stopping it. Even if the priests felt a little strange, they only looked a little strange. They couldn't say anything else. After all, this was the decision of the chief priest. Jiang Zhuxiang and others followed Tongue Snake out directly. The chief priest sent them to the door, and sent them away respectfully. In the following time, Jiang Zhuxiang and others wandered in all the tribes from the upper reaches to the lower reaches of the Nile River. From time to time, they could get hidden help from the temple. Even if someone found something wrong, the temple would quickly help Jiang Zhuxiang and others erase the traces, which reduced a lot of trouble for Jiang Zhuxiang and others. After Jiang Zhuxiang and others inspected the last tribe, the temple sent people to contact Tingsha again, saying that there was a sacrifice that needed its participation, and hoped that it could bring its friends to the temple to stay for a few days. Tingsha asked Jiang Zhuxiang and others for their opinions. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and was still a little curious about the sacrifice on this fragment. He didn't know what the difference was from the ritual of the indigenous people on the fragment he had visited before, so he wanted to stay and see. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was wavering, the priest who was sent hurriedly said, "Your friends can also watch from the nearest position at that time." The priest also saw that this god still cared about these friends, and it might be effective to cater to their preferences. Sure enough, after hearing that he could watch from the nearest position, Jiang Zhuxiang was more inclined to stay and watch, which also meant that Tingsha had to participate in the sacrifice. Tingsha looked at their expressions and accepted the priest's invitation. He led them back to the temple and met the chief priest whom he had met before. The chief priest was very happy, since the gods were willing to come. It was the best reward for their devout faith. He said with joy in his tone, You should stay in the room we prepared for you this time. You know, the temple has always sent people to maintain that room. And it only lacks a real owner. Tingsha didn't really care where he lived. So he nodded and agreed. And only made one request: let them live closer to me. The chief priest was naturally willing to meet this request. So Tongue Snake and Tao Tai lived peacefully. During the time they lived there, all the people in the temple were busy preparing things needed for the sacrifice. And someone came to tailor new clothes for Tongue Snake. So Tongue Snake didn't like to move around during this period. Unless someone came to find it. It would never leave the room. Tongue Snake said that he couldn't bear the enthusiasm of his believers. Originally, the priests didn't intend to let Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends go. And Tongue Snake also hoped that they could share the joys and sorrows with him. However, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends found a very suitable reason to refuse this matter, and finally retained the right to wear their own clothes to participate in the sacrifice. When the time came, early in the morning, Tingsha's room began to get busy, with people constantly coming in and out, as if they were dressing up as a bride. Jiang Zhuxiang happened to live next door to Tingsha, and he woke up from his practice when he heard the noise. He secretly opened his door and took a look. He was glad that they had declined the priest's request before. Otherwise, they would definitely be tossed like this. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room before the priests noticed him, because the temple was destined to be busy today. Jiang Zhuxiang even put the exercise in his room. After a full set of exercises, the porridge that Jiang Zhuxiang had stewed in this small pot before was ready. The priests who were busy next door had finished their work and left. Jiang Zhuxiang took breakfast to see Tingsha, intending to comfort it temporarily with his breakfast. The actions of the priests not only woke up Jiang Zhuxiang, but also Tao Tai and the others from their sleep. They planned to come to Tingsha to have a look. They met Jiang Zhuxiang at the door of Tingsha, exchanged glances with each other, and then pushed the door in. Because Jiang Zhuxiang was still holding something in his hand, he did not look up at the image of Tingsha directly, but found a place to put the things first. Tao Tai and Qiongqi saw Tingsha's current honor and couldn't help laughing. Jiang Zhuxiang put down the things and looked up. His previous choice was indeed right. Tingsha's current image was really scary. The priests used some unknown paint to draw charming lines on its face. It was wearing very magical clothes on its head and body. The overall image looked like a golden glow. I really don't know how the priest's aesthetics were developed. Tingsha said, a little depressed. You can laugh if you want. I should have refused like you before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a horrible state now. Tingsha really didn't know that he was such an image in the eyes of the people. If he knew, he wouldn't even contact the people in the temple. Jiang Zhuxiang laughed for a while and comforted. It's okay. You should just show your face when the time comes. They may not remember what you look like when the time comes. So it's a loss. After that, Jiang Zhuxiang brought out the breakfast. At this time, the person who was arranged by the priests to deliver the breakfast also fell down, and Tingsha signaled them to put it on the table. Those people were quite obedient. Tingsha had a mixed breakfast, and after he was full, he didn't care about his appearance outside. Just thought of it as wearing strange clothes. The real ceremony was near noon, and before that they needed to make various preparations, such as bathing and changing clothes. However, since Tingsha was a god, except for the priest's trouble with his clothes, the priests would not disturb him in other aspects. So Tingsha wore his strange clothes and waited for his appearance. Jiang Zhuxiang and others were arranged in their seats in advance. The chiefs of various tribes were also sitting in their positions, which was a great respect for Jiang Zhuxiang and others. Chapter 411, Provoking the Chimpanzee. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the various strange sounds coming from the temple band, watched the priests standing on the high platform dancing to the music, and the chiefs of the surrounding tribes also shaking their heads. Jiang Zhuxiang found helplessly that he really couldn't appreciate this kind of music. He had to use energy to isolate the way this sound entered his ears, and only watched with his eyes when Tongue Snake would appear. After the priest's dance came to an end, Tongue Snake was led to the high platform by the chief priest and asked to bless the people. This was not the first time for Tongue Snake. There were also people who asked for blessings among those who often came to ask for its help. Tongue Snake used its own energy and radiated it downwards. This energy was basically the energy converted from the original power of faith. Returning it to them at this time was also considered taking from the people and using it for the people. When Tongue Snake began to bless, the people knelt down directly. Even the chieftains of the tribes were no exception. In order not to stand out, Jiang Zhuxiang and others had to squat down. Kneeling was something that Tao Tai and others could not do. After the energy was absorbed by the people, Tongue Snake had disappeared from the high platform. The people did not find it strange, but knelt down again consciously to express their gratitude for Tongue Snake's blessing. At this stage, Jiang Zhuxiang and others secretly left this place and went to find Tongue Snake. At this time, Tongue Snake was removing the decorations on his body. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at it with a little amusement. It struggled for a long time, but couldn't remove anything. He quickly signaled Tao Tai and Qiongqi to come forward to help. The craftsmanship of this thing was really good. Tao Tai and Qiongqi also took a long time to find the seam, and then successfully helped Tongue Snake to remove the things. At this time, the footsteps of the priests were heard at the door. They came back after handling the follow-up of the ceremony. The first thing they did was to see Tingsha, who had consumed a lot of energy today, to see if there was anything they could help with. The chief priest pushed open the door and saw Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. He didn't feel strange. Instead, he led the priests to surround Tingsha and asked if there was anything he could help with. Tingsha felt a little awkward being surrounded by a group of men, and quickly said, "No, I'm fine. No problem. If possible, I want to leave now. There are things waiting for me to do in other places." The chief priest could also understand Tingsha's busyness, and quickly asked the priests to prepare things that would be used on the road for Tingsha to take away, which was also the temple's gratitude and respect for Tingsha. Tingsha did not refuse such things. After getting the things, he started to walk out without hesitation, taking Tao Tai with him. The chief priest watched them leave, and the priests around him asked in confusion, "Why can't we keep it?" The chief priest replied, "Because we don't have what it cares about. As a temple, it is actually not in harmony with the real gods. The gods take care of the people, and the temple is more concerned with power to a certain extent, so it can't keep the gods." Tingsha left the temple far away, and then he began to breathe a sigh of relief. Now he needs to start running again. Although it may be a little tiring, it is much better than staying in the temple. After all, the priests are not always kind when facing him. Before Jiang Zhuxiang started running, he first drank a tube of nutrient solution. Tingsha determined the direction, and then rushed to the basin that he had determined to investigate before, wanting to check the situation there. After running for a whole day again, he still did not enter the basin. He just arrived near the basin. The trees here began to grow lush. It was not far from where Tingsha lived before. Jiang Zhuxiang even suggested that he should just go back to live at night. Tingsha considered Jiang Zhuxiang's physical strength and rejected this suggestion. Besides, he had not been away for a long time, so he did not plan to go back so early. Jiang Zhuxiang had to quietly start looking for a place to rest. He was too lazy to set up a tent and decided to live directly in the tree at night. Anyway, there was animal repellent. After marking the trees he had chosen, Jiang Zhuxiang began to prepare dinner. In order to replenish the lost energy, Jiang Zhuxiang rarely refused the pure meat prepared by the Tao Tai and ate them all. After replenishing the energy, Jiang Zhuxiang went directly to the tree and began to practice digesting the energy. Tingsha took the Tao Tai to check the surrounding situation as usual. The exchange market was not far from here. At that time, the people in the basin would come out of the basin with the things they wanted to exchange and exchange them in this area where the trees were relatively not dense. Tingsha checked the smell left here and compared it with the smell of the relatives and friends of the new humans he had felt before. He found that although it was a little light, there was still their smell. Tingsha had initially concluded in his heart that this was not a good place to settle. However, they had not yet gone to the basin to see it, and they were not sure whether to give up. They could only see it tomorrow morning when they woke up. They returned to Jiang Zhuxiang and went up the tree to rest. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang jumped down from the tree after waking up. He made breakfast as usual and woke up the old men. After breakfast, he continued to walk into the basin. The precipitation in this basin is very abundant, so the green cultivated directly covered the ground, and people could hardly see the color of the land. Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends often saw a lot of mutant animals along the way, but these animals rarely attacked humans. At most, they threatened humans and asked them to leave their territory. For example, Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions are being chased by a group of mutant chimpanzees to leave their territory, just because Jiang Zhuxiang touched the hair of a little chimpanzee out of curiosity. After arriving in this animal paradise, Jiang Zhuxiang seemed to have regained his original lively personality and started to cause trouble. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were a little amused and cleaned up the mess for Jiang Zhuxiang, while Tingsha led Jiang Zhuxiang to escape in front. After finally getting rid of the attack of bananas thrown by chimpanzees, Jiang Zhuxiang sat down under a tree a little out of breath, picked up a banana still hanging on his body, peeled it and ate it, which made Tingsha speechless. While Jiang Zhuxiang was eating bananas, the Taotai finally caught up with him. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang so leisurely, they had no choice but to start eating the weapons they had thrown from the chimpanzees. After replenishing their energy, they just started to discuss the next direction of search. They had seen the natural environment here for a while, and then whether they should go to see the people here. Chapter 412. Escape from the rainforest. The people here don't live as densely as before, but are scattered in the jungle. It's not easy for Jiang Zhuxiang and his team to find them, so they decided to let everything go, checking the natural environment here while looking for traces of humans. It was also Jiang Zhuxiang and his team's good luck. At noon one day, when Tingsha was chasing a mutant beast, he vaguely saw several pieces of land with plants that looked neither like mutant plants nor natural plants. There were also traces of fire around them, which should not be naturally formed. After Tingsha dealt with the mutant beast it was chasing, it returned to the place Jiang Zhuxiang chose for a lunch break and told him what he saw. Because he was in a hurry to come back, he didn't verify it, and they needed to verify it further to be sure. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't blame Tingsha for doing this, but just confirmed one thing: when we go there later, do you remember the direction? If you still remember the direction, that would be great. After all, if they still remember the direction, it can save them a lot of effort. It is still very troublesome to find a place where you don't know the exact location. Tingsha didn't hesitate on this point. No problem. You can find it. Such a simple direction is still easy to identify. Besides, Tingsha also remembers the plants along the way. It won't be a troublesome thing to find it according to the memory. Seeing Tingsha's confident look, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything more. He just waited for Tao Ai to come back, and then went to confirm it together. Because of this incident, Jiang Zhuxiang ate lunch absent-mindedly. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior, Tao Tai and others consciously sped up their eating speed. After eating, they could find that place early. However, Tao Tai and others still glared at Tingsha. If it had taken the verification at that time, they would not have to be so anxious now. Tingsha felt a little guilty when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang, who always ate seriously. He would definitely be more reliable in doing things in the future. After the meal, according to Tingsha's impression, Jiang Zhuxiang saw the farmland, which was full of corn and potatoes. The growth looked good. Only one piece was newly mined, and the other pieces looked like they had been cultivated for several years. It seemed that the people living here had been here for a long time. However, this place is not suitable for human life. There is too much rain in this tropical rainforest, and there are many snakes and insects. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. What's more, there are so many mutant plants and animals now. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang is still wary of people who can live here for so long, and he did not go to get to know them directly. Tingsha also knew Jiang Zhuxiang's concerns, and his movements became cautious. But he did not intend to go to the trouble of looking for people. These fields are here, and they will always come to take care of them. They just wait and see. Jiang Zhuxiang also planned this. After all, staying here is still in the dark. If they take the initiative to look for them in the light, they may not see the true face of those people. After finding a place that was a little far away, where they could see the movement there but not here, Jiang Zhuxiang and his team began to wait for an unknown period of time. Fortunately, the plants in the ground wait for no one, and the group of people soon appeared. There were still many people, young and old, but they looked like a family, and they still had the breath of the battlefield that had not faded. It seemed that these people must have run here after being defeated in the war. Jiang Zhuxiang and his team made the right decision not to provoke them. Seeing the performance of these people, Jiang Zhuxiang considered whether this place was suitable for the survival of new humans. Although the new humans were trained by Tao Tai and Qiongqi on how to control their abilities, they were still relatively simple in nature, and they were definitely not comparable to those who had experienced war. This place was completely abandoned. After making such a decision, Jiang Zhuxiang and his team did not plan to stay here any longer. They quietly put away the molecular telescopes used for observation and left the area quietly. But after Jiang Zhuxiang and his team left, the family they were observing appeared in the place where they were originally staying. After confirming that they were not a threat, they gave up their original plan to kill them. Leave this area with people. Jiang Zhuxiang and his team continued to travel west, intending to leave this basin and go to the last place, hoping that they would not be disappointed there. However, the rainy season here has begun, and Jiang Zhuxiang and his team need to face another layer of natural forces. In fact, this is also the reason why the group gave up chasing them. After all, the rainy season is coming, and they still have to harvest their own food first. Those who are not familiar with this place will definitely suffer a big loss in the rainy season, and they will be able to solve them without them having to do anything themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang also thought of this when he saw it start to rain. Considering the power of the rain here, he planned to hide when it rained and hurry on his way when it stopped, trying to save his own strength so that he could get out of the rainforest smoothly. Jiang Zhuxiang's method was still useful to a certain extent. At least, he didn't become exhausted. As for the Tao Tai, they didn't really care about the rainy weather, so this thing wouldn't bother them. After finally leaving the wet world all day long, Jiang Zhuxiang still had a fever no matter how cautious he was. After explaining a few things, Jiang Zhuxiang immediately entered the state of cultivation, intending to use his own energy to save his body. Of course, he also prepared medicine at the same time. If cultivation didn't work, he could still take the second method. Facts have proved that some diseases cannot be cured by cultivation. After Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from the state of cultivation, he touched his still hot forehead and helplessly drank the medicine that Tingsha had boiled before. I don't know what Tingsha's mentality was. This medicine was particularly bitter, and Jiang Zhuxiang, who was not very resistant to drinking medicine, almost vomited it. After swallowing the last mouthful, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tingsha with a sad face. Are you taking revenge on me? Tingsha was naturally not taking revenge on Jiang Zhuxiang. It was just used to using tiger and wolf medicine when treating Tao Tai and other guys before. Now when it was against Jiang Zhuxiang, it just reduced the amount and did not add licorice to her. After all, although its status was high before, no human was willing to let an animal treat itself. Looking at Tingsha's somewhat depressed expression, Jiang Zhuxiang silently stuffed himself with a snack made by the dean's wife, and still didn't plan to care about it. Chapter 413 Sequelae. However, fever cannot be cured by taking medicine alone, and sufficient rest is needed. Tao Tai and Qiongqi asked Jiang Zhuxiang to take out the tent she brought with her, and they came to help set it up, so that she could have a good sleep and sweat. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally did not refuse their kindness. He took out the tent that he had not used for a long time from his personal space, and looked at Tao Tai and them with a little worry. Can you do it? Tao Tai said confidently, seeing that you have set it up so many times. We have learned it a long time ago. There is no problem. Just wait and see. Tao Tai also had the tent prepared by Jiang Zhuxiang for it, and Qiongqi in his own space. But they were not used to using this kind of thing, so they did not show it to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang held his dizzy head and watched, wanting to see if they were bragging. Only when he saw the slow and methodical movements of Tao Tai did he feel relieved. After the tent was set up, Jiang Zhuxiang was allowed to move in, so that she could rest quickly and get rid of the fever as soon as possible. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally did not refuse. After all, being sick was not pleasant, and it would be best if she could recover as soon as possible. After Jiang Zhuxiang entered the tent, she fell asleep and did not notice the movements of Tao Tai after she fell asleep. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang fell asleep, Tingsha was left to take care of her, while Tao Tai and Qiongqi went to deal with the suspicious things they had found before. That is, the people who followed them before. The people following Tao Tai and the others may not have any bad intentions, but now that their young are sick, Tao Tai and Qiongqi are in a particularly bad mood, so they don't have time to distinguish whether they have bad intentions or not. They just want to vent their emotions. And of course, they won't kill anyone. After all, if this kind of thing is exposed, they will definitely not have a good ending. Tao Tai and Qiongqi surrounded the group of people following them and frightened them. Seeing their frightened emotions, they were also quite happy. It seems that the uneasy emotions really need to be released. When they returned to Jiang Zhuxiang's location, they could also wait for Jiang Zhuxiang to wake up safely. However, when Tao Tai and Qiongqi were about to go back, the younger one in the group threw his spear fiercely behind them. Tao Tai caught the spear as if he had eyes behind him, and then threw it back, piercing the man's instep directly, and then continued to move forward. The people who came with him were scared by his behavior. Although they had experienced war, they were not the kind of people who would rather die than surrender. Judging from the fact that they ran back to live in the jungle, They did not dare to do anything after being warned by Tao Hai. Even though their actual situation was not bad now. The man looked at Tao Hai fiercely and wanted to say something, but before he could make a sound, he was covered by the others and blocked in his throat. After Tao Hai and Qiongqi returned to Jiang Zhuxiang's place, Tingsha asked them, "What was that sound just now?" Xiaoxiang asked about it. Tao Hai and Qiongqi explained it softly, and did not intend to let Jiang Zhuxiang know. After all, their behavior was not civilized. After listening to it, Tingsha did not object. After all, according to Jiang Zhuxiang's usual character, although he would not blame them, he would really say a few words to them. Tingsha was not a person who liked to make trouble. He immediately suppressed the matter and found another excuse to explain to the people in the tent. At the same time, he pointed to the blood on their feet and asked them to wash it clean. Tao Tai and the others had not noticed that they were stained with blood just now. When Tingsha reminded them, they quickly took out the water bottle and rinsed it, making the not-so-obvious blood completely disappear, which was also considered to eliminate the traces. After making sure that no one else followed, Tao Tai and Qiongqi planned to get something to nourish Jiang Zhuxiang, and let Tingsha continue to guard Jiang Zhuxiang, and they planned to walk around. Fortunately, this place is not far from the rainforest, so it is not difficult to find things. After bringing a few nutritious foods back to the tent, Tao Tai and Qiongqi began to worry about how to deal with these things. After all, they can only eat but not cook, and the only thing they can do is lying down. Tingsha was treated as a dead horse and stumbled to command Tao Tai and Qiongqi to clean up these things, chop them into suitable sizes, and put them directly into the pot to cook. Regardless of the taste, there was only one requirement, that is, to cook them. Fortunately, these ingredients tasted pretty good even if they were simply stewed. Otherwise, they would have been ruined. When Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from her coma, these things were stewed well and suitable for eating. But they had not been seasoned yet, because the seasonings were still on Jiang Zhuxiang's body. Therefore, Tingsha first carefully helped Jiang Zhuxiang out, covered her all around to prevent her from getting wind, and then asked her to season the things that were still stewing. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the pot of stew with a bit of laughter and tears, took out the seasoning bottle from her personal space, tasted and adjusted it, and finally made the taste almost right. And then Tingsha asked her to drink a whole bowl of soup and meat, and after drinking it, he wanted to give it to her for more. Jiang Zhuxiang resolutely refused several times to avoid being stuffed. After filling his stomach, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to continue walking down. After all, he had already reached a certain place, so it was better not to delay. However, Tingsha and Tao Tai did not intend to indulge Jiang Zhuxiang in doing so. The fever had just subsided, so it was better to rest more. If conditions allowed, Tingsha almost wanted Jiang Zhuxiang to lie down on the bed and wait for them to investigate the situation there and report to Jiang Zhuxiang. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still preferred to do it himself, and felt a little uneasy about things he had not seen with his own eyes. The result of the compromise between the two sides was that Jiang Zhuxiang would rest in place for another night, and they would move forward early tomorrow morning. In this way, Jiang Zhuxiang could drink the medicine again to consolidate the effect, and she could also rest well, and they could also let her act more assured tomorrow. Although this period of time was still too short, this was the limit of Jiang Zhuxiang's compromise. Because Jiang Zhuxiang was sick, dinner was still a nutritional supplement. However, Tingsha still prepared a pot of soup for Jiang Zhuxiang at noon. After Jiang Zhuxiang drank a bowl, the rest was eaten by Tao Tai. It was also considered energy. Even if it didn't taste good, they would not waste it. Tao Tai rested on the big tree around Jiang Zhuxiang's tent at night, and also kept watch for Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang's vigilance was relatively low under the influence of the medicine, and it was easy for him to get into trouble. Chapter 414, Try to Land. After a night of peace and quiet, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up and felt that his physical condition was completely fine. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely said something tough. We must go there today. Tao Ai and Qiongqi didn't say anything, but directly asked Tingsha to check Jiang Zhuxiang's body first. After all, a doctor doesn't treat himself, and Jiang Zhuxiang's own words don't count. Jiang Zhuxiang could understand Tao Dia's thoughts, but he didn't refuse such a thing. He asked Tingsha to check himself carefully, and he must be fine. The result of Tingsha's examination was really not beyond Jiang Zhuxiang's expectations. There was indeed no problem. Tao Tai and others agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang's previous suggestion without objection. However, before that, they still had to prepare breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang could accept this. After all, she had always prepared breakfast. During the 2 days when she was sick, they had gone through a difficult time. It was right to prepare some delicious food for them to compensate. Jiang Zhuxiang started to prepare the staple food first. The other food materials were originally things that were already in her personal space. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to waste time looking for materials. The materials in her personal space were fresh enough anyway. And they were also mutant beasts on this fragment. It was not considered a bad treat for the mouths of Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang prepared breakfast one by one and put it on the tablecloth on the ground. Tao Tai and Qiongqi couldn't help but eat 2 bites first. When Jiang Zhuxiang found out, he urged them to wash their hands first. Otherwise they were not allowed to eat. Tao Tai and Qiongqi started to wash their hands, with a piece of breakfast in their mouths. Jiang Zhuxiang had asked them to do this for a while. But they often forgot. So they needed Jiang Zhuxiang to remind them all the time. After Tao Tai and Qiongqi came back from washing their hands, Jiang Zhuxiang's breakfast was completely prepared. And everyone sat down and started to enjoy breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang went to pack up the tent. And Tao Tai and Qiongqi were assigned to clean up the dishes. After everything was sorted out, Jiang Zhuxiang walked towards the last place they chose. The bay. A little anxiously. If you want to live in this bay, you will basically have to rely on the sea to live in the future. Because the climate and land here are completely unsuitable for agricultural cultivation. If the new humans really want to settle here, they may need to go through a difficult period. Of course, they can also rely on some resources here to exchange with people from other places for what they need, such as cocoa, coffee, oil palm and natural rubber. There is still a certain demand for these things in inland areas, and if the fish are well preserved, they can also be used for exchange. There is also sea salt, which is also something urgently needed in inland areas. Jiang Zhuxiang recorded the situation here clearly, while thinking about countermeasures. After all, this is the place with the least worries. Listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's mumbling, Tingsha was a little grateful for Jiang Zhuxiang's care for them. After all, they were considered Tingsha's people, and this plan should have been done by themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and thought about it. Later, he thought of another way. This place is not too far from the previous basin. If the new humans are willing to travel, they can reclaim farmland around the rainforest and plant crops. It just takes a little longer to travel back and forth. However, according to the current physique of the new humans, this kind of travel is nothing. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion, Tingsha also considered it carefully. This is a solution that can be considered. After all, the harvest at sea is uncertain, and farming is more secure. After this plan, the new human's future residence is almost here, as long as there is no war here in the future. However, the climate here is still a bit hot. Jiang Zhuxiang wants to go back, but considering the current climate along the way, it is still a bit difficult to go back to Tingsha's place. Jiang Zhuxiang suggested that they go directly from here to their original fragments. As for Tingsha, he will stay here and wait. They will definitely come here again. After all, the zombies in the underground world have not fully awakened. After making this suggestion, Jiang Zhuxiang waited for Tingsha's response. They really didn't intend to leave Tingsha behind. But Tingsha couldn't leave this fragment yet. At least, he had to wait until everything here was arranged before he could leave. Tingsha also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang and the others had thought well, so he didn't have any complaints. He just agreed on a time with them and urged them to go back early. After all, the earlier they went, the earlier they came back. Jiang Zhuxiang agreed with this view, and took out his own aircraft directly, letting Tao Tai and the others go up first, and he went up last. After waving to Tingsha and setting the flight route, Jiang Zhuxiang began to contact the Dean and asked them to prepare the landing point for his aircraft. After all, such places must be booked in advance, otherwise it is easy to have an accident. After receiving Jiang Zhuxiang's communication, the Dean arranged a parking place on their rooftop for Jiang Zhuxiang. It was their private territory, so Jiang Zhuxiang could park it however he wanted. This was also because the Dean took into consideration Jiang Zhuxiang's first need to park a flying vehicle. Jiang Zhuxiang was very satisfied with the Dean's arrangement. It was the first time for him to park such a flying vehicle. If it was arranged in some public places, he would be nervous and something would go wrong. If it was on his own rooftop, no one would see it even if something went wrong. When he returned to the sky above his own fragments, Jiang Zhuxiang took the time to contact Lei Jin, saying that he had returned temporarily, and that he could get together if he had time. Lei Jin said that even if he didn't have time, he would make time. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they hadn't communicated for a while. Lei Jin was really worried about Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang still understood Lei Jin's old-fashioned nature, but he couldn't change it for the time being, so he could only bear it and said yes. During the call, the automatic aircraft arrived above the shelter of the Academy of Sciences and accurately stopped above Jiang Zhuxiang's house. It left the automatic flight mode and had to do the next landing by himself. Jiang Zhuxiang manipulated the various buttons on the aircraft with a little fear, and slowly landed on the roof of his house in a straight line. When the aircraft stopped completely, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little soft-handed, and slowly moved out of the automatic aircraft, refusing the help of Tao Tai and Qiongqi. Chapter 415, Mass-Produced Medicine. Waiting outside the door were Yin Lei and Shui Wen. The dean's wife was going to come too, but the dean didn't allow it, saying that Jiang Zhuxiang was a novice parking, and the chance of something going wrong was too high, so it was better to let the young people pick him up. If you really want to see them, just wait at home. They will definitely go home anyway. The dean's wife had to compromise. After all, she had seen many accidents when the aircraft landed for the first time. So she told Yin Lei and Shui Wen who went to meet them to handle it well, and to respond in time if anything happened, so that Jiang Zhuxiang could land safely. Yin Lei and Shui Wen were thinking about the instructions of the dean's wife, seeing Jiang Zhuxiang come out safely. Although his expression was a little pale, but there was no accident, they were still very happy. Yin Lei took the lead and said, "Zhuxiang's skills are still good. I thought you were going to have some problems, and I was ready to clean up the mess. But I didn't expect that there was no place for my skills." Jiang Zhuxiang was a little uneasy at first, but after receiving Yin Lei's affirmation, he immediately recovered his spirits. "Really? I will definitely do better in the future." Shui Wen was a step late. He checked Jiang Zhuxiang's physical condition and confirmed that there was no excessive reaction. Then he took them downstairs. "The dean's wife asked us to pick you up. She is waiting for you downstairs. In fact, he should be waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang. But there is no need to say this kind of thing that everyone knows." Jiang Zhuxiang originally only sent a communication to the dean so as not to disturb the normal work of the dean's wife. Unexpectedly, the dean still notified the dean's wife. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little anxious and didn't want the dean's wife to wait for a long time. The dean's wife was at the door. Jiang Zhuxiang immediately rushed over and hugged the dean's wife. He didn't say anything for a long time. This was the most extraordinary way Jiang Zhuxiang could express his excitement. As for the dean's wife, she hugged back naturally and comforted her. "It's okay. You're back. You are not allowed to leave for so long again." Hearing the request from the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang froze for a moment, which seemed difficult to agree to. After all, if he went out, he didn't know when he could come back, and it was not something he could decide. The dean's wife naturally felt Jiang Zhuxiang, and patted Jiang Zhuxiang's, but with a little dissatisfaction. This child really played wild outside. After the dean's wife let Jiang Zhuxiang go, she began to invite others to sit in the house. Seeing Tao Ai and Qiongqi, who were still familiar to her, the dean's wife said with a little sarcasm, "It's rare that there are no new guests this time. Didn't you meet new friends this time? I don't know what kind of physique my child has. Once he goes out, he will invite an elder back. The dean's wife is going to suspect that her elders can form a team to play football." Jiang Zhuxiang thought that Tingsha was looking forward to coming with him. If there were no unfinished business there, it would definitely come with him. He could only give the dean's wife a heads up. An elder will come to visit in a while. The specific time is not yet determined. I will tell you first. Tingsha's appearance should be more in line with the dean's wife's aesthetics. I hope the dean's wife will not be too excited at that time. The dean's wife felt that it was as expected. She just nodded to show that she knew. There was no other extra reaction. She led Jiang Zhuxiang and his party into the house, and reminded them, "Your rooms are still the same as before. Go back to your room to rest. I will prepare lunch for you. Of course, if there is anything that needs to be dealt with, they can deal with it first, as long as they still have the energy." After the instructions, Tao Tai and Qiongqi consciously went back to the room to rest. They haven't slept in the bed in the wild for a long time, and they really miss it. Jiang Zhuxiang did not rest. He went to the kitchen to see if there was anything he could help with. After being kicked out by the dean's wife, he went to find the dean, intending to hand over his verification results to the dean first, so that they can mass-produce the medicine as soon as possible, and find a way to solve the remaining problems of Tingsha, so that Tingsha can come as soon as possible. The dean received Jiang Zhuxiang's verification results, and saw the conclusions above. He was quite satisfied. For the mass production she requested, the dean did not delay, and immediately arranged it. If the speed is fast, a batch of medicine can be produced in 5 days, which can be supplied to the places in need first, such as the fragment mentioned by Jiang Zhuxiang. As for the zombies on their fragments, they have been well restrained by Tao Tai. Whether they want to become normal people depends on their own decision. Let Tao Tai ask them about this matter. After finishing the business, Jiang Zhuxiang invited the dean to have lunch with them. The dean's wife was preparing it. It would be bad if they were eating the food carefully prepared by the dean's wife, while the dean drank the nutritional supplement alone. The dean looked at his workflow and found that there was nothing else he was in a hurry to do. So he accepted Jiang Zhuxiang's invitation. When the two were at the door, they happened to meet Lei Jin. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. How did you rush here? In Jiang Zhuxiang's judgment, Lei Jin always had to arrange his subordinates' affairs first, and he would be able to find time to find him after a day or two. You didn't leave the mess there again, did you? Lei Jin had a criminal record for doing this kind of thing. No wonder Jiang Zhuxiang misunderstood him like this, because Lei Jin did have a criminal record. He did not feel dissatisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's doubts, but just said, now there are more people available, and I don't need to stay there all the time. Besides, before I came out, there was already news about the clan leader. I believe that the uncles will definitely go to find them back. They will not care about my little laziness. Their firepower must be on my escaped father. Besides, before coming out, I promised the uncles to inform the location of my father at any time. So this time is also a vacation they gave me. Of course, I don't need to tell my Xiaoxiang about this matter of harming my father, lest she think I am not pure. Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to say about the unreliable behavior of the Lei family father and son. After all, it was someone else's family's business, so it was not easy for him to comment. He only said, just be sensible. Then he looked at the dean and asked with his eyes, I took him in. The dean nodded indifferently. It was useless to stop him anyway. Yin Lei and Shui, when in the room, were not surprised to see Lei Jin come in. After all, he often kept in touch with them when Jiang Zhuxiang was away before, so it was not surprising that he came this time. Chapter 416. The virtual store is ready to open. Tao Tai and Qiongqi have no interest in Lei Jin, the kid who always chases after their little Xiang. They will not react to his coming. Just treat him as heir. Anyway, their little Xiang is not a child who is easy to deceive, so they don't need to worry about him. Instead, it is Lei Jin himself who needs to be worried. Maybe if their young generation works hard, they can get him back as a son-in-law. Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Jin to greet everyone and came back, and saw that the dean was talking to Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious and wanted to listen, so Lei Jin took people to sit next to them. What the dean said here means that it is not something that needs to be kept secret. Lei Jin has a certain understanding of the dean's character, so he dared to sit down so boldly. The dean glanced at Lei Jin, said nothing, and continued, do you want your zombies to become normal people? You can take some time to go back and ask the opinions of the high-level zombies there. And the same goes for Qiongqi. Tao Tai always likes to ask the opinions of his younger generation on such matters. So he turned to ask Jiang Zhuxiang, what do you think? Jiang Zhuxiang said, one of the sequelae of the potion is the loss of memory. Their power can still be retained, and their toxins will be excreted from the body. This is the result I have verified. You can also tell your zombies the same thing, and let them decide for themselves. In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, those high-level zombies, who have recovered their consciousness, may not be willing to lose their memories again, even if they can expel the virus. Tao Tai and Qiongqi said that they would take some time to go back and consider how many medicines to apply for after asking their opinions. After the discussion, the dean's wife came over to invite everyone to have lunch. So they temporarily forgot about these troublesome things and went to enjoy this lunch first. The dean's wife knew that most of the food they ate outside was meat. So basically every dish of this meal had vegetarian dishes as side dishes, just to replenish the energy contained in vegetables. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others saw this situation, but they didn't resist. They slowly stuffed all kinds of food into their stomachs. including Tao Ai and Xiongqi, who stopped eating grass. After all, they had eaten enough meat during that time outside. After lunch, everyone slowly digested their food with a cup of hawthorn tea. At the same time, the dean's wife reminded Jiang Zhuxiang of one thing, which was Xixiang. The virtual online store you applied for before has been renovated, and Wu Jing has already opened it. When do you plan to open it? Wu Jing originally planned to wait for you to come back to open it together, but you couldn't contact him at that time, and the farm needed it, so he opened it first. He also asked me to apologize to you and said that he would definitely come to support you when you open it. When Jiang Zhuxiang was outside, he almost forgot that he had applied for a virtual online store. Now he remembered it after hearing the reminder from the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Let me rest for 2 days. First look at the effect of the decoration, and prepare the medicines to be sold. It will take some time to open the business. More time will also be more relaxed, so as not to forget something when the time comes." In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to calculate the auspicious time for opening the business, so that it would be smoother and there would be no strange things to mess up. This kind of thing is still very necessary for Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, he is practicing the secret art of Shenong, and he still pays more attention to this aspect. After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's reason, the others did not have any objections. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had been out before and did not have much time to prepare those things, so they did not say anything more. Just said, "If there is anything you don't want to move, come and ask us." The dean's wife also has a store on the virtual network, which specializes in selling the cake she made. It has been operating for a long time, and she can indeed give Jiang Zhuxiang some advice. Jiang Zhuxiang said that he would, and when he calculated the auspicious day and prepared to open the store, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely not be polite to the dean's wife, because Jiang Zhuxiang had not returned to his room since he came back. The dean's wife saw that Jiang Zhuxiang had almost digested the food, so she asked Jiang Zhuxiang to go back to his room to rest first, and other things would be discussed after he rested. Jiang Zhuxiang really wanted to take a rest, but Lei Zhen was still there, so Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't leave. The dean saw Jiang Zhuxiang's gaze and said with a little dissatisfaction, "He is a grown man. Why does he need your care? Just take care of yourself first. He will always have something to do." The dean said and took Lei Zhen to his study to talk, showing that they would take good care of Lei Zhen. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Zhen with a bitter face being pulled away by the dean, and he couldn't stand it anymore, so he went back to his room to wash up. After washing up and sleeping, Tao Tai and Xiongqi came to say goodbye to Jiang Zhuxiang, saying, "We will go back first, and we will definitely come back as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about us too much. We can contact you with the communicator anyway, and we will definitely come back before Tingsha." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at them with a bit of amusement at their competitive look, and said, "Then you should go early and come back early." Tao Tai and Xiongqi did not ask Jiang Zhuxiang to send them off, and they walked out of the house and left directly, without the need for a flying machine to send them out of the crack between the two fragments. Xiongqi had the ability to fly by itself, so there was no need to worry about such things. The departure of Tao Tai and Xiongqi made Jiang Zhuxiang a little sad, but Lei Zhen immediately filled the gap and asked a little aggrievedly, "Xiao Xiang, why didn't you tell me that you were going to open a store? Otherwise, I could discuss the decoration with you. And does your store sell paper? Our elders have run out of paper again, and they asked me to buy it for them again." Jiang Zhuxiang was so annoyed by his unreasonable attitude that he had no time to think about what would happen after the Tao Tai and the others left. He quickly said, "Do you want to go with me to see the decoration effect of my virtual store? I haven't even seen it yet. It's better to give him a little sweetness. Otherwise, who knows what he will do." Lei Zhen received Jiang Zhuxiang's invitation and quickly agreed. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. Building a family business together has always been something Lei Zhen wanted to do with his little Xiang. Although this time it was Jiang Zhuxiang's own business, there would always be a chance for the two of them to build a family business together if there were more such things. Chapter 417 Jiang Zhuxiang's Expectations. When Jiang Zhuxiang heard Lei Zhen agreed, he took him to the former dean's study. Only there supported multiple people to log into the virtual network at the same time. Jiang Zhuxiang's own room only had one virtual network port, so he absolutely could not take Lei Zhen there. Sure enough, when Jiang Zhuxiang proposed to take Lei Zhen to the study to log into the virtual network, Lei Zhen said, "Can't we log into your room? I have been staying in my own study for too long recently. And I feel uncomfortable even when I see the study. The main purpose of Lei Zhen's words was to obtain the qualification to visit Jiang Zuxiang's room. You must know that Lei Zhen has been coveting Jiang Zuxiang's room for a long time. A girl's room can give an admirer a lot of useful information. Jiang Zuxiang naturally understood Lei Zhen's purpose. So he said a little coldly, I am the only one who can log into the virtual network in my room. So you don't have to go with me to see the decoration effect. In this case, you don't even have to go into the room. Men like to push their luck. And they always have to be cold before they know how to restrain themselves. Jiang Zuxiang's cold attitude startled Lei Zhen. And he quickly said, then let's go to the study room. Then he carefully pointed in a direction. Is the study room in this location? Jiang Zuxiang said with a stern face. Don't you hate the study room now? I think you should not go with me. Although his face was tense, Jiang Zuxiang was actually about to laugh. Lei Zhen quickly said pitifully, although it's still a bit annoying. I will try to endure it in order to be able to go online with Xiaoxiang. Just kidding. If you can't get the chance to enter the room, then you must firmly grasp the opportunity to log into the virtual network together. Jiang Zuxiang saw that Lei Zhen was really pitiful. So he agreed to go to the study with him. The dean's study was still very spacious. And there was more than enough room for 2 people to stay in it. The 2 of them logged into the virtual network using 2 virtual network ports, separated by a desk. They agreed to meet at the commercial street, because Jiang Zuxiang had bought a virtual store in the commercial street before and bound it to that store. Once he logged into the virtual network, he would be automatically teleported to the door of that store, which was on the commercial street, which saved Jiang Zuxiang from having to look for it. And he could just wait for Lei Zhen to come here. The Lei family has a permanent residence on the virtual network, so Lei Zhen was teleported there as soon as he logged in, and was seen by the staff there. There happened to be something that needed him to deal with. Lei Zhen has learned during this period that if someone asks you to deal with something, you must deal with it in time. Otherwise it will take longer to argue with each other. So Lei Zhen dealt with his problem first, and then asked him to find someone to send him to the commercial street. I don't know if Xiaoxiang is waiting anxiously. The staff asked curiously while looking for someone. Young patriarch, are you planning to rent a store in the commercial street? If so, it's better to open it directly here in our residence. And you don't have to pay rent. As the young patriarch of the Lei family, the family residence will naturally not charge him any fees, but he will be asked to manage other shops at that time. Lei Zhen urged him to hurry up and explained, no, I am going there to find your young patriarch's wife. If you are delayed, don't come to me to deal with things in the future. When the staff heard about this kind of thing, they hurriedly urged the people who were already on the way. This was really something that could not be delayed, and the consequences of delay were not something they could bear. Soon, the person who led the way came. He had just rushed back from the commercial street. The Lei family residence was still set up by the patriarch before he left. Now some things are still missing, so someone still needs to purchase them on the commercial street. The man quickly took Lei Zhen back to the commercial street, pointed out the location of the newly sold shop, and then continued to do his own things. The young patriarch had to go find the young patriarch's wife, so he should not be a light bulb. Jiang Zuxiang was getting impatient, but Lei Zhen's hurried appearance still made her feel a little relieved. After he stood firmly in front of her, Jiang Zuxiang said gently, take a good breath, and we will go in. Lei Zhen looked at Jiang Zuxiang with great gratitude. His little Xiang was indeed very considerate. However, Lei Zhen quickly adjusted his breathing state and tried not to delay his little Xiang's time. Jiang Zuxiang took Lei Zhen into the store. The first thing he noticed was the grid on the wall opposite the store door. He could put his own medicine on it, or he could put unprocessed medicinal materials. Judging from the color, it should be made of wood. Although it was just virtual wood, Jiang Zuxiang was still very satisfied with the carefulness of the decorators. After all, not everyone would do it honestly according to the customer's requirements. After seeing this grid wall that satisfied him, Jiang Zuxiang was willing to accept it even if other places were horrible. Not to mention that other places were not shoddy. The same wooden counter and the doctor's table in the store all met Jiang Zuxiang's standards. Perhaps it is difficult to meet this requirement in reality. Thanks to the existence of the virtual network, many materials can be perfectly virtualized, unlike in reality where many materials are difficult to find. In addition to these, the store also thoughtfully arranged a lounge for the staff in the back. If anyone needs it, they can rest here without having to exit the virtual network. Jiang Zuxiang was very satisfied. But Lei Jin followed him all the way without saying anything. So Jiang Zhuxiang planned to ask his opinion. What do you think of this place? As a person who pays more attention to martial arts, Lei Jin may not be too cold about this decoration style here. Lei Jin didn't like this decoration style very much. To be precise, he didn't care what kind of decoration style it was. But now that his girlfriend asked him this question, he certainly couldn't say it so bluntly. Lei Jin said quite reservedly, not bad. This place is very suitable for your taste, Xiaoxiang. As long as you are happy, nothing else matters. After all, this is Jiang Wuxiang's own business. Lei Jin still knows that he can't interfere. If they have a common business in the future, Lei Jin will definitely put forward his own opinions. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Lei Jin's perfunctory answer, and knew that he probably didn't like the style very much. However, he was still good at talking. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely drive him away. I don't know who taught him. Or it was the result of being busy during this period. If this is the case, Jiang Zhuxiang still hopes that the Lei clan leader and his wife will come back later. At least to make Lei Jin more mature. Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't want to coax Lei Jin like a child in the future. Chapter 418 Virtual Imaging Technology. Jiang Zhuxiang ignored Lei Jin's thoughts and started to communicate with the decorators directly, saying that he was very satisfied with their work and hoped that there would be opportunities for cooperation in the future. At the same time, he transferred the last decoration fee and silently added an extra layer as a tip for them. The decorators were naturally very happy to hear that Jiang Zhuxiang was satisfied. After all, they also rely on word of mouth to make a living. Moreover, according to Jiang Zhuxiang's appearance of not lacking money, his friends must be people of similar level. If Jiang Zhuxiang is willing to say a word for them at that time, then they don't have to worry about their work. They said repeatedly, "This is what we should do. If you need anything in the future, please continue to come to us. We will definitely complete the task satisfactorily. If your friends have such needs, you can also recommend us to them. Thank you for your trust this time." After saying that, he hung up the call very tactfully. After all, if he wanted to open a store, he still had a lot of other things to do. Later, when the captain of the decoration team checked the amount of money received at the end, he was a little shocked. And at the same time, he knew more clearly that this customer was indeed not short of money. After Jiang Zhuxiang hung up the call, he began to calculate which kinds of medicines he needed to prepare. The medicines he had prepared before would definitely not fill these grids. It seemed that he needed to prepare a lot. Jiang Zhuxiang wrote down the things he needed one by one, and then planned to go offline. Looking at Lei Jin inquiringly, Lei Jin reacted, "Xiaoxiang, are you done? Then let's quit." After saying that, he stood beside Jiang Zhuxiang, intending to wait for her to leave first. And then, he would stay aside to avoid any unexpected situations. Jiang Zhuxiang was not polite, and left directly, stretched in front of the desk in the study, and then saw Lei Jin also open his eyes. When their eyes met, Jiang Zhuxiang put down his arms and said, "I'm going to my studio to prepare potions." "What are you going to do?" She definitely couldn't bring Lei Jin with her when she prepared the potion, so it was better to arrange it first. Lei Jin naturally knew the preciousness of Jiang Zhuxiang's potions, so he also knew that he definitely couldn't accompany her. And he also had a plan. When Jiang Zhuxiang was busy, he would deal with the Lei family's affairs, which could be regarded as having fun and working at the same time. Jiang Zhuxiang felt relieved after hearing what Lei Jin said. He went to his studio alone and began to prepare the necessary medicine. Before making the medicine, Jiang Zhuxiang first counted the herbs he had and made the medicine with herbs first. Jiang Zhuxiang found some prescriptions according to the herbs and began to make medicine with the equipment in his studio. Of course, the most important tool was the medicine furnace from Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space. Jiang Zhuxiang used his own energy to light a flame and let it burn steadily. He then put the herbs in one by one, refined them to remove the impurities, and then mixed them together, according to the order and quantity of the herbs put in. Jiang Zhuxiang made a large number of various potions and pills. He used up all the herbs he had in one breath, and more than half of his energy was also consumed. In the past, this situation would definitely make Jiang Zhuxiang feel very tired. But recently, perhaps because of the ancient times when he was slowly improving his cultivation, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that there was a vital force in his body providing him with energy. Jiang Zhuxiang did not need to recover through practice like before. If the herbs had not been used up, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely want to continue refining medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang extinguished the fire in the medicine furnace, returned to his personal space, and began to smell the small porcelain bottles one by one, marked them, sealed them, and put them in a wooden box. This studio is not suitable for taking photos to upload to the store. Jiang Zhuxiang plans to take these medicines to his own laboratory to do this, so that it looks more authoritative. Of course, before that, Shuiwen must first be certified and asked to help stamp a seal of the Academy of Sciences, so that it will be easier for people to trust. After all, people still like the things sold by the Academy of Sciences recently. Jiang Zhuxiang brought the things to his laboratory and put them on the test bench. Yin Lei had returned to the laboratory when Jiang Zhuxiang was preparing the medicine. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, he came over with a little curiosity. "You are still tinkering with these things. Do you need me to call Mosquito over?" Yin Lei still didn't like to call Shuiwen by his real name, and insisted on calling him by his nickname. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. "I'll get some samples of each first, and you can help me contact Brother One, and we can test them when he comes." Jiang Zhuxiang found a pile of glass dishes, took out a little medicine or pills from each small porcelain bottle, and then took out the mice. The mice reproduced very quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang directly took the mice of the same type as the medicine, and tried to test one by one. After all, when the two drugs were superimposed, he didn't know if any unexpected situation would occur. Although it was Chinese medicine, the degree of harm would be less. But medicine was 3-point poison, and Jiang Zhuxiang was still unwilling to waste the life of the mice like this. Yin Lei started to send messages to Shuiwen while Jiang Zhuxiang was busy, and simply told him, "Come and help." Shuiwen put down what she was holding without any objection. If Yin Lei needed help, he would definitely come to his laboratory to find him. If he needed to go there, it must be because Jiang Zhuxiang needed help. Entering Yin Lei's laboratory and seeing the pile of things Jiang Zhuxiang spread out on the test bench, Shuiwen immediately knew what she needed to do and started testing immediately. It would take some time for the medicine to take effect, and Shuiwen didn't want to waste a second. After the three of them fed all the samples to the mice, Jiang Zhuxiang followed Shuiwen and began to record the results. The three of them worked until the early morning to verify all the results and whether there were any side effects. Shuiwen took the results to the dean for stamping, and Jiang Zhuxiang started to rest directly in the laboratory lounge. Even if he was supported by energy, Jiang Zhuxiang could not continue to endure. When Jiang Zhuxiang woke up, Shuiwen had already helped Jiang Zhuxiang stick the verification results on the small porcelain bottle, and the person had already left. After Jiang Zhuxiang took a dose of nutrient, he turned on the camera on the communicator and started taking pictures of the small porcelain bottle, and then sent them one by one to the virtual network store. The virtual network would virtualize these photos into images and put them in each wooden grid, which looked like real ones. Chapter 419, Farm Changes. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished this task, he began to think about how to set the price of his medicines. After all, he knew the value of these medicines, but others did not. If he set the price too high and no one bought it, then there would be no point in opening this virtual pharmacy. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was not very happy to lower the price. After all, once the price was cheap, it would easily give people a feeling that it was cheap but not good. So, after Jiang Zhuxiang was distressed for a while, he decided to put it aside and go back to rest. However, before going back to rest, he still had to preserve these medicines first. Jiang Zhuxiang put these medicines back into the wooden box and returned to his studio, where there was a refrigerator to preserve the efficacy of these medicines to the greatest extent. After closing the door of the refrigerator, Jiang Zhuxiang started to walk back. He didn't know if the dean and his wife were worried because he hadn't been back for a day and a night. Although the dean knew what he was doing, his wife couldn't help but be worried. And Lei Jin, who hadn't been allowed to come with him before, had worked for a day and a night. He didn't know what kind of reaction he would see when he returned. In fact, when Jiang Zhuxiang returned home, everyone's reaction was normal. The dean's wife asked Jiang Zhuxiang if he had slept well last night. He heard that he rested in the laboratory lounge. The dean's wife directly urged Jiang Zhuxiang, "Hurry up and take a shower. Then catch up on some sleep. Have you had breakfast?" Jiang Zhuxiang walked towards the bathroom and replied, "I drank the nutrient solution. You don't have to work." After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's answer, the dean's wife was not in a hurry to make food. The nutrition in the nutrient solution was definitely better than the breakfast she hurriedly prepared. The dean's wife still planned to wait for Jiang Zhuxiang to wake up and let her have a good meal to replenish her body. After all, she also knew the conditions of the laboratory lounge. As for Lei Jin, Jiang Zhuxiang was sent to rest before he could say a word after he came back. At this time, he carefully glanced at the dean's wife, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Of course, if Lei Jin was asked to handle it, he would definitely let him rest first. After all, health is the most important thing. Outsiders like him can just be entertained by the host. After checking that Jiang Zhuxiang was indeed asleep, the dean's wife began to prepare the ingredients for lunch. At the same time, she pulled Lei Jin, who seemed to be idle, to the kitchen and asked him to help and chat with him. As Jiang Zhuxiang's elder, the dean's wife still wanted to know Lei Jin's opinion on Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior last night. After all, her child had been trained by her husband to enjoy running around the laboratory and the wild. If Lei Jin was not satisfied, it would be better to separate as soon as possible. Lei Jin did not expect the dean's wife to ask such a question. In his opinion, this was not a problem at all. But he was still a little worried about his little Xiang. The family does not lack this contribution value. Xiaoxiang does not need to be so anxious. If possible, I still hope that Madam can restrict Xiaoxiang to rest on time every day. After all, there are still many things that girls need to pay attention to in their bodies. The dean's wife was very happy to hear that Lei Jin was thinking about his child, and that his idea coincided with hers. However, she had no other options for Jiang Zhuxiang. She could only say, "I'll try my best. I'm not sure if I can succeed." After all, the child has a strong opinion. Lei Jin also expressed his understanding. If it weren't for this, it wouldn't be so difficult for him to catch up with her. When Lei Jin and the dean's wife were preparing breakfast, the dean was planning to come back for lunch. After communicating with the dean's wife, he was about to leave his office. He happened to meet someone sent by the farm at the door. He said that a batch of the previous medicine had been produced and asked how to distribute it. The dean said, "Leave it to me first. I have another place where I can use it. When you are ready, come and report to me for the rest of the medicine." The amount of one batch of medicine is enough for the place Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned before. I learned from my wife that Zhuxiang is also at home today, so I can bring the things to her. As for the remaining medicine, the farm produces it according to the total number of zombies in the world. This is just an estimated number now, so the amount is still a bit large. And the dean is not in a hurry. After hearing the dean's instructions, the people on the farm directly sent someone to deliver the things and meet Wu Jing by the way. When Wu Jing heard that the farm people came to see him first with such valuable things, he quickly said, "I will take you to the dean first. Things there cannot be delayed. You can come to see me anytime. You have misunderstood the priorities of things." Wu Jing also knew that the farm had been providing materials to the Academy of Sciences, so it was a bit arrogant. But he didn't expect it to be so arrogant. Do they want to be independent? When Wu Jing thought of this, he shook his head in denial. The farm was such a piece of fat meat, and it was well protected by the Academy of Sciences. If they broke away, they would definitely be divided up by other forces. And the people who originally worked there might not have a good ending. Wu Jing didn't believe that they didn't know. The people from the farm still listened to Wu Jing. In their opinion, Wu Jing was one of their own. They didn't really have any idea of leaving. They just wanted to have a leader they liked in the future. Not a leader appointed by the Academy of Sciences. Such a leader would only follow the Academy of Sciences arrangements, and didn't know how to consider them at all. He was really not a good candidate. Seeing that they were still willing to listen, Wu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and took him to see the dean. He asked him to hand over the refrigerator in his hand to the dean first, and then leave first. He would handle the rest of the matter himself. After all, Wu Jing came from the farm, so he was not reluctant to deal with the mess they had caused. The man looked at Wu Jing with some concern, and left without looking back. When Wu Jing could no longer see him, he quickly apologized to the dean. "It's my fault this time. I shouldn't have delayed his time and kept you waiting." Wu Jing still took the responsibility on himself, hoping that the dean could let go of the farm's mistakes. The dean looked at Wu Jing meaningfully and accepted his explanation. After he transferred Wu Jing out, he had planned to let him take over the farm in the future. This period of time was just for him to get used to other people in the Academy of Sciences, and it was also for the convenience of future things. The dean opened the box and took a look. After finding that the number was correct, he closed the box and said, come with me to my house for lunch today. It's a good opportunity to get together with Yen Lei and others. After the dean finished speaking, he began to send messages to Yen Lei and Shui Wen, asking them to gather at his house. Chapter 420. The Thoughts of High-Level Zombies. Seeing that the dean didn't care much, Wu Jing was relieved. He was very happy to spend more time with Yen Lei and the others, especially if Yen Lei and the others were there. It meant that Jiang Zhuxiang would be there too. He hadn't seen his junior sister for a while. After all, when she was away from home, Jiang Zhuxiang would not remember to send a message to Wu Jing. Even at home, Jiang Zhuxiang rarely contacted Wu Jing. When the dean brought Wu Jing, Yen Lei and Shui went into the house. Jiang Zhuxiang had just woken up and was lying on the sofa. Lei Jin explained to her that it was not good for girls to sleep lying on their stomachs, and tried to get her to sit up. Jiang Zhuxiang sat up automatically when he heard the noise at the door. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little concerned about the dean. Lei Jin looked at this scene helplessly. He really couldn't control his little Xiang's thoughts. The dean came over and sat on the sofa, and handed the box in his hand to Jiang Zhuxiang. This is what you want. How do you plan to send it to them? Jiang Zhuxiang said shamelessly. The aircraft you sent me last time should still be usable. Can I use this thing this time? The dean didn't mind Jiang Zhuxiang's idea. But, are you sure they know how to take out the things in the aircraft? Have you told them the amount? The dean knew that Jiang Zhuxiang must have considered these things. And now, he was just asking for inspection. Sure enough, Jiang Zhuxiang said very fluently, as for the aircraft, I showed them how to take out the inner compartment before I came back. As for the dosage, they were right next to me when I used it last time. And Tingsha is also a doctor, so there is no problem controlling the dosage. Jiang Zhuxiang's answer still satisfied the dean, and he told her to send it out as soon as possible and not to worry about it anymore. Jiang Zhuxiang carried the box and went to find a refrigerator to put it away, and she would come to deal with this matter after dinner. After this matter was resolved, Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved, and the time for him to go to other places was one step closer. When Tingsha returned, they could set off again. After all, Tingsha was also trapped by this matter before. After solving the big problem, Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned the matter of his shop at the dinner table, wanting to know how to deal with it. The dean said indifferently, your test is real. Just set it higher. Anyway, people who really need it don't mind spending this little money, and those who can't afford it will naturally find other ways. It can be regarded as leaving a way out for others. We in the Academy of Sciences should try not to compete with the people for profit. Xiaoxiang, you must remember this. After listening to this, Jiang Zhuxiang was enlightened. He was indeed obsessed with appearances. He didn't lack contribution points. Even if he didn't sell a bottle of medicine in the store, he could survive. It's better for his pharmacy to adopt a boutique model. Anyway, he is the only one who provides this kind of medicine. If there are too many people, he won't even have time to restock. So how can he have time to go out again? Wu Jing then realized why the dean invited him to dinner. Xixiang's store was about to open, and he should come to congratulate her. But he didn't prepare anything at the moment, so he felt a little embarrassed. Wu Jing congratulated Jiang Zhuxiang, and then said, I'll give you the gift in a few days. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about the gift, but she didn't prepare anything when Wu Jing opened the store before, so she refused. I didn't give you a gift before, so you should forget it this time. We are even. Wu Jing said with a bit of a smile. One thing is one thing. You were out and couldn't come back before, and now I'm alive and well here, so I must give you a gift. Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Jiang Zhuxiang accepted it. However, facing Lei Jin and Shui Wen, Jiang Zhuxiang was still quite open and asked directly, what are you going to give me? Yen Lei touched her head with a smile. We will give you the gifts on the day of your opening, and you can take them and open them yourself. I didn't expect that you liked gifts so much. Before, you didn't even care about your adult birthday gifts. Facing Yen Lei's ridicule, Jiang Zhuxiang said without blushing, how could it be? I obviously care about it, but you just don't see it. Shui Wen and Wu Jing both laughed and had a very happy lunch. After the meal, Jiang Zhuxiang began to deal with the previous medicines. He opened the cargo aircraft, opened the inner compartment, took the medicines out of the refrigerator, arranged them in the inner compartment, and turned on the temperature control of the inner compartment to ensure that they would not deteriorate. Then he stuffed the inner compartment back, closed the door of the cargo aircraft, pressed a few buttons, and took it outside to fly, watching the cargo aircraft disappear in the sky. Jiang Zhuxiang was about to turn around and go back to the house, but he heard a familiar voice coming from outside. He turned around and found that it was Tao Tai and Qiongqi. They came back from their respective territories. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect them to move so quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang waited for them to come forward, looked at their status, and found that there was no problem. So he took them in directly. Of course, he still disinfected before entering the door. Tao Tai and Qiongqi went to understand the zombies' thoughts. After entering the door, they went directly to the study room with the dean. Although Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious, he still didn't follow them. After all, it was better to avoid suspicion for such confidential matters. Tao Tai first talked about the situation there. After I left, the original high-level zombies have begun to recover their memories, and the original low-level zombies have also had their own intelligence. This time, they firmly stated that they don't need that kind of potion. They don't want to throw away their past and turn themselves into a blank sheet of paper. So thank the dean for his kindness. It was rare for Tao Tai to say so many words in front of the dean. Although it was a rejection, the dean still felt comfortable listening to it. The dean turned to look at Qiongqi. What about you? Qiongqi said, they don't want to either, but they are worried about affecting their strength. Of course, the most important point is the same as Tao Tai. As a race that has finally adapted to the environment, the zombies said that being a zombie is fine, as long as they don't think they are bad. Other people's opinions are not important. The dean was not surprised by this answer. It seems that unless the medicine developed by Yan Lei can solve the problem of losing memory, high-level zombies are still unwilling to accept it. There are no intelligent zombies yet to try. But there are not many such zombies now. Chapter 421. Go with Lei Jin to pick up my parents. Jiang Zhuxiang was called in by the dean when they started talking. Hearing Tao Tai and Qiongqi's words, he didn't feel surprised. After all, he had seen the style of high-level zombies from them. Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little bit reluctant to let them become blank people. Moreover, the zombies under their command would not attack humans. Jiang Zhuxiang resigned himself to the decision to let the zombies exist in the world. However, the dean considered more thoroughly than Jiang Zhuxiang. Your zombies are not a problem now. Later, when the zombies in other places become normal people, you should be careful not to let your zombies appear in front of people too much, unless they can become exactly the same as humans. I still suggest that you find a few low-level zombies to become normal people, so that you can cover the high-level zombies in the future. Tao Tai and Qiongqi said, we will consider it. If we really need it, we will ask Xiaoxiang for medicine. The dean nodded and stopped asking about it. He took Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai out of the study, and went back to the shelter to continue working. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, he did not ask her to go with him. Instead, he stayed to chat with Tao Tai. They thought that after being away for so long, they would still want to learn about the current situation from Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang stayed for this reason, and waited for Tao Tai to ask questions. Tao Tai did have questions. When will Tongue Snake come? Have you sent the medicine you mentioned to it? They still don't like to stay in one place for too long. If Tongue Snake comes, they can continue to wander outside. Jiang Zhuxiang replied, if there is no problem, he should be able to come back in another week. After all, we still have to settle the new humans, and Tongue Snake still has to watch over it to avoid any problems. Jiang Zhuxiang knew how responsible Tongue Snake was. He was worried about humans, let alone new humans with poor brains. Tao Tai and Qiongqi obviously knew Tongue Snake's personality and expressed their understanding. They should go out and play for a while. If Tongue Snake came over, they should contact them by communication. Tao Tai reminded. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally agreed. This was just a small matter. Then he urged Tao Tai and the others to go back to their own rooms to rest. After that, they could play whatever they wanted. He couldn't control them. Tao Tai and Tingsha left Jiang Zhuxiang's site. Jiang Zhuxiang did the final finishing work of the virtual online store and posted a recruitment advertisement, intending to find a cashier and a doctor who can help customers solve problems when he is not there. Cashiers are easy to find. The contract on the virtual network is still very fair. Jiang Zhuxiang does not need to worry that the cashier will betray him. It's just that it is really difficult to find a suitable doctor who can see patients. Considering that Shuiwen's research direction is medicine, Jiang Zhuxiang plans to ask him if there is anyone good to recommend to him. Shuiwen heard Jiang Zhuxiang's request, thought about it and said, what do you think of me? Shuiwen is also the first time to encounter the matter of opening a pharmacy online. She is still very curious, and is also very interested in the profession of doctor who can see patients. So she proposed it. Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen confirmed. Are you serious? Are you not going to do your research anymore? Shuiwen said, anyway. There are virtual laboratories on the internet. I can conduct experiments online and produce results in reality. This can also save costs. At the same time, I can also take care of your store's affairs. And you can also save a contribution value. If Shuiwen went to be a doctor, he would naturally not ask for Jiang Zhuxiang's contribution value. Jiang Zhuxiang was not a person who was greedy for small gains. He told him directly, I still have to give you the salary. But I won't give you the benefits I originally considered giving you. Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to buy insurance for the doctor. After all, some patients' families are still very unreasonable. If they come to the store to make trouble, the doctor in charge will be easily implicated. So Jiang Zhuxiang has considered the subsequent compensation measures. Shuiwen didn't ask what the benefits were. She was already satisfied with the salary. And she wouldn't ask about anything else. However, there was still one question to ask. When do you plan to officially open the business? Jiang Zhuxiang said, 5 days later is a very suitable time to open the business. I plan to open the business then. Jiang Zhuxiang arranged this time mainly considering Tingsha's time. If it's fast enough, maybe they can catch up. Even if they can't catch up, they can set off at any time when Tingsha comes. Shuiwen had no objection and said directly, then I will be online that day. I'm leaving now. At the same time, Shuiwen took Yin Lei away. Lei Zhen volunteered. I think I can be a cashier. In order to spend more time with his little Xiang, Lei Zhen was willing to give it a try. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Zhen with a bit of a smile and said, I can't afford your salary. So don't do it. Besides, I may not be in the store by then. And you won't be able to see me then. Lei Zhen gave up the idea and just said, I have news about my father and others. They are planning to come back. Can you accompany me to pick them up tomorrow? Lei Zhen had already mentioned the two of them to his parents. Even if he went to pick them up, his parents would not make it difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang. And he still had himself to protect him. Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't seen Mrs. Lei for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang still had a good impression of Mrs. Lei. But Jiang Zhuxiang felt that it was a bit difficult to get along with the leader of the Lei clan. It felt that their identities were reversed. Lei Zhen didn't know that Jiang Zhuxiang thought of his parents like this. And asked again, can you? His tone was a little pitiful. Jiang Zhuxiang came back to his senses and said, no problem. There's nothing big to do tomorrow anyway. The store would open in 5 days. And the preparations had been completed. There was nothing for her to do in the laboratory for the time being. So Jiang Zhuxiang agreed so readily. When Lei Zhen heard Jiang Zhuxiang's agreement, he felt that it was the most pleasant answer in the world. He almost rushed up to hug Jiang Zhuxiang and rubbed his hands to express his gratitude. Fortunately, he remembered that there was another person here. That was the dean's wife. The dean's wife also heard their conversation and said with a smile, then I will prepare something for you. For Jiang Zhuxiang, she prepared gifts for the Lei clan leader and his wife. And for Lei Zhen, she would naturally pack up and send him off. Lei Zhen would definitely go back to his own home after picking up his parents. So the dean's consideration was not wrong. Lei Zhen was also very grateful for the dean's arrangement and was just waiting for tomorrow. Chapter 422, Meet a New Team. As someone who will formally meet the man's parents tomorrow, Jiang Zhuxiang is not shy at all, and is still busy with his own affairs. In addition to continuing to refine potions, Jiang Zhuxiang also counted his herb shortages, went to the mission hall, and issued a full fragment mission, asking people who are active in the wild to collect the herbs they see, and he will use contribution points to purchase them. Of course, they can also exchange goods. Shortly after Jiang Zhuxiang issued the task, someone contacted Jiang Zhuxiang through the mission hall and asked, we don't need contribution points or other things. As long as you use these herbs to make something, give us one of each. If possible, we will trade by express delivery. This is also a wealthy group, and it can be seen that they like to be active in the wild. Jiang Zhuxiang had no taboos about exchanging the potions he made for herbs. After all, no one else could learn his own refining techniques. So Jiang Zhuxiang readily agreed. However, he still mentioned, to show our sincerity, let's tell each other our real names. My name is Jiang Zhuxiang, and I work for the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that there was still hope of making this group his long-term customers. The potions they asked to exchange could be used as their first trial. After feeling the benefits of the potions, they would definitely come back. So Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to know their real information as soon as possible. The person who contacted Jiang Zhuxiang was quite open and honest, and answered directly, "We are the Freedom Team. I will pack up what we have collected and send it to you now. I hope your potions can also be sent to us in time." Although Jiang Zhuxiang was grateful for his trust, he still said, "Let's sign the agreement on the virtual network first, which will protect the interests of both of us. What do you think?" The captain of the Freedom naturally agreed. He was a little worried at first, but now he is completely relieved. He looked at the signed agreement sent by Jiang Zhuxiang, signed his name, and then took it to the notary office on the virtual network for notarization, and then went offline directly, probably to prepare herbs. The contract that Jiang Zhuxiang just took out was provided by Wu Jing. This was something he helped Jiang Zhuxiang figure out when he opened his own store before. This was a gift to Jiang Zhuxiang in advance. After Jiang Zhuxiang solved the problem, he returned home and found that the dean's wife was still busy. Jiang Zhuxiang tapped the dean's wife's waist with a little distress, saying, "No need to prepare so many. I don't plan to sell them, and we are already familiar with each other, so they will feel uncomfortable with so many gifts." The dean's wife sighed comfortably. Jiang Zhuxiang's ability to find acupuncture points is beyond reproach, but he still doesn't understand the ways of the world. So many gifts are their parents' way of pleasing the future in-laws and asking them not to embarrass their daughter. However, it is not good to tell Jiang Zhuxiang about this. Otherwise she will definitely be more unwilling to be busy. In fact, if possible, the dean's wife still hopes that Jiang Zhuxiang can find a son-in-law, so that they can take better care of him. But Leijin is not bad, so they didn't mention this matter. Seeing that the dean's wife did not stop, Jiang Zhuxiang had to follow her. When the dean came back, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others had just cleaned up and had not even cooked dinner. The dean asked curiously, "What have you been doing at home for half a day?" Leijin had been handling family affairs in the dean's study before. Although the sound insulation in the study was good, he could still hear all kinds of noises. However, Leijin would not say anything at this time. If he knew that they were busy preparing for his going out tomorrow, he would definitely scold himself. The dean's wife glared at the dean unhappily. "Of course you are busy with business. If you can't wait, just have a snack first. Of course, I have no objection if you want to go out to eat." The dean's wife was also very happy to be able to cook one less meal. When they started talking, Jiang Zhuxiang went straight into the kitchen and started to prepare. When they finished arguing, the dean's wife would come in and use it. The dean naturally would not go out to eat, and said directly, "I'll have some snacks first. You don't have to rush. Just take your time." The dean's wife nodded with satisfaction, turned and walked into the kitchen. Jiang Zhuxiang in the kitchen couldn't help but sigh silently. The dean's wife really has a way to train her husband, and I have to learn from her. After a late dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang went straight into the state of cultivation. As for tomorrow's affairs, just treat it as picking up a pair of elders. There is no need to worry at all. There are so many elders, and there are still many ways to deal with them. Moreover, Leijin and himself had agreed before that they would not get married. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have to worry about it. After all, they would not be promoted to parents-in-law. Right. The next morning, Leijin received specific information about where his parents had arrived. Leijin asked them to continue tracking, and he would catch them as soon as he was ready. Of course, Leijin's luggage had been prepared last night, and it was Jiang Zhuxiang who needed to prepare. After Jiang Zhuxiang came out of his cultivation state, he walked around according to his daily routine. At the breakfast table, Jiang Zhuxiang asked a question, "How do we get there?" Looking at the amount of things that the dean's wife prepared for him yesterday, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't imagine them walking there. So Jiang Zhuxiang asked this question to both Leijin and the dean. Leijin drove here, but if he wanted to arrest his parents, he couldn't drive his own car. In this way, his father would definitely recognize him from a distance. With his father's means, it would be easy for him not to find him. Leijin directly expressed his concerns, which earned him a sneer from the dean. The dean's wife pinched him hard under the table. The dean twisted his face and didn't cry out. After a while, he said, "The automatic flying device I asked you to use before has been transferred to your name. You can try its land function this time. It also has an anti-detection function. The old man in the Lei family will definitely not be able to find you." After saying that, he looked at Leijin provocatively. Lei Jin silently rolled his eyes in his heart. Why are these people becoming more and more childish? Where is the steady and generous Dean? Jiang Zhuxiang was very happy. He originally thought that the Dean would only give him a car. Now he could get the automatic flying machine that he liked very much before. Naturally, it couldn't be better. Chapter 423. Pick up the Lei clan leader and his wife. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly finished her breakfast, and then began to urge Lei Jin to go. Lei Jin was a little helpless, and quickly filled his stomach, and followed her out the door. They still had a lot of things, and they couldn't carry them all. Lei Jin planned to wait until Jiang Zhuxiang turned the automatic aircraft into a land vehicle before moving the things up. After all, this was the only way to determine how much space the land vehicle had. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally did not forget the pile of things that the Dean's wife had prepared for him, and took Lei Jin directly to the roof where the aircraft was parked. Jiang Zhuxiang approached the automatic aircraft that belonged to him, opened the door with his ID card, and after clicking a few keys, Jiang Zhuxiang felt the adjustment of the automatic aircraft, which was being adjusted to a land vehicle suitable for driving on the road. The space of the land vehicle adjusted by the automatic flying vehicle is not small, and it is more than enough to hold the things prepared by the Dean's wife. After Jiang Zhuxiang made a judgment, he planned to get off the car and tell Lei Jin. However, Lei Jin went downstairs to get the things without waiting for the result. After all, they still had to hurry up. The Dean's wife asked the Dean to help them, and soon all the things were loaded in the car. After Jiang Zhuxiang said goodbye to the Dean's wife and others, he returned to the car and waited for Lei Jin to get up. Lei Jin did not drag his feet. After a few words with the Dean, he got on the car directly. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "You drive?" "I drive." Although Jiang Zhuxiang really wanted to drive by himself, the wild was definitely not a place for a novice like Jiang Zhuxiang to practice. If something unexpected happened, it would be bad. Jiang Zhuxiang still had some self-knowledge, so he asked this question. Lei Jin intended to drive it himself, but it was a bit troublesome to take over the cockpit of this kind of personal aircraft. Now when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang ask this, he said, "Let me do it." Jiang Zhuxiang heard Lei Jin agreed, so he asked Lei Jin to enter his personal information in the cockpit and set him as the second driver. Then he sat comfortably in the back, waiting for Lei Jin to drive to find someone. Lei Jin started the land vehicle and opened his aircraft, which had the specific movements of his parents. The Lei family members in the wild reported every 5 minutes to ensure that they were still there. Lei Jin's driving skills were still good. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel any bumps, and he felt that Lei Jin was going to stop. This seemed to be the place where the Lei clan leader and his wife were staying. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the door of the land carriage and let Lei Jin go down. He couldn't expose his space at this time, so Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't put the land carriage away. In this case, someone had to guard the land carriage to prevent others from seeing it and having any bad ideas. Lei Jin had no opinion on Jiang Zhuxiang's words. He might have some quarrels with his parents later, and he didn't want to be seen by Jiang Zhuxiang, so he readily agreed. Jiang Zhuxiang watched Lei Jin get off the car and walked on the land carriage a little bored, waiting for Lei Jin to bring people back. Lei Jin saw his parents and saw their shocked expressions. They obviously didn't want to be discovered by their son. Lei Jin greeted them with a bit of amusement. "Dad, Mom, you guys are having fun outside. You can come back soon." Lei clan leader saw that his son's temperament was more stable. He also knew that he had suffered a lot during this period, but he hadn't had enough fun yet. So he asked a little angrily, "Are you following me?" Of course, there was little anger, just a feeling of dissatisfaction at being caught. Lei Jin ignored his father's dissatisfaction and turned to talk to his mother. Feeling a bit helpless and a little aggrieved, "Mom, are you really not going to come back?" As an adult child, Lei Jin had not spoken to his mother in this tone for a long time. In order to get his father back, Lei Jin felt that he was going to throw away his face. Lei Jin maintained a wrong expression on his face, but in his heart, he actually wanted to laugh. Mrs. Lei was a mother after all. She was still soft-hearted when facing her son. Seeing the rare wrong expression on her son's face, Mrs. Lei ignored her husband's eyes and said directly, "Then let's go back today. Do you have a car ready?" Mrs. Lei still knew her son's ability. He must have driven a car to block them. After all, if it was another aircraft, they would have discovered it long ago. Lei Jin immediately said happily, "It's ready. Mother, please follow me." Jiang Zhuxiang might be impatient. Lei Jin still has to hurry up. Lei Jin walked in front, and the Lei clan leader followed behind with his wife holding his hand. Occasionally, he said a few words to his wife, and Lei Jin pretended that he couldn't hear. He returned to the place where the land vehicle was parked smoothly. Lei Jin used the communicator to tell Jiang Zhuxiang that he was back, and then waited for someone to open the door. Jiang Zhuxiang was originally drowsy from waiting, and immediately jumped up after hearing Lei Jin's news, and opened the door of the land vehicle, intending to go out to greet them. However, just after opening the door, he found that someone was already outside the door. Jiang Zhuxiang had to step aside to let them come in, and said, "Please feel free to sit." The Lei clan leader and his wife really didn't expect that their son would bring Jiang Zhuxiang with him when he came to see them. When they saw her, the Lei clan leader, who was a little angry at first, immediately changed his face. He absolutely couldn't let others see the discord between his father and son. He silently took Mrs. Lei to find a seat, then called his son over and began to ask what was going on. Lei Jin briefly described, "I was in the Academy of Sciences before, and Xiaoxiang happened to have a car, so I asked her to take me here. Besides, if it was their own car, they would definitely not want to get in it." Lei Jin thought silently. The Lei clan leader had no objection, but there was still a question. "Where are you taking us now?" Lei Jin said a little speechlessly, "Of course I will take you home. Isn't this the main purpose of coming to them?" After answering, Lei Jin began to walk to the driver's seat, ready to drive back to the Lei family shelter. Jiang Zhuxiang had time to greet the Lei clan leader and his wife. "Hello, uncle and aunt. Did you have fun playing outside this time?" Mrs. Lei had a high degree of favorability towards Jiang Zhuxiang, and this time, she smiled and moved the Lei clan leader, who was leaning on her, and asked her to come and sit. As for the Lei clan leader, Mrs. Lei asked her to sit somewhere else and not to disturb the conversation between them. Although the Lei clan leader was a little reluctant, he couldn't stand Mrs. Lei's request. He silently walked to the seat across the aisle and sat down a little angrily, staring silently at Jiang Zhuxiang, who was talking to Mrs. Lei. Jiang Zhuxiang felt the gaze behind him and moved a little unnaturally. Chapter 424, Martial Arts as Gifts. Mrs. Lei asked in a strange tone, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" After that, she carefully checked Jiang Zhuxiang's condition and paid attention to the situation around Jiang Zhuxiang. Then she noticed her husband's gaze. Very good. Mrs. Lei knew the reason why Jiang Zhuxiang was unnatural. Mrs. Lei stared at her husband fiercely as a warning, and then talked to Jiang Zhuxiang about other things. As an elder, when meeting a junior, the most common topic to be raised is to greet the elders of the other party. Mrs. Lei was no exception. She asked about the dean's wife and the dean. After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's answer, she said with some emotion, "They still don't like to go out. No wonder your Academy of Sciences is a group of children who don't like to go out. They are all led astray by your dean." Jiang Zhuxiang was silent for a while. This kind of thing can't be led astray by a dean. There were deans who liked to go out before, but he didn't change anything. Besides, he was not one of those people who didn't like to go out. While Jiang Zhuxiang and Mrs. Lei were chatting, Lei Jin had already driven the land vehicle on the nearest road back to the Lei family shelter, and soon arrived near the shelter. Lei Jin called Jiang Zhuxiang to the driver's seat through the communicator, and discussed the parking problem with her. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang's car was not an ordinary land vehicle, but an aircraft. Jiang Zhuxiang still knew the character of the Lei family. They should have no objection to him having an aircraft. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't intend to hide it, and said directly, "It's better to park it where you parked the aircraft. When I go back, I will drive it back directly." After hearing this, Lei Jin began to contact the members who stayed at home. Lei Feng was in charge of the aircraft recently. After receiving the communication from his captain, Lei Feng was a little surprised. "Are you planning to come back? Has the clan leader come back?" Lei Jin said him lightly, saying, "You open a parking spot for the aircraft, and I will tell you about the others later." Lei Feng really didn't expect that his captain would actually come back with an aircraft. He didn't think much about it, and directly opened the captain's aircraft parking spot. He waited for the captain to come back, and notified others of the news that the captain is back. Lei Jin asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "Then I transformed it into an aircraft?" Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. Lei Jin pressed the button, and the land vehicle began to adjust slightly. However, the aircraft did not take off, but slid on the ground and stopped directly at the stop. When the Lei clan leader and his wife walked out of the door, They found that the appearance of the land vehicle had changed. They looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a little heat. The Academy of Sciences had a lot of good things. They were a little jealous of these two forms of aircraft. They just didn't know if the Academy of Sciences planned to mass-produce them. Lei Jin saw Lei Feng waiting on the side, so he went over to talk to him first. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, he was overwhelmed by Mrs. Lei's questions. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin a little pitifully. He was a little overwhelmed. In the end, he repeatedly said that he would ask after he went there, and it was barely passed. However, while Mrs. Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang were chatting, many people came to this small aircraft docking point one after another. Some young, some old, and of course most of them were about the same age as the Lei clan leader and his wife. And they all glared at the Lei clan leader at this moment. These people were after Lei Feng notified the team members. And those team members informed their parents. And then the news of the Lei clan leader's return spread, which was the current situation of the Lei clan leader. However, the Lei clan leader was still very easy to deal with. After fiercely admitting his mistakes, he began to promise, "I will definitely tell you in advance if I go out again in the future." The people around him glared at the Lei clan leader again. "You want to have a next time." Chief Lei silently took another step back. "I will try not to go out in the future." This was his biggest concession, and he could not make more. If he said that he would never go out in the future, he would definitely not be able to do it. It is better not to make promises that cannot be fulfilled. The others were a little satisfied. As a chief, he could not do whatever he wanted. If it were not for Lei Jin, they would definitely go out to catch these two people instead of letting them wander around outside for so long. Lei Jin did not feel sympathy when he saw his father's situation. After all, he had also worked very hard during this period. Although he had learned a lot of knowledge, he was still under great pressure. Naturally, he did not want such a thing to happen again in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that they only talked to the Lei clan leader and did not question Mrs. Lei, and he still recognized their quality. Originally, if a man did something inappropriate, it would definitely be the woman who was blamed. Now it seems that the Lei family is still doing very well in this regard. At least they will not vent their anger on others. However, Jiang Zhuxiang did not know that the Lei family had also done such things before. But they were severely taught a lesson by Mrs. Lei with her own force. After that, when the Lei family saw that the clan leader did something unreliable, they only dared to settle accounts with him, and would never come to Mrs. Lei. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang did not know about this matter yet. At this time, she was thinking that the things in the aircraft had not been taken out yet, and they could move things after they solved it. Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to Lei Jin to remind him. Lei Jin took all the members of the superpower team who came to get things from the aircraft. As for Chief Lei, he had been taken back to his study room. There was a pile of thick things on the study room, which needed to be reviewed by the chief himself. Chief Lei regretted that he had been out for so long before, and it would be difficult to ask his son to help him now. So he had to work hard alone. When Lei Jin returned home with the things he had moved, he saw someone waiting outside his father's study room, obviously waiting to take the documents he had processed. Lei Jin did not sympathize with his father at all, and began to pack his luggage and distribute gifts. Lei Jin directly finished Jiang Zhuxiang's work, and Jiang Zhuxiang had to stand aside and watch. Lei Jin did not hide where these gifts came from. Mrs. Lei was a little moved as she opened the gifts, looking at the delicious food and some things produced by the Academy of Sciences, as well as a martial arts book preserved by the Academy of Sciences. Mrs. Lei couldn't put it down and gestured. Seeing that Mrs. Lei liked this kind of gift, Jiang Zhuxiang silently took note of it. He had collected a lot of things in his space before, but some of them also required mental methods. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to find a pure martial arts book another day, which could still be used as a gift at that time. Chapter 425. A Deal from the Free Man. As for the gift that Jiang Zhuxiang had prepared for Chief Lei, it was seized by Lei Jin. Lei Jin said, "I will give it to him after my father has dealt with the things at hand. He is definitely not in the mood to see the gift you gave him now, and he might even waste your kindness." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin with some suspicion. Would he really give it to Chief Lei? Why didn't he look like that? However, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't doubt the relationship between their father and son too much, so he decided to believe Lei Jin's words temporarily. However, Jiang Zhuxiang's worries were unnecessary. Lei Jin would indeed give the gift to his father, and he would find a time to give it to A's that would be the best to improve his father's favorability. After all, their father was more calculative, and it was still difficult to please him. So Lei Zhen's behavior was really helping Jiang Zhuxiang. Seeing that they didn't seem to be very free, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to leave. He also had his own things to do, and couldn't stay here for too long to waste his time. Lei Zhen looked at his father, who was still in the study, and his mother, who had already entered the martial arts room. He had no excuse to keep Jiang Zhuxiang. So he had to say, "You haven't even eaten a bite of food since you came here. I'll take you to have a meal first. You decide where to go." Jiang Zhuxiang was in a hurry to go back, so he didn't plan to spend too much time on eating, and directly chose the canteen of Lei Zhen's house. Lei Zhen hadn't been to the canteen for a long time. During the time when his father was away, Lei Zhen was so busy that he even had to eat meals to cope with the situation, and sometimes even use nutritional supplements instead, like a lady who never left the house. Therefore, upon hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal, he agreed. Lei Zhen really missed the food in the cafeteria. Lei Zhen took Jiang Zhuxiang out of the door and closed his door tightly, so that the two people inside could work without distraction. Then he walked to the cafeteria. Now was the time when people just started to eat. The food in the cafeteria was just cooked and steaming hot. Jiang Zhuxiang took a look. Although most of them were meat, they were not unacceptable. So he refused Lei Zhen's request to find a chef to cook a special meal. He directly chose two lighter dishes, took a staple food, and sat down with Lei Zhen at a table for two in the lobby to eat. Lei Zhen was naturally very happy to see that Jiang Zhuxiang could accept it. He prepared a pot of dishes and ate them opposite Jiang Zhuxiang. After the two of them finished their lunch, they walked slowly to the place where Jiang Zhuxiang's aircraft was parked. Lei Zhen said reluctantly, "I will pick you up when they are not busy." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded lightly to show that he understood. "If I am free." Lei Zhen naturally knew that Jiang Zhuxiang liked to go out, so he had no opinion on Jiang Zhuxiang's answer. He just nodded to say, "I will ask you in advance. If you are not in this fragment, I will naturally not disturb you." Jiang Zhuxiang got on the aircraft and set it to automatic flight. Lei Zhen waved to Jiang Zhuxiang, and then the aircraft took off. After Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the Academy of Sciences, he continued to prepare for his virtual network store. The dean's wife knew about his previous contact with the captain of the Freedom Team. She took the initiative to say that she would pay attention to whether there was any express delivery for her. This was also the reason why Jiang Zhuxiang was able to send Lei Zhen to find his father. "I don't know if he has received anything now." Jiang Zhuxiang found that the dean's wife was not at home. I think she didn't expect that he would come back that day. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go to the bakery to find her. Anyway, there was a virtual network terminal there. After arriving at the bakery, he found that the dean's wife was really busy. Jiang Zhuxiang did not disturb the dean's wife for the time being, but found a place to log on to the virtual network by himself, and waited until all the guests here left before going over, because the danger level in the wild has decreased. More and more people want to go out. Bread and biscuits are easier to carry, so they are naturally more popular, even if they are a bit expensive. An hour later, the people in the bakery finally left, and the dean's wife also found Jiang Zhuxiang, who was originally hidden. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang immersed in the virtual network, the dean's wife did not disturb him, and continued to go into the kitchen to do follow-up work. After dealing with trivial matters, the dean's wife pressed the notification button on the virtual network terminal to let Jiang Zhuxiang go offline. Jiang Zhuxiang was originally wandering around in his own shop. When he heard the sound of the outside notification, he knew that the dean's wife should be done with her work, so he quickly went offline. Looking at the dean's wife standing in front of him, Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, "Did the Freedom Squad send anything before?" The dean's wife said, "I received it once, but I left it at home. I will get it for you when I go back. Now that you are here, please help me first. There are a lot of orders from outside recently." Although she could earn more from orders from outside, the dean's wife really doesn't care about this little money. But the clerks have taken the orders before, so she can't not do it. There is a reason for being busy now. Although Jiang Zhuxiang was a little anxious to prepare the medicine, she still listened to the dean's wife's instructions and worked in the kitchen for her for an afternoon. Only then was she free. The dean's wife handed over the next matter to the clerks, and told them to ask her before accepting orders from outside, and then took Jiang Zhuxiang back, and began to ask about Jiang Zhuxiang's meeting with her parents-in-law on the way. Jiang Zhuxiang said Patriarch Lei was busy dealing with matters within the clan, and was blocked in his study by a bunch of people. Mrs. Lei liked the gift you prepared very much, and went straight into the martial arts room. so we didn't spend much time together. I thought about it, and I still had things to do. So I didn't wait there, and came back after lunch. The dean's wife didn't think her child was impolite or anything, but just said, it seems that next time, for the sake of your time together, the gifts prepared should not be too pleasing to the parents. But it is better to prepare some ordinary gifts. This was also considered as her own inconsideration. The dean's wife immediately adjusted the method, and made sure to increase the favorability of Lei Zhen's parents. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to directly tell the real relationship between him and Lei Zhen, but he didn't say it when it came to his lips. In the end, he decided to swallow it. It's better to keep this kind of thing secret. Otherwise it will definitely be more troublesome after it's exposed. Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't want to face the anger of the dean's wife. After returning home, the dean's wife handed Jiang Zhuxiang a strange package. It looked like a basket. I don't know how the captain could find a basket in the wild. Could it be that he made it himself? Chapter 426. Suffering a loss and taking advantage. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the package directly in the living room and found that it was indeed in the shape of a basket. But it was not very regular. The material used should be willow branches, and they were mutant willow branches. It seems that the captain of the Freedom Team is quite strong. After all, mutant willows are also a more difficult type of mutant plants. If the long branches are entangled with people and are not removed in time, it is easy to strangle an ordinary psychic to death. Even a psychic with stronger abilities, like Lei Zhen, does not like to fight with mutant willows because it takes too much effort. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished admiring the baskets outside, he began to check the quality of the herbs inside. He found that the basic shape of the herbs inside was well maintained, and even the roots still retained moist soil. They just simply tied them up with grass leaves for classification. Jiang Zhuxiang had to clean and classify them himself. After finishing this series of things, it was time for dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang had to temporarily reply to the captain of the Freedom Team and said, "Send me your address. I will refine the medicine tomorrow and send it to you in 2 days." Before, the captain of the Freedom Team asked for his address and added each other's communication numbers. Jiang Zhuxiang did not ask for the address of the Freedom Team. He originally respected them, but now he had to ask. The captain of the Freedom Team did not refuse. Jiang Zhuxiang did not ask him before, thinking that she had not thought of it for a while, and did not have any idea of keeping it secret. He directly sent the specific address through the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang silently wiped his sweat and upgraded the confidentiality system of his communicator to prevent anyone from getting any information from him. You know, the Freedom has always been rejected by the people of several major families. They think that the Freedom is a destroyer of order, and the impression is only slightly better than that of the people in the base. However, the people of the Academy of Sciences are not so taboo about the Freedom. So Jiang Zhuxiang agreed to the task requirements of the captain of the Freedom Team. But it cannot be put on the surface to avoid trouble for the Academy of Sciences. After all, the Academy of Sciences still has to maintain a good relationship with the people of several major families. Jiang Zhuxiang had counted the types and quantities of medicines before, and listed the types of potions that could be refined tomorrow, and sent them to the captain of the Free Men, asking him to decide which potions they needed more, and not to stick to one potion of each. The captain of the Free Men also appreciated Jiang Zhuxiang's kindness. After all, the Free Men who spent more time in the wild needed more medicine for injuries than other potions. He did not hesitate to increase the number of medicines for injuries. And as for the others, he still kept one potion of each, and said that he would continue to provide Jiang Zhuxiang with medicinal materials in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang replied, "I know." Then, he began to put the potions in his room, took them to his studio tomorrow, and then went to help the dean's wife. After a simple dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang chatted with Tao Tai and the others, wanting them to contact through their own means to know whether they had received the medicine and whether they had started to use it on the zombies, so as to determine when Tongue Snake could come back. Tao Tai and Qiongqi naturally agreed. After all, they also wanted to return to the wild environment as soon as possible. Although the conditions in the Academy of Sciences were good, it was still too stuffy. Jiang Zhuxiang watched them close their eyes, and there seemed to be a magical energy around them, a bit like human consciousness. But the fluctuations were much stronger than human consciousness. Jiang Zhuxiang could not recognize it, so he had to give up the idea of mastering this method and waited for the result silently. After Tao Tai and Qiongqi opened their eyes, they told Jiang Zhuxiang their results. "We have received the medicine and have given it to all the zombies. We are waiting for their reactions. Tingsha said that it will be over in 2 days. It has sent the previous batch of new humans to the bay to scout ahead. When the time comes, we will send this batch of newly transformed new humans over there, and it will be over. The humans over there have also become accustomed to Tingsha disappearing from time to time. It will have no problem getting away when the time comes. Jiang Zhuxiang had never expected that they would ask so many questions. He was a little surprised and said, "How did you know that I wanted to know this information? You have been very thoughtful recently." Tao Tai said directly, "It was Tongue Snake who was nagging me so much. I have a headache after receiving so much." Xiongqi was a little helpless about Tao Tai's straightforwardness. Fortunately, he was speaking so bluntly to Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise he would definitely offend people. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel strange after listening to Tao Tai's words. He really had too high expectations for these two elders. He could look forward to Tongue Snake in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently that at this speed, he might be able to catch up with the opening of his virtual online store when he arrived. Considering this, Jiang Zhuxiang thought of a question. Can Tongue Snake fly through the gaps between the fragments by itself? Tao Tai attacked Jiang Zhuxiang's ignorance without hesitation. Tongue Snake, as a fairy beast, can fly in the clouds, even if part of its ability is sealed. A small crack will not be a problem. Jiang Zhuxiang accepted Tao Tai's verbal attack helplessly and answered silently, "That's good. And I don't have to arrange someone to pick it up." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time and said, "It should be your rest time. You can go back first." Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were in the dean's study, which was relatively confidential. In addition, the dean rarely came to the study at night, so Jiang Zhuxiang could use it with confidence. Tao Tai and Xiongqi went back to their rooms to rest in a relaxed manner, while Jiang Zhuxiang went back to his room to practice. The next morning, after going through his daily routine as usual, he went to his laboratory with yesterday's medicinal materials, took out the potions needed by the captain of the Freedom Team, packed them in the refrigerator, and personally stuffed them into the cargo aircraft sent back by Tingsha. He checked the energy and found that it might not be enough, so he added 2 crystals into it. This was a method of using crystals that Jiang Zhuxiang discovered himself. It was much faster than solar energy. This was why Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to use crystals to practice. After replenishing the energy, Jiang Zhuxiang released it directly from his window, hoping that it could be delivered as soon as possible. Jiang Zhuxiang used the cargo aircraft to prevent people from other families from discovering that someone from the Academy of Sciences had contact with the Freedom. And he also believed that the captain of the Freedom would not embezzle the aircraft. The remaining medicinal materials belonged to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang made potions without hesitation and used them as inventory in his store. The potions were twice as much as those paid to the captain of the Freedom. Jiang Zhuxiang still felt that he had gotten a great bargain. Chapter 427 Virtual Network Crowd. It was the day before Jiang Zhuxiang's virtual network store opened. Tao Tai and Xiongqi went out early in the morning to pick up Tingsha, who was supposed to come today. Of course, before that, Jiang Zhuxiang first explained the origin of Tingsha to the dean's wife. He was a powerful person from another fragment with a similar status to Tao Tai and others. At present, their identities in public were all their elders. The dean and his wife had also become accustomed to the fact that someone would come to recognize their daughter from time to time. Fortunately, the house at home was built quite large before. Only one floor was decorated when it was renovated before. Now it is still possible to let guests stay if they hurry up to clean it up. After all, the Academy of Sciences lacks harmless and fast materials the most. Therefore, in addition to continuing to prepare medicines, Jiang Zhuxiang was used by the dean and his wife to decorate the guest rooms in his spare time, so that if there are guests who have no place to stay in the future, while Jiang Zhuxiang was busy with these things, Tao Tai and Xiongqi had already reached the edge of the fragment. They agreed with Tingsha to meet here. Tingsha did not let the two wait for long. A cloud floated across the sky and slowly landed in front of Tao Tai and Xiongqi. The rain and fog dissipated, and Tingsha showed his figure. Without any extra movements, he directly said, "Let's hurry up and get on the road." Tao Tai and Xiongqi did not intend to reminisce about the past in this place. After all, there are always some strange winds on the edge of the fragment. If it is an ordinary human, it is easy to be swept away. Even Tao Tai and Xiongqi do not think that this kind of wind will make them feel comfortable. When they were moving at full speed, it only took 2 hours to return to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang did not have time to go out to pick up people, so the dean's wife directly assigned Yan Lei to go out to pick up people and entertain them by the way. Jiang Zhuxiang finished the last finishing work, washed up briefly, and went out to find out about the situation at Tingsha. After all, he hadn't seen it for a while, and he didn't know if the new humans had really been settled. The dean's wife slowly followed Jiang Zhuxiang downstairs and went directly into the kitchen, hoping that her daughter's new elder would not be as gluttonous as Tao Tai and Qiongqi. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to prepare well by herself. Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little pitiful when he saw Yanlei being surrounded by Tao Tai and the other three, because even if these three didn't deliberately release their coercion, they would give others a very deterrent impression, especially for a brain power user like Yanlei, who would feel it more clearly. And Yanlei was also staying here reluctantly. Jiang Zhuxiang hurried over and patted his shoulder, asking him to leave and recover first. Then he sat down in his original position and said seriously, "Have you forgotten to restrain yourself again? I remember I mentioned this to you before. Have you forgotten it after going out?" Tao Tai and Qiongqi said, "We just habitually don't restrain ourselves when we see males. This is our instinct as animals. We must show our abilities to the same sex in order to shock them and reduce enemies for future courtship." Although Yanlei was a little innocent, they really didn't mean it. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless. Then remember it well in the future, if you still want to survive well in human society. Tao Tai and Qiongqi agreed, and then silently watched Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha talk. They were not allowed to interrupt the topic, so they had to walk to the kitchen door and wait for the meal. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally didn't care about their actions. They wouldn't encounter such dangerous things in this house. The dean and his wife were already used to their comings and goings, and they were considered friends. After Jiang Zhuxiang learned the information he wanted to know from Tingsha, he asked Tingsha to sit down for a while and went to communicate with the dean's wife. After all, he had been with Tingsha for a while before, and Jiang Zhuxiang still understood Tingsha's taste, so he didn't have to cook the mutant beast meat that Tao Tai and his wife loved to eat. After hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, the dean's wife breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was someone with a taste similar to that of humans. The dean's wife said, "We will prepare lunch well. And you, little girl, just go and entertain the guests." Jiang Zhuxiang still trusted the dean's wife very much. Sure enough, she did not show up in the kitchen before dinner. After taking Tongue Snake to visit the rooms upstairs, Jiang Zhuxiang let Tongue Snake choose a room to settle down, prepared everything Tongue Snake needed, and then took it out. It should be lunchtime now, and the dean's wife would just bring the dishes to the table if they went downstairs now. Jiang Zhuxiang brought people down to see that it was indeed the case. Tao Tai and Qiongqi had already found their seats and sat down, while Yanlei had been standing aside. He did not plan to sit down for the time being. It seemed that he was waiting for something. Yanlei was also a little scared by the momentum of Tao Tai and Qiongqi before. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang and the others appear, Yanlei immediately appeared beside Jiang Zhuxiang. With Yanlei's keenness, the atmosphere around Jiang Zhuxiang was peaceful, which gave Yanlei a sense of security. Even though Jiang Zhuxiang was accompanied by a tongue snake, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yanlei, who was getting close to him, with a bit of laughter and tears. He did not expect that his senior brother could be so timid. However, Jiang Zhuxiang only laughed at his senior brother in his heart. On the surface, he still had to take care of Yanlei. During the meal, he allowed Yanlei to sit beside him away from Tao Tai and the others. As for Tongue Snake, he sat with the dean and his wife and put down his hands, which was also convenient for conversation and respect for Tongue Snake. After a simple lunch, Jiang Zhuxiang saw Wu Jing, who rarely appeared, contacted her through the communicator to confirm whether her store would open tomorrow. Jiang Zhuxiang replied, "To be exact, it will be tomorrow afternoon." Wu Jing replied, "Then we will meet virtually online, and the gift will be given to you personally." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about Wu Jing's gift, as long as she gave a certain return. It would be easy to repay this favor. Even the captain of the Freedom sent a congratulatory message to Jiang Zhuxiang, saying that he would decide whether to go to her store to join in the fun after the situation. Jiang Zhuxiang was naturally welcome, as long as she concealed it well. After a busy afternoon, Jiang Zhuxiang fell asleep a little excitedly. Even dinner was a simple solution. As for cultivation, this excited state was completely unsuitable for cultivation. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little particular. The next morning, the virtual network welcomed a wave of people in the morning. The person in charge of managing the virtual network in the Academy of Sciences thought something had happened and hurriedly checked. It turned out that these people were waiting for a small store to open. They stayed and waited to check with some doubts. Chapter 428 Wu Jing's Thoughts. Jiang Zhuxiang followed the customary opening method here and bought flower baskets and firecrackers on the virtual website. Of course, they were all virtual things with sound effects and gorgeous appearance, which were no different from real things. For the whole morning, Jiang Zhuxiang took people to organize the counter in the store and visit the flower baskets at the door. Later, Lei Zhen came to help with a flower basket. Jiang Zhuxiang handed some things that required climbing to him to complete. After all, he consumed a lot of physical strength in the morning, and Jiang Zhuxiang was very happy to save some energy. Wu Jing, the owner of the store next door, came to help in the morning. His store basically received orders from other people, and then he asked the farm staff to prepare things and then deliver them by express delivery. There was no need to stay in the store all the time, so Jiang Zhuxiang did not refuse his help. Wu Jing looked at the potted herbs on Jiang Zhuxiang's counter, and suddenly remembered the series of potted plants that Jiang Zhuxiang had asked the farm to plant. Jiang Zhuxiang seemed to have not asked about those things for a long time recently, and heard from the farm staff that those potted plants were very rare and growing well. Wu Jing wanted to ask Jiang Zhuxiang if he could let the farm staff divide the plants, so that the farm could plant more things and the people working inside could be more relaxed. However, this matter should be discussed after the opening ceremony is over. It is better not to disturb her busy now. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the auspicious time calculated by Jiang Zhuxiang herself. The dean took the dean's wife and Tao Tai to the virtual network to increase the popularity of Jiang Zhuxiang's opening. Of course, more importantly, there is a traditional ceremony for the opening. That is, cutting the ribbon. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted the dean to take charge, and he had mentioned it to him before. Now seeing the dean come up, he was relieved. Jiang Zhuxiang put the prepared medicine on the tray. Shuiwen and Yan Lei went online in their studio. Shuiwen was the MC and announced the official opening of Jiang Zhuxiang's shop. The dean invited the dean to cut the ribbon. The dean took the scissors from the tray and cut the red silk that Jiang Zhuxiang had used to block the door. At the same time, he used a little force to tear off the red cloth on the plaque, which made Jiang Zhuxiang's shop officially open to the public. At the same time, Yan Lei and Wu Jing set off virtual firecrackers to add a lively atmosphere to Jiang Zhuxiang's shop. Jiang Zhuxiang posted a notice at the door, saying that if you buy medicine within 1 week of opening, you can get one free. However, each person can only buy one. At the same time, the small screen outside the store shows the effect video of the medicine that Jiang Zhuxiang has verified before, which is also one of the methods to attract customers. Apart from this, Jiang Zhuxiang did not do anything else. After all, the purpose of Jiang Zhuxiang opening this shop is not to make a lot of money, but to keep a room for development for his hobby. After all, there are too few people willing to treat Jiang Zhuxiang in reality. Jiang Zhuxiang's shop hired a cashier, who was a family member of the Academy of Sciences. A girl about the same age as Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to hire a boy. After all, the doctor in the shop was Shuiwen, and it might be difficult to communicate with a girl. Later, Lei Zhen got the news from somewhere and firmly opposed this idea. Jiang Zhuxiang was annoyed and had no choice but to choose a girl. Jiang Zhuxiang stayed in the shop for a while. There were a few people who came in to look at it, and there were also a few who tried to buy it, but the expressions on their faces were all skeptical. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much. After an hour, he gave the girl a few words and went offline. It is estimated that there will be few opportunities for him to come online in the future. He will probably come up to check when there is not enough stock. After logging off, Jiang Zhuxiang lay down a little tired, wanting to have a good rest. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had been busy with the store for a long time, and other people consciously did not disturb her. In the evening, Wu Jing sent a message, saying that he had a gift for her and asked her if she had time to go to his laboratory. Speaking of gifts, Jiang Zhuxiang received several message reminders when she logged off in the afternoon, all of which were express deliveries sent to her and asked her to pick them up, in addition to being delivered directly to the designated person by a cargo aircraft like the Dean. The express deliveries in the Academy of Sciences shelter were also delivered to the mission hall. Only by relying on the communication number can everyone's express delivery be received there, and no one is allowed to lead. After all, in the end times, any mistakes in materials are likely to cause disputes. Jiang Zhuxiang was really a little tired, so he put the things there first. planning to pick them up later. Now that he received Wu Jing's invitation, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to go out and pick up the gifts. After all, Lei Jin had already asked Jiang Zhuxiang on the communicator whether he was satisfied with the gifts he sent. Without seeing the things, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't even give a comment to others. Wu Jing's laboratory is affiliated with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, which is the abbreviation of the Farm Science and Technology Research Institute. There is only one researcher here, Wu Jing, and of course a few assistants. Jiang Zhuxiang remembered that Yan Lei had asked before whether to transfer a few researchers here, but Wu Jing refused, saying that he liked to do research alone, and other people couldn't get along with the people on the farm, which would easily cause misunderstandings. Jiang Zhuxiang still felt that Wu Jing might have some social barriers. The assistants here were still from the farm, so Wu Jing didn't need to face strangers here. Of course, it was also possible that he was on guard against the people from the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it sensitively. Here, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have the qualifications to push the door open directly, so he honestly pressed the doorbell at the door and waited for Wu Jing to let him in. Wu Jing's door was not actually locked. As long as Jiang Zhuxiang turned the handle, he could push the door open. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know this. And Wu Jing, who heard the doorbell, was pleased with Jiang Zhuxiang's upbringing. It seemed that the dean and his wife were still very concerned about Jiang Zhuxiang, and they didn't ignore such details. Wu Jing opened the door and let Jiang Zhuxiang in. There were petri dishes everywhere. These glass petri dishes were filled with seeds, roots or branches, and of course whole plants. The nutrient solution in each petri dish was different. Wu Jing had been recording the growth of various plants in these petri dishes. Jiang Zhuxiang tried hard to control his eyes from looking at the experimental records on the table. As someone who was also very interested in plants, this was really a torture. I don't know if Wu Jing didn't notice or did it on purpose. He didn't put away the experimental records, and even let Jiang Zhuxiang sit in front of the experimental table, and ran to get water for Jiang Zhuxiang. Chapter 429 Gifts from Unknown Sources. In order to prevent himself from making mistakes, Jiang Zhuxiang silently turned around, facing the test bench, and waited for Wu Jing to come back. Wu Jing handed Jiang Zhuxiang a cup of warm water, and complained in his heart with a little amusement. This is really an honest child. And his face was still gentle. Let's go over there and talk. If Jiang Zhuxiang had read the test records, Wu Jing's conversation would have been easier to start. After all, if Jiang Zhuxiang was careful enough, she would find that those plants were actually the plants she asked them to raise before. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little confused. Didn't this person say that he had a gift for him before? Now he wanted to talk again. Wu Jing took Jiang Zhuxiang to sit in the rest area of the laboratory. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's puzzled expression, Wu Jing first gave Jiang Zhuxiang the gift he prepared. It was a variety of mutant seeds found on the farm. Of course, they were not mutant plants, but the genes were slightly mutated. Jiang Zhuxiang happened to be interested in plants, so it was appropriate to give it to her. Jiang Zhuxiang was very happy to receive the gift, and she did not have too much resistance to what Wu Jing said. She just wanted to listen to what exactly needed Wu Jing to be so cautious. Wu Jing had learned about Jiang Zhuxiang's personality through Yan Lei, and knew that he did not like to procrastinate. So he said directly, "Do you still remember the potted plants that you asked the farm to take care of before?" Jiang Zhuxiang has been very busy recently, and he really can't answer the questions raised by Wu Jing. The main reason is that the plant spirits no longer need those potted plants to explore the world. So those potted plants were intentionally or unintentionally forgotten by Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang blinked and said, "I don't remember a little. Did anything happen to them?" Jiang Zhuxiang will not swell his face to pretend that he forgot. If he forgot, he forgot. There is nothing to hide. But he is still very concerned about the condition of those plants. Wu Jing saw Jiang Zhuxiang's worried expression and quickly said, "Nothing happened. They are growing well. However, the farm and I both think that they should be separated into pots. I want to ask your opinion and ask if the farm can take your potted plants to keep seeds. I want to try to grow one of your plants." Jiang Zhuxiang was no longer worried when he heard this question, and calmly replied, "Then just divide the pots. But the economic value of those plants may not be great. Are you sure the people on the farm are willing to spend this kind of energy?" Wu Jing smiled faintly. Jiang Zhuxiang was still too ignorant of the world. Some plants may not have great economic value, but their ornamental value is still great. Now that there is local peace, Some people want to enjoy life. The money they can earn from selling these plants to them is much more than that of simple economic plant medicine. However, Wu Jing would not tell such things to pollute the innocent world of his little apprentice sister. After all, it is enough for them to know about such things. And she just needs to do what makes her happy. Wu Jing said with certainty. There are always people who are willing to do so. This is what the farm meant. Xiaoxiang. Don't worry. Of course. I will let them exchange contribution points with you. Jiang Zhuxiang waved his hand and refused. I didn't give them contribution points before, and asked them to help me take care of the plants for so long. If there is any contribution point, it should be paid by me. Those potted plants are my payment to them. Wu Jing looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a gentle look and said, That's fine. Do you want them to continue to raise those plants in the future? Although Jiang Zhuxiang was not in the shelter from time to time, it was impossible for Jiang Zhuxiang to take those plants back to raise them himself. But Wu Jing still had to ask. This was also what the farm meant. Of course, the farm naturally hoped to continue to raise Jiang Zhuxiang's potted plants. After all, this was a bond between the Academy of Sciences and the farm. If there was any conflict at that time, they could still use this relationship to avoid making things too awkward. Jiang Zhuxiang considered that he would be out again in 2 days, and nodded quickly, saying, Let them continue to help me take care of them. If he brought them back to take care of them himself, they would definitely die due to lack of care. Although these plants are no longer useful to the plant spirits, if they die, it will still affect them. So Jiang Zhuxiang still dare not take the risk. After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's answer, he nodded in agreement. Wu Jing saw that Jiang Zhuxiang seemed a little restless. So he said, If you have something to do, go first, and we will contact each other later when we have time. Jiang Zhuxiang did have something to do, so he said without hesitation, Okay, then contact each other later. However, Jiang Zhuxiang definitely could not have imagined that the next contact would be under such circumstances. However, let's talk about the future later. Now, Jiang Zhuxiang needs to go to the mission hall to pick up the gift sent to him by others. The mission hall is still very lively. Even in the place where express delivery is picked up, there are many people queuing up. Of course, not everyone has gifts to receive. Some are here to pick up mission items. Or most of them are here to pick up mission items. The Academy of Sciences often issues some tasks to collect materials. People from the 3 families of Lei, Yan, and Jin will take them. After taking them, the materials will be delivered by express delivery. And then, they can assemble the receipts and go to their respective mission halls to collect contribution points. Jiang Zhuxiang saw many lab assistants queuing up. They seemed to be helping their researchers to pick up things. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't ask for any special treatment and lined up obediently at the back. Some people recognized Jiang Zhuxiang and asked if he wanted to come to the front. Jiang Zhuxiang refused, saying that he was just here to pick up gifts and was not in a hurry. He would just line up slowly. Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior made the lab assistants appreciate him even more. In fact, with Jiang Zhuxiang's status, no one would say anything even if he cut in line. But this kind of compliance with the rules always makes people happier. When it was Jiang Zhuxiang's turn, the staff sitting inside smiled and said to Jiang Zhuxiang, You have 3 packages. Can you carry them by yourself? Do you want someone to help? Jiang Zhuxiang was a little stunned and said, But wasn't there only one before? Because Lei Zhen was the only one who came to ask if he was satisfied with the gift. Jiang Zhuxiang always thought that only one person sent something to him. Jiang Zhuxiang still refused the kindness of the staff. No problem. No need for help. I can do it myself. The staff expressed some doubts that this little arm and leg could really carry so many things. You know, the weight of the 3 packages is not light. However, the little girl is not willing to trouble others. The staff planned to take a look first. And if there is a need, then provide help. For Jiang Zhuxiang's doubts, they still answered. 2 of them just arrived. Maybe the center hasn't had time to contact you yet. Chapter 430 Animal Treasures. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded doubtfully, signed his name on the receipt first, and then planned to see who sent them. Because the physical fitness of human beings has improved after the end of the world, the inspection of dangerous items in express delivery is not so strict. And even the name does not have to be written. So the sender's name cannot be seen on the receipt. Jiang Zhuxiang can only hope that there will be some hints on the express items to let him know who sent it. However, the other 2 people did not intend to play secrets with Jiang Zhuxiang. On the outside of the simple packaging, their respective identities were clearly stated. One was sent by Alice, a friend Jiang Zhuxiang had met in other fragments before. She directly wrote her name on the package, and Jiang Zhuxiang recognized it at a glance. As for the other one, Jiang Zhuxiang knew it came from there by looking at its shape. Although the outer packaging was just painted with grass juice to create a wind shape. That was the logo of the Freedom Team. Jiang Zhuxiang really couldn't see it if he didn't look carefully. Jiang Zhuxiang silently looked at the last package with the most gorgeous packaging. There was also a logo on it, but it was a purple lightning logo. This must have been sent by Lei Jin. Jiang Zhuxiang stacked these packages, squatted down, and picked them up with a force. Jiang Zhuxiang still picked them up easily, but it was a little difficult to see the road. But this was not a problem. After all, this place was not difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang, and he could find the way even with his eyes closed. Everyone at work watched Jiang Zhuxiang carry the things and walk away. He only came back to his senses when he was urged, and smiled embarrassedly at the person whose turn it was. The person whose turn it was nodded in understanding. He was also stunned just now. He didn't expect that the little girl of the dean's family still had brute force. It was just that he woke up earlier. Otherwise it would not be his turn to remind her. Jiang Zhuxiang carried the things and planned to go to the dean's wife's bakery first. The way everyone looked at Jiang Zhuxiang made Jiang Zhuxiang know that if he really dared to carry the things all the way back, the rumor that he was a strong woman would definitely spread in the academy tomorrow. Although Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about such rumors. For the dean's wife, who was committed to training Jiang Zhuxiang into a lady, this would definitely be a stimulation. At that time, it would definitely be his ears that would suffer. So Jiang Zhuxiang simply went to find her first and asked her to use the space to help him transport the things back. Jiang Zhuxiang came to the door of the bakery, because he couldn't see his feet. He stumbled slightly. He adjusted his body in time, but the package in his hand was inevitably going to fly out. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know if they put any fragile items in it. Jiang Zhuxiang rushed over to catch it. The dean's wife, who walked out of the kitchen door, saw this thrilling scene and quickly put a space confinement on Jiang Zhuxiang's area, so that Jiang Zhuxiang and her package were fixed together. Then she slowly went over to help Jiang Zhuxiang contact the confinement, and then put the 3 packages safely on the ground. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled gratefully at the dean's wife and planned to open the package here to see. The dean's wife had nothing to do for the time being, so she dragged a chair over to watch. The dean's wife's place was full of regular customers at this time, and there was not much curiosity, so the dean's wife had no intention of clearing the place. Even though she saw the symbol of the Wind of Freedom, Jiang Zhuxiang first opened Lei Jin's somewhat shocking package. He didn't know who helped him pack it. The straps tied it were actually lace. Jiang Zhuxiang silently threw the thing aside, and then checked what was inside. Although the packaging was a bit scary, the gift inside was pretty good. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the plump seeds in his hand, and there was a smell of medicine. It seemed that Lei Jin had also spent a lot of thought on it, and it also solved Jiang Zhuxiang's urgent need. Jiang Zhuxiang was planning to grow herbs himself recently. It was too unstable to rely on tasks to obtain herbs. Although Jiang Zhuxiang would continue to issue tasks, he still had to store them himself. It seems that Lei Jin has studied his needs recently. Jiang Zhuxiang put the seeds back into the box with satisfaction and handed it to the dean's wife, smiling a little flatteringly. The dean's wife stretched out a finger and pushed Jiang Zhuxiang down. Of course, the open box also disappeared. Jiang Zhuxiang rubbed his buttocks and simply sat on the ground to start unpacking the remaining 2 boxes. He opened Alice's box first. It felt like there was something alive inside. Jiang Zhuxiang felt the breath of life. It would be better to open it early to see what if he was suffocated in the box. After opening Alice's box, the things inside immediately tried to jump out. Jiang Zhuxiang immediately closed the lid and then removed the surrounding paper. This was a box made of unknown material. It looked very solid, and even the mutant rabbit's teeth couldn't do anything to it. There was a piece of paper at the bottom of the box, with Alice's description on it. This is the first batch of mutant beasts that were successfully raised. This kind of cage is used. The material of this cage was found in the place you recommended last time. Jiang, what you said before is really reasonable. All things are interdependent. This material is not far from where we met the mutant rabbit before. This is what Alice wanted to say to Jiang Zhuxiang, and it was followed by things that need to be paid attention to when raising this kind of mutant rabbit, which expressed Alice's friendship. Jiang Zhuxiang admired the violent scene of this mutant rabbit, and continued to push the box to the dean's wife. The dean's wife refused this time. My space cannot hold living things. You can carry this by yourself later. I see who dares to say more. Jiang Zhuxiang was startled. It seemed that the dean's wife had understood his previous behavior. He could only nod awkwardly. The last one was sent by the captain of the freedom team. Jiang Zhuxiang blocked it silently, and then began to open it. The dean's wife did not expose her behavior, which was even more suspicious. Anyway, no one would dare to act rashly when she was here. This person's gift was still rough. It was a bunch of animal medicinal materials that were collected in an unknown way, such as bezoar, rhinoceros horn, and deer antler. Fortunately, this person remembered to freeze such things when sending them. Otherwise, they would definitely be useless when sent here. Jiang Zhuxiang had a headache about these precious medicinal materials. It seemed that he still needed to give him more potions, or give him a discount card for his own store. Chapter 431: The Ownership of the Mutant Rabbit. The dean's wife saw Jiang Zhuxiang sitting there for a long time and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about? Isn't the ground cold? Why don't you get up quickly?" Even though Jiang Zhuxiang is a wood-type mutant, the dean's wife still unconsciously worries about her daughter's health. After all, there are still many things that need to be paid attention to about a girl's body. Jiang Zhuxiang was reminded by the dean's wife's words, stood up from the ground, sealed the gift sent by the captain of the freedom team, and handed it to the dean's wife. "You must help me keep this thing. I was just thinking about how to return the gift. After all, this gift looks a bit too expensive. As for Leisian and Alice, I usually prepare a copy for them, so there is no need to avoid or be too particular about returning gifts." The dean's wife said lightly, "If you think it's expensive, just give them what they need most." The dean's wife just saw clearly what the logo on the package was, and the advice she gave was quite sincere. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and hugged the dean's wife's arm. "We really think alike." "I think so too." The dean's wife nodded Jiang Zhuxiang's head. "Since you have made up your mind, do it right away. You still have to go out. Be careful not to delay any longer. Mr. Tao and others will get impatient." Although Jiang Zhuxiang felt that the Tao Tai would definitely not be impatient with him, the words of the dean's wife also made sense. Jiang Zhuxiang quietly went back to his studio to prepare things. Jiang Zhuxiang packed the prepared things and put them in his cargo aircraft. This thing had been used to send medicine to the captain of the Freedom before, and it just came back yesterday. I didn't expect it to be sent out again now. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the flying aircraft and thought as usual, hoping that it would have a smooth journey. Jiang Zhuxiang finished dealing with the return gift and began to pack his luggage. At night, the dean's wife took out Jiang Zhuxiang's gifts from her own storage space and returned them to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang silently put the mutant rabbit in his bedroom. When he set off, he would have to ask someone else to raise it. However, the choice of person made Jiang Zhuxiang a little confused. Although the dean's wife would like this mutant rabbit more, she was usually very busy and might not have much time to feed it. Yan Lei and the others also had to do experiments, and they would even forget their own meals when they were busy. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't dare to entrust it, for fear that the mutant rabbit would die after he returned. The dean's wife looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and became sad after returning to the room, and couldn't help but laugh. "Tell me what's difficult to deal with. Sad girls tend to get old easily." Jiang Zhuxiang is already used to telling the dean's wife about his troubles. The dean's wife always gives pertinent advice. This time, Jiang Zhuxiang also honestly told his troubles, and then looked at the dean's wife expectantly, hoping that she would have a good candidate to recommend. The dean's wife thought about it according to Jiang Zhuxiang's ideas, and found that it was her husband who could do this. Although her husband's work was busy, he was not so busy that he had no time to eat. It was more than enough to feed a mutant rabbit. After all, in his position, there were many people who helped him do things. The dean's wife directly told Jiang Zhuxiang about this candidate. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. Although according to the explanation of the dean's wife, the dean was indeed the most suitable candidate, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't dare to disturb him at all. If he got angry, Jiang Zhuxiang would have no way to resist. The dean's wife laughed at Jiang Zhuxiang's cowardice, took over the task, and said, "Then I will go and help you to say it. You just like to be lazy." As he said this, the dean's voice came from the door. "What do you want to be lazy about again, Zhuxiang?" Overall, in the dean's mind, Jiang Zhuxiang is still a relatively diligent girl, It's rare to hear his wife say this about her. The dean is still very curious about the reason. After changing his shoes, he sat down next to the dean's wife and waited for her answer. The dean's wife changed the subject. Are you hungry? I'll cook now. The dean didn't have to get to the bottom of it. The mother and daughter always have some little secrets that they don't want him to know. And the dean can understand that. At this moment, he followed the dean's wife's words and changed the subject, saying directly, I'm very hungry. Let me help. So, the dean's wife took the dean to the kitchen, and Jiang Zhuxiang wiped his sweat silently. Before going to bed at night, the dean's wife brought the mutant rabbit from Jiang Zhuxiang's room and told the dean to help feed it. The dean easily remembered what the mother and daughter had said before, and knew that the mutant rabbit might have belonged to Jiang Zhuxiang. However, the dean would not expose this matter, but just smiled and said, What good will it be if I help? The dean's wife squinted at the dean. What benefits do you want for helping me? Then spit out the meal I cooked tonight. The dean looked at the dean's wife jokingly. Is this really your business? Then I'd better find someone who really deserves the benefits. The dean's wife thought of the solemn promise she made before, and hurriedly stopped him. Okay. You can make a request, but don't be too excessive. Otherwise I won't agree. The dean put his mouth close to the dean's wife's ear and said a few words. The dean's wife blushed immediately, but she could only let him do it. After all, this was the least disadvantageous thing for her. The noise in their room made Jiang Zhuxiang, who had sensitive ears, a little helpless. He almost couldn't even practice, so he had to block his hearing first, and then continue to practice. After finishing this matter, Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned to the dean's wife in the morning that she was leaving tomorrow. The dean's wife didn't think it was strange, but only reminded her to remember to come back. It was not easy to stay outside, and she had to pay attention to safety at all times. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to these words that she was reminded every time she went out, and nodded silently. Today, she had to notify the Taotai to prepare. She didn't know what the Taotai were doing recently. After showing up at the opening of her store, she hadn't seen their shadows. Jiang Zhuxiang could only contact them through the communicator. Fortunately, the signal here is very good. No matter which deep mountain or old forest, it can communicate at the same time. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would be really troubled. The Taotai are not far away now. They are just outside the encirclement of zombies. This is the activity site of most of the mutant beasts that Taotai ate before. Taotai also came here to eat more comfortably. Chapter 432 Taotai asks for forgiveness. After receiving Jiang Zhuxiang's call, Taotai was not panicked. After all, they were not doing anything bad. However, after the call was connected, seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's expressionless face, Taotai still felt guilty unconsciously. What do you want? It was rare for it to speak before Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said calmly, I'm ready. You can come back. Taotai and his friends have been free and comfortable for too long recently, and almost forgot that they were going to find other companions for medicine. Now they felt even more guilty and said quickly, Okay. We will be back soon. After that, he asked Xiongqi and Tingsha to express their determination. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Taoya's actions in silence. Then I'll hang up first. If you don't come back before tomorrow, I'll leave first. Jiang Zhuxiang originally wanted to question them about where they neglected them and made them unable to stay at home. But then he thought about it and gave up. They don't like to live with humans by nature. Among them, it is estimated that only Tingsha has long-term living experience with humans, and that was forced. Jiang Zhuxiang was still unwilling to force it to cause a breakdown in their relationship. After Jiang Zhuxiang hung up the communication, Taotai realized belatedly, she seems angry. Tingsha said slowly, she must be angry. Who told you not to tell her when you came out? Tingsha reminded him after the fact. Taotai said angrily, then why didn't you remember to remind me? Xiongqi said silently, we reminded you, but you didn't listen. Taotai thought Jiang Zhuxiang wouldn't be angry, so he left on his own initiative. After he went back, he apologized to Tingsha, and nothing would happen. As for Taotai, they didn't care about it. Taotai thought silently that he had heard someone say this before, and he didn't take his anger out on them. He just thought silently about how he would apologize to Jiang Zhuxiang. He didn't know if it would be useful to apologize. He was indeed a little too arrogant during this period, with the temper that Shenong had passed on to Jiang Zhuxiang. He couldn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to forgive him if he didn't pay a price this time. The three Taotai finished the remaining food and started running at full speed. They didn't stop until they were near the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. However, even so, their footsteps made some monitors react. Thinking that an earthquake was going to occur, Jiang Zhuxiang was urgently summoned by the dean, who wanted to arrange her to be on duty first and hand it over to someone else after tomorrow's departure. Wu Jing was also arranged tonight. When Jiang Zhuxiang received the call, she asked Wu Jing to take care of it for her first, and she would pick it up and come back soon. Tao Tai and Xiongqi had permission to enter, but they couldn't get in today because they brought a tongue snake with them. Jiang Zhuxiang went out to pick it up. Tingsha and Xiongqi immediately apologized when they saw Jiang Zhuxiang, saying that they would definitely tell her before leaving, and hoped that Jiang Zhuxiang would not be angry. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Tao Tai, who was the culprit, and these accomplices. Jiang Zhuxiang was not very angry. Jiang Zhuxiang generously said that he forgave them, and then waited for Tao Tai's apology. Tao Tai directly showed the brambles he got on the road, which were now tied to Tao Tai's back, and then he was about to kneel down. Jiang Zhuxiang was startled and quickly hid aside, saying, "Hurry up and hold it. Are you going to shorten my life? Let an elder kneel down to a younger person. Who came up with this idea? Had none of you thought about my position?" Tingsha and Xiongqi were also shocked by Tao Tai's behavior. This was really not what they thought. This could only be Tao Tai's own random thinking. It seems that the recent stories he watched were about this aspect. Tingsha and Xiongqi were a little surprised when they saw Tao Tai reading the idiom story for the first time. They just didn't expect it to directly use the method in it to deal with Jiang Zhuxiang. Hearing that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't ease his emotions, Tao Tai also knew that his method was obviously wrong. He quickly stood up and asked directly, "Then how can you guess I won't be angry?" Tingsha and Xiongqi sighed silently. This is a straight-headed guy. If you ask him like this, he will definitely not answer. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang has always known that Tao Tai is not very reliable, so he did not expect too much. In order to avoid being angry again, Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, "If you don't do anything, I won't be angry. It's better not to let it figure it out by itself." Jiang Zhuxiang decided to tell it directly if there is anything in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took them into the house and let them rest. He still had to go on duty. Tingsha said a little worriedly, "Is it okay for you to leave tomorrow? What's the matter that requires you to go on duty?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No problem. Anyway, if you want to go tomorrow, you have to take the aircraft first, and you can catch up on sleep on it. Before you come back." The monitor detected signs of vibration on the ground and thought it was a sign before an earthquake. "So let us go on duty. Although I have been in the academy for a short time, it is still difficult to refuse such things. Moreover, this was also the dean's care for him, and Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't be ungrateful." Tingsha silently pondered the time point mentioned by Jiang Zhuxiang. That time seemed to be when they were running at full speed. Wouldn't the instrument mistake their footsteps for vibration? After reacting, Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with hesitation, and decided not to say anything. This matter was also their fault. What if Jiang Zhuxiang got even angrier? Seeing that they had no other problems, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the monitoring room and worked until dawn. The monitoring instrument did not find any other abnormalities. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that this was most likely a false alarm. So he returned to his home with peace of mind, took his luggage, woke up Tao Tai one by one, and used nutritional supplements for breakfast. He didn't want to prepare breakfast for them at the moment, and even for himself. After all, he was still a little lacking in energy after not resting for a night. Tao Tai and the others had no objection. After all, they had made a mistake before, and Jiang Zhuxiang was really tired. They wanted to take her place on duty, but the dean would not allow it. Jiang Zhuxiang opened her aircraft and asked them to put their things away. She put her own things directly in her personal space, then set the destination and let the aircraft fly according to the set route. She went to catch up on her sleep. If she encountered any problems on the way, she would let Tao Tai and the others deal with it themselves. In this regard, Jiang Zhuxiang still trusted their military power. Chapter 433 Magical Fuel. When Jiang Zhuxiang woke up, the aircraft was already hovering above a piece of debris. Although Jiang Zhuxiang set a route for the aircraft, he still had to land it himself. After all, no one knew if there would be any accidents during the landing. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time. According to this time, it has been a while since he arrived at this piece of debris. Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, "Why didn't you wake me up?" although he hadn't reminded them before. After something happened that required him to do it himself. Jiang Zhuxiang thought they knew what to do. Jiang Zhuxiang cast his eyes on Tingsha. At present, Jiang Zhuxiang still trusted this one. Cao Tai had just made a mistake not long ago, and Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to pay attention to it for the time being, lest it become more and more stupid. Jiang Zhuxiang's question made Tingsha twitch his lips, thinking of Cao Tai and Xiongqi's behavior when he wanted to wake Jiang Zhuxiang just now. Tingsha was too embarrassed to say it, so he could only use their excuses. Just now I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Even Tingsha knew that Jiang Zhuxiang would not believe this reason, but Tingsha still said it. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tingsha suspiciously, and then looked at Cao Tai and Xiongqi. Cao Tai unconsciously straightened his chest. Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently, very good. It seems that the culprit of this matter has been found. However, this is for her sake. Jiang Zhuxiang can't keep blaming her elders. Jiang Zhuxiang had to walk to the cockpit silently and prepare for landing. The edge of this fragment is a large plain. There was originally a mountain as the boundary line. After the fragmentation, only half of the mountain remained. It looked shaky and dangerous. Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely not choose such a place as a landing point. After landing on the plain, Jiang Zhuxiang looked around silently. The plain here was really very flat, without any ups and downs, and the signs of human activities before were also very obvious. After Jiang Zhuxiang put away the aircraft, he did not plan to start exploring immediately, but planned to eat some food here first to adapt himself to the environment to avoid any adverse reactions later. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha told him what they thought, they planned to go and find something to eat. Cao Tai and Xiongqi stopped them. We can do this. You should stay here with Tingsha. As the strongest in the team, Cao Tai and Xiongqi were determined to defend their division of labor. Otherwise their value would not be reflected. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that they were acting like they would cry if they didn't let us go, so he nodded silently. However, it was not up to him to decide whether Tingsha was willing to stay. Tingsha saw the threatening look from Cao Tai and the others, and said slowly, I think I can go with you. But since you strongly request you to go, it's not impossible for me to stay. As long as you pay attention to whether there are these plants when you collect things, and bring them back to me if there are any. Cao Tai and Xiongqi were a little annoyed when they heard the first sentence, but the following words made them nod their heads repeatedly, and then they left as if they had found a treasure. Before leaving, they also got rid of Tingsha and asked her to take good care of Jiang Zhuxiang. Of course, they thought they were whispering to Tingsha. Jiang Zhuxiang silently said that his sensitive ears were really naughty, and he always heard what others didn't want him to hear. After Cao Tai and Xiongqi left, Tingsha smiled and said, okay. Now that the eyesores are gone, what should we do? Tingsha also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang might not be tired of Cao Tai and Xiongqi, but he was still a little angry inside. But he didn't want to hear others slander them. So Tingsha deliberately mentioned Cao Tai and Xiongqi in this tone, with the purpose of diverting Jiang Zhuxiang's anger. Jiang Zhuxiang was really fooled, and directly retorted, they are not annoying guys. They just like to mess around. I will talk to them properly in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tongue Snake's smiling expression, and knew that Tongue Snake wanted her to forgive Cao Tai for what they did before. But strangely, she didn't feel angry. Maybe Tongue Snake itself is a relatively gentle individual who helps people. Jiang Zhuxiang silently began to take out the things he needed from his personal space, placed them on the ground, said something to Tongue Snake, and then went to find something that could be used as fuel. Most of the things here are grass, so it might be a bit troublesome. However, perhaps Jiang Zhuxiang was lucky, and found a magical black stone that could be used as a fuel not far away. This kind of thing was used as fuel by the casting lineage of Shenong Valley. Jiang Zhuxiang happily picked up a small basket and brought it back. This was enough for them to use, and there should even be some left. After Jiang Zhuxiang returned to Tingsha, Tingsha looked at the black stone that Jiang Zhuxiang picked up with a little curiosity. What is this black thing that can be used? Jiang Zhuxiang smiled mysteriously. Of course it can be used. Just wait and see. Jiang Zhuxiang put these things on the dry grass, and then ignited the dry grass. These black stones also began to burn, and they continued to burn after the dry grass burned out. After Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the fire was stable, he began to put a pot on it, intending to boil a pot of water first, so that the Cao Tai and others could drink a sip when they came back, and they could also use it to clean up the prey. Tingsha had taken over the task of making fire. He was very interested in the black stones, and wanted to find out how long they could burn. Tao Tai and Qiongqi did not let Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha wait too long. They came back with 2 praise. But it was still obvious that they had eaten outside. But it was unknown how much they had eaten. Jiang Zhuxiang had learned to ignore some of the behaviors of Tao Tai and others. He was just busy cleaning up the praise. After cleaning them, he set up a grill on another pile of fire, and grilled them directly there. He did not know how much Tao Tai and Qiongqi had left in their stomachs. So Jiang Zhuxiang did not distribute them. He just let them take as much as they could eat. Jiang Zhuxiang was watching his barbecue, while cooking a pot of soup for himself. Tingsha said he wanted some too. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that his face was black and white, and nodded in agreement. This was the bad thing about this black stone. The smoke from burning was too black. Jiang Zhuxiang handed a handkerchief to Tingsha, and asked it to wipe his face. Tingsha took it with a bit of surprise, wiped his face, and saw the black stuff on it. Then he realized the purpose of Jiang Zhuxiang handing him the handkerchief, and silently turned the handkerchief over and wiped it again. Chapter 434, Horse Racing Competition. Jiang Zhuxiang silently handed over a mirror, and asked her to look at it. After Tingsha made full use of a handkerchief, he returned to the fire again. This time, he consciously controlled the black smoke to avoid his face. He didn't want to become black again. Jiang Zhuxiang explained again, this kind of stone will burn for a long time. You don't have to watch them all the time. Just add a few pieces when the fire is low. Jiang Zhuxiang tried to persuade Tingsha not to stay by the fire anymore. Tingsha waved his hand indifferently. It was more interesting to verify this kind of thing by himself. Seeing that Tongue Snake insisted, Jiang Zhuxiang did not speak anymore. He just silently prepared its portion and put it aside, waiting for it to come over and eat after it had had enough of the experiment. After eating, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he had a little connection with this land. And then he slowly walked around, letting the instrument explore where there were people. Jiang Zhuxiang silently felt that his behavior was a bit like a puppy. However, no matter how Jiang Zhuxiang viewed his behavior, the instrument still faithfully reflected the results of Jiang Zhuxiang's exploration. Jiang Zhuxiang marked the location on the map, and then began to explain it to Tao Tai and others, intending to start exploring. Tao Tai and Qiongqi naturally had no objection. But Tingsha asked, is it okay for us to appear in front of humans like this? Although Tingsha had been close to the humans on his own fragment before, he was still a little wary of people from other fragments. Especially since their team was really small in number, and others could drown them with human sea tactics. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little cunningly, I have a concealment talisman. If those people are unfriendly, we can hide and observe their lives directly. Didn't we use it once before? Jiang Zhuxiang was referring to the time when he checked the settlement of the new humans at Tingsha's place. Tingsha was reminded by Jiang Zhuxiang, and he remembered the previous exploration. He felt relieved. His younger generation was too capable, and the elders felt that they had no place to use their skills. He felt a little frustrated. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a dozen concealment talismans from his personal space, gave 3 to each of Tingsha, and kept 3 for himself, and then slowly approached the place where humans were active. The first place with humans he encountered seemed to be a ranch. There were many mutant horses here. The owner didn't know why he didn't let these horses go. After all, the mutant horses were still very fierce, and they would attack the owner if he didn't pay attention. Jiang Zhuxiang first knocked on the door outside the ranch to see if the owner was still alive. The owner of the ranch was a slightly fat old man who looked very gentle. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious about how he had preserved his fat in the end times. The owner asked Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends about their purpose through the fence. It seemed that he had met passers-by like Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends before, and was not unfamiliar with them at all. Out of curiosity, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to ask for accommodation. We passed by your place, and it was getting dark. It was too dangerous in the wild at night. We wanted to stay here. Do you think it's okay? We can set up a tent outside. The ranch owner looked at the configuration of Jiang Zhuxiang's team. It should be a little girl who was protected by her elders to gain experience. Although the 3 elders didn't look easy to mess with. As long as Jiang Zhuxiang was there, the ranch owner was not afraid of them daring to mess around. The ranch owner still agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang's request to stay overnight. Of course, he didn't let Jiang Zhuxiang and his team set up tents outside, but let them live in the previous warehouse. There was a roof there, and it was a certain distance away from where he lived. It was also a relatively safe place for the ranch owner. The ranch owner opened the door and led Jiang Zhuxiang and his team in. then immediately closed the door and took Jiang Zhuxiang and his team to the warehouse. On the way, he was still muttering, "My warehouse used to be full of horse feed, which was very clean. But now no one produces feed. My horses are sick, but they can only eat grass. And even the veterinarian doesn't come to the door." Jiang Zhuxiang sighed silently that the people on this fragment really like to live this kind of isolated life. This owner seems to be unfamiliar with the outside world. It has been so many years since the end of the world, but he has not discovered it yet. He still expects the veterinarian to come to treat his mutant horses. Even if there is such a bold veterinarian, there is nothing he can do when he sees these mutant horses. However, Jiang Zhuxiang thought of the medicine he gave to the zombies before. "I don't know if it will work on horses. I heard that horses are particularly resistant to poison. I hope they are not deeply infected by the zombie virus. Otherwise these medicines are really useless." Jiang Zhuxiang plans to go to the horse farm tomorrow to see if there is a chance to feed the horses with this kind of thing. I am afraid that the owner of the ranch will be on guard against them and not let them get close to his horses. The warehouse was soon reached. As the ranch owner said, it was very clean. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his gratitude to the ranch owner. After sending him away, he began to tidy up. Tingsha was very considerate and made a compartment for Jiang Zhuxiang to live in. He said that if there was any danger, he could call them. They would definitely not sleep well at night. After all, this was a strange place. Jiang Zhuxiang did not have such concerns. And the starry sky that could be seen here was brighter. Jiang Zhuxiang did not intend to miss it and started practicing at night. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were unable to sleep because of the neighing from the horse farm. They planned to go out and scare them to make them behave. Tingsha said, "You only need to go one. The human here is not a threat at all. The horses will be honest as long as one of you is under pressure." Tingsha had already taken on the task of helping Jiang Zhuxiang know how Tao Tai behaved, and gave very pertinent suggestions. Tao Tai thought about how he had run out before and caused Jiang Zhuxiang to look for them alone. So he decided to be a little more obedient, and recommended Qiongqi to go over and teach those horses that they should rest well at night. Qiongqi took the task and said that he would train them well, then opened the door of the warehouse and walked out, heading towards the horse farm. In the darkness, Qiongqi's figure slowly disappeared, and Qiongqi used a hidden talisman to avoid being seen by the owner and making a fuss. Qiongqi stood at the edge of the horse farm and made a strange sound to the group of mutated horses. Those horses felt threatened and neighed even louder. Qiongqi saw that they had no intelligence, so he gave up the idea of controlling them and directly used blood pressure to make them surrender. Especially the leader of the group of horses. Especially to make it quiet. Otherwise, as soon as Qiongqi left, they would still make trouble. Chapter 435, Treating Horses. As a fierce beast, Qiongqi will consciously avoid animals with a little bit of spirituality if they face it, because they can sense the danger of Qiongqi. Horses are also considered to be one of the more spiritual animals, and there are many stories of old horses saving people. However, these young, hot-blooded and mutated horses are much less spiritual. So Qiongqi must use 50% of his pressure to deal with them. If it is higher, Qiongqi is afraid that these horses will not be able to bear it. If the ranch owner finds out that his horses died as soon as they moved in, it will definitely cause trouble for Jiang Zhuxiang. So Qiongqi controls his blood pressure very accurately. Qiongqi directed most of his blood pressure to the leader horse. After all, this was the horse with the purest blood in the group, and its ability to withstand pressure should be the strongest. Fortunately, the leader horse was still somewhat responsible, even though his spirituality was gone. He knew that as the leader horse, he had to protect the herd. So even though his limbs were trembling, he still tried to control himself from kneeling and set an example for the herd behind him. Although a group of horses had already fallen behind him, Qiongqi was quite satisfied with this situation. After using his thoughts to imprint the principle of not making noise in the leader horse's mind, Qiongqi gave up on torturing the horses. After Qiongqi left, the leader horse immediately relaxed and lay on the ground. After a while, he stood up again and neighed for a long time, asking the other horses to stand up. By the way, he warned them not to make noise. Although his spirituality was not good, the leader horse's leadership ability was unquestionable. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others did not hear any more noise that night. In the morning, just as Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were about to get up, the ranch owner hurried over and knocked on the door. Tingsha opened the door and asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Zhuxiang considered the personalities of Tao Tai and Qiongqi and decided to let Tingsha come forward if there was anything he needed to communicate about in the future. The ranch owner smiled and said, "I prepared breakfast for you. My horses became well behaved again last night. And I slept well. Thank you for staying with me." The ranch owner thought that there was no noise in his horse ranch last night. And something had happened. He went to check in the morning and found that everything was fine. The ranch owner thought that there was nothing different from the past. The only difference was that he let 4 people in. It seems that these 4 people had this magical power. Although the ranch owner didn't know much about what was happening outside. When he was entertaining other people, he knew that some people now had special powers. In his opinion, that was magic. So his thanks were really sincere. Tingsha heard the ranch owner's thanks and was really a little amused. It also knew that Qiongqi had done something last night. But it was not easy to tell the ranch owner directly. So it said in a slightly tactful way, "My little girl hasn't gotten up yet. Maybe I have to thank you for your kindness." Jiang Zhuxiang had gotten up a long time ago. But he didn't object to Tingsha's actions. The ranch owner smiled and expressed his understanding. "The little girl really should sleep more. I won't bother you anymore. I'll bring you breakfast later. Please don't be polite. This is just a small token of my appreciation." It seems that this person is the one who makes the decision among the group of people. The ranch owner knows who to look for when he has something to do in the future. Tingsha saw that he had said this, and it was not easy to say anything more. He nodded and agreed. The ranch owner hummed a little tune and left. Jiang Zhuxiang walked out of the warehouse, stuck his head out of the door and looked. He felt that this was really an interesting ranch owner. At least, there was no problem with repaying a favor. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to help him treat his horse before leaving, which was also a thank you to him. After eating the breakfast set by the ranch owner, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends walked around his ranch and found that the area here was really large. There was a large field planted with alfalfa, which was growing very well. Jiang Zhuxiang turned on the communicator and took several photos. In addition to alfalfa, Jiang Zhuxiang also saw a wheat field and a potato field. It seemed that the owner planted them for his own consumption. There were traces of digging on the edge. In addition to these, Jiang Zhuxiang also saw a large area of sunflowers, which had bloomed. The golden field was very eye-catching in the sun. This place really didn't look like the end of the world, if it weren't for those mutated horses. The camera function on Jiang Zhuxiang's communicator has never been turned off, and it has been working non-stop. However, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends still have to hurry on their way, and it was Tingsha who finally reminded Jiang Zhuxiang of this. Jiang Zhuxiang then reluctantly left the sunflower field and decided to say goodbye to the ranch owner and tell him about his horse. The ranch owner didn't find it strange that Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends came to say goodbye. Those who came to stay in the past were also in such a hurry. They had already stayed for a long time. However, what Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned later made the ranch owner excited. "Can your medicine really make my horse better?" For a ranch owner, his horses are his most cherished possessions. If Jiang Zhuxiang's potion is really effective, he would definitely be willing to pay a high price to exchange with her. He remembered that all of them who came to stay here like food very much. Someone once tried to rob his food. Fortunately, he had a gun. Otherwise they would have succeeded. This time, it seems that it is time to use the stored food. Jiang Zhuxiang explained, "We have tried it before, and it is indeed effective. I will leave you a batch of potions. Use 2 doses for each horse, and the problem should be solved. If you are worried, you can find a horse to try it first." Although the zombies had been tried, Jiang Zhuxiang still believed that the horse's physique would be no problem at all. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, the ranch owner decided to find a horse to try first. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the skinny pony that the ranch owner had found and explained in advance. After feeding these medicines, it may be unconscious for a while, which is normal. When they wake up, they will return to normal. The ranch owner nodded, opened the horse's mouth, and poured a dose of medicine into it. The horse's physique is indeed good. 1 dose of medicine only made the skinny horse a little drowsy. So Jiang Zhuxiang suggested, "Give the 2nd dose as well." Seeing the horse's performance, the ranch owner gave the 2nd dose without hesitation. The pony finally laid down obediently. The next step was to wait. As expected of an animal with strong resistance to toxins, the zombie virus that caused human mutations did not penetrate deeply into the horse's body. 2 hours later, the pony vomited a lot of things and woke up. Chapter 436. The Ranch Owner's Instructions. The pony seemed to have woken up from a long sleep. It stood up and ran to the ranch owner's side, rubbing his hand very intimately. The ranch owner's eyes were red. He hadn't felt this kind of affection from his horse for a long time. He had delivered this pony before. It was very affectionate to him when it was born. But later it became no different from other horses. This was also a sad thing for the ranch owner. After it became like that, it began to become thin. So the ranch owner was the first to think of this pony this time. Unexpectedly, it really worked. The ranch owner immediately said, "I will get the other horses here right away. Can you stay for a while?" Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect the effect to be so good. Naturally, he had no objection to the ranch owner's request. There was no loss in staying for a while longer. It was a good experience to help him solve the problem. Tingsha was very helpless when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang agreed so quickly. He dared to guarantee that Jiang Zhuxiang must have taken a fancy to the other person's sunflower. However, Jiang Zhuxiang's excuse was still very fair and upright, and Tingsha had no way to refute it. After all, the ranch owner alone could not handle those mutant horses. Tingsha took Tao Tai and Xiongqi to help, and Jiang Zhuxiang prepared the necessary potions. The horses were fed with potions one by one and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Zhuxiang and others quietly waited for the results with the ranch owner. Another 2 hours passed, and the horses woke up again, vomited a bunch of things, and became intimate with the ranch owner. The owner of the ranch was suddenly overwhelmed by the horses. Jiang Zhuxiang could imagine the scene of him being covered with the horse's saliva. Jiang Zhuxiang covered his nose and checked the horse's vomit. He found nothing, only some grass. If there was any, it was some inconspicuous small particles. But it was normal for horses to bring these small particles when eating grass. There was nothing to doubt. Jiang Zhuxiang had to collect some samples and then stop. After the owner of the ranch escaped from the horses, Jiang Zhuxiang said goodbye to him. After all, they had spent a lot of time, and they had other places to go. The owner of the ranch rubbed his hands and said, "Thank you so much. Please give me a small thank you. Please follow me." After saying that, he turned around and walked in front. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha followed behind in confusion. What was this guy going to do? The ranch owner took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others underground. He didn't realize there was a basement here. Looking at the piles of food inside, Jiang Zhuxiang was also a little surprised. He was able to guard so much food by himself. It seemed that he was not a good person. He had to pay attention to his attitude when something happened later. The ranch owner looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, pointing at the food. "Take as much as you can. This is the only thing I can repay you. And it is also the most precious thing I have here. The new season of wheat is about to be harvested. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang and his men take away all the stored grain, he doesn't have to worry. And considering their number, it is impossible for them to take away all of it. So the ranch owner is not worried at all." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Ai and the others, mainly Tongue Snake, and asked them how to deal with the current situation. Tongue Snake smiled and shook his head, indicating that she should decide on this matter herself, and they would absolutely obey Jiang Zhuxiang's arrangements. Jiang Zhuxiang was silent for a while. According to his own ideas, he didn't want this wheat at all. After all, it didn't match his own diet. If he wanted to eat this kind of thing, he had to shell it and grind it into powder, which was too troublesome. But this was a kind gesture from others. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a bag from his backpack and put a small bag in it, indicating that he had taken it, and then motioned Tao Tai and the others to come forward. The ranch owner was already surprised to see Jiang Zhuxiang's small bag. When Tao Tai and the others came forward and took out a small bag exactly like Jiang Zhuxiang's and started to fill it, he was already stunned. He had never thought that there were people who didn't like food. It seemed that these people's character was beyond reproach, which made the ranch owner, who was originally going to lose most of the food, even more grateful. However, after Tao Tai and the others finished filling it, Jiang Zhuxiang asked again, "I like your field of sunflowers very much. Can I pick one?" Jiang Zhuxiang still knew that sunflowers could be pressed for oil, so he didn't ask for more. The ranch owner naturally agreed in this atmosphere. Not to mention that planting sunflowers was just a habit of his before. His little granddaughter used to like sunflowers very much, but now she hasn't come to see him for a long time, and he doesn't know how she is doing now. For an old man who likes children, this is really a big regret. After helping Jiang Zhuxiang pick the sunflowers, the ranch owner talked to Jiang Zhuxiang about his granddaughter, if they could meet her during their travels. Could they remind her that her grandfather was still waiting for her to come home? Jiang Zhuxiang asked the ranch owner for a photo, which was considered an agreement. They would pay attention to it in the future. Tingsha watched Jiang Zhuxiang and the ranch owner exchange communicators in silence. Was this child too nosy? After saving the photos, Jiang Zhuxiang said goodbye to the ranch owner. As for lunch, the nutritional supplements would be enough. The ranch owner sent them off the ranch and watched them for a long time outside the door before turning back to the ranch. He hoped to hear from them in the future. After all, someone had exchanged communicators with him before, but he never contacted him again. It seemed that this team might have some hope. Jiang Zhuxiang finally felt the sight behind him disappear, and hurriedly put the bag of wheat on his back into his personal space. Tingsha and the others also put it away. I don't know when these bags of wheat will see the light of day again. Maybe they can be given to the dean's wife at that time. After all, she still needs this kind of thing. After all, her bakery needs a lot of wheat. Jiang Zhuxiang shook the sunflower in his hand and thought silently. After leaving the ranch, they kept walking along the river. The river was getting wider and wider. It seemed that they had reached the downstream. There were not many places with people. It seemed that the situation on this fragment was still very similar to the fragment of Alice and others that Jiang Zhuxiang had visited before. The land was vast and sparsely populated. Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends walked for an afternoon before finding a place to stop. They planned to spend the night first and then continue on their way. After all, it was certain that they would not find a place where people live today. Chapter 437 Empty Manor. In this area, the night weather has become a little cold, probably because it is under a tall mountain. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to set up the tent to avoid catching a cold. When Jiang Zhuxiang set up his tent, he also asked Tongue Snake if he wanted a tent. As for Tao Tai, they never need tents. They always like to sleep under the sky. So Jiang Zhuxiang directly skipped them. Tongue Snake looked at the small house that was gradually taking shape under Jiang Zhuxiang's hands. He still admired the craftsmanship of the skilled craftsmen who were working on the fragments where Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were. However, Tongue Snake was used to the openness of the tree house and did not think much of this small house. Although Tongue Snake, as a cold-blooded animal, still needed to keep warm. Hearing Tongue Snake's refusal, Jiang Zhuxiang did not force it, but just reminded it to stay as close to the fire as possible at night. Jiang Zhuxiang did not want to see a frozen snake in the morning. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang would not say this to Tongue Snake. Tongue Snake also knew Jiang Zhuxiang's good intentions. After Jiang Zhuxiang built the place where she would stay at night, he started a fire with her. There were many dead branches at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tongue Snake went to pick up a lot of them. As for Tao Tai and Qiongqi, they went to find food. When starting a fire, Tongue Snake needed to keep putting dead branches into the fire. The repetitive action made Tongue Snake miss the small stones before, although their black smoke was a bit annoying. After dinner, Tao Tai and Qiongqi each chose a tree to rest, while Tongue Snake sat by the fire to rest. Originally, it was going to show its original form, but considering the space here, it did not do so. After a night, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up early in the morning as usual. Looking at the slightly cold environment around him, Jiang Zhuxiang first exercised to stretch his body before preparing breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang reminded Tongue Snake, "Today we are going to cross this mountain. You have to keep warm," because the weather was relatively hot when they came out. No one prepared warm clothes, and Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried about Tongue Snake. Tao Tai and Qiongqi said with a bit of sourness, "You are only worried about Tingsha, and you don't say a word about us." Jiang Zhuxiang hit the nail on the head. "You are thick-skinned. So what do you have to worry about?" Tao Tai and Qiongqi said that they had suffered 10,000 injuries. So what's wrong with having thick skin and flesh? Are they not as good as Tingsha, the pretty boy? To be honest, Tingsha's skin is not thin either. So there is no need to worry about it not being able to withstand the cold. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it. When he dealt with the mutant animals brought back by Tao Tai and Qiongqi before, he left a lot of their fur. But there were not many ready-made furs, which might not be enough for Tingsha. However, it was better than nothing. Jiang Zhuxiang still took them out and asked Tingsha to put them on if she felt cold. Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's thin clothes and returned 2 of them. She would definitely need them when the time came. After all, the human physique was much more fragile in Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were speechless watching them push and shove like this. According to their speed, Those cold places would not stay for more than 10 hours. I really don't know what they are worried about. After putting away the tent, Jiang Zhuxiang followed Tao Tai and the others up the mountain. Along the way, they also found 2 branches as crutches. If there was any situation, they would still support themselves. Of course, in most cases, they were not needed. Just as Tao Tai and Qiongqi thought, they ran at full speed. Jiang Zhuxiang used the light body technique, and Tingsha took advantage of the mountain wind. They went up and down the mountain very quickly. When they reached the top of the mountain, they walked down the mountain without stopping for a second. It was less than half an hour before they left the snow-covered place. The first prepared by Jiang Zhuxiang were really useless. By the time they felt cold, they had already left the top of the mountain. They stopped at the foot of the mountain again. Tao Tai and the others needed to replenish their energy, and Jiang Zhuxiang needed to restore his energy. So they were busy. The climate here was much hotter than the previous place. After Jiang Zhuxiang meditated and rested, he felt that he was sweating a lot. So he quickly took out the water mist talisman to cool himself down and replenish water. While Jiang Zhuxiang was doing these things silently, Tao Tai and the others came back after replenishing their energy. Seeing their appearance, Jiang Zhuxiang knew that he didn't need to worry about them. So he drank a tube of nutrient solution and said, "How about we keep moving forward? I still hope to find a place with people. The climate here is really not suitable for activities outside." Tao Tai and Qiongqi had no objection, but Tingsha was worried that Jiang Zhuxiang had not recovered well. After all, he had never seen Jiang Zhuxiang's recovery ability before. Seeing Tingsha's worried eyes, Jiang Zhuxiang immediately got up and moved his body to show that he was fine. After Jiang Zhuxiang and the others tried hard to find, they still found a place similar to a large manor, but there were still very few people inside. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others knocked on the door for a long time before someone came to open the door. The one who opened the door was an old woman with all her hair gray. The first thing she said was, "Are you here to buy wine? We still have a batch of 10-year-old wines." "You are just in time." Jiang Zhuxiang was silent. He didn't expect them to find a winery. However, Jiang Zhuxiang rarely drank wine. As a doctor, drinking wine would cause hand tremors. This was an absolute ban of the Shenong Valley Medical Valley. Tingsha saw Jiang Zhuxiang's embarrassment and stepped forward. "Old man, we have traveled here and would like to stay overnight at your manor. Is it convenient?" The old woman was obviously a little disappointed when she heard Tingsha's words, but she still opened the door and let them in. Now there were only herself and the lady in the manor. It would be good for someone to add some popularity to the manor. I think the lady thought so too. Moreover, there was a little girl among these people. Maybe she could chat with the lady and relieve her loneliness. The old woman let the people in without asking the lady. However, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others did not have any bad intentions. When he heard the old woman mention that there was a lady here, Jiang Zhuxiang took the initiative to mention that he wanted to visit her. The old woman said happily, "Then I will go and talk to the lady first. I believe the lady will not refuse." Jiang Zhuxiang and others waited outside the living room. The old woman went in and came out immediately after 5 minutes. She said to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others with a happy face, "The lady invites you in." Jiang Zhuxiang tidied up his clothes and walked into the living room first. As a manor without a male owner, it was more appropriate for Tao Tai and the others to follow behind him to avoid the lady here misunderstanding. Chapter 438: The Old Lady's Rules. It turns out that Jiang Zhuxiang's concerns are justified. The old lady was a little surprised to see the 3 Tao Tai following behind Jiang Zhuxiang, but she controlled it very well, and it could only be seen from her slightly changing eyes. Jiang Zhuxiang watched the old lady salute her in her usual way. People of the older generation still care about this kind of thing more or less. Jiang Zhuxiang would rather do more than be criticized. As for the Tao Tai, they have never had the habit of saluting others, so they still stood straight behind Jiang Zhuxiang. However, the old lady did not show much concern. After all, she still had some knowledge. Looking at the aura of the Tao Tai, she knew that they were definitely strong, and they were qualified not to salute her. The old lady smiled and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to sit over. Jiang Zhuxiang sat down next to her and then announced his name. The old lady was a little surprised by Jiang Zhuxiang's name. It sounded like it was not from their fragment. The old lady asked curiously, "Where are you from?" Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said that they came from other fragments. As for which fragment they were from, it was unnecessary for someone who had just met them for the first time to explain it so clearly. Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior was understandable to the old lady. After all, vigilance was still necessary for people walking outside. The old lady continued to ask Jiang Zhuxiang where he had been. After all, judging from Jiang Zhuxiang's description, it didn't seem like they had only been to their fragment. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite willing to talk to her about such a safe topic. He briefly talked about the places he had been to. The old lady did not ask for details. The old lady chatted with Jiang Zhuxiang for about 15 minutes, and then asked the old lady to prepare dinner. She said a little embarrassedly, "You probably haven't had dinner yet. I haven't seen other people come for a long time. So I chatted for a while. Susan will prepare dinner soon. Her cooking skills are trustworthy." Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head quickly to show that he didn't care. Jiang Zhuxiang, who still had enough energy, didn't have so many requirements for eating. Seeing that the old lady was a little tired, he took the initiative to suggest that they go out for a walk and simply look at where they would stay tonight. The old lady asked Susan to send the map of the manor to Jiang Zhuxiang, and she stopped accompanying them, letting them see it by themselves. Anyway, there was no secret to hide here. Jiang Zhuxiang saw the location of the guest room that Susan had specially marked. So he took Tao Tai and the others to walk there first. This season was the most prosperous season for grapevines. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others did not feel hot at all as they walked along, but felt a little cool instead. Fortunately, the sky was still very bright at this time. Otherwise, people with less courage would not dare to walk on these small roads. Seeing the room he was in, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little emotional. Judging from the guest room of this level, the old lady's economic level was still very good before. After all, although these objects looked a little old, they were still very precious. Jiang Zhuxiang still knew the price of these porcelains after they were broken into pieces. It was not something that ordinary wealthy businessmen could afford. Jiang Zhuxiang checked the bed and found nothing unsatisfactory. So he started to look for Talia's residence. From this, it can be seen that the old lady still attaches great importance to rules. Jiang Zhuxiang's guest room and Talia's guest room are not in the same building. Jiang Zhuxiang needs to pass through an iron gate to get through. Fortunately, before coming out, the old lady granted Jiang Zhuxiang some basic permissions. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would not be able to move around in this manner. After Tao Hai and the other three saw Jiang Zhuxiang, Tingsha said a little worriedly, "Is it okay for you to live alone?" Jiang Zhuxiang said quickly, "No problem. There is no danger in this place. Don't worry. Even if there is danger, I can handle it myself. No one would come to such an open place." Jiang Zhuxiang was not worried at all, and the old lady's eyes were very clear, and she didn't look like someone who would hurt anyone. Tingsha was still a little skeptical, but the old lady asked the old woman to come and call for help. So Tingsha had to put this matter aside for the time being and solve their dinner first, although they didn't expect it at all. After all, there didn't seem to be any mutant beasts here, and those two people didn't look like they would go out hunting. However, when they arrived at the table, they were still a little surprised. Although not all the dishes on the table were meat. 2/3 of the dishes were meat-related. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little flattered and said, "You really spent a lot of money." The old lady said indifferently, "It's still our poor hospitality. These simple dishes are also unfair to the guests. But there is good wine. Several adults can have a glass. As for the little girls, don't drink for the time being. Although wine is very nourishing for women." Jiang Zhuxiang still looks too young. The old lady still thinks that Jiang Zhuxiang should drink juice at this age. The old lady and Susan gave an order, and Susan really brought Jiang Zhuxiang a glass of grape juice, which was still iced. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. Aren't the grapes not ripe yet? The grapes in the cold storage shouldn't be so fresh. Right? The old lady smiled and said, "These are the juices made from grapes that were not suitable for making wine last year. We put this grape juice directly in the ice storage every year. People who came to buy wine in the past would also buy this juice specifically for their children at home. It is definitely suitable for you to drink. Older people always unconsciously treat younger people more preferentially. This is not the first time that Jiang Zhuxiang has received such treatment." Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his gratitude to the old lady and ate up the food, which tasted a bit strange but was still delicious. With grape juice, this kind of food seems to be a specialty here. After dinner, the old lady told Jiang Zhuxiang to rest early. After all, when Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends came in, the old lady saw that they had traveled a long distance. But it was not time to sleep. Jiang Zhuxiang felt his stomach and said, I need to digest the food first. Otherwise, I will not be able to sleep. The old lady smiled and said, Then let Susan take you around. She will definitely be happy to do so. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends ate so much, which was also a recognition of Susan's cooking skills. Susan had not been so happy to cook for so many people for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Susan, whose face was full, and agreed to her guidance. There were still many places of interest in this manor. Chapter 439 Slaves in the Manor. Susan quickly cleared the tableware on the table, and then served the old lady a cup of tea, and then took Jiang Zhuxiang and others to visit this large manor. Along the way, she also popularized the glorious deeds of this top scholar in the past to Jiang Zhuxiang and others. Such as I have been here in the past and many big figures, like the wine here. Although Jiang Zhuxiang was unfamiliar with these names, he would occasionally agree with them to prevent Susan from feeling that she was not listening to her seriously. While Susan was talking, she took Jiang Zhuxiang and others to the most distinctive place in this large manor, which was the place used for winemaking in the manor. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at these large wooden barrels with a little curiosity, and listened to Susan's popularization of the winemaking process, which was still very interesting. The winemaking method in this manor is mainly the oldest method. Grapes are washed and placed in wooden barrels for brewing. The wooden barrels will be sealed and placed in a cool place for a period of time. When the time is up, they will be opened to check whether it has turned into wine. If it succeeds, the wooden barrels will be sealed again and placed in the basement. After all, wine has always been more precious as time goes by. After Susan finished explaining, she took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to the cellar to take a look. However, they did not go in. The wine had been stored in the cellar for so long that even the air was filled with the smell of wine. Susan was afraid that Jiang Zhuxiang would get drunk, so she only let her watch at the door. Jiang Zhuxiang smelled the aroma of wine and felt a little drunk, so he quietly stepped back. Susan noticed Jiang Zhuxiang's little action and took Jiang Zhuxiang away. Jiang Zhuxiang blew the cool breeze, and his originally confused mind became clear. In addition to the winemaking area, there are large tracts of grape fields in the manor. Susan introduced the grape varieties to Jiang Zhuxiang while removing the grape branches that were not growing well. Jiang Zhuxiang heard a lot of agate grapes, emerald grapes, and so on, but he was really confused. However, Jiang Zhuxiang did not force himself to remember so much. After all, he did not plan to grow grapes in the future. After all, according to Susan's description, grape planting is still very troublesome. However, there are only Susan and her master in the manor now. Jiang Zhuxiang is still a little curious about how they take care of so many grapes. It doesn't look like there are other people here. Jiang Zhuxiang thought so and asked. Susan was still a little hesitant about Jiang Zhuxiang's question. After all, this matter may not be acceptable to the upright Jiang Zhuxiang. However, it is a bit rude not to answer the guest's question. Susan still answered, We originally have a group of slaves in our manor, who are used to take care of these grapes. Although they are a little difficult to control now, we will still use them when needed. Jiang Zhuxiang had never thought that there were slaves in the world. However, when he thought that someone had traded slaves in this fragment, he did not find it strange. After all, slaves were more useful to the nobles. They did not cost too much money. Moreover, the nobles would not have to pay much if they died. It would be best to buy them to do heavy work. However, Jiang Zhuxiang could understand what Susan said about the difficulty in control. After all, there might be people who could awaken superpowers among the slaves, and there might be people who turned into zombies. Jiang Zhuxiang admired the fact that the old lady with such a large number of slaves could live peacefully until now. Jiang Zhuxiang said, Can I go and see those slaves? I have never seen such a thing as a slave before. There was pure curiosity in her tone, and Susan had no way to refuse, so she took her there directly. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the rows of small houses, and the fields they had opened up around them. The old lady would still provide simple vegetables and food, but vegetables were now luxury goods, and the old lady would not put her kindness on such things. Susan shouted, Is there anyone here? Someone is here to see you. Strictly speaking, Susan was also a slave, but the old lady liked her, so she often brought her around. And then Susan had her current status, but Susan still cared about these people. Of course, all in secret. As soon as Susan finished speaking, a group of little kids came out of the house, chattering, Grandma Susan, what delicious food did you bring this time? Dad and Mom went out hunting. You need to wait to see them. But Dad said they will be back early today. However, Susan decided to come here in a hurry today and didn't bring anything. So she said apologetically, "Nothing today. There are guests coming to see you. I will bring you delicious food next time. You open the door. I will let the guests come in to see you." Susan was a little surprised that Jiang Zhuxiang was willing to go in. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang brought 3 people out to travel. And in Susan's view, she was a spoiled girl, and she should not be interested in the place where slaves lived. The next scene surprised Susan even more. Jiang Zhuxiang took out some small cakes suitable for children from his backpack. These were prepared by the dean's wife for Jiang Zhuxiang in case Jiang Zhuxiang needed them. Now they came in handy. However, they were placed in Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space before, so Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to worry about them being damaged. Those little rascals smelled the fragrance and looked at Susan hesitantly. Susan looked at the sincere expression on Jiang Zhuxiang's face and said, "If the guests want to give you something, you should take it and thank the guests well." Okay. Susan occasionally taught these children some common sense, so these children were still able to get by in terms of politeness. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to their soft thank you and replied, "You're welcome," while distributing the things. After these children received the small cakes, they began to eat them. After all, their parents had not returned yet, and they had not eaten dinner yet. This small cake just solved their urgent needs, and they all ate very satisfied. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at their appearance and took out another cake, which was a large cake suitable for many people to eat together. Jiang Zhuxiang divided it among them, and let them eat the cake directly until they were full. It also reduced some burdens for their parents. At least, they didn't have to hunt until the evening tomorrow. Susan looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior and didn't know what to say. This child was really kind. Chapter 440, Adding Population to the Fragments. For Jiang Zhuxiang, this is just a small matter. After all, these cakes are food that she cannot consume. Doing this is just a habit. When Jiang Zhuxiang was still in the past, he would occasionally buy some food to see those wandering children. If he saw good qualifications, he would bring them back to Shenong Valley. This is what most people from Shenong Valley would do. Jiang Zhuxiang asked them, "When will your parents come back at the latest?" If possible, Jiang Zhuxiang still wants to meet their parents. After all, if possible, Jiang Zhuxiang still wants to see their parents' character. If possible, select a few children to bring back to the Academy of Sciences. At that time, they will inevitably have to bring their parents. So their character is a very important thing. A little boy licked the butter on his fingers and replied, 10 o'clock in the evening is the time when the lady closes the door. They will definitely come back before then." After saying that, the little boy looked at Susan carefully, wondering if he could tell this rule. After all, sometimes Susan did not allow these children to talk about things in the manner with outsiders. Susan smiled and nodded to indicate that it was okay, and at the same time proved that the child's words were right. In order to have enough food, the slaves would basically come back at 10 o'clock. Occasionally, if they were 1 or 2 minutes late, the lady would signal that she would turn a blind eye and let them in. However, the lady would not allow those who were too late to come in. After all, it was still very dangerous to open the door of the manor too late. When the time is too late, the slaves will consciously not come back and find a safe place in the wild. This is why the lady still has the final say in the manor. Even if the slaves have extraordinary abilities, they are still willing to contribute to the manor. Mutual understanding is a rare quality in the end times. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Then I'll go in and wait for a while." At the same time, he signaled to Tao Thai, "If you want to rest, go first. I may need to stay longer." For Jiang Zhuxiang, there is no need for others to stay for his own business. Even if there is a little danger, it is something he should solve. Tao Thai and the others discussed with each other and decided that Tingsha would stay. After all, if there was anything, Tingsha could still block it and notify the two of them at the same time. For the two of them, they still valued the time of sleeping, especially when the food was being digested, which was the time when they were most drowsy. Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection to Tingsha staying. After all, it didn't look like there were any doctors in this manor. When the time came, Jiang Zhuxiang also wanted to check the health of the children who couldn't be taken away, and solve any illnesses in time. It was also a kind gesture from Jiang Zhuxiang, so as to prevent the people who were left behind from feeling uncomfortable and causing trouble to the old lady. Tingsha saw Jiang Zhuxiang's expression and knew what the child was thinking. Tingsha didn't care about Jiang Zhuxiang doing this extra work. After all, Tingsha used to be kind, especially when facing children. However, if Jiang Zhuxiang acceded, Tingsha had learned how to persuade Jiang Zhuxiang to give up during this period of time, so that there would be no trouble to deal with. Susan was a little old after all. If she had to wait until 10 o'clock, she would definitely not be able to get up in time to work tomorrow. After Susan gave Jiang Zhuxiang a few words, she went back first. After all, in her opinion, there was nothing to be taboo about these slaves. During the waiting time, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha had examined the children separately and decided on the treatment plan. The specific treatment would have to wait until their parents came back. After all, if their parents saw that their children had changed drastically after coming back, they would definitely not have a good impression of them. At 10 o'clock in the evening, there was a slight noise in the manor. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that their parents had returned. From their behavior, he knew that their quality was pretty good. He just didn't know what their attitude would be when they saw a stranger in the house. Fortunately, the children were still awake. After all, they used to wait until their parents came back before eating, and they were used to going to bed late. The slaves walked into their homes, and some of them found that their children were not at home. However, this situation was quite common. Sometimes, the children would run together to wait for them to come back. They found the house that the children often went to, and then saw that the adults in the house were confronting two people. They immediately ran behind them and stood, and then saw two children who were very energetic behind the two people on the opposite side. They were a little confused and asked the two people quietly, "What's going on?" The two people saw so many people coming, and they were relaxed. After all, the two people on the opposite side might not have any advantages when facing so many people. So they quietly answered, "We haven't asked yet? My kid is not happy to ask him to come over. Are they kidnapping children?" Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were a little worried at first, but after hearing this, they knew that nothing was wrong. These slaves seemed to have good character. Jiang Zhuxiang took the initiative to explain, "We just came to the manor to stay overnight. Susan just brought us here. We mainly came to see your children and wanted to check their physical condition. If possible, we will help them treat them." The group of people were shocked to see Jiang Zhuxiang took the initiative to explain. They could actually hear themselves talking, and it seemed that they were also supernatural. They panicked for a moment, and then one of them came out and said, "Then what price do you want us to pay?" When Jiang Zhuxiang saw this man, he felt that there was some reason why this group of slaves could live in harmony with the old lady. This man's wisdom was hidden under his calm expression. He was neither humble nor arrogant. It seemed that he had been educated before. Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, "I think your children have good physiques. We still need people in the fragments. I don't know if you are willing to move. When the time comes, I will talk to your wife and buy your ownership. If your children work hard enough in the future, your family can get rid of the status of slaves." Jiang Zhuxiang did not hide his purpose. Only after making it clear would there be less complaints.